This is the White House in Washington, D.C., valued at $350 million, according to Zillow. Who do you want to see as the next president? Completed in 1800, this historic residence has housed every U.S. president since John Adams. Spanning 55,000 square feet, the White House includes 132 rooms, 35 bathrooms, and 6 levels, making it one of the most iconic homes in the world. The estate covers 18 acres with famous outdoor spaces like the Rose Garden, South Lawn, and the White House tennis court. Inside, the residence features several iconic spaces, including the Oval Office, the Situation Room, and the Grand State Dining Room, each filled with art and history that represent the country's rich heritage. The White House is not only the official residence, but also the primary workplace of the President of the United States. Its West Wing houses the President's working offices, while the East Wing serves as a space for events and staff offices.
All know in America, we elect our president through the Electoral College and not just a general popular vote. A general popular vote is where whoever wins the most votes nationwide is crowned as president and vice president. In America, we do it through the Electoral College, which gives each individual state a certain amount of electoral votes, which is based on their population. So, for example, if I win Texas, I win all of Texas's 40 electoral votes. If I win California, I win all of California's 54 electoral votes. And to win an election, you have to win 270 electoral votes, which is a majority of the 538 electoral votes that are available nationwide. We have 7 key battleground swing states, which means these are states that we don't predict a Democrat or Republican may win. It's up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen, and it's going to be decided today on Election Day. Those states are Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
I really want to hear from this gentleman, Keith Boykin. What are your final thoughts on this?
Well, first of all, thank you, BET, and thank you, DL, for providing this opportunity for the conversation. And elections are choices. And we have a choice right now. I think this is the clearest choice we've ever seen in a presidential election. On the one hand, we have a man named Donald Trump, who has 34 felony convictions, a history of racism from the Central Park Five to his black casino workers to being sued for racial discrimination in the 1970s to his lies about Barack Obama's birth certificate to the fact that he was impeached twice and tried to start an insurrection to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. And on the other hand, we have a talented black woman who started her career as a district attorney, became a state attorney general, became a United States senator, and then became the vice president of the United States, is the most qualified person in this race, perhaps the most qualified person to run for president because she has experience at the state, local, and federal level. And she also has experience in the judicial branch from working as a prosecutor, and the executive branch from working as the vice president, and the legislative branch from working as a United States senator. Who else has that experience? This is a choice. I just hope. This is a choice. I just hope that we look at these two people and we choose wisely.
Yes.
Trump supporters for a minute. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you like this guy.
Whatever he does, he accuses everyone else of doing. The man cannot tell the truth, but he combines it with being a narcissist. A narcissist at a level I don't think this country's ever seen.
And my concern is that he would grab up that power and really treat the country as sort of his little bully fiefdom.
Donald Trump is everything I taught my children not to do in kindergarten.
He's been exploiting working Americans for 40 years.
He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot.
He says he's for the little guy, but he's actually built a lot of his businesses on the backs of the little guy.
You know, Donald Trump the other day said that, it, quote, if he tells a soldier to commit a war crime, the soldier will just go do it.
And I don't think Donald Trump has even read the Constitution, knows what's in the Constitution.
A toxic mix of demagoguery and mean-spiritedness and nonsense.
I just cannot support Donald Trump.
Donald Trump is a delusional narcissist and an orange-faced windbag.
Donald Trump is a con artist.
He doesn't know the difference between truth and lies. He lies practically every word that comes out of his mouth.
I think he's a kook. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office.
All right. It's election day in America. Welcome to the show. Good afternoon from New York City. It's about 2:30 p.m. in New York. Wherever you're joining us in the world, welcome to our coverage of the United States presidential and Congress and state elections happening today across the 50 states of the United States. It's going to be a wonderful day. We are going to be here until we know who is going to be the next president of the United States. What's at stake? 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And the contest is between the current Vice President, Kamala Harris, and the former president, Donald Trump. Everybody in the world is interested in who will win. And Americans are already out there voting. So we want to hear from you. We are going to have special guests joining us throughout the coverage. We have journalists, analysts, reporters. Like I said, we will be here all through the night, and the results are not in. Polling stations are opened across the country. In New York, we are closing our polling stations at 9 p.m. In New Jersey, it's at 8 p.m. So we are looking at another 6 hours or thereabout before we start getting results, and that's when the show will start. All right, it's still up for grabs. Anybody can win the election. We don't know at this point who will win, and we are watching. There are so many breaking stories, breaking news, and we'll be touching on them as we continue the show today. But quite interesting what has happened so far and what is happening. We know that the government, people who run elections in America, these are local government officials, are busy fighting misinformation out there about the nature of what's going on. It's very important to pay attention from official sites. There are so many places on the web where you see stories that are not true. The Russians, the Chinese, everybody, they are all out there trying to influence the election. So it's very important that before we tell you what we're hearing, we have to confirm them from credible sources. And I hope you'll bear with us. We are going to let people in to join the conversation. We are going to invite special guests to join us. Even if you are not in America, you can be part of that conversation. If you have voted, you can tell us your experience. And it's going to be a very interesting day. The control of the Senate is at stake, and that of the House. So it's not just about who becomes the president. A president who doesn't have the Senate and the House of Rep is going to have a tough time getting his way. So there's a lot at stake. We will bring them all to you. So thank you again for joining us, and let's get ready to roll.
So are you ready for this?
Always.
Buckle up, because today we're taking a deep dive into this opinion piece.
Oh, this is going to be good.
It's called Trump Must Win This Election.
Wow.
It's written by Rudolph Okonkwo, and I know you shared this with me, so I know you're pretty interested in what it's all about and all the arguments in it.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely an interesting piece, that's for sure. And, thinking about it, like, satire is often used to kind of highlight these social or political issues, right? And often with a comedic spin.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to break all that down and try to figure out, like, what's the author's point of view? But, we're not taking sides here.
No.
We're just, think of us as your guides through this, colorful landscape.
That's a good way to put it. Colorful, for sure.
Yeah. So the author kind of lays out this, pretty dramatic scenario. He's saying that a Trump victory is like absolutely crucial to prevent all these, let's just call them interesting consequences.
Yeah. And, that's where the whole satirical element comes in. He paints a picture of the future, if there's like a non-Trump administration.
Right.
It's like it almost reads like a dystopian comedy, like just filled with these outlandish predictions.
Absolutely. Yeah. Some of these are so over the top. It's like, I don't even know whether to laugh or to be like, what is going on? Yeah. Like, for instance, he says that men marrying dogs and women marrying trees would become just like commonplace. Like that would just be normal.
Right. And it doesn't even stop there. He goes on to describe like white evangelicals being moved into refugee camps, cathedrals being transformed into mosques.
Oh, geez.
And the American flag. You want to know what happens to the American flag? It becomes the preferred garbage bag for the elite.
It's wild.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wild. But clearly, I mean, he's using this exaggeration, right? This absurdity to try to make some kind of point. What do you think? Like, what's he actually satirizing with these scenarios? Like, what do you think the deeper message is here?
Well, I think we have to kind of look a little closer. Take that image of, men marrying dogs and women marrying trees. As outlandish as it is, it could be a way to kind of satirize the anxieties around evolving social norms. Particularly when it comes to things like marriage and gender identity.
So it's like he's taking these anxieties and like blowing them up like to the extreme to try to make some kind of statement.
Exactly. And it's important to remember the context here, These anxieties often stem from a fear of change.
Right.
It's like a sense that traditional values are being eroded. And by portraying these like super extreme scenarios, he might be trying to tap into those fears, highlight what he sees as the potential consequences of, social norms changing.
Okay, that makes sense. Then there's the whole scenario with, white evangelicals being moved to refugee camps, churches being turned into mosques. It seems like he's really playing on these fears about religious freedom, right?
Yeah.
And the changing religious landscape of America.
Yes, and perhaps even like a sense of displacement for certain groups, right?
Yeah.
Who feel like their values are no longer like prioritized. He's taking those anxieties, amplifying them, and it's almost like creating a caricature of what he sees as a potential threat to, the dominant Christian culture in America.
Okay, and then what about the American flag being used as a garbage bag? That one, I don't know, that one seemed particularly pointed to me.
I know, it's so interesting because that image seems to be a very direct commentary, I think, on the disconnect between, like the political elite and everyday Americans, right?
Yeah.
And it suggests like this disdain for these traditional American symbols, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it highlights his belief that these elites are just out of touch, completely out of touch with the values of just ordinary people.
Yeah, it's definitely a provocative image, and it's like his writing style just adds to that whole satirical effect. Like, for example, he writes, they would hang men off the church bell's tower for whistling at women walking down Fifth Avenue.
It's such a vivid image. And I mean, dare I say it's slightly disturbing too, which, disturbing imagery, oftentimes a hallmark of effective satire. It uses like humor, exaggeration to create this memorable scene, right? But it also leaves you with this sense of unease, ooh, what's going on here?
Right. So we've got this like over-the-top satire.
Yeah.
But does this kind of approach, does it actually persuade anyone? Or could it have the opposite effect, like alienate people who don't already agree with it?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Satire has always been this tricky tool, right? Some argue that it can be a really powerful way to raise awareness, encourage critical thinking, especially when it comes to challenging, the powers that be.
But there's also the risk that it could backfire and just reinforce existing biases.
Yeah.
Like actually make the divide between these different groups even worse.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
It seems like he's walking a pretty fine line here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we haven't even touched on the whole fear-mongering thing yet, which is like a whole other layer to this piece.
You're right. Let's dive into that next.
Yeah.
Because it seems like he's playing on some very specific fears here,
Hmm.
especially when it comes to things like gun control, mandatory vaccinations.
Oh, yeah.
Changing racial demographics, economic decline, all that.
All the hot button topics. I mean, these are all things that are likely to evoke strong emotional responses from people no matter what side of the political spectrum they're on.
Yeah.
So the question is this effective persuasion or is it something else entirely?
Right.
Yeah. It's interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like on the one hand, he's using this humor and satire.
Yeah.
But then on the other hand, he's also tapping into these anxieties.
Right.
That people really have.
Exactly.
It's almost like he's trying to do both at the same time.
It is. It's a really great observation, actually, and it really speaks to just how complex this piece is.
Right.
He's blending humor and fear in a way that's, I don't know, it's both intriguing and kind of unsettling.
It is unsettling.
Yeah.
So how effective do you think this approach is? Like using fear as a motivator, does it actually work?
I mean, it can be effective for sure.
Okay.
Especially in terms of grabbing people's attention and creating this sense of urgency.
Right.
Fear is powerful, right?
Oh, yeah.
And when it's triggered, it can kind of bypass our rational thinking and we end up making decisions based on instinct rather than actually thinking things through,
Yeah, but could it also backfire? Like, what if you just bombard people with these fear-inducing messages all the time? Won't they eventually just become, desensitized to it?
I mean, that's definitely a possibility.
Yeah.
It's something that we see happening a lot, actually, in today's media landscape. Yeah.
For sure.
We're constantly exposed to these, alarming headlines and sensationalized stories, and it's a lot,
Yeah. It can be overwhelming.
It really can.
It almost feels like we're becoming immune to it.
In a way, yeah, I think you're right. Our brains have almost developed this defense mechanism to protect us from this constant barrage of negativity.
Yeah.
But then the problem is it also makes us less discerning.
Right.
We might start tuning out important information or just dismissing legitimate concerns because we're just tired of being afraid all the time.
Right. So how do we as readers and consumers of information, how do we navigate this? How do we even know the difference between a genuine threat and something that's just manufactured fear?
That's where critical thinking comes in.
Yeah.
We really need to learn how to question the information that we're given, to look for actual evidence and to consider, different perspectives. It's also important to be aware of our own biases, and how they might be influencing how we interpret things.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
It's so easy to get caught up in the emotion of it all and forget to just take a step back.
Oh, for sure.
And be like, wait, what's actually going on here?
Totally.
It's like we need to be skeptical, but not cynical.
Exactly. And that's a tough balance to strike.
It is.
Especially in today's world where information spreads so quickly and it's hard to even know what to trust anymore.
Yeah. Okay. So let's bring this back to the article that we're actually talking about.
Right.
Do you think the author is even aware of the potential pitfalls of using these fear-mongering tactics? Or is he intentionally exploiting those fears to kind of achieve a political agenda?
I mean, it's hard to say for sure what his intentions are, but it's definitely something worth thinking about.
Yeah.
Whether he's doing it consciously or not, he's definitely tapping into this vein of anxiety that runs really deep in certain segments of society.
And those anxieties seem to be so closely tied to specific political beliefs.
Yeah.
Which just makes this whole conversation even more tricky.
Absolutely. And it's something that we see playing out constantly in our political discourse these days.
Right.
It's become so difficult to have nuanced conversations about complex issues.
Yeah.
Because everything is so polarized.
Right. That's everybody's just retreating into their own little echo chambers where they only hear information that confirms what they already believe.
Yeah.
which makes it even harder to bridge the divide, you know?
Exactly. And I think that's honestly one of the most concerning aspects of this kind of rhetoric.
Okay.
It contributes to this climate of fear and distrust, which makes it almost impossible to actually have productive conversations about the things that really matter.
So how do we break out of this cycle? How do we even start talking to each other again?
Right.
In a way that's actually constructed and respectful.
Right.
Even when we disagree.
Well, that is the million-dollar question.
It is.
I think it starts with recognizing that we all have biases.
Okay.
And that those biases can really influence the way that we see information.
Right.
It also involves being willing to actually listen to perspectives that are different than our own.
Right.
Even when we find those perspectives, uncomfortable or even challenging,
Yeah.
It's not always easy, but it's important.
Yeah. And it probably also requires a healthy dose of humility, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Like admitting that we don't have all the answers.
For sure.
And that maybe we're wrong sometimes.
Exactly. It's about being open to learning from other people, even the people that we disagree with, And it's about recognizing that we're all in this together,
right?
Even if we don't always see eye to eye.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go back to the article.
Okay.
And the author's kind of call to action at the end.
Yeah.
He's basically saying that Trump has to win whether he likes it or not to save America,
right,
as he sees it. What do you make of that conclusion? It's pretty strong, and I'm sure it'll get some people fired up, the people he's writing for at least. But does it really work? If he's trying to, convince people who aren't already on board with Trump, is this really the way to do it?
It's tough to say. On one hand, this kind of strong language, it can really get people going, The ones who are already with him, it reinforces what they think and makes them feel like it's urgent, like they got to do something. But for people who are maybe not sure or even disagree, it could push them away, make them not even want to listen.
It's almost like preaching to the choir,
Exactly. And that's what we're seeing everywhere in politics now, right? People just stick to the news that already agrees with them, and anything else, they just ignore it. It's like, how do you even have a real conversation when it's like that?
Yeah, so where does that leave us? If we can't even talk about these important things without all the fear and name-calling, how are we ever going to find some common ground?
That's the million-dollar question, right? But I don't think it's hopeless. There are ways to actually talk to each other, even when we disagree. I think it starts with realizing that the people we disagree with, they're not the enemy. They're people just like us, and they have their own opinions just like we do.
So it's about respect, right? Even when we disagree, and being willing to hear what other people have to say.
Absolutely. And realizing that there's not always just one right answer, Things are complicated, and we got to be okay with that. And we have to be okay with having tough conversations, even when they're uncomfortable.
Okay, so let's wrap this up. We've talked about a lot today, like how the author uses satire and fear and how hard it is to talk about politics these days. What are some things you think our listeners should remember from all this?
I think the most important thing is to think for yourself. Don't just believe everything you hear, Figure out what's real and what's just someone's opinion. And be aware of your own biases, too, because they can change how you see things.
And be willing to listen to people who think differently than you, even when it's hard.
Exactly, because that's the only way we're going to solve these big problems, right? We got to talk, we got to listen, and we got to find some common ground.
Well said. And on that note, I want to thank you for joining us for this deep dive. We hope it's given you something to think about.
It's been a pleasure. And remember, be curious, be skeptical, and be open to new ideas.
Thanks for listening, everyone.
All right. I hope you enjoyed that. Be open, be skeptical, and cross-check and verify information that you are receiving. That's the message for today and moving forward, especially in political discourse in America and beyond. We are going to learn a lot of things today. There is a video that I want to play of, let's watch.
Now they can start counting the real votes. Voters get to have their say officially today. We are in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. This is the biggest swing county and the biggest swing state with its 19 electoral votes. Biden won this county and won Pennsylvania 4 years ago. This time around, nearly 2 million mail-in ballots have been received across the Commonwealth. They still have time to hand those mail ballots in by 8 p.m. tonight. Here in Bucks County, more than 120,000 mail ballots have been handed in. And the mail-in ballot here in Pennsylvania, the counting of them is a huge thing, especially in Philadelphia. With the rules in Pennsylvania, it can slow things down. The district attorney in Philadelphia offered a very clear warning to anyone looking to intervene, interfere, or get in the way this election day.
Anybody who thinks it's time to play militia, F around and find out. Anybody who thinks it's time to insult, to deride, to mistreat, to threaten people, F around and find out. We do have the cuffs, we do have the jail cells, we do have the Philly jury, we have a state prison. If you're gonna try to bully people, bully votes or voters, you're gonna try to erase votes, you're gonna try any of that nonsense, we're not playing. F around and find out.
All right. America is not playing today. What is at stake is a lot for many people, and we are going to look at all those. I was thinking that if this were to be an African country, considering the stories we're hearing from the field about how the election is going, that some countries will be issuing threats. The way America used to say, they call the Secretary of State to issue a statement saying, warning politicians in Nigeria or Kenya, African countries, to behave well or they won't give them visa to come to America. So considering the story that we're hearing before the election and as we go on today, some African countries, if they had the guts, would have been issuing such statements, warning the American politicians, people like the vice president and former president, to behave well or they won't get visa to America. Anyway, so today is going to be interesting. We are going to look at the Congress. The Democrats are trying to keep the Senate, while the Republicans are trying to keep the House and maybe win the Senate. They need to flip 2 senatorial seats to gain control of the Senate. In the House, the Democrats, they need to flip 4 houses to gain control. So it will be an interesting night. And there are 11 states where there's election for governors. In America, governorship positions are also very important. They determine so many things about the lives of people who live in those states. And most of the states in America are controlled by Republicans. So we are watching what will happen in 11 states, who will win, which party will gain control. It's not as easy as we know it in Nigeria, where you can say that this state is APC and this one is PDP and this one is APGA. Any party could win in most states. We have talked about, I think I played a video about battleground states. These are the 7 states where we believe that this election will be determined. So as we go on with the night and the conversations around this, we are going to center on those states. And I want to hear from you. If you're in America, you voted, and you want to join the conversation, please do. Let's hear your own experience. Like I told most of you, I was one of the 80 million people who took advantage of early voting. 80 million people, that's more than about half of the electorate. They already voted before today. And from the videos we're seeing out there, there are still lines of people trying to vote in different parts of the United States. At the end, the counting will begin. Exit polling is happening as we speak. That will give us an idea of how it's going. I'm sure when polling closes in some states, like where you have dominant parties, we are going to be able to say that this and this candidate they won those states. It wouldn't be difficult to know who won in Alabama, for instance, or who won in New York City or in California. But those are not the ones that are in contest, and they won't determine who will finally win the 270 electoral votes that are needed for you to be the president of the United States. Okay, so along the way today, we are going to have special guests. Omoyele Sowore will join us. Alex Kaba will join us. So many journalists, analysts will join us in conversations about what is happening today in America. Once again, thank you for joining me. I will play you some videos while we'll get our people in place and we'll begin the conversation. If you want to join us and you're in the studio, I can turn on your camera. We'll be able to bring you in to be part of this conversation, this historical day. At the end of this day, we may have a first female president of the United States. We may have a former president returning. It wouldn't be the first time, but it will be quite interesting if Trump comes back to retake the White House. We'll talk about what it means for Africa. That's what is our primary concern, but also for Africans who live here and for the world, everybody around the world we are watching. I think tomorrow you can be sure that the newspapers across the world will have the same story. And that's what happened here in the 50 states of the United States of America. Okay, once again, thank you. And we are preparing for a very, very long night. We are sure that California will be closing their voting in about at 12 midnight Eastern time. So until that is done, I don't think we are going to have any chance of knowing who won the presidential election. But of course, we can know the Senate, we can know the state houses and governorship elections as soon as polls are closing in different states. So it will be a very, very fascinating night. And we thank you for hanging on. Get ready. It's going to be a long night. And be ready, and I will see you.
Service. Unfortunately for most of us, leadership is a job. Political offices are viewed as jobs. So we have job seekers running for offices so that they can get paid, so that they can make money. This has become a source of wealth. So you look at people as votes and not necessarily as people. A leader is supposed to make the lives of his people better. A leader is supposed to effect change. A leader is supposed to simplify the life of the people that he leads. Unfortunately, many of the people that lead are rulers. They come in as job seekers, masquerading to be leaders. So when they get into these offices, they do exactly what they are supposed to do because they came looking for a job and they have to leave to make the wealth that they came to look for. What is Africa? It is a bunch of imaginary lines that were created by some people seated in Berlin and decided that we are now a continent of different people. You find that brothers seated at different angles or different sides of a border who look at each other as strangers. Africa's biggest issue is the thought that we are so different from each other. The people of Uganda, the people of Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, Ghana, we are the same. We have been divided by people who don't live here. But my country turned 62 yesterday. But we're still blaming the colonial master instead of taking responsibility as a people. Our issues with the politics. The politicians want to keep people divided. Why? Because we get votes. We ride on the misery of our people, all in the name of keeping ourselves in that selfishness called leadership. Take a step back. My brother says we need leaders. No, we don't need those leaders. The leaders needed are you and I. We are the leaders. We are supposed to step up and say, for our people, what can we do better? Why does a Nigerian need a visa to come to Uganda? Why does a Nigerian need a visa to go to Ghana? What is needed is fast. Like I said, let's have an honest conversation. If I ask half the people in this room, what is the currency of Uganda? You would be shocked they don't know. For me to come to Nigeria, I have to change my Ugandan shilling into a dollar. And then when I get to Nigeria, I change that very dollar into a naira. And when I'm leaving, I turn it back into a dollar and then into a shilling. You lose about 60% of that money in exchanges. You are giving money to a person seated in the US who does not need to even come on a plane to come to Nigeria to say thank you. We are telling each other lies to say we can have Africa's free economy, free trade zones and all that. Yet we can't even have our currencies relate to each other. I can't change a shilling in Nigeria. You can't change a naira in Uganda. So the leadership needs to be honest. These conferences we go to, declarations, pass very good and rosy things, sign agreements. Where is the implementation? The leaders here, I challenge you. I drum to you. Wake up and say, let Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria work together. That is the only way we can start by saying this platform here is a challenge to you. That the people who organize this are not political leaders, but they are saying for the King of Toro and the Olu of Wari sitting together and saying, how do our people work together? I honestly, in all honesty, for the politicians here, you'll excuse me, I think the politicians, we are the biggest problem for Africa. We are. We are so hell-bent on keeping power instead of looking at the good of our people. Africa's solutions will only come from Africans.
The facts. Now, friends, I'm just an average American. But I'm an American. And some of the things I see in this country of ours make my blood boil. I see people with foreign money. I see Negroes holding jobs that belong to me and you. Now I ask you, if we allow this thing to go on, what's going to become of us real Americans?
I've heard this kind of talk before, but I never expected to hear it in America.
The truth about Negroes and foreigners. The truth about the Catholic Church.
Do you believe in that kind of talk?
That all makes pretty good sense to me. And I tell you, friends, we'll never be able to call this country our own until it's a country without. Without what? Yeah, without what? Without Negroes. Without alien foreigners. Without Catholics. Without Freemasons. You know these things.
What's wrong with the Masons? I'm a Mason. Hey, that fellow's talking about me. And that makes a difference, doesn't it?
These are your enemies. These are the people who are trying to take over our country. Now you know them. You know what they stand for. And it's up to you and me to fight them. Fight them and destroy them before they destroy us. Thank you.
Before he said Masons, you were ready to agree with him.
Well, yes, but he was talking about... What about those other people?
But in this country, we have no other people. We are American people.
What about you? You aren't American, are you?
I was born in Hungary, but now I am an American citizen. And I have seen what this kind of talk can do. I saw it in Berlin.
What were you doing there?
I was a professor at the university. I heard the same words we have heard today. But I was a fool then. I thought Nazis were crazy people, stupid fanatics. But unfortunately, it was not so. You see, they knew that they were not strong enough to conquer a unified country. So they split Germany into small groups. They used prejudice as a practical weapon to cripple the nation. Of course, that was not easy to do. They had to work hard to do it. You see, we human beings are not born with prejudices. Always they are made for us, made by someone who wants something. Remember that when you hear this kind of talk. Somebody is going to get something out of it, and it isn't going to be you.
Suffice it to say that we stand in one of the most momentous periods of human history. And in these days of emotional tension, when the problems of the world are gigantic in extent and chaotic in detail, all men of goodwill must make the right decisions. And on Tuesday, 1 week from today, the people of this nation must decide whether they want America to remain true to the great words of the Founding Fathers. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We must decide whether those words will be firmly etched into the structure of our nation, or whether we will allow our nation to be relegated to a second-rate power in the world with no moral voice. We must decide next Tuesday whether America will take the high road of justice and peace and compassion for the poor and underprivileged, or whether this nation will tread the low road of man's inhumanity to man, of injustice, of short-sightedness. And each of us has a moral responsibility, if we are of voting age and if we are registered, to participate in that decision. I come here to urge every person under the sound of my voice to go to the polls on the 3rd of November and vote your convictions. Now, I know you're intelligent people, and I don't need to tell you who you should vote for. I don't have any fear about that. You know who to vote for. I'm just asking you to vote. Now, just if you need, very seriously, never before in the history of our nation has a candidate for the presidency taken such a negative stand on the demands of our Judeo-Christian heritage for justice and understanding, goodwill, and compassion for the poor and peace. And so all men of goodwill will go to the polls on November the 3rd. And I hope we will have a great day in our nation, so that when we wake up on the 4th of November, we will know that America has made the right decision.
America is not unique in its sins as a country. We're not unique in our evils, to be honest with you. I think where we may be singular is our refusal to acknowledge them. And the legends and myths we tell about our inherent, goodness to hide and cover and conceal so that we can maintain a kind of willful ignorance that protects our innocence. See, the thing is that when the Tea Party was happening, we were saying, pundits, oh, it's just about economic populism. It's not about race. When people knew, social scientists were already writing that what was driving the Tea Party were anxieties about demographic shifts, that the country was changing, that they were seeing these racially ambiguous babies on Cheerios commercials, that the country wasn't quite feeling like it was a white nation anymore. And people were screaming from the top of their lungs, yo, this is not just simply economic populism. This is the ugly underbelly of the country. See, the thing is this. and I'll say this, and I'll take the hit on it. There are communities that have had to bear the brunt of America confronting, white Americans confronting the danger of their innocence. And it happens every generation. So somehow we have to kind of, oh my God, is this who we are? And just again, here's another generation of babies. Think about it, that 2-year-old had his bones broken by 2 parents trying to shield him from being killed. A woman who has been married to this man for as long as I've been on the planet almost, lost her husband. For what? And so what we know is that the country has been playing politics for a long time on this hatred. We know this. So it's easy for us to place it all on Donald Trump's shoulders. It's easy for us to place Pittsburgh on his shoulders. It's easy for me to place Charlottesville on his shoulders. It's easy for us to place El Paso on his shoulders. This is us. And if we're going to get past this, we can't blame it on him. He's a manifestation of the ugliness that's in us. I've had the privilege of growing up in a tradition that didn't believe in the myths and the legends because we had to bear the brunt of them. Either we're going to change, Nicole, or we're going to do this again and again, and babies are going to have to grow up without mothers and fathers, uncles and aunts, friends, while we're trying to convince white folk to finally leave behind a history that will maybe, or embrace a history that might set them free from being white. Finally.
What else?
Lord help us.
Okay.
Mr. Trump, let me tell you what we think, Africans, what we think, okay? This is what we think. When Nelson Mandela died, that was in 2013, Trump said this to his then lawyer, Michael Cohen. This is what Trump said. Mandela fucked the whole country up. Now it is a shithole. Fuck Mandela. He was no leader. That was what Trump said about Nelson Mandela in 2013. This is in the book written by Michael Cohen. That was enough for anybody out of Africa to know that Donald J. Trump does not care about Africans as human beings. Listen again. When he was president, you may not know this, he started what he called Abraham Accords, which is a way to set up some countries, Arab countries, to have relationship with Israel. And he went to Morocco. He didn't go himself. His people went to Morocco. And they told Morocco that they will let them control Western Sahara, okay, if they will normalize their relationship with Israel. This is Trump. When South Africa was interested in redistributing land so that black people could have land in that country, in South Africa, you may not know this, black people are 80-something% of the population. They only own 4% of the land. So when the government of South Africa decided that they should do something about that, you know what Trump did? Trump called his Secretary of State, Pompeo, and said to him that you have to go to South Africa and make sure you stop them. Trump was buying the ideology of white supremacists in South Africa and was trying to make the government of America to go to South Africa and stop them from redistributing land so that black people in South Africa could have land. This is how we look at Trump. We know his antics. We know what he does, his relationship with Africa. And that's why he didn't come to Africa. For 4 years, he was president. He wouldn't come. He didn't care. But it matters to us if Trump is the president. Trump doesn't believe in climate change. I don't know if you believe in it or not. Trump doesn't believe in it. Do you know what it means? It means that African countries are not the ones who are burning up the universe. They're not the ones who are causing carbon emission. But they are suffering from it. And they are telling the industrialized world, like America, Britain, European countries, and China, to do something so that Africa will not continue to suffer over climate change. Trump doesn't care. Africa can as well go to hell. The desert could cover the whole of Africa. Trump doesn't care. So it's not to the benefit of Africa as a continent that Trump will be the president of the United States. But you don't want to take a question from me, because I wanted to know, is your anger with Harris, is it because her mom is from India? Because I know that there were some African Americans who had issues with Obama because the mom was white. Is that the problem? I want to understand. Because if you look at the people who are supporting Trump, I mentioned George Wallace and David Duke.
Guys, there are some other people in the studio that I need to bring in. Thank you so much to both of you.
Let me just answer this, if you don't mind. Let me just say something final. It's not what it's not what someone says that hurts you. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. It's what they do. It's their actions. Okay. So what I'm saying is that you should never go off of someone because of what they say. It's their actions.
And to tell me, he says, how is it when a black man kill a black man, it's not really outrage?
Yeah.
But when a white man kills a black man, it's going to start a riot.
The American media has manipulated the narrative of crime. Black on black crime is a made up thing. You have never heard white on white crime. Never heard the Asian on Asian crime. They have tried to fraction and compartmentalize us to feel as if where the crime is where we are.
Go ahead.
The lead murderers in America are white men. The lead robbers in America are white men. The largest amount of rapists are white men. The highest number of domestic abusers is white men. The highest number of arrested pedophiles is white men. The greatest number of drug dealers arrested is white men. But if you ask the average American who are the proponents of crime, is a black face to it. They're now trying to create this narrative that the immigrants are bringing in the crime because they never want to own up to what it is that they have done. Part of our responsibility is to pull the sheets off. We had a shooting here in Georgia not long ago. A young man named Colt, 14 years old, went and shot up his high school. His father's now being charged. Can you imagine what conversation me and you would be having if Colt was black and Colt's black father gave him a gun? The television, the internet would explode on the irresponsibility of black fathers, on why it is that young black men have guns and are carrying guns. It has always shifted to make black men feel hyper-aggressive, hypersexual, and hyper-criminalized. It's part of a larger, historic, original sin of America that always criminalizes and points their fingers at black men when it's absolutely not true. The overwhelming majority, Cam, of black men who are under penal supervision are under penal supervision for non-violent offenses. They're on ankle bracelets, home monitors, on parole, on probation, for possession, not for distribution. It may not sound like it's significant, but it's very meaningful. And so that's why it is that we've got to ask the hard and the difficult questions. Where is criminal justice in America? And is justice just us?
welcome back. We're still monitoring what's going on in the election 2024 in the United States. Now, let me inform you, for those who may not know, apart from electing politicians, there are ballot box measures that are on the ballots across several states. For instance, abortion. The Supreme Court nullified the Roe versus Wade, and now states are left to decide whether to permit abortion or not to. And in 10 states in the United States, they are voting to determine whether they will approve the right to abortion in those states. In the past elections, midterm, most of the states voted for that right. So that will be something to watch. According to Trump and Republicans and the conservatives, they think is something that should be left for the states to decide. So that decision is one of those things that are happening today. Also, there are questions about Trump voting. Now, Trump moved to Florida from New York City, and in Florida, they don't allow convicted felons to vote. There is a process you have to go through. But Trump voted because his conviction is out of state. He was convicted in New York, not in Florida. So there is a loophole there that he exploited. Otherwise, he may not have been able to vote unless he went through that process. We also must remember that on November 26th, depending on what happens today, he will be sentenced in New York. So that will be something to watch for, irrespective of the outcome of this election. Now, his sentencing is going to be a state issue, so he won't be able to, even if he's the president, he won't be able to stop that. But there are many, many things that are going to be determined in days to come and in weeks to come. So this is not going to be the end. But for the first time, later on today or maybe tomorrow, I'm hearing that Michigan, they are not going to announce their results until Wednesday noon. That's when we are going to get the result from Michigan. But it may not be needed. Michigan may not be needed, depending on how the voters are voting. Any of these candidates could win without Michigan and without most of the states where they may have to count the votes up until tomorrow. So it's going to be quite an interesting night. We're watching, and I hope you are watching. We will continue to bring you the conversation. We are reaching our guests who are getting ready to join us. When they join us, we will begin the conversation as planned. Once again, thank you for being part of this interesting night. I hope that people in Africa are watching. Life is normal here in terms of people are going about their business. Nothing is stopped because there's election going on, especially in Nigeria where they close down everything and stop people from moving. But I think that if what we saw in the last 1 year leading to this election, and if it continues, if we are going to be on this path, that America might get to a point where elections in America might just look like what is going on in Nigeria. I don't want to play videos. There are videos of people threatening that there will be a civil war if their candidate is not returned to the White House. So those are signs of breaking society that is becoming what Trump just called African countries, which is, you all know, shithole country. A lot of people, I was telling this to my students, I've mentioned this on a radio show yesterday, that growing up, we were told to look up to America and see how democracy was supposed to look like. I don't think anybody looking at what the campaign look like and what has been going on in America in the last 1 year, we'll be pointing at America and saying this is how it should look like. So many election workers are really scared about what might happen today. There've been threats to them and their lives, and they're worried about people taking this to a different level. So that's not the kind of democracy we're used to. And you have candidates for office basically saying that if they don't win, it means that this is not a credible election. I'm interested in knowing what the election monitors will say when they come out here, when the end of the process, you know. So it will be quite an interesting day, and we are watching, and we've got to pay attention to all the stage news that are coming out. There are so many that we have to verify seriously, because a lot of things are not the way they're supposed to be. So again, thank you. We are reaching out to our guests. We announced the first person who is joining us. But if you are free and you want to join, I see people at the back end, but they are not. The cameras are not on, so I can't bring you on until you turn on your camera. But we are trying to reach our guests who are on their way home. We didn't think about that people have jobs. Some of them are here in America. They're on their way home where they could situate themselves, and then they'll join us and tell us their experiences. So again, we appreciate you joining us and being part of this today's broadcast. We do this for Nigeria. We are going to do it for America, and we will be here until late at night when we are going to know what is going on. All right.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you have no quanu no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, ulaga do ni piazugo, akwa wilo chio bikora puzo, kona bazia. When your master because Abama water the sorry. If you want to go na Ulagado ni piazugo Ulagado ni piazugo Abama wilo chila Bigora fuzo Mazi wako mwe Odogu na kwerezu neka Onyoma niga dele mwe Mazi ni bazi kama Ibu go wuti baladi Odogu na chalanoka Ezi wane mliga delemo Olagado ni piazugo Olagado ni piazugo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzo Anabaze Te Onyama zoro de Sorry, if I were to go, I'm a fool, but I don't like that.
piazugo nazaboy Maula gadoni piazugo Amama wilo chilo Biko rapuzoro Anabazi Odogu kanano bikechoko Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikecho mabele bege Hey you want Eku kampune kene Omogo ndinso Chukwe mekalumo Ike chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene Ila pulife nini neme webia Kagosili na nyina gibu nwanne wisdom megadi Kanye gi maiki kogo banya begwu Esele maxi obu netiri egwu a Malukwa malu ni mego mi fojo Wesi gi nwanne mi foku ni cholu na ngeme Wisdom onu mekene gi Bama iyo iyo biko lapo Nabasi Zoro, 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 zoro Bieduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
All right, welcome back. We made a contact. We're expecting our first guest to join us. We'll introduce him when he's here, a special guest, and we are going to talk about some of the issues in this election. Because, like I said, it's beyond who is the president. It's also about who is going to be in Congress. Very important because some of these promises that you hear from politicians will have to go through Congress. People hear them promise, like when Obama came, promised to do something about healthcare, about immigration. If Congress is not in the control of the party of the president, it's very difficult for them to get some of those things accomplished, especially in a divided country like America, the way it is today. So we're going to talk about those races, Congress, and then of course governorship, because they are very important in terms of how governance gets to the people in the local area. So those are some of the differences, and it will be an opportunity, I think, for Africans, especially Nigerians, to look at the federating system in America, how different it is from what we have in Nigeria. And we copied the American system, so you would expect that we are following something similar, but we're not. One of the interesting differences is that when you look at the Senate in America, it's a statewide position. But in Nigeria, we have a way of breaking it down where we have senatorial zones. So someone who is running for Senate in Nigeria is actually running not a statewide position, but something that is restricted to a particular part of the state. All right, while we wait for our first guest, we have one of our regulars here. I think he's been in hiding for a long time because he's scared of discussing the election in public, but I think maybe his confidence has risen today. So, Mazi Prince, welcome to the show. You've been away for a while. Were you? Why? Were you scared? You didn't like the tone of the conversation. What was going on?
What is it? Good afternoon, Dr. Damage.
Hi.
No, I wasn't. It's not that I didn't like the tone of the conversation. It's just that some people try to make it look as if it's kind of like a personal thing. I didn't like the way that some people, in as much as I don't like a candidate, I'm not gonna use unfounded, words or adjectives on that person, whichever way you look at it. And also, at certain age, there are ways you look at things. If it's Ghana, but he will say his blood pressure. So sometimes my blood pressure, I gotta watch it, so that I don't, get it higher than it's supposed to be. But be it as it may, like I said, I've always said it. Whoever wins, wins. But I'm very much confident that the candidate that I'm supporting will surpass every expectation. Yeah.
So Harris, she's from California. Is there any chance that Trump could win California?
It looks like there's something on in your script. Okay, good. Mm-hmm. He will not even win any county. Any county. I put it on anything. Any county. When you talk about somewhere like Modesto and where even what is that? The former speaker is from. He would not get Kevin McCarthy. Yeah, he would not even get there. I'm telling you. That's why he never came here. He never came here to campaign. He only came here to grab some money, and he make a fool of himself, anyways, on that day. So, yeah.
Trump said that if Jesus were to be the election official and count all the votes in California, that he will win California. For those who are watching, we have a delay between us and Mazi Prince, even though he is here in the United States. There's a delay. When you hear something like that, you come from California, what do you make of it?
I know, that's what I'm wondering. Why is it like that? Why is it like that? Let me see. To me, it just put it this way. In as much as I would not want to use blasphemy, because it's blasphemous, if there's a word like that. But at the end of the day, because why I said it's blasphemous is for him to even use Jesus in it. Look at what politics has brought some people into doing. There is no way. In California, we are very much decent people, very considerate, because if you could think about it, what would make somebody like Governor Davis that we used to have before to lose to Arnold Schwarzenegger? Then you will be surprised. You will be really like surprised, like, what is Trump talking about? But like it is, he's just playing. He's just playing, according to the script that they gave him. Okay.
All right, Mazi Prince.
Yeah.
So the people in California, how is it going to be now? Are they going to be are we going to know the result before? Are we
Yes, yes,
until you close?
The California will get it today because we're not doing the governorship. We're not doing the governorship. It's only certain cities that are doing their mayoral, mayoral election. So today it's only propositions, the presidential propositions, that we have. Other than that, we will get California's result today. Yeah.
What propositions do you have in California?
You said how many what?
What proposition is in the ballot?
So we have proposition 35, which is about talking about funding the healthcare, hiring more nurses and more physicians. Since some people want to say that they don't want abortion, so we need more physicians to come and help us, do our thing. Because here it's like a lot of patients have been coming here, to do their thing and go. If I would say, what do they call it? It's kind of like sanctuary for abortion. And then what it's again, we have 33, which is talking about rent control. If there should be, the government should be controlling the rent, but we really don't like that. It's let it go, it will go city by city as needed, then they can control their rent. But if you send statewide rent control, it will lead to kind of like shortage of houses and all that kind of a thing. Because then most of the developers will not want to invest in that area, And California is growing every day. No matter those who get out of California, they are growing every day. You also have 34. I can't remember. Oh, I think 34 is talking about if we should allow felons to vote. That's for me personally, I don't know. I don't know what to do because I don't know. You look at it in both sides. I kind of listen to the arguments, and I'm just undecided on that. I just left it blank. It doesn't bother me. Yeah, it doesn't bother me. What else again? I think we also have two more stuff.
What about Senate? Who are you sending to the Senate? I know that and House of Rep. How is it going with in California? You typically have some Republican enclaves in California. Are they going to win?
Oh, Adam Schiff.
Yeah.
Adam Schiff. Yeah. We're sending. He's doing well. Nah. The okay. So the guy they brought out is an old farmer. Uh, he just I would say he's Trump in the in the farming category. He does his thing, but he's not going anywhere. Steve, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot his full name. Steve, whatever they call him, but he's not going anywhere. Adam Schiff is going to the Senate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the people in Hollywood, there were many of them that came out in support of Harris. Some are also supporting Donald Trump. How is that breaking out?
So, for us, we don't depend on Hollywood. They do their thing. That's them. That's them. That's the dirty. We'll call them the dirty West Coast folks. That's their business. Those supporting Trump. Those supporting Trump will be people like will be like Amazon CEO. What they call him, Jeff Bezos. But the population of them, supporting him are not that much. The more people we have in those Hollywood area are more of Kamala Harris, and that's what it is.
Did your governor campaign for her as much
Yes.
as
Yes. Gavin Newsom really, really backed her. The reason why we're not even doing the governorship was because of the fact that earlier in the year, the Republicans wanted to recall him, but we beat them to it. It's not going to happen, because the fact is that when the Republicans were in power, that was Arnold Schwarzenegger, in as much as the fact that he talked about, budgets, the state still went under. It took Jerry Brown coming in to liberate the state. So since that time, it will be hard for the state to go back to the Republicans. It will be so hard for for the Republicans to take over California. It cannot. I don't see it happening. Maybe I will know tomorrow.
Were you there when Arnold became the governor?
Yes, I was there.
Okay.
I was here when Davis. I was here when Davis was governor. I was here when Arnold Schwarzenegger came in. Yeah, I was there since Bush Senior. That I've been here and all that kind of a thing. So we've been moving with our life and all that stuff. Yeah. That's why even when I worked in a farm, they wanted to move me to Seattle. I was like, no. It's not happening. It's California or nothing. I had to quit. I'm like, no, I'm not going there. No. Yeah.
What about the cost of living? People complain that life is very expensive in California, cost of living. Do you feel the impact? And is there anything because when Republicans talk about Harris, they point out that that the way California is the way that her government is going to turn the rest of America into. Is the cost of living an issue for you in California?
Not at all. Not at all. I don't know how people in California we have one slang that we say. If you gotta make it, you gotta spend it. That's why it makes me mad when some people who are in Republican area talk about California. California is paying, our taxes are paying their bills. If you check the average on gasoline, we're paying higher in gasoline because of state taxes. But the thing is, our gasoline is also special in the sense that it's also more refined. They have some additives that they add in it. So you see that our cars are hardly taken to, to the shop for repairs and all that stuff. The state really, really, they are keen on that and they check on that, all the time. So, like, I don't know how much it is in New York. Here now, gas is between 369 to to 409. Yeah.
Quite interesting. So, what happens now with your governor if Harris should win? What happens to his ambition to be president? If Kamala wins, what happens to your governor who has that ambition to be president?
Then he will wait.
Until when?
Yeah, he will wait. Probably. If Kamala wins, then he is also he will wait. I think he has one more year or so. He has one more year or so. He will wait. Yeah.
Now, climate change is a big issue in California, unlike some other states. And the state is putting in measures to make sure that car manufacturers will be able to produce more efficient vehicles in California. Is that increasing the cost of vehicles in California, or is not having that impact?
Well, California right now, so pretty much climate change. Yes, we accept that. However, most of us are going electric. Like my cars now, I've succeeded in changing to electric. Tesla. Somebody like Elon Musk is really, really, really lucky. Had it been it was last year that was the election, I would not go with him. I would rather go with other manufacturers and all that stuff. However, it is what it is, because things that I know about Elon Musk now, I didn't know it when I bought those cars. And in California, we are looking, I think we have 2030 when we try to fizzle out gasoline, gas vehicles. And currently, they've not been approving a lot of gas stations. They are kind of like on the low side. But the thing is that I think the idea is that those who are gas stations will now convert to charging stations, where you can go and have your supercharge and all that. For me, I love charging at home. It's cheaper at home. With $5, I could charge up to 90. If I wait a certain time of the day, if I wait till maybe about 10 p.m., and then I charge it overnight, it's $5. Yeah.
Okay, one last question. There are Black people in California who were complaining that when Harris was Attorney General, that she jailed many of them for nonviolent offenses. How is that playing out, and how true is that?
I laugh when they say that, because I knew Kamala right from when she was a district attorney for Alameda, and then she moved, and then she went to San Francisco, and then from San Francisco to States, becoming the Attorney General of California. Now, all these things that we all say, my answer to them is this. Number one, Kamala is not the arresting officer. She wasn't the arresting officer. They only bring the case file to her office. And it's based on situation. Because before that time, during that time, we had a scourge of pimps. If you go to somewhere like Oakland, pimps were being tricked over there. And you see them being displayed. It was almost gonna become you know how you have in Amsterdam the red light zone. That was how it was in Oakland. But when she became this, like, she sanitized it. You know, she helped in sanitizing to the extent that most of those pimps went to jail. If you can take another person's daughter and kind of like, you know, make her do things, at the end of the day, they bring the money to you. Come on now. It's another part of it. Actually, it's another kind of enslaving those girls. And those girls were liberated. You know? And then another remarkable thing that she did was, at that time, if you remember, even when Obama came in, we were having a mortgage issue, mortgage crisis, because then Bank of America had this mortgage stuff that they were using. I forgot the particular name, cross whatever they were using, and they were making people buy houses and other under fraudulent agreement. Before you know it, they will increase your mortgage, and then they will say, "Oh, they are foreclosing you." She was one that said no. She looked into it and she stopped it. So when people talk about, oh, she jailed them and all that kind of thing, I always ask, is she the arresting officer? If she's the arresting officer, then that's a different case. But if they arrested you and the detectives carried out the investigation and then bring the file to her, what were they expecting? Because she's gonna show you a black person and hide the stuff. People should wake up, please. People should wake up.
All right. Master Prince, thank you so much. And we hope to come back to you as we go through with the night and know what's happening in California. There's someone who commented that California is the Ajegunle of Lagos.
Sure.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sure, no problem.
All right, let's look at some of the stories that are in the news. We here in New York, we have our to-go newspaper in New York, which is New York Post. And New York Post is a conservative newspaper, maybe a tabloid if you like. It covers the story from the perspective of the Conservative Party. So they are celebrating, reporting that President Trump voted in California, and as part of that, he told voters to stay in line after casting his ballot in California. This is one of those things that most people in the Northeast do not understand. So, for instance, what does he mean by stay in line after voting? But we're also getting the story that Elon Musk will join Trump to watch the results coming in Florida. So we're watching what's going to happen throughout the evening. And we're still expecting some of our special guests that we invited to join us for this special day, which is something that I hope we will find lessons in it for us in Africa, especially those of us in Nigeria, where we run a similar system, which is a presidential system of government. You can see one of the things we always forget is that nothing is centralized here. There is no INEC chief somewhere in America who is going to announce the final result. And that is something that we wish, our hope, that one day Nigeria will decentralize things so that maybe some people will get it right if some people are getting it wrong. Again, thank you for joining us. We will be back. We are trying to reach some of our special guests who we're expecting to join us and tell us their experiences. Thank you, Master Prince.
People who feels the pulse. Now you know everything is increasing like mad. Things places you could go with 100 naira before, you are not talking about quadruple, triple the price. I tell you, we are seeing what's happening in France. It's not a threat to anybody, but it's when you hold the populace down for a while and for a long time, even goats can bite when they see no other ways that they can escape.
Okay. Children are born and put on a rubber stool. No, I tell people, Dr. Damages, you need to come, if you want to know the level of poverty in Nigeria, you need to enter the Nigerian hospital. You'll be walking at the doctor, sometimes you cry. Sometimes we use our money to give patients. So when people see doctors go on strike, I get mad. I had to leave. It's painful. You see a child that you're taking care of. After a few days, the child is getting retrogressing. The child is getting worse by the day because the drug you recommended, you prescribe for the child, they cannot take the child's prescription to the pharmacy. There is no money. They don't have money in their account. The little baby that is so fragile, you manage to take their blood sample. They cannot process the blood sample because the person at the lab said no, they don't have the money in their account. They will take my salary if I process this sample. So you watch the innocent baby go retrogress. What do? You take our money from your pocket and give that parent, madam, please go and put in this account. Let me see this child get better. And we're here defending thieves because they give you $5,000, $1,000. What is $1,000? Children are born and put on plastic chairs in Nigeria. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And we'll call Obi stingy. Let him be prudent and let us have functioning hospitals. Let us have good roads. Our people are dying. Children are dying by the day. I had somebody when I was in Calabar, and when I was still a medical student, the man I used to buy something from at Amaya Market, his child was born premature. Guess what? But the child was older than the other child that survived. Why did his child die? Because the child missed the last incubator that was available. The other child that was born that was weaker had the incubator. His child did not have any incubator. They had to wrap the child and put a lamp beside him. That child died. And you don't have the effrontery to come here and defend Tinubu Atiku.
Oh no, it's so sad. It's so sad.
You want to know poverty? Enter the hospitals of Nigeria. You don't know nothing. So we have to be very careful what we say. Very careful. There's poverty in the land. There's poverty in the land. A lot of poverty in the land. People die by the day.
Wow. Thank you.
IREV, the introduction of IREV through the Electoral Act of 2022 is meant to strengthen our electoral processes. This means that what is put on IREV should be able to match what the CTC. But from the documents before me, none of the documents match. So I think we've seen that on the screen, whereby what's on the left is, even though from the same state, local government area, registration area, polling unit, vastly different. The numbers are different. You've already highlighted some of the key things that you've mentioned, but tell us, following this, just a simple analysis of what you obtained on IREV and CTC, there's stark differences, but you then went on further to do a forensic audit on the signature. What were your findings? What did you find out?
Okay, so if you also look at, using that example, if you look at the signature, you realize that the person, the returning officer, the presiding officer, sorry, that's a different signature because they hurriedly rigged the elections. I mean, this is very appalling because what we normally see before now is that political parties rig elections through overvoting and other means and all that, maybe tearing ballot boxes or ballot papers and mutilating them. But this is institutional rigging perpetrated by INEC, and this should be a concern for everyone. So if you look at it, you'll see that the signatures are different. Not just that, we contacted one of the best forensic experts in handwriting in South Africa. He is the one who actually verifies whether Nelson Mandela's signatures are actually original since he passed. So he's the one who identifies that. So he's an expert, and this is his expert statement to us. The statement was released to us, or the examination report was released to us on the 29th of October, 2 days ago. And that's why we haven't come public, because we're waiting for that result to happen. Now, if you look at this is his report, right? Q1, Q2, Q3. You will identify that it was one person in INEC who sat down and did all this handwriting.
According to the forensic
report. So if you look at it, Q1, Q2, the same thing that he used to write this. So if you see 20, his 20 is the same, his 3 is the same, with everything across board. So I'll give you the forensic examination report and you look at it. So it is appalling. And I think this should frighten everybody. If we do not want to practice a democracy, we should just say we don't want a democracy. We just want to appoint people to go and sit. We shouldn't be budgeting billions of naira to organize an election that INEC will bundle. We shouldn't raise the hopes of people to say that you should come out and vote, participate in an elections, do your civic responsibilities and perform your duties, and INEC will bundle that. That is frustrating, and that would actually lead Nigeria to mayhem if we are not careful in the nearest future. So for us as an organization, we are not stopping here. What we are actually going to do now is to file this to ICPC. ICPC has to charge and prosecute these people for the criminality that they are perpetrating, from both the INEC rec down to the presiding officer and everybody that is involved, including the head of legal in Benin, who is actually the one who issued the CTC copies to us and to every other person that has actually applied.
Welcome to the show. My name is Dr. Damages. We are coming to you from the greatest city in the world, New York City. Yes, New York City is so great that we are ready, oh yes, to throw a ticker tape parade for Donald J. Trump for winning the 2024 US presidential election. Take a look.
The Liberty faithful came to see this and to see them. A sea of mint green flooded Lower Manhattan for a ticker tape parade through the Canyon of Heroes to celebrate the Liberty's first ever championship.
Let's go, Liberty! Really
Yeah. Yes, it's happening. I told you, it's happening. Now, I know what you're saying. I know what to say. I know what you're saying, Dr. Damages. Yeah, you have started again. Yes, that was how you started calling Bola Tinubu the incoming president of Nigeria. Months before the 2023 Nigerian presidential election. You have started again. You're already throwing a parade for Donald Trump almost 2 weeks before the November 5th, 2024 US presidential election. Why are you like this, Dr. Damages? Why? Now, some of you do not know what I have gone through. You don't. So I forgive you. Imagine, for the first time in my life in New York City, PDD invited me and Burna Boy to his Halloween party. I was so excited. Yeah, now, we were the only Africans invited. No Davido, no Wizkid, no Rema. Nobody, just two of us, just me and Burna Boy. I was busy getting ready. I called my tailor and gave him white thing to sew me a white suit. I dyed my hair with baby oil. And all of a sudden, enemies of progress came to mess up my walk to fame. It was painful, very painful. Anyway, the good news is that President Bola Tinubu is back to Nigeria after weeks in Europe on vacation, well-deserved vacation. During the vacation, he looked at monuments, statues, and donated his DNA to research hospitals in France and the UK. You know, normal things that tourists do on vacation. Now, Tinubu came back and delivered a perfect cabinet reshuffle. I said it. The man is good. City boy is good. He kicked out 5 ineffective and corrupt ministers and replaced them with one superwoman. Yes! Take a look. Yeah! Bianca Ono. Now, some of you may remember her as the greatest first lady that Biafra never had. Yeah. It was a masterstroke by President Bola Tinubu. That Newsom Wike, that man, is strong-headed. It's over. It's over. Now Wike knows that there are things he will say outside in Abuja. There are some dance steps he will display. And when he gets into the National Executive Council meeting, he will receive a slap from Bianca. Yes! Oh! He knows that now. Even Remi Tinubu, the wife of the president, she cannot talk anyhow, anywhere anymore. No more. Bianca is in the house. Anybody who misbehaves, man or woman, will collect power. Hey! Oh, amazing. Things I told you, you have to have faith. By the way, I checked the price of rice the other day. And I was surprised that in less than 1.5 years, it has gone up to 101,000 naira for 50 kg. Just in case you do not know, Nigeria is the only country in the world, anywhere in the world, where the monthly salary of a government worker, government employee, cannot buy a 50 kg bag of rice anywhere in the world. Yes, and we are still 2 months away from Christmas. And this is what I think. Kafune fune diutua. Fune. Ogadia. Yeah. I know what you are saying. Stop all this nonsense. Tell us what happened to you. that you disappeared for five months. Tell us what happened. Where did you go to? I know. I will tell you. It's true. The last time I was live on this show, the last time President Donald Trump, was ready to defeat President Joe Biden in the 2024 US presidential election. He was getting ready. That was the last time I appeared live. 5 months later, former President Donald Trump is about to defeat Vice President Kamala Harris. Hey, in the same 2024 US presidential election. This Trump must be a winch. He must be a winch, I tell you. Okay. No more kidding. Here is what happened to me. Watch.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
Yes. I went to hell. And I came back. The good news is that I came back. And I want to thank you for keeping the faith, for staying there, for waiting, for believing that I will survive it. I will come back. When we come back during the weeks to come, we will tell you what I saw, things I saw, people what they do in hell. Thank you for keeping the faith. Now, here is my concern for today. It's taken from page 419 of the book, Totally Possible, by Anas Nia. It says, we don't see things as they are. We see them as we are. Hey, I go far to bring you this. Until next week, I'm Dr. Damages, and there goes
You heal yourself.
Thank you for keeping fit. Thank you for keeping this. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Tinubu is a criminal. Yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal. And is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is. And
you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
A lie endures for so long, and the sufferers become complicit in the erection and maintenance of that lie. That lie can actually become the truth in the consciousness of the victims.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Joining us from the UK is Ikolola. Welcome to the show. Ikolola, can you hear me?
Hello, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, how are you?
I am very well. How are you doing? Good to see you.
Good to see you. You promised to come and give me a tough time today.
I promised to come up because, you see, we have to give make sure our people are informed, such that you know what they say, so that when they meet themselves at the gates of heaven and hell, they wouldn't say they didn't know. Because this is what happened during Buhari's time. Everybody's now saying, "Oh, I didn't know that was how he is. That was how he is." But the man clearly showed you who he is. But people took him for Jonathan, thinking he was going to be the Messiah. Now look where they are. And he even did not leave them in a state where they can recover. He placed another person worse than him there. You know? So it's always good to, and this is what another thing I wanted to advise in this show. I have noticed you always give time to people to talk, which is very good. But what is the aim of the show? Is it that people should get informed or people should just talk? Because what's the point? If people talk and someone wants to give facts on whether what they are saying is right or wrong, and you don't allow for that fact to be established, you only give that amount of time such that you cut them short. So people walk out of the show uninformed, inconclusive, and they can't even take a position. You know? So, and if this, sometimes you should just allow the fireworks, because when you allow it, people get informed, people know, and that makes them come back. That, oh, on Dr. Damage's show, I'm not going to just listen to people talk, I'm going to listen to people give facts, whereby when they actually go and look, verify themselves, as Peter Obi will say, go and verify. When they go and verify, they will realize it's what they learned that day is a matter of fact. And you'll be surprised how many people are willing to learn. Wherever they find that knowledge comes, they come back there. They always go back there. That's my input.
So how much time do you need to give out facts?
No, it's left for you. It's left for you, because you could read. One thing you're very good at is you can read when someone is not making sense and when they're making sense. I've noticed you do that very well. But at some point, you still want to keep to time. No, give the person that is making a few cents some time to actually make his point. Whereby, because I've had so much misinformation sometimes on this show that I would have to, it forces me to, like the last four guests you had, I actually listened to the show all through. And I felt, okay, it's good. It's just going. I mean, everything was going on fine. But when the show ended, you had some, I just don't want to mention names, but you had the wrongest things I've ever had from some panelists. And they were saying it authoritatively as if they know what they are saying. You know? So you're in the position to say, and even if you miss some, it could be corrected in the next show. You know, you could be corrected in the next show saying, look, this was wrong. That was wrong. That wasn't right. Because most of your listeners come to maybe learn. So you'll be disappointing them when they go away misinformed or have learned nothing.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a major challenge, not just for us, for every outlet out there, you know, podcast, TV, fact-checking people, correcting things. It slows down anything, any kind of programming, because information out there are a lot, and people pick up things, and sometimes it's difficult to for them to separate. So you can see, you know, during the debate also in America here, even the candidates didn't want to be fact-checked. But it's still the job of the media. And sometimes it's very difficult. People will think that you are fact-checking them because you don't support their position. But there are some big things that people will say that we have agreed. And it's difficult to know, sometimes to agree on what is the fact, because they are nuanced. And unless we break it down to the tiny bits, I can pick any issue now and tell you what is the fact about this. It's final that it's difficult to agree that this is the fact, because most people want to listen to what they believe in. and they believe that. They don't believe that there is. I think the men. I narrowed it down to something they call the moral equivalent. We are at the point where we say this is equal to this. This person has this flaw. This person has this flaw, so they are equal. You know. Just hold on. You can let me know. Give them an example. Let me talk to one of our guests who is trying to join us. But give an example to people who are watching of what you are saying.
All right. Okay. Like what happened last week? There was this discussion on the children that were taken, and someone came and said it's because they were holding a Russian flag. That was why they were actually held in custody. I didn't see the sense in that. It made no sense in any way, because why do you have intelligence services? So if a child goes, if a group of 10-year-olds go with a gun and rob say a shop, your intelligence service is to know that these kids must have gotten a gun from somewhere, and then go and investigate. Yes, you apprehend the children for interrogation, not necessarily for punishment. You hold them for interrogation, find out who supplied them the gun, and go against the person who supplied, because the person who actually supplied them the gun is the spearhead. And people were here saying, oh, the children should be there. It's no problem. It's not an issue that they should have been there, that they held a Russian flag, that you cannot hold a Russian. And these are children. And these people were saying it authoritatively and thought they were making sense. I couldn't bear the folly.
Why we let everybody in here is we hope that at any point there are people who are probably have more information, more credible information, that they can correct people who do not. And that's why we have that interaction that we always have, and we information and be able to correct something that is not accurate. So when it doesn't happen, that would be unfortunate, but most of the time it does. And we want to hear from everybody, and that's how people will learn, because if we don't hear from them, people who might hold on to something and think that this is so accurate until they air it in public and people correct them. That's how they will learn. So it will continue to happen as long as you have this kind of a platform that is open to anybody. Otherwise, we will be like CNN and Fox News, where you bring in so-called experts, and the same thing will happen too, because nobody will challenge them other than people who are in the panel. And a lot of that will happen tonight.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I totally understand what you're saying. But if it could be, you could find a way to. But I totally see you do your best in trying to fact check sometimes, But just give those who really you think know what they're saying, and give them a bit more time so that they can actually trash out these issues. And even if you're not sure, give those who want to argue it out a little time, and people will make their own judgments. People will make their own judgments.
We try to do that. We always do, and we always try to let people know that we are not guaranteeing you equal time, but at least you have enough time to make your own point. But that's some of the things we try to do to encourage. If there's someone who has personal experience on the subject matter, we let the person talk more than those who are far away from the issue. So some of those decisions are what moderators do, and we hope they will continue to do that and facilitate very rich conversation on any topic. People will feel it's not fair, when you do what you are saying now. When I see that, let's say we're talking about something about the UK, I want to hear from everybody, but more importantly, I want to hear from people like you who live there, because you will have some first-hand information that people like Mazi Prince, who is in California, may not have. But you find some people who will not be happy that you are giving more time to air their view. See, that's why I when Mazi Prince came, I wanted to know what his experience voting and what is going on in the part of the world where he is, part of America where he is. Now, let me ask you, Ikola, in the UK, what are the papers? What did they report today? What is in the evening news?
Oh, they are
About the US election.
Yeah. You know, the Labour government sent delegates to go and support, even campaign for Kamala Harris. So some of them were aired. You could see the bias. You could definitely see the bias. So why they want Kamala Harris, and the news sites, which is mainly BBC and Channel 4 sometimes, where you could see the bias in for Trump, no, for Kamala Harris. But sometimes they try to act like they're balancing it out by asking people at the polling precinct, you call it precincts, don't you? At the polling stations, that's what we call it. We call it polling stations. At the polling stations, who they are voting for. So when somebody says, I am voting for Trump because of this, they go out of, you can actually see that they go out of their way to look for someone who will say, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because of this. They don't leave it there. They don't leave it there. So you could definitely see the bias. I think they want Kamala Harris to win. I think the government of the day wants Kamala Harris to win. I think the party of the day wants Kamala Harris to win. But you know, why they want her to win, I don't know. But I just think probably they think the incumbent is what's the word? Is beneficial. Is beneficial to them for now. So how they see that, I don't know. But most European countries want the incumbent to stay because, I mean, Donald Trump comes and tells you to pay your share, and I don't think they really love that.
But there's something you said, and I've seen that headline sort of that they were campaigning for Harris. How? What did they do specifically to campaign for?
You know, every party, I think parties have members who do one thing or the other. And, you know, you could be in a party and not even be in government. So you're just working for the party in one way or the other. And how I actually read it that they went to campaign for her. I never saw somebody come on stage and they say this is from Labour Party UK. But today, they were interviewing Sky News was actually interviewing somebody, and they said he was from Labour Party in a state in the USA, who has been there for a while and has been following the elections. So in my thought, I said, okay, probably this is one of the people they sent who has been there for a while now. So that is my evidence of saying, okay, they definitely sent some people.
What about, did they send monitors? Because some countries send people to monitor the election in America. Did the UK send people to monitor the election?
I think they must have. Because I don't know for sure, but I believe they must have sent some people to monitor the elections. Because I also had that Labour Party Mr. Bure is there to monitor, like the Nigerian Labour Party man is there to monitor. I wonder how well he did with Edo State.
Which state is he in?
I don't know, but he's there.
He should go back. He should just go back.
No, Master Prince, it's important that they do this. They may learn something from the process. Maybe they're allowed into, I think what the parties need to learn is to get into the what they call situation room of either the Republican Party or the Democratic Party and learn how they stay in one place and monitor what's going on in across the country, because Nigeria is small compared to the United States, but they're able to also see the results as they come in. And that's why in the past, no party will contest what the Associated Press will announce as their projection, because it's not like the official count will happen or the final count will be known tonight. But based on exit polling and what the counties are reporting, they can project and say this person won this state. And the parties don't typically contest until we had Trump. They know that this is accurate because they are also monitoring what's happening at those units.
I think that has to do with technology because it has to do with mainly the government arm of the executive arm of government to actually say, okay, we want a smooth election process because this is mainly technology. If you have, this was what one of the things IREV was meant to achieve, so that if you upload results in real time, like you call it precinct, you read results from every precinct. So imagine if you had a camera in every polling station watching what is happening, and then you upload results instantly after election, and you also ensure that voting materials get to these polling units on time, because was one of the things that was mentioned today. Election materials got to those precincts on time, and they had more than enough. So it's the Nigerian executive making sure that monitoring is impossible. And this is one of the things that happened in the last election. They didn't even make sure that monitoring is impossible because there's no camera everywhere, and people were trying to do their best to use social media platform to let people know what is happening. So most people were glued to it. Then it was Twitter to actually know what was happening, because everybody at the polling station with your polling agents were busy uploading videos and pictures. So that was a crude way of doing it. But if these polling stations could have cameras and have security forces that could ensure there's no malpractice, I mean, you could hear the governor of Philadelphia saying that you come do an electoral malpractice here, and he said his words were F around and find out. So it's just the executive.
And they are ready for it. They are ready for it. Yes,
So
I want to go F around. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just the executive Nigerian executive has just made sure that monitoring elections is impossible. I mean, how do you explain the man in uniform actually cutting away ballots?
Now, let me ask you this question, because someone raised it on a radio show yesterday. There is, underneath this campaign, is this idea of taking our country back, which is connected to the issue of immigration. Something that is also connected to the issue of the fear that a lot of people are pouring into America, and the same thing is happening in Europe. There is this underneath movement to say we want all these foreigners to leave. How is that playing out in the UK?
You see, the UK has a way of regulating the inflow of migrants. The UK has always been a nation of, since the 60s. Don't forget when they brought in, there's what they call them. They actually went to Jamaica and actually invited some Jamaicans. There's what they call them to come into the UK. So the UK has always been a nation of migrants. But the only problem they're having now is that people are now crossing the channels and coming in without their permission. So short of that, they have a way of regulating it, and the people would always tell you, "Oh, there's too much migrants." In fact, you could see protests from the 70s saying there's too much migrants in town; they have to go back. But the government knows that without these migrants, the nation wouldn't be the 6th largest economy. Things will ground to a halt. So they sometimes try to placate the populace by saying, oh, we are going to cut down on immigration. We are going to put this number on immigration. But they never, no government has ever kept those figures.
So I'm looking at this. I'm seeing that there are 74% of people in the UK. They are still white people. So what is the fear?
Well, it's just the fear of the unknown. And sometimes I think you have to see immigration from it's mainly the fear of the unknown and the fear of the what do you call it? It's hard to call people who have immigration issues the uneducated. It's very hard to say that, but mainly they are the uneducated. Because when you walk into, let's say you walk into a bar, there's certain bars you go to, which is the downtrodden bars. There's a 60% chance you will experience racist actions. But go to a high-end bar where you actually going to really spend some money, you will be respected. So and the same thing happens in the workplace. If you're working in a warehouse, there's a good chance you experience racism. But if you're working in the high-tech sector or in the city, in the bank, the big banks, you're like a monk. You're like, hey, he's the cream de la cream, so we're going to accept him. So it's although it's very hard to say you experience racism with the uneducated, but unfortunately, most of the people you experience racism with are people who didn't go past 11th here. Yeah.
All right. Stay back. We'll come back to you. Let me welcome Jagun to the show. Jagun, welcome to the show. You're muted, Jagun. You're muted. We can't hear you.
Okay, to speak now. Thank you. I wasn't quite sure. Okay. I came on kind of rapidly as I just came in to have a listen to whether or not you were speaking about the elections in the States, and it seemed you spoke about the population difference in the UK. So I therefore thought maybe you were speaking about Kemi Badenoch. Am I correct?
No, we're not speaking about her, but you can. We're talking about I wanted to know the issue of immigration in the UK, how it's playing out there, because here is a major issue in this election. People feel that a lot of people are coming into this country, and they have this anxiety over the transformation that is
taking place demographically
as a result of that. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'll tell you, it's exactly the same in Europe, all over Europe, especially the UK. Exactly the same issues. We are mirrored. We are greatly mirrored in terms of what goes on in the States happens here in Europe, and it happens first or more particularly in the UK. Kemi Badenoch, being a black woman, a Nigerian woman, has played a game that has brought her to leadership in the Conservative Party. And if you see the kind of news that's coming out, the black community, not as a whole, but many of us, we saw her coming. We knew the game she was playing, and we basically did not want her to reach that limit, even though it's a feat. It's an achievement for anyone to have broken that glass ceiling. Now, it always happens like this where minorities are concerned, where you will come across people who pander as black people in order to position themselves. In this country that we call Britain, there's only been one black politician that makes any sense. His name was Bernie Grant. He's long since passed, and he would be a person, he's of Caribbean ancestry, if you like, obviously an African. But this man is a man who will wear full agbada to go into their parliament and just start disturbing them there.
That's how he was. There is no way that you can be for me, you cannot be an effective black politician if you yourself don't know that you are black and African. So the dilemma that this Kemi Badenoch has in her head, it's going to keep her useless. Because what's been happening now is that all the Oyimbos are coming out to say the very same thing I've been saying now. Is Kemi, they're asking the question, is Kemi Badenoch Nigerian or is she British? They're asking the question, what has she really done? Has she achieved anything? They're asking, now that she's there, they're going to pepper that girl. If she's not really built of, what brings her there is actually the Nigerian in her. That's what brings her there. And she has thrown everything Nigerian away. She doesn't even eat eba again. Omo. She's eating all these lamb shank, all these Oyinbo food with her white husband and her mixed race kids. Those kids are wasted in terms of, are those kids African? Those kids are just now, they're not part of us again. Omo. As it happens so often in the UK, where it's just basically one generation of a person being mixed race, they don't hold on to their culture in any way. So who becomes them? They become Oyimbos, or they become confused because the Oyimbos are not accepting them. You know, we play a stupid game as black people in international politics and in our diaspora. We play a really stupid game. And I hear a lot of stupid comments on this very platform of people that don't know what side their bread is buttered. There are many Nigerians here who, because they're in America, all of a sudden they've become American. There was a discussion that we had here earlier. Yes, or you know the score, my brother. You can nod your head as much as you want, but I'm blasting anyone who speaks rubbish. There was a discussion that was agreed upon between Black Beauty, Precious Lady, and OVA. And sometimes I scratch my head about a lot of OVA's comments. I'm thinking, are you intellectualizing, or are you trying to make a serious point that is going to bring us to the next level? Because intellectualizing for intellectualizing's sake is useless. In that Russia, this is what the girl said, there's no money for us in Russia. In Russia, the majority of black people there are Nigerian. They've found their position. Counselors, lawyers, they've found their position. They're making money over there. And then there's a lot of people on the ground who are doing petty crimes. But there's nowhere in the world where black people are, where Nigerians especially are, where we're not making it. It's not only America, but because we have small mentality and we still have a slave spirit, we join it with a slave understanding. We are oppressed, not even by our Oyimbos. We are oppressed by our own rhetoric of being oppressed. We like the position of oppression. So when it comes to immigration, I will tell you this. Immigration is manufactured. They are bringing in people in from all the war-torn countries that both America and Europe have left asunder. They have left all these countries asunder. And those people now are coming back here because they left them in rubble, just the way you see Gaza right now. That's basically how the Middle East is. When you talk about Iraq, the damage that they've done there, when you talk about Syria, when you talk about Libya, they've just done wreckage there. Now, I will go again to us as black people who don't seem to understand what we're doing. Because anytime I hear black people talking about Trump and the other Kamala Harris, it's as though they're going to do anything for you. You think they care about you, you damn fool. They care nothing about you. They just use you as numbers. They get into that office and they do what it is that they've always intended to. But here's us. I want Kamala Harris. I want Trump. Rubbish. You know, a lot of it I can't fathom. I can't fathom our weakness. We have a country and a continent that we are supposed to be leading. No, we're running away from our issue, our problem, and really and truly, it doesn't matter who we are really asking someone else to fix our problem. And that is the matter with our people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Jagun. Let's get back to the election today, which is what we're trying to monitor. And but we go on any tangent that is necessary and connected to what we're discussing. So, Vie, you are where in America?
I'm in Florida right now. I'm in somewhere between Tampa and Orlando.
Okay, so how is it going over there? How are people? Did you talk to anybody? What is how is it going?
I mean, actually, it's only when I come online. Nah, no, okay. Today my election day, sir. It's not my fun. I work a day now, sir. So I just decided to take a break and join you guys. No, it's not my normal. There's nothing. The other, I think, was it on Saturday that was on join you guys. I was actually until after I finished making my notes. When I look back, I noticed that there was a polling station there that people were voting. So there was nothing actually make today special compared to every other. So it's just regular. What going on? Rain, all for stuff. So as I said, now only when I come on, I pick up my phone, I see feeds. I said, oh, it's an election day.
So are you saying that you didn't meet anybody that talked about the election today? Because everywhere I've been to today, people are talking about what's going on, even if they did not vote.
I don't know. As I wake up, I go walk, and I know I walk on the street. And they do asphalt and striping and all that. So means I talk to pretty much everybody that goes by. So nothing. There's nothing special about today, as far as I'm concerned. Now, when I look for another election day, that doesn't mean people are not. But it just, I mean, the voting has been going on for how many days now? I hardly see queue. You go fit see line, normal line. Before I will know that it's a voting that is taking place. When I see line, I'll say maybe not like you're trying to buy something. Now Florida now, so there are a lot of food trucks and every other thing. So until now, now pay attention. I say, oh, now vote then they vote. Oh. This is what has been going on for the past couple of days. But other than that, nobody care. Not that nobody care. People voted, but it's just that it's not. I don't think anybody they take today as a special day because I won't vote. I will not do any other thing. I didn't see anything. I didn't notice anything like that.
All right. Thank you. Tone.
Dr. Damage, if you don't mind me asking, Obi, is this your first election in America?
Is that what?
Is this your first election in America?
No.
Okay. If this is not your first, election in America, people walk and people do things. Nobody, it's not like in Nigeria that they take holidays.
So wait, did I say people did not vote?
No, did I say
is that what you heard?
No, I said people walk and people go places. It's as if nothing is happening, but people are.
That's what now. What I talk with that now? You need to re-echo it. I said the same thing.
Okay.
I'll be hearing anything different.
Okay, bless you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Tone. Tone, welcome to the show.
Hi, good evening. America is voting today. I'll borrow from the word of KJ. I have no dog in the fight. But however, where it concerns me is this election is just not electing a U.S. president. It's not like the normal. It's going to have a global impact, far-reaching global impact on the way we live. As we've already seen now, the way we live is just changing right in front of our eyes. Is playing out, but we seem not to notice. I, for one, Kamala Harris is a puppet for some very, very, very dark and wicked forces. I do not want my son to start wearing a skirt or putting up a bra or being confused about his sexuality, or my daughter bringing another woman and said that's her husband or she's the husband of another woman. See, someone might say I'm not modern. Yes, I choose to be old school and do the right thing. Harris represents every evil under the sun. That's what she represents. I'm not ashamed to say that. Dr. Damages, you said earlier during your preamble before you started letting people in, you spoke about some guy that talked about what Trump said about Mandela. Nobody's a saint. All of us here, anybody that's a saint, let him cast the first stone. Nobody is a saint. I've done some terrible things in my life that I'm not even proud of when I cast my mind back, no matter how small. Nobody is a saint. So America, well, that's one thing we should just remember. America, we're not looking, or any country, we're not looking for a perfect candidate or a perfect human being. If we're looking for a perfect human being, we should go to heaven and get angels to start running the affairs of men. on this existence. So, and even Mandela is not a saint. Trump was probably right. Why people hate Trump is even more like, he reminds me of Uncle Pansat. Uncle Pansat will say it as it is and tell you to go to hell. In fact, as talking about even hell, I even found out the other day there's a town called Hell in Scandinavia. So Dr. Rudolph, is not too bad that Uncle Pansat asks you to go to hell. It's a beautiful country in Scandinavia. Anyway, so further to that, I hope America will make the right choice. And to Mazi Prince, my brother, you remember my brother, my dear brother, I don't have anything against you. You selling your man of prestige, asking you to sell your electric car because it was made by Elon Musk. It doesn't scratch it doesn't make any difference and all that. So guys, let's just get this right. This is not just another election. It is how it's going to impact the global politics, how we live our lives. There are some very, very dark forces that are behind Kamala Harris. That is even another big and different discourse if we have to look into that. That's where I'm coming from. I don't hate Kamala Harris as a person, but what she represents and the forces behind there is what I'm diametrically opposed to. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tom. Let me just point out that 8.1 million people in Florida voted before the election. So that may be a factor in what Ovie is saying where he is. I'll let Mazi.
I know they Florida an island now. Everywhere they flex. Nobody, all the big men where they can go, they all run down here. They did their yard in case anything will happen. Everybody will move.
All right.
Even pastor them, I don't trust them. Pastor, your location, I'm very sure you're close to the sea.
All right, hold on, Ovie. Let's hear Mazi Prince. Just 2 minutes and a color like 2 minutes, and we'll go to Pansat. Go ahead, Mazi Prince.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I just want to say this, Tom. Thank you for being so concerned about America.
Mazi Prince, your line is not very clear. We can't hear you very well. I think it's the earpiece.
He did on top cruise. He did on top ship. He's a war run.
What about now? Can you hear me now?
I mean, we can manage, but it's not the best. But go ahead.
Please, I think it's the connection. It's crackling.
So let me, yeah. I had
now on top ship, he did on top water. I ain't want to move. Trump is coming. Trump is coming for you.
No, it's worse now, Mazi Prince. Just join us again. Reconnect again.
No, just use the normal mic. Take your headphones out. It's disturbing the transmission.
Connection to your laptop or your system is a connection.
Yeah, take it out. Just use the normal mic.
That man is in Atlantic
headphones.
All right, Mazi Prince. One more time, if you can. If it's not good, then we can go to somebody else.
I'm muted, sir. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's muted.
You're muted.
Mazi Prince, you are muted.
All right, let's go to a caller. Mazi Prince. Try and reconnect again. Yeah, caller. 2 minutes.
All I just wanted to add, thank you for giving me the time. So when we were saying clarifying facts, Tone has just made a comment about a party that is wants to change people's gender. I sent you a video which Megan Kelly actually made a point of it. So if you can play the video such that everybody can know that Tone is not making things up. It's a fact. So this is my point. So everyone can, because some people will go away and think, oh, Tone just said something out of the blue. So let people know this is what the Democratic Party stands for. So that's all I wanted to add.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Pansat. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Dr. Rudolph Okung and the rest of the panelists, those in the comment section. It's a day that we've all been waiting for. This election, it's something that most Nigerians should watch. Those who are back home and Nigerians here should pay attention not just to the results, but the process, how it should be done. Contrast it with what we have back home, because what happened last year is a provocation. I've said that many times. So we watch as it hits up here, the passion. Passion itself is an important ingredient in political success. But a passionate voter still votes only once. From my observation, the Democrats have decided that Kamala Harris embodies the knowledge, experience, and practical approach to making progress in this United States here, and the desire for her to be president. And once that's done, Americans are very savvy. It's over. I supported Trump the last time. The last 2 times that he's ran. For example, when he came down the escalator in 2016, and he confessed. He says, "Look, I gave to the Clintons and I gave to the Bushes, right?" And that he was good at it, better than anybody else, by a lot. But that he's not going to work for the American people. So what I did was to say, you know what? I'm going to give him a chance. I'm going to look at what he's going to do going forward, not what he's done in the past. And of course, he mounted the saddle. He won, and he went to work. Did everything he said he was going to do. Unfortunately for him, though, 2 events curtailed and diminished that optimism that I had, because he failed woefully in those 2 occasions. If I have time in the future in this process, I will elucidate what I mean by that. But now we have a chance, because that particular Trump I'm talking about is not what we have now. So you cannot work with a president that you wish you have or that you had. You have to work with the Trump we have now. The Trump we had before was limited, was being controlled by natural forces and the policies of the United States. You can only run twice. So he knew at some point that he's going to run for re-election. So he was measured, even though he spoke carelessly, but he acted wisely, knowing that he's going to face the American people again. That's a different phenomenon. That'll be a different Trump to one that knows that he's not going to ever contest again. The Trump that knows he's never going to face the American people again is going to be a bull in a china shop, unfortunately. So I will not support that. On top of that, we have a strong woman, very strong woman who's an attorney general. And how long do I have to, in this opening remarks here?
You have 2 more minutes.
2 more, I appreciate it. So,
Damaji, you only give me 30 seconds. Why?
Am I your mate? If I get so I would say that it's going to be exciting. Let's watch. I have my predictions. I'm way over the top. I'm more optimistic than most people, and I've made it clear. I put it on record that I believe that Kamala may go up to the 400s in this thing, out of 538. And shortly after I said it, Iowa's polling, I don't believe in polling. I believe polling is a political instrument. So, but normally I do what I do in Nigeria when Northerners give a poll of how many Igbos there are, how many White Houses are there. What I've developed in Nigeria is what I call the rule of thumb. So when they say something in favor of their numbers, then I divide it by 4. And then when they say something about the Igbos, I multiply by 4. And so when I say Kamala is going to get like 416, 412, 416, it's included in what they did in their shenanigans with the polling. So it's going to come out to be that Kamala would at least top 340. So I'll rest there. I have a lot more interesting to say, but when it comes around again. Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Damaji, please let me just say something. Maybe we will talk about it, because our elder here just said something that I think we should spend time on it, which is the process. The idea that today American election is better than what we had in Nigeria is ridiculous. and we can go into that. The process is flawed on both sides, both Republican, both Democrat. There's nothing to write home about. I'm in Florida. My co-worker cannot vote because he's a felon, but we have a felon who wants to be president, right? So if when we're talking about the process, we should spend time on that. It's not better than what we had in Nigeria. Not the same.
All right.
Not the same. So this idea, we just brush it over. No, let's stay on it and actually analyze it. The process is very important because not the same thing.
All right. Well, yeah, we'll get to that. Let me hear from everybody one round, and then we'll get to specific. I want to hear. There's something that Tone said, and I want us to address it in terms of cultural issues, cultural war, and the role of Africans abroad in that war. And whether, Tone mentioned that he's willing to accept that he's old-fashioned and all that, but I want to know where would that leave us in this West where we live. Now, let me welcome Madam Luke. Welcome to the show. I think this is the first time I'm moderating and you are here. I want to thank you for all your support. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, I have to say that I have been shadow banned and I cannot see my comments on your section.
Oh.
So please address that.
All right. I didn't know that.
As I didn't do you or nothing. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So, good evening, my wonderful panelists, moderators, commentators, viewers, and the Damages families at large. I'll call you back. So, I don't know what the pointers are here, but I know that you're talking about the US elections, and I have been laughing my head off listening to everything that has been going on with the back and forths. And it has been serious powwows for the past week. And I decided I was going to stay away because it wasn't really productive for me. It was more like egos being thrown around. So I know you were asking a question of what do we feel like wherever state we are here in the United States, what is the feel? All right, I'm going to tell you right here from Canton, Georgia, this is Trump land.
Can you mute OV8, please? There's disturbance coming from him.
This is Trump land.
Oh, dear.
So I have seen it all. But I must say, compared to the previous elections, there has been a massive turnout. That at this point, it's a 50-50 race. At this point. It is tough right now, and everybody's on pins and needles because we can't really get an accurate projection because everything is within the 3-point margin right now, except those states that are have never been like Florida or Texas. But those battleground states, they are really battleground. They're doing battle there. Pennsylvania, God help Pennsylvania. Oh my God, I don't wish to be in Pennsylvania right now because it is brutal. Now, I have been here over 30 years? Still not a millionaire, by the way, but I have been here for 30 years. And my thinking is that this election is not going to be any different from the others simply because the person who wins the elections doesn't make the decisions. I have figured that a long time ago. So the only thing we want to do is to make history. Personally speaking, I couldn't care less who is there. I have voted for Republicans, and what was the name of that Mormon? What's the name of that Mormon guy?
Mitt Romney.
Thank you. That was my guy.
Mitt Romney.
That was my guy. Okay. So I have voted Republicans and I have voted Democrats, so it doesn't matter. And I have decided that my life has not changed since I'm out of the illegal status. So the people that are going to benefit more here are those people who are looking to be, who want to cross over. But for those who already got what they got, this is as good as it gets. You're still going to pay your 40% taxes. You're still going to pay your co-pays for your insurance. Unless you are with that tax bracket with the rich, then you can swim with Trump and all those people, but it doesn't benefit you. And then Maybe for those who are dead poor, you could get benefits. So, but for us who have crossed over and are pretty much doing okay, keeping head above water, there ain't nothing for you. The foreign policies are going to be the same. They're still going to support Israel. They're still going to kill Palestinians. So what we're doing here for me personally is to make history. I want my girl, Kamala Zulu, to be there. Because I want to see in my lifetime what a female president is like in America. Besides anything else, I don't care what her policies are. I don't care what Donald Trump's policies are. He could not even build that damn wall. So whatever Kamala is going to do there, you think the Republicans are going to fold their hands and give her an empty... look how hard they made it for Obama. So I don't understand why all this hullabaloo is all about. We're still going to be a stalemate. America is going to look out for Americans, and they're going to cheat who they can cheat with their foreign policies. Nothing is going to change. Thank you, my people.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much. I agree to a certain extent. I think there might be tiny changes, but not a lot, nothing big. And the key factor is that the president, if you look at Biden, for instance, you think Biden is the one making decisions at this point? I don't think so. So it's not really about the person who is staying there. It's about the people who are around more than anything else. Okay, let me get people to react. Yeah, Mazi Prince, finish up your thoughts, and then we'll...
Okay, so like I was saying it before that, Madam Luke, good afternoon from California. Nice seeing you again. Yeah, like I was saying earlier to my brother Tone, you know, yes, you are in the UK. Yes, whatever happened to US affects UK. But don't allow the narrative that they give to you to overshadow your, kind of like overshadow your, would I say, manners and your general way of looking at things. You making the assertion that with Kamala Harris, the children are gonna be turned into LGBTQ. Do you know the top person in Senate that relates with Trump? Do you know that he's gay? Lindsey Graham. Republicans have more of those people than even the Democrats. But nobody says anything. The only thing I feel is that let everybody live. Whatever you want to do, as long as you don't touch me, it's okay. I'm not going to judge anybody for their orientation. Whatever they are, it's okay. So my brother, please, I'm begging you, let us stop all these things. And the reason why I am standing against Trump, if you know what is going on between Trump and Elon Musk, and even now they've now added Jeff Bezos to it, Amazon, all is in the name of China and what do you call it, Russia. That is what they are doing. Right now, Elon Musk said some time ago that he was gonna give Starlink to Ukraine. Did he do it? No. But what did he do? He gave it to Putin. And all in the name that they want to denigrate Ukraine.
There's a reason for it, Mazi. Go and find out later.
My brother, no whether the reason, Putin today, how many of he lost all of his soldiers, most of his soldiers. Now he's importing them from North Korea to come and help him. Shame on him. I'm done with that. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's have a structure in what the conversation we're having. Let's follow up with this culture war. I want us to address this issue raised by Tone about gender issues and gay rights and all these things. And the idea that there is a particular party that is supporting it and another one that is not supporting it. So I want to hear viewpoints from, let me start from you, Ikolola. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you again for giving me the chance. But let's always correct things. You see, there's a difference between all my friends are liars and that I make lying my policy. We should get this thing straight. Republicans, maybe 50% of them are gay. Is LGBTQ their policy? These are two major different things. So what Tony is talking about is that this party is making it its fault. And that's why I said, play that video so that they can see. Because what you're having now is someone thinking Tone made it out of his head, and he's trying to counter with what he's making up, which is no fact.
Okay, hold on.
I have to say, what you're saying is no fact.
What
he's saying is that Democrats are making it their policy. He's not saying that there's no LGBT persons in the Republic, but they're not making it their policy.
Hold on,
straight. And secondly, he just said that Elon is giving up. I mean, let's be very frank. Elon, the connection of the Ukrainian army today is based on Starlink. Whether he gave it to Russians as well, that is another matter. But the basic thing the Ukrainian armies are using today in their connection is Starlink. Well, give me another fact. Bring a fact, and we can discuss that later.
Okay, Ikola, hold on. Okay, I can't play the video because it's 10 minutes. We don't have 10 minutes to play. And I've not seen it, so I don't know. I don't even know who the people are, whether they are representing the Democratic Party. I know you sent it. I didn't have time.
I think it's about 3 minutes. I can send it to you again anyway.
Dr. Damages, quick correction here.
Dr. Damages,
Mazi said that most of the soldiers from the Russian side is dead. It's not true. There's a Nigerian that I know personally that lives in Russia that is fighting as a contract soldier. So it's not true. Rather,
and the official number.
It's the Ukrainians that have lost most of the males. So let's just
apart from that, the official. Right.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let's follow one topic once. We'll get to international affairs. Let's look at this culture war. That's what I want to also address. Jagon, as a Nigerian, and you are in the UK, I know that there is that culture war there too. What is your take? Especially, I want, especially Nigerians in the UK, where you have the Muslims pushing for Sharia law. I want you to address it in connection to this. When Nigerians who are conservative, like Tone, having issues with what they call these cultural wars, things like gay rights and transgender issues, in a way that more like the way that the people who are pushing for Sharia in Britain are pushing for that. What is your take on that?
Well, I like Tone. I don't necessarily call myself conservative, but I'm cultured. I'm cultured. And things that are common sense remain common sense. I personally do not fall out of that. Now, when you look at the Democrats and you look at the Labour Party in this country, they have made it their business to take on board the issues of LGBT. If you see how things have changed over the last 2 years or 3, and where it became really a thing of the Western countries to confuse our language, confuse our minds, and confuse the generations to come, Gen Zs and the like, as to what it is to be a man or a woman. There's a lot of confusion, and that confusion, whether Mazi wants to support Democrats to follow someone, I'm sorry, I want to use bad language, but it's rubbish what the guy just said, I'm afraid. You know, it's been corrected, fortunately. What Tone said was accurate, for goodness sake. I understand from a position of gay, lesbian, or LGBTQ, which includes the whole lot, I understand that individuals may have personal issues or personal liens in a certain direction. I understand this. We are human beings and we are a failed society. So the failure is not just in your sexual preference, it's in every other thing as well. Now, when you look at the fact that the media has carried this thing to confuse nations, to ask African countries to support LGBT or else. There is a particular party that carries this forward. And those parties are of Labour in the UK and of Democrats in the US. The Republicans and the Conservatives, they've had to take it on board. It is not their initiative. So I put it like this. The world is going mad. And it's up to all of us whether we're going to go mad with it. The world is going mad. I don't know if you guys realize. It's going completely off key. A man is a man and a woman is a woman. Those who find themselves mixed up in between, we may give them a little bit of understanding. Because imagine how lonely it is to feel in yourself as a man such femininity that you want to now practice it. To feel as a woman such masculinity that you want to practice it. This is any individual that's feeling like that, or I pray, Father, that it has never happened to me like that. I've been extremely clear as to what my penchant is. And I don't want to be rude, but my penchant is for coño, homo. And I'm speaking Spanish there, but you know what I mean.
So hold on, Jagun. In the last 14 years, the Conservative Party, they've been in charge of the UK.
Yes.
14 years until this guy came in, the Labour.
Indeed.
Yeah. So what did they do to stop that move?
They quibbled. They didn't know where to go because the media was pushing it. There were individuals pushing it, and the Labour Party was pushing it. So a question came about: what is a woman? I don't know if you've heard that question over the last couple of years or so. What is a woman? And people were stumbling. They couldn't answer. A woman is this. A woman is that. Well, it depends on this. They were giving all kind of flim-flam, stupid answers. You understand? Politicians could not. They found it difficult to say that a woman is a grown-up girl.
Dr. Damage, please,
they found it difficult.
Jagun, I'm not taking words from you. Please, Dr. Damage, please, can you put me backstage? I'm about to attend my.
Well done, sir. Because you know somebody who wants to go can just leave. There's big X there. Leave before you come and disturb everything. You understand? I don't. The thing is,
if somebody leaves without being put backstage, then they actually exit the whole platform.
Then you come back. You can still come back.
You cannot come back if it's full. I just want you to know that, so you know.
No, I'm aware. I'm aware of what you're saying. But anyway, I'm saying to you that it is not confusing for a man or a woman to answer the question of what is a woman. You see, they attack women a lot, politically and intellectually, because they feel that woman is soft and may be doing shilly shat, may not be able to come out and. If it's somebody like Look now, you ask her what is a woman, I'm sure she'll just answer you straight. But in this Europe and with the European mindset, they are not able to say because they don't want to offend. There are all these small nuances that they entertain where they are not to be entertained. They're not to be entertained. So by the time you get them teaching this kind of thing in schools, which they tried to do here in the UK, it was the Muslims and black people that stood up against it. I want on you, bro. They couldn't bring themselves to stand up against these things. This is why I'm saying that if we don't realize the strength of difference in culture that we have, we're wasted. We're wasted. By the time we start speaking shim sham all over the place, what for?
All right, thank you. Ovie, we are talking about cultural issues. I wanted to get from people like Jagun and Tone what the Conservatives did to stop that. I know that in America, if you follow the history of gay marriage in America, it was the state of Massachusetts, the Supreme Court there, that approved gay marriage in Massachusetts. And then the Supreme Court in Washington now had to say that you can't have two different laws in two different places. And even before then, the Ikola, we can come back to you. Let's get to other people. I know you want to speak. I just
wanted to answer your question on what Conservatives did, that's all.
Oh, okay.
even before then, you find out that politicians like Obama, Clinton, when he came in as president, was talking about civil unions. And eventually Obama came, Obama told the same line. And at the point, Obama now said that he evolved. I want to know someone, Ovie, maybe you can weigh in if you know the answer to this, where the conservatives had come out to roll back whatever had been put in place, or if you foresee them doing that if they control, like if Trump in the last 4 years that he was president didn't do anything to stop that movement, and how they are going to be able to do that, really. Ovie, go ahead.
I think for me, I think this conservative, whatever, liberal, to me, these are just labels. I just name. I don't really. I don't know how to identify what my views are. Or even most of the time, when they say this person is a liberal, I have to like go off course to actually go to know what liberal does or whatever. So for me, those are just labels. But again, I think one thing we should understand here is that there's no difference between Democrat and Republican Party, and I mean it. All you need to do is to go back. Republican was bettered out of Democrats, just like APC and PDP for Nigeria. Literally, the dominant party before was Democrats. Before the likes of Lincoln and the rest of them get together and abstract the Republican from Labour Party from 1847. So the idea that these two people are different is ridiculous. The founding fathers of America, I can't remember anybody or anywhere saying that Thomas whatever, the founders of America are Republican or Democrat. So I say that to say that by the year 2050, America will be genderless, even whether you like it or not. By the year 2050,
do you like it? Do you think that's normal?
It's not about. That's the point. It's not about me or you. That's what I said.
I'm asking your opinion, my friend.
I'm not concluding what I'm saying. I'm justifying. Let me finish. Okay? Let me finish. the idea you want to hear, what I say, what I think doesn't matter. That's why it's not about me. Whatever I think doesn't matter. I'm telling you what
doesn't matter. You should shut up.
My God, can you allow me finish something? If you don't know something, you keep quiet. People are learning. You cannot learn if you don't listen. It's not just about you. Okay, I'm for it, I'm against. Is that what you want to hear? So I'm not here because of you. I don't find myself debate this right from college to where we did. So for me to say, oh, now waiting, I believe this. Who cares? I'm not an elected official. My opinion doesn't count. Neither do yours count. Somebody was talking about facts. So I am painting what is out there. Let people extract whatever they want to extract. Challenge whatever I want to, but go and do your research. You can quote me on that. By 2050, I say America will be genderless. I'm giving you a story why I arrive at that conclusion. Okay, this is America, just like our auntie here said. It doesn't matter who comes as the president, they come and go every 4 years. You think a serious nation will actually depends on who come and go every 4 years? Now only us they think like that. This is a serious empire. So the question you should be asking, why are we having this kind of a convention in human history at this point? Because we evolve. Unless you don't understand your history. We go from hunter-gathering to agriculture. We go up and on. So to say that one thing will remain constant forever is ridiculous. It's not going to be like this forever. Me and you are not going to be communicating like this forever. Maybe you come back in the next 100 years, the way human beings will be communicating will be different. Have you thought of that? So as far as America is concerned, just like what Prince Mazi was trying to say that, yes, people that don't agree with the statistic was trying to give that 50, there are more of them in Republican. It doesn't really matter. When it comes to that culture, just as Dr. Lameji put it, it's a cultural thing. It has nothing to do with liberal, what you believe or not. If it goes, it goes. If you actually want to know what America thinks, look at the Congress. Forget all these people that are parading themselves. That's why when it comes to Israel, it's come to all the foreign policy, now straight up, not straight Congress. And it still goes on to this election. That's what I want us to understand. Just because you are voting today, you are not necessarily voting for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris directly. You are voting for what they call elector in the name of college electoral college. Those are the people that will take whatever they have to their state capital. From state capital to Congress, where they will certify it. That's what January 6th is very important. So forget all the shenanigans that will happen today. It's still going to burn out to January 6th. So everything get processed. So what I think matters not. We don't matter at all. Not what Donald Trump think or what Kamala Harris think. It doesn't matter.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let me go back to Ton. You started this conversation. I want to know. I've asked a question about what the conservatives that have been in power in the UK, what they have done to show that they are going to, if they were in power, like if Trump wins,
Okay.
because
Can I just address it quickly from my understanding? Like Jago did say, the conservative did not make the gay issue one of their policies, but rather they spelt out in no uncertain terms that what a man is a man and a woman is a woman. That's it. That's how they left it. But however, their position is you need to respect them anyhow. You need to respect. For me, if you're being gay, for me, I don't have a problem with you as a person, but it's your way of life. Please don't come and sell it to me. When I used to work in the city, my immediate boss, one of my immediate bosses that I was even very close to, was a gay man. And we used to have talks. I tell him, I said, listen, you go to hell. He said, listen, I can't help my. I said, yeah, you can help yourself. You need maybe go to Mountain of Fire to deliver. He said, what is Mountain of Fire? So I said, no, they don't burn people there. You don't deliver. So we have a good banter. So let me just stress something. I don't think where I'm coming from is from a cultural point of view. People they are churchgoers and they are Christians. And a Christian is somebody that lives a Christ-like. And that's where I'm coming from. I cannot subscribe to a lifestyle that God regards as abomination. I will come under his judgment and curse. Coming under the curse and judgment of God is one of the worst things that can happen to any human being. I don't want to come under that. I don't want any of my children to come on that or my household to come on that. And that is where I'm coming from primarily as a Christian man. Gay, that way of living, I do not subscribe to that. That's just as simple as that.
So
no hatred for them.
Sorry,
Nothing.
Hold on.
Okay.
Just
one thing. You got what to say, Christian. Now the same people where they tell you this culture, so now then tell you say you be Christian. That's why you claim on today. You understand?
What you're saying doesn't mean you had your opinion and you didn't give your opinion about.
Hold on, guys.
What is true, bro? Like it's true now. We asked him, what is your opinion? He
I asked a question. I am not disagreeing. I asked a question so that I will.
Come on.
Unlike you they ask to learn.
Hold on.
I asked to learn. I asked Sam. It's a question I asked him.
Talking rubbish.
No, I can't take this. Please, let me moderate this, please. Tone, one more question for you.
Okay.
So the next generation. I don't know if you have kids, but the next generation, for those of us who are in the West, one of the things I noticed, for us, maybe even for most of us who are here, even a simple thing like divorce is a big thing for us. But you find out that most of the kids that we have in their schools, almost everybody had, the stepfather, stepmother. It's something that it's nothing to them. It's something they have grown to accept. So how do you think you are positioned vis-a-vis the people that will represent your legacy, your kids? How do you feel being in that situation where you feel that maybe I'm old-fashioned, I'm old, and I'm not in tune with where the world is going to? I want to understand. No, I'm not judging.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me finish framing it. How do you feel thinking about the war that is coming and you cannot stop? And the way I framed it when I was talking to Jagon and Nicola, when I've had people, Africans who are in the UK or Europe, worried about what the Muslims are pushing to have Sharia, that in the UK, and where they come from, they run away from where they come from, and this is something that is also presented. Where they come from, they don't want to live there. So where they went to, which they felt was a better place, they want to bring the Sharia with them. Don't you feel that you, as an African, you want to bring something, a kind of sentiment that is popular where you come from, to a new society that have the society they've decided to move in this direction? How do you feel?
Okay, let me quickly answer. I know I'm going to be very fast. First
Okay.
and foremost, let us just understand the United Kingdom is a Christian country. Even though our monarchy has lost their way, they don't know what they, because one of the cardinal responsibility of the of the United Kingdom government, I vis-a-vis the Queen or the Queen, is to defend the faith, but they've lost it. They've
The
lost their way.
monarch, you mean?
Monarchy. Yeah, thank you, Chim. They've lost their way. I, as a Christian man, to prepare my kids for the next generation, it is my responsibility to them as a father and to my service to my God, that I should tell my kids that this is the way, this is the right way of life. My Bible says that teach a child the way he should do, and when they grow up, they will not depart from it. Just much like my father told me some certain things, and my mother, and I will have chosen to be. And there's some people that went to school with, they lost their way at some point. Some even went into armed robbery. But it's very, very important that we need to tell the next generation. I will not allow some teachers somewhere to confuse my child in school or tell them the way they should go. It is my responsibility from my home and tell them, listen, I'm not asking you to hate these people or beat them up or anything, but this is the way of life. This is the right thing to do. That is me. And that's where I'm coming from. It's more than cultural. And you use the word old age. The Bible, there's nothing old about the Bible. The Bible is the most current book, is the best book in the whole wide world. It's the most current book. It's very relevant. It's been relevant through the ages. But we choose, because it's like there's a narrative. We want to write the Bible. Even in China, I learned right now, I know that they're writing the Bible, arresting preachers for preaching the gospel. I am not, I'm saying wholeheartedly, without shame, without being anything, I'm a Christian, I'm a child of God. I'm not just a church goer. I'm not talking, listen, let's just be clear about this. It's not about going to church, because a lot of church goers, but I am a Christian. And being a Christian is living a Christ-like life. I'm not perfect. I'm not saying I'm perfect. When I miss it, I ask for forgiveness. When I offend my brother, I ask for his forgiveness. And that's what Christianity is about. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I don't want to come now, but can I come back to that question?
No,
when it's my turn.
Please, no. Why we're discussing this is because there are a lot of voters out there who are one-issue voters. I know someone who told me, because of abortion, I'm voting for Trump, even though I don't like Trump. I don't, one-issue voters. It could be cultural issues. It could be abortion. It could be anything. So that's why this is important. But I want to understand it from the perspective of we Africans. And there are people, and I'm coming to you, Pansat, next. There are people who, if you look at the history of the evolution of these gay rights in America, there are people who were conservatives. And I'll give you an example like Dick Cheney. And one of their children will come out as gay. And you hear them at that point saying things like, now I understand. Now I've evolved. Then there are so many examples like that. So Pansat, when you hear this issue discussed within the African community, how do you process it?
Come again on the course on which African community? Just repeat that again.
No, I'm talking about the issue of this cultural wars, this issue, things like gay rights and transgender. Because the way Tone presented it, and I've had it many times, is that maybe it's the school system. In fact, one of the stories about Elon Musk that most people don't know is that he turned right because of the daughter who he sent to a school that he considered liberal school, and he blamed the school for transforming her into
a transgender, or maybe she turned into a boy. I don't remember the story, but that kind of thing is very common out there. Go ahead.
It is, yeah. You know, as I sit here, sometimes I look preoccupied, but I'm not impervious to some of our fellow panelists' comments here. And they're able to go wild because how they don't tell us. What form is gonna come, they don't say. So they say whatever they want, and there's just no pushback. That's Ovie, for example. I believe that he said there will be no, you couldn't even tell the difference between gender. The notion
That's
that—
not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay, you could correct me when it's your turn, but I believe I'm responsible for what I hear. I'm not responsible for what you say. What I heard was that it was gonna get so bad, you can't even tell the difference between a man and a woman here in the United States. Now, what kind of revolution is that, Ovie? Right? What you're saying in all candor is hallucinatory. You have to cut it down. You don't even know. Next week, I believe you put a date on it, sometime in 2050 or whatever it is. That's just 20 years from now. We can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. But let me bring that down. If you were ever pitted against one another, so we have a debate. So you could tell us how. How is very important. At what cost? Things like that. Things that require research. But to answer your question, Dr. Damages, cultural war and is different from because when you use that word before, then you give this the Muslim Christian divide thing. It's totally different from that. Cultural war is right in the sense you put it, where one group tries to bring into the mainstream, impose it on them, something that is in conflict with their own belief, right? Often there's probably no hostility. But we also have to protect the minorities. So we have to be balanced and fair. Depends on what it is they want. People have civil liberties. As far as it's de facto, I'm fine. You do whatever you want. De jure, that's another thing. I don't think anybody, there's some anecdotal evidence here and there. Who the hell does Elon Musk think he is? You come up with something like that, you're going to have to resolve it. It doesn't just become what's happening all over the place. I sympathize with him as a parent. I don't know how, as a parent, you're going to sit there, especially with the kind of resources you have, and your daughters are going to be doing things that lead to that level without you noticing it. Unless you go on out there minding everybody else's business instead of minding your own business. You understand what I'm saying, Rudolph? He's over there talking nonsense to a lot of people. This is not something he just learned. He was born in South Africa here, and under apartheid. And they came to Canada, and they finally come here in the United States, and he's given all kinds of opportunity. So what he's doing now is building up on poor immigrants who should come legally, right? He and Donald Trump talking nonsense every day. So I don't want today to be about any one of those people, right? But I assume you're starting off with this point to eventually come to where we're headed. So let me conclude by saying I'm not all for political discussion, and I'm going to be very hard on anybody here. For example, the kind of comments I hear from Tone, way out of line, talking about Kamala Harris. I'm not going to put up with that today. This is a woman who's worked very hard here. I used to be a Trump. I like Trump.
Rudolph, I beg. Trump has spoken. Let other people speak. Let other people speak. He has made his point. He's really...
All right. I don't. There's a lot of people who
This is not your dictatorial home. Can you be saying that somebody you're not going to put up? What exactly are you putting up with? This is a democracy, so people shouldn't express their views because you're pansat. I beg you.
My response will be caustic. It's just I'm not gonna do anything but to defend the argument, right? That's what I mean by that. So get your mind out of the gutter.
You're not a Democrat, so you're just a dictator.
Oh no, but let me say,
all right.
Let me say.
Chim, you're expanding the conversation. You're making him talk more. He will have, okay.
Right. All I was saying in conclusion is that we should espouse our views here, but there's no need to go and belittle a woman who's worked very hard. That's all I'm saying, and who's changed the discourse, the political discussion we have going on. Right? She's in her activities, she should be looked at in the political realm. We don't want all those kind of imported words. That's all I'm saying, Chim. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pansat. Madam, look. So we're talking about culture wars and voters who make it their main issue why they choose their candidate. So you can weigh in from that angle.
Does America have a culture? Number one question. What we have in this country are multicultural people that have come from different countries, different backgrounds, and that are struggling to coexist, just like anywhere in the world. So I'm not exactly sure where this is going. I hear a religious angle. I don't know if that can be equated to culture or your beliefs. I hear about the sexuality. I don't know if that's a culture or if a preference. So there's a gray area here. So you can only speak for yourself.
You're muted, Madam. Look, we can't hear you anymore.
I say you can only speak for yourself.
Okay.
You cannot speak for everybody. That is the reason we have people go to war today, because your beliefs do not align with my beliefs. That is what we're seeing here. So what our candidates are doing is to try to protect everybody, and that's where they get into trouble. Why some try to protect everybody, the liberals, the conservatives try to shut some people out because they feel they're the custodians of the American culture, the American values. And I ask myself, what is that? The reason we have no religion in schools is because of things like this. So religion has no place in the schools. If you want your child to go to a Christian school, then you take your child to a Christian school. But once you're in a public place, most of the utterances we're having here we will not even dare voice them out. Because you don't know who you're going to offend. So my thing is, if you are in a country where you have to watch your utterances and you have to guard your beliefs, I would have think most of us would have found a balance right now, not to come and air certain things in public. Number one, I'm not a Christian. So whenever Christian topics come up, I just go about my merry way because it doesn't interest me. So but now you're going to tell me about transgender. Your president in Nigeria has signed an LGBT bill behind your back. Nobody's even addressing that. Why do you think they've not arrested anybody that is doing all those things? They're trying to tell you he, she, but you have transgenders flaunting themselves all out of the plain view. So you see, you can only do so much, and you can only speak for yourself. If you find people alike with your like minds, then you can align with them. But you need to understand this America that we live in is not only one culture. If there's anything like that is here, you can only speak for yourself. And so that you don't offend people while you're trying to serve whatever religion you're trying to serve, you need to guard your utterances because some people will find what you're saying offensive. We have to be neutral when we come to a public space. Stick with the issues, which is politics. Whatever Donald Trump stands for, he If you believe it, fine, but be prepared for the backlash. Whatever Kamala
Muted.
I know. I don't know why it's doing that. So whatever you believe in and your candidates are supporting you, you are always going to have conflicts. But the most important thing is that we can always agree to disagree. And I prefer a secular environment than anybody trying to drown their views into somebody's throat. So you have to be respectful of other people because not everybody thinks like you. I was raised in a Christian home, and I think with all four of us now, none of us even goes to church because we have found our own path and what gives us peace. So we need to distinguish what is personal and private and what can come in a public space because we're not here to convert anybody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam Luke. I will come to you, John Abba. I know you're a pastor and hopefully you'll deal with these issues as they come. But before I will get your view, let me just point out, I'm not a lawyer, but I can tell you guys that if you look at the legal system and where rights are derived, it's all from the same source. So when black people got a right to marry white people, it's from the same tree that the people that ruled that gay people should be able to marry in the same society is from the same tree of rights. So,
okay.
So if you start saying this is where it should stop, then you are nullifying the same tree that gave other people rights, even for women to vote from the same tree. There was a time women were not voting in this country, but someone had to push and they had to appeal to the same creed, the same constitution that gave people right. Even when black people were not humans, considered human citizens, it was from the same creed, the same constitution that they got the right that actually gave them, say, you are a human being. So, John Abba, go ahead in terms of your submission on this subject.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy and my fellow panelists. Can you guys hear me very well?
Yes.
All right. So on the issues that people are talking and driving them to vote that Democrat or Republican is personal choice. But when people use the religion, my religion do not forbid this, forbid that. It's about basic human right. Just like Dr. Rudy just stated, that there was a time in American women were not allowed to vote, even black. They were not considered to be even a human being. Also, this is come down to right and choice of people and the benefit in the system. You can see that the progressive movement in the society comes that even those people who were against like gay marriage and all of that came on board based on freedom, that people have a right to choose their lifestyles and who they sleep with, who do not sleep with. But then, in as much as some of them are against it or for it, they want them to receive the benefit from the system. For instance, let's say medical or any other benefit they are entitled to in the system, that they should receive it. So it's not just because you are for it or against it, but it's a matter of freedom. And if you want people to exercise their freedom, as much as you can say that, oh, man is created to be a man and a woman is created to be a woman, and they make other choices, I think choice is what God even respect. He said, I've created before you death and life. Choose one. So I don't think God is against our choice, but He wants us to understand the consequences of our choice. So when it comes to that, it's not a big deal for me. I've stated earlier that when people said, oh, Democrats are pushing for this and Republican, oh, I'm voting, somebody mentioned that, oh, someone said, I think it's Dr. Rudy, that said, oh, someone said, oh, I'm voting for Trump because of abortion issue. Abortion is also is come down to right. In Texas, for instance, a woman died recently because of she cannot get attended to by the medical professional because of the law in Texas, and as a result, she died. Like right now, Ted Cruz, the senator from Texas, she's very unpopular as a result of so many things that she have no clue. The only reason why he's still a senator is because it's a red state. But today, they have been pushing against him. It's very unpopular because this is not a matter of your religion. But if you want to tie it to your religion, that so I want to see somebody die because oh you can take it, you don't want to give. That is not what anybody is saying. They're saying that in case of incest and other things that involved in giving birth, if you choose to, then you have the right to do so. Not that anybody want to be killing baby. We were all baby before we come. So it's just about a choice of if something is not sitting right and you have some medical issues that even endangering your life and the life of the unborn baby, you have that right to make the choice to save your life or save that baby's life. That is what it is. But if you want to make it a religious issue, that's fine. Um, like I said, we are here to witness a history today, and whatever it turned out to be, I think we will all live with it as it comes. But it's not about any party, it's just about the ideology of what they seems right with the people that they want to sway to be on their side. It's all political. It's not necessarily that they have too much of disagreement in any of them. They just weigh the topic that is popular to them. If it's economic, if it's democracy, if it's abortion, and all of those things, just make a politics out of it, which they can run one ad here and run differently on the other state because they think the other state have not accepted it so much. Then they play that politics. But end of the day, I think as a human being, you should respect people's choice, even when you disagree with them. And it's all about the benefit in the system, not because somebody say, oh, somebody want to make my child a gay or lesbian. There's nothing like that. Nobody go to school and they say, oh, when you are in school, your child came back and then he said, oh, this teacher told me to be like this. There is no story like that. It's just like they say, be yourself. And then I asked a question on this platform as I round up my submission. God forbid that so many of you that are against somebody being gay or being lesbians and all of those things, if your child involved in it, will you kill that child? You still show them love. George Bush is against it, and he has the twins. One of them is a gay. The same thing with Dick Cheney. These are Republican Party. So we just say because it's not down to our own end, but above all, history will be made today. I said I voted for Kamala Harris, and whatever the outcome of the election today or tomorrow, whenever we hear the result, I will live with it. I have no regret whatsoever.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. Let's go to KJ.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and every other one present in the panel. I don't know where you want me to start from. You want me to respond to what's the ongoing discussion, or do you want to bring a new phase into it?
No, we want to round up with this, you and Revolution on this.
Okay, here is my take. First and foremost, I want to lay it out here that we are about to witness the end of the so-called established media houses, because most of the media houses are pandered to the dictates of politicians, and they've gone out around and gone out to spin stories that may not necessarily be true, and people are going to find out very, very soon. So we may have to start thinking of establishing a more viable online media for where people come to get information. Now, having said that, listen to every other person who has spoken before now. I want to say something And I don't think that it should be misconstrued. People's way of life is their way of life. And no one is going to bring it to the center stage to play. So if I'm a Christian, my values and my principles will go along that line. My dear brother John Abba made a comment the last time that there's no way that your child goes to school and comes back and it's changed. No, there is. And that's why sometimes I think we should do more research before coming to talk on such issues. There's a state in the US where if your child, if he goes to school and they say to him or her that, you can be a girl, and he agrees, and if comes back to your house and says that this is what he wants to do and you refuse, the child will be taken from you and that operation will be performed without your permission. And you can be prosecuted along that path. It's there. It's a policy in here. I didn't start it. So I'm simply saying that if it gets to the point where your children or the state now takes care of your children, taking them over from you and doing whatever they desire to do, it has gone too far. It's a one step too far. Having said that, I also want to say that those people who say, and I'm not trying to defend anybody's policy, I'm just trying to put the record straight. Those people who say there's no place where you have abortion at the 9th month and all that, there is. That state is called the state where the Tim Walz comes from. That's his state. He signed that law. It's there on the internet. You can look it up. Now, in fact, if the child survives the abortion, it is said that when it's born, it should be left on the table, to die. So let's put the records the way it should be. If you don't like any of the candidates, okay. If you like any of them, it's okay. I like Kamala Harris a lot, but I'm not going to vote for her. Reasons best known to me. That reason may not be cogent to you. And that's why choices are available to everybody. You can make your choice. Okay? And some of the policies that both of them are put up, looking at as somebody who likes to think along the line, I don't see what she had laid out that will attract me to want to vote for her. Because governance is not about superstars singing and dancing. As far as I know, the last time I checked, no of those artists have actually turned the world around. The worlds are turned around by people who have ability to give, be able to put on the table bright ideas. Now, having said that, I'm not taking anything away from them or from her. She has chosen to live or build her life the way she has built it to this point. And also, Mr. Donald Trump has also chosen to live that way. Here's my bit of a challenge here. We can talk about Donald Trump, his bad character, he did this, he did that, women did that. And it's okay. But we can't talk about that about Kamala Harris. If you say that, somebody tells you you shouldn't talk about her. Okay? So if you don't want your character to be examined, don't examine another person's own. Because each of us have skeletons in our cupboard. So if you don't want to demand your character be talked about, and I praise Donald Trump for being able to avoid that pithole of going to talk about her past and allow other people to talk about it. So what am I trying to say? Today is the night where we decide, or where America decides for itself who will govern her. But let's not say also that because these principles, no, if you go to the Constitution or the system of governance or this, laws in America, it defaults towards the Bible. So it won't be hard to say that this thing was taken from somewhere. However, the leaders of America or the forefathers of America may not necessarily be all Christians or may not have practiced that religion. But we cannot say that this is not the value that America holds. That's the value that America have always held, and that's the value that America will even hold even after today. The question is, how do we go from there? And I'm not saying that, somebody, listen, look, once you are an adult, for me, okay, if my child becomes an adult and say, I want to go this way, which I didn't bring you up, I cannot stop you, but I can also exonerate myself. I can say to you, you know what? Because you have come up with this value, I am not interested in being your father any longer. It is done in Igbo land. The Igbos, if you go against the tradition, there are certain things you do in the community rejects you outrightly. Okay? And I'm Igbo, and I'm not traditional, but I think I want to hold that value because every other value has been eroded. And there's something that Chris Plant says, okay, if not for standards, some people will not have any standard at all because all their standard has fallen away. So I cannot continuously to erode my standard as a black person because you think I want to be modern or because you want me to come to the image that you have created for yourself as being modern and secular. You can have it. Praise God. Like I also have my own values. They are mine. I'll keep them. I will maintain them. If I come to your house, I will do what you want. If you come to my own house, you do as I want. You live by the rules and regulations I've set for myself. That is how I've chosen to live. And it doesn't have anything to do with you. Okay? And if you come to a public space, it's a public space of exchange of ideas. I can canvass my own idea. It's left for you to accept it or not to accept it. But it shouldn't be looked at and trying to impose it on you. Because even the one you are talking about is an idea I'm trying to also impose on me. You are trying to impose an idea on me, which I don't have any values for. But discussing it on the public space also affects me as an individual. So if you will not listen to my own idea, why do you want me to listen to your own? Okay? So let's balance it out. And you see, this thing we are going, offending people. That's my last point. After a while, we can't even say good morning because if you say good morning to somebody, you have offended that person. That's why the world is going. And it's a very dangerous place. Thank you.
All right. Before the next person, let me ask you, KJ, you mentioned something. I just wanted to add more information on that. You said there is a state where your child will go to school and they will tell the child about that you can be a woman. The child may be, let's say the child went to school as a male, a boy, and you tell the child can be a woman, a girl, and then the child will come home and tell the parents. And if the parents, I just want to make sure I got it right. If the parents said that no, you are not a girl, then they will take the child away from you and perform surgery on the child and do change. So can you first of all tell us the state, because I've not had that, because Trump actually said what you are saying, but in hold on. In Trump's case, the way he said it was that he didn't say that the nuance that you added, that he said that your child you can send a child to school, and I have a child, send the child to school as a boy, and the child will come back as a girl. Now, when Trump said that, the backlash was that you can't even give your child medicine to take to school, and they won't allow the child to take the medication at school, much more having a surgery without you approving. I don't know. I believe you have.
Please, sir. I want somebody, that question here, I want to know which school actually indoctrinates children about sexuality. I have never heard about it. I don't know what is done. The children take it from their peers. And also, like we have in the PDD cases, some children are actually forced without their knowledge, either by hanging out with the wrong crowd or whatever. But please take the schools out of it. Thank you.
All right.
You see, the challenge sometimes we have that some people think they have monopoly of information and knowledge. It's not so. We're living in a society, in a time where knowledge is freely available at your fingertips. You can Google what I'm talking about.
It's a state. Mr. Rudolph would not let me speak. It's a state of Minnesota. I'll help you out. It's a state of Minnesota, and it was ruled by Tim Walz. And the case is this. I don't know why you guys are shying away from facts. The case is this. The school is not that the school indoctrinates you to say, oh, we want you to be a girl. No. If a child practically decides whatever he was indoctrinated, whether by aliens, whether by friends, whether by enemies, he says maybe to the school authority, I want to change my gender. In the state's rules, then the state actually forces the parents to accept the child's choice. So that means that the parent has no. I've sent you the video. Show it to everyone, but you don't want to play.
I've seen it, and I don't know why. I don't know.
Dr. Damage, you don't use it in mock as an example.
Dr. Damages like to be biased sometimes.
No, it's not even Dr. Damages. Look. I'm in London. And I've heard that news.
All right, hold on, Nicolola. Hold on. What I said you should, I actually asked the question to KJ, but you picked it up. KJ, I think you're okay with him. You said it's in Minnesota. Can you send me the link of where the government, not somebody airing an opinion, the government of Minnesota, just search it. We're here for the whole night. The government of Minnesota said exactly this thing you are saying. I'm not saying, I want to see.
You use Elon Musk as an example. What about that?
Use what?
You use Elon Musk as an example. What was that for?
Leave that. Let him say.
Well, he used Elon Musk.
Yeah, because
Elon Musk not making it up.
No, hold on. He said himself. He said, my son. Hold on. He said my son is dead, and he blamed it on the school. Now the son that did the surgery was at the age where he had no control. It was age of consent. It wasn't that they went to his home, took the son away from Elon Musk and said, we are going to perform the surgery. So you have to differentiate these things. You guys just throw in everything. If I'm 18, if my child is 18, at that age, the child could leave your house, do whatever they wanted to do. It's different from saying that somebody will take a child you send to school, perform surgery, and say you don't have the right. What are you talking about? But I want you to go to the website where the states approve this kind of law, and let's hear it. I'm not saying that you are wrong, but give me not opinion of somebody. Go and give me the website from the state or where the law was passed.
I'll get it.
We're here for the whole night.
I'll get it for you, and I hope you air it.
All right.
Because you always hide things. But I'll get it, Dr. Damage.
No, get it. I will share it. Just give me the link.
And secondly, even if you are still on this topic,
no, at any point we can go back
to you.
No, we can go back. We can go back to it at any time.
All right,
just find it at any point. All right, we're rounding up. KJ, you wanted to add something before I go to Okija?
Yes, I wanted to add also, even in the one of the school, that just like you had explained, okay, once your child comes back from school and says, this is what I want to do, you as the father have no hand whatsoever. In fact, if you try to stop him or her, you will be arrested and prosecuted.
Yeah, KJ, give us the same thing. Give us where it's from official side, not from people talking, because we can take videos of people talking here that there is no God, and we can say
Dr. Rudolph, this is a law. This is the reason why most people say Tim Walz is one of the conservatives that ever ran for the office, and that's one of the reasons why they don't like him. Go check.
All right.
I don't know why I'm saying that. I mean, you see him. Hey, come on, let's not go there, but let's leave it.
All right, thank you. So I'm expecting that website or article from the state's official newspaper or something. Okija, welcome to the show.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry, Okija, before you speak, let me also say something to you, Dr. Rudolph. Right now, I've discovered that there's a lot of censorship on Google itself. Except you have a better search engine, you may not get the information you're looking for on Google. So
use Twitter to search. You can search on Twitter. You can search on MSN. You can search on Doc. Search in other places.
Please don't use MSN. Don't use Twitter. Or you can use Twitter and then any other one, but don't use MSN.
Use MSN. Use Yahoo. Use Doc.
No. Hold on. If you know the states like Massachusetts or if it's Minnesota, you go to the website of the states. You can find information. They are not hiding whatever they have, So anyway, okay, go ahead.
Okay. I don't know. When it comes to conspiracy, I'm speechless. I don't even know how to, respond to them. Okay. This shirt I'm wearing now. Okay. I went to Okija. Okay. And there were some, clothes given to me. And my siblings said, they bring someone to sew it for me. So I was there. They brought one guy. Look at him, Yoruba guy. Wolabi. I did, I was like, they said that's the best tailor in Okija. That's the best tailor in Okija. So I started, talking with him, and he said he came for service, and he loved Okija. He married Okija woman, and he lives in Okija. He's the best tailor in Okija. There are certain things, I don't like fighting, things that, like the world is moving. I don't like, spend my time, fighting over things I don't, I know I can't win. I better live my life to the best of my life, and then live my kids. They will fight their own fight. They will, have their own society. I can't change anything. Just like I see some parents, like, oh, my child must speak Igbo. There is a fight you will not win. Just live your own life. Leave them live their own life. Or some parents, you're planning for your kids to go. You are here in the US or Europe. You're planning for them to go and live in Nigeria. Let them live. You can build all those mansions in Nigeria, Kenya or whatever. They're not gonna go there. Roaches and rodents, will occupy the buildings. So live your life, or there are things, we can't control. But that doesn't mean that we have to come and be spreading lies. They talk about, for instance, abortion. Democrats, Republicans, they are the same thing. They both support abortion. The issue officially, they both support abortion. The issue that the Republicans, they want like 6 weeks. Democrats, they want like I think 15 or 16 weeks. Okay, then in the argument, doctors, doctors who are more pro, against abortion, or people who are against abortion, they argue that life starts earlier. Other people, they argue that life start later. But even if you come here be telling people that people commit abortion, like 9 months, it's ridiculous. You are telling, I don't even know the kind of human being you are to be talking that that about people. Even what's her name?
I have to cut him because I don't know what he's saying. I've sent you the link. I've sent you the House of Representative rule. It's called Trans-Refuge State. So check it out, read it, absorb it, and see if KJ is making things up. I've got to go. I hate listening to people who doesn't know.
Okay. Okay, so thank you.
So when they come here, they just open their mouth and speak unadvisedly because they think they can speak.
This
it's not even that. It's not even that. I haven't heard your own point on the actual subject matter. I've only heard you critiquing. What's your opinion of the can you answer the question that Rudolph put to us?
I still have to make.
He doesn't even know what the question is. Come here to criticize.
Anyway, so Jagona, if you get to your time, just so you can talk, but just let me have my time.
Yeah, all right. If that makes sense, go continue criticizing.
Yeah,
really?
So they come here and they expound, things they don't know about. They accuse people of so many things. I'll make one point, Jagon, if you're not listening. Republicans and Democrats, they are in favor of abortion. The issue is the time. This was this Trump's campaign manager, the woman, what's her name? The Conway. The Congo woman, she had this argument, with her daughter on Fox, and her daughter explained to her. Her daughter told her, "Give me the state," because they have. My mother said the same thing. They both brought the fact. Give me the state. 96% of abortion, are done under, I think, they said it's under, 13 weeks. About 6%. I think it's like 91% or so. I can't remember, but about 6% done under, like the second trimester. 1% done on that, last trimester, and that's that's the statistics. And the ones that done on that the third trimester, because of the mother's health at risk, there is no way you can go to hospital. Even state law is against having abortion at that stage. So why would you say that people go to hospital, when 9 months and have an abortion when there is no state law that backs that? What they are talking about is probably like people like in the case of the mother's life is in danger. They had they have an abortion. There's an abortion, and the child is still alive. They have to let the child die. That's what I understand. That's what the law is about. But people are just saying that they go to the hospital, because the woman wants abortion. She wants to remove the baby, and then they remove the baby. I don't know, but that's not the issue. You can go back to Nigeria. Do we have an abortion law in Nigeria? Do you know the rate of abortion in Nigeria? We don't know, but we come here, we talk. We have not even fixed our place. If it's people talk about Bible, when they talk about gay, as if it's not our culture. Whose culture is it? Do you think it's American culture? It's a human thing. Even in the Bible, you go to the Bible, two major examples in the Bible. When Lot, the angels came to destroy, the town where Lot was living. The men of the town, what they want to do, they wanted to, do whatever with the angels. That was what they wanted to do. Even in Israel, when they have formed a country, a Levite had a wife. The wife ran away from him. He went to bring the wife back. In one community, they came there. People of the community came there. People who were members of that community. They wanted to do something with the man. The man was begging them, "No, it's not possible. You can't do it with me." And they offered the woman to them, and they did whatever. And then the woman, died. So talk about it's like Bible, culture. Do you think in Igbo culture you don't have things like that? You have to investigate. All these things are just human things that happen in life. It's not that America is compared to us. If some of you that went to boarding school in Nigeria, you've heard about situations like that, whereby men sleeping with big boys sleeping with. So I don't know. It's a fight I can't win. I don't want to be. What I have to do, I raise my kids. The way I want to raise them. And then they have their life to live. But if I want to come here and be battling and be fighting with people over things that other people are doing in their lives, I don't have time for that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ikola, if you're watching, please, can you come back? I want to share your link. I want you to read it out for us because I didn't understand how that explained what you wanted us to know about. If KJ, if you agree with the link that he gave me, I can put it up later and you win. Chim, welcome back. I'll come to you, but let's go to Revolution, who came in even before. Okay, I missed her. So
yeah,
welcome.
Yeah, greetings to everybody and those of you in America. I hope some will cry and some will smile later on today. Well, anyway, you see, I'm a man of, I've lived in Europe so long enough that I've seen what I never thought I would see in my life. You understand? So, and also I come from Nigeria where anything is possible. Like Okija was saying, in the secondary school, I went to boarding school. We hear about all this type of, they call it in the East, Olanike. So there are people do it, So yeah, it's there. Except you don't want to, except you are not a guy. But if you're a guy, you hear all these things going on. So for me, I know who I am. I don't want to know who another person is. I'm a man of live and let's live. You understand? Because what you cannot change, from my terms of maturity, something I know I cannot change, I will not even involve myself inside it, Here in Sweden, men and men marry, women and women marry legally. So what can you say? You can't talk about it. In my place of work, there are things you don't have to talk. If you talk about it, you lose your job. Religion and sex is one of those, is two of them. You don't have to challenge anybody's sexual orientation or religious belief. Just focus on your own and the job. So this is my say on that too. Thank you.
All right, thank you. KJ, you want me to put it up so that you can read it for us? Unmute yourself, please.
I don't know the.
Sorry, Rodolph, I'm going to leave shortly.
Okay,
Can I just contribute and then?
Chim, go ahead. Chim,
Chim is not gonna do that to me. I'm here before you. Not gonna just jump in and just.
That's fine. Let him go. Let him go. I'm not
democracy. Democracy.
You've been speaking. Let's hear Chim. I'll come to you next. Don't worry, Master Prince. I'll come to you. Chim, go ahead.
Okay, so just for clarification, are you still on the issue of these values or customs or what is that?
Yeah. We are rounding up that people vote based on cultural issues, and one of them is Tone was the one that started it, the issue of gay rights and gender issues that are common in the West. So
okay, all right, quickly because I need to leave. So I don't think there's anything wrong in that. Like you rightly said, at least I heard you when you stated clearly that there are people who are one issue voters. They pick, it's critical to them. It's when I left, because I was on the road, I was heading somewhere, that's why I had to leave the first time. I listened to someone who voted, and he voted for Kamala Harris, and they asked him why, and he said he has 2 daughters. and that women's rights and women's issues are important to him. So that's okay for him. So if somebody also says that he doesn't like the gay issue or the LGBTQ issue and that he wants it to be killed, that's an issue for him. So if somebody says his problem is that he doesn't want a government that is going to force him, like Revolution said, he doesn't want a Swedish system where he can't express himself, that's an issue for him. There are people who are medical doctors, but they can't hold political opinion because they're being gagged in an environment where they are told, and this is not even by the government, this is by their professional association that has nothing to do with their personal views. And their professional association is getting involved into issues. I'm a medical doctor, I haven't broken any ethics in medicine. I haven't done anything that is wrong in the medical practice, but I just aired my conservative views. And for holding my conservative views, you clamp down on me. So there are people who are saying that they don't want a Kamala Harris and a Democratic Party that's probably going to do that. So that's an issue for them. So I think, like I said to you privately, the problem we're having is because people don't want to live their life and let others live their lives. If you want to sleep with a dog, it's your business. If you want to sleep with a rat, it's your business. If you want to marry a tree, it's your business. What I'm against is trying to make that your view, a national view. Even when we're Christians, Christians don't make their views a national view. Christians just say they are Christians. Muslims say they are Muslims. Traditional religious believers say they are traditional believers. In the villages, when they go and do a conquer, like in where I come from, KJ knows what a conquer is. And the day the conquer people want to do their conquer, the church people will give them space to go and do their conquer. And then the day the church people want to go and do their vigil, the conquer people will not block them. So if we begin to realize that if you want to sleep with a dog, go ahead and sleep with a dog. If the constitution already says you can sleep with a dog, sleep with your dog. But do not come to tell me that you want to educate me on why you are doing it. That's where we have a problem. Do not say because I don't share your views, then government will now say I need to be sent to go and do a DEI training so that I can be more accommodating. That's where we have a problem. So as long as you can go and do your thing in a social environment, open for everybody, I am okay with it. Where I have a problem is when you want to come and dip your Quran in the sea. So you see, even though in America they have their own, Nigeria, that's our own. That's why the Nigerian Sultanas are afraid of Islamization, because they feel that people want to come and force them to accept what they don't want to accept. Go and worship your Allah, worship your Jesus. Go and sleep with your dog, but leave me out of it. Don't want to inculcate my children into it. That's why we have a problem. That's why I'm going to have a pushback. So if the Democrats want to say, oh, everybody should be allowed to do what they want to do, but we're not going to use instrumentality of government to coerce people into that lifestyle, I'm okay with it. If this is what was happening, nobody will be fighting and struggling and saying, we don't want Joe Biden, we don't want Kamala Harris. But that's not what is happening. People are afraid that these people will use instrumentality of government to want to coerce people. That's where I want to leave it. I don't want to go beyond that. That's my views on when it comes to all these issues of values and culture or whatever it is.
Hold on, Chim. You just came up with something you put out there. Instrumentalism of government to coerce people.
Yes.
What do you mean by that? Could it be that? Because let me say this. I have a child in high school, and it's at a Catholic school. So he's not in public school. So I was surprised. They teach them about Islam. They teach them about every religion. The reason why they teach them, this is a Catholic school. They want them to know that there are people who are Muslims. This is what they believe in. They want them to know there are people who are this. This is what they believe in.
Okay, so because I'm short of time. I need to actually leave. Just to respond briefly to what you just said. They don't coerce them. It's a choice. My children go to Catholic school and they learn those things. They send us a notice to say, do you want to allow your child to be taught this? And if I say yes, the child goes ahead. If I say no, the child doesn't go ahead. But there is also a law in the society where I live here that says if my child is under 18 and chooses to transist, that I will not be told. Why will I be paying school fees to somebody and the school is saying that if the child decides to go and take a decision, I shouldn't be told? Those are the things I'm talking about. Those are things I'm talking about. Instrumentality of government being used to push ideas.
Sorry.
Because the child is an adult.
Chim,
the child is an adult.
I need to go, guys. I will come back if I have another time. I can't wait for you, but I'll come back.
Tim is running now. He's running now because he knows I'm gonna get him on that. Okay.
No, he doesn't. He said he was going before. Stop talking like that. It's very unfair.
Please let me talk now.
They told the truth now.
You're not moderating.
Bro, somebody has gone.
Let other people talk.
Okay. So let me say this. Hold on, everybody, hold on. I think what we help really is.
I need to go, guys. I will come back.
Okay, Maz, it's you. So let me say this. It will really help the moderator if one person moderates.
Indeed.
So even if no matter how important what you think you want to say, just don't say it. Raise your hand.
Oh, can I please ask you?
No, wait.
Ask.
No, don't ask. Just raise your hand. The moderator. So it will be easy.
You know, I've raised my hand before. I've raised my hand about.
Yeah. But please let that will make it easier for everybody. All right. So I'm happy that Ikola is here because I still have your article for you to read for us. But before then, I want Okija to finish up. I think who was speaking, and I'm confused because when a lot of people are speaking, it comes.
Sorry, can I just make an observation?
No. Hold on.
No, I'm not. I just want. It's very important.
Okay.
Very important.
Okay.
Look, I want whoever is in control of the comment section to caution Malam or whatever his name is, Ferrari. I've got enough insult from him. I will not take another one.
Okay, what's going on? Okay.
He has been saying all kinds of stuff. Please, whoever is there, you either remove him or you caution him. I won't take another insult from him.
All right, thank you. I think there are some moderators. I don't know who is around, but anyway, we'll look into that. All right, so Jagun.
Thank you. The only thing I wanted to say, as it's actually Maz's turn to speak, and I don't want to take away from him, but I'm asking you, sir, when somebody speaks out of line, is it not fair for the moderator to, as you said, caution him? Tim explained he has to rush. This man now took it upon himself that said Tim is running away from me. That's lying to the public. It's not fair. It's not correct. It's not balanced. What, are we children? Do you have to behave like a child? My God. Can you say something like that?
Jagun,
it's not fair.
Jagun, thank you. So Jagun, you can see the problem with that is that if I think I trust I'm confident in the intelligence of the viewers, intelligence of people who are watching, people who are in the studio. I don't think something like that deserves us to stop the show and then.
No, it's not to stop the show.
No, what I mean by that is that I have to leave the conversation and then start talking. I think people understand. People heard what Jim said. So we can. There are many things that will distract us so much. So we try to move on. Okay, Mazi, Prince, go ahead.
Jagun, sometimes check your temperament, please.
Okay. Go, say what you're saying. You're wasting time.
Can I talk now?
He sorted it out. Rudolph had sorted it.
Can I talk, please?
Not if you're going to talk nonsense.
Can I talk, please? Yeah, you
okay, continue with nonsense. Continue with nonsense. Waste your time.
Can you be my thought for a day, for a minute?
Yeah, waste your.
God. Okay, when I said that to Tim, I didn't mean, I jokingly said it. I knew he was going to leave anyways. That's all I said. I wasn't going to hold him down. So please, sometimes when we talk, let's be reasonable. And what I was going to tell him is this, okay? There is something called child rights. I work with Child Protective Services. Okay? If you want, I'll give you my license number. Now, what it is this. The government is saying that you have your child, you make any decision you want to make. However, where they come in is that if somebody calls in, it could be a doctor, it could be a teacher, it could be a neighbor, or it could be somebody going by and sees you maltreating that child. Then the government comes in. And when they come in, they're not just coming to grab the child. What they will do is that they will institute an investigation. Meaning they will have, they will ask the child, is he or she safe in that house? If the child is not safe, then they have a place for the child to be while the investigation goes on. And then they come in and ask you, yes, you are the parent, but you don't have that right to violate the child's right. That's the simple thing. But it's just that sometimes in Africa, we feel it's the same way it is in Africa. Your child does something, you smack the child, you beat the child, you do this, you do that. At the end of the day, so most of us went to public school. And with all the caning and all that stuff, what did that teach any of us? Nothing. A child that will be bad will be bad. You can have a conversation with your child. You can actually sit down and make your child understand something.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Jagan. I think you spoke now. Do we have...
No, I thought it was my turn. All I wanted to do, I thought it was actually my turn. But I know where you want to go, and I'm helping you to go there. Okay. Segue, as it were. I beg your pardon, Rudolph. I beg your pardon. All on this subject of how did you put it, sir? You said how did you put it, Rudolph? Sorry.
I don't know what you're getting at.
No, the subject matter we're speaking about
cultural
war. Thank you. Yeah. If I can put this to the panel, there was a time in England where things were a lot freer, even though the social workers were very active within people's homes. A man's home in England used to be a very sacred place. There was a time my older brother, myself, and my younger brother were left by my parents for 2 years. They went to Nigeria, and my mother was put in prison for the goods that she was bringing in by a politician who wanted to take her business. So she was waylaid in Nigeria for 2 years. I was still at school. I think I was 13. My younger brother was 9. My older brother was just 16. We were living on our own for 2 years. My older brother, he went to work. He stopped schooling and went to work. It was our next door neighbor told the authorities that there are children living next door by themselves. The social worker came to our house. They saw the house in immaculate condition. They saw us as well-mannered children. They brought us to court with our social worker who had to do a job. When they took us to court, the way the social worker spoke about us to the judge let us go and continue as we were. Today, that can never be done. The reason why we were the way we were was because of our Nigerian parents who taught us how to cook, clean, look after ourselves, and be responsible. That's the training that every Nigerian has got. And we know how to do for ourselves, even as young people. Today, my brother, all that is usurped. It can never happen today with anybody. So I'm just letting you know that rights and privileges and understanding has been taken away, ebbing by ebbing by ebbing in this world today. So if you guys do not recognize that a lot of the policies that are coming out today are taking away your rights, skewed with a narrative of law, we are all in desperate trouble. Let me leave it there. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So let me go to
Dr. Rudolph. Very quick one. It has to do with the.
No, please.
I have a question for him.
No.
I'm not commenting. It's about somebody has blocked somebody needlessly. Why?
Oh, who blocked who? What?
Electricity. Tell him he's just blocked Alaba from getting into the studio. I don't think he's right.
All right.
He does that all the time. That is why people have problem with him.
Okay, we'll talk about that. So Ikolola, I have the article. I want you to read it, and I didn't understand. So let's watch.
I actually came back. No, you don't have to put it up. I have it here. I'll read it because it's bigger here. I'll read it out, and I'll explain as clauses which people might not understand. And please, after reading it out, I've sent you a video 2 times that explains it in the layman's terms, So I'm going to do, if you can agree that you would play the video as well, let them make their own opinion. Don't try to block it and say, this is what it is. Please, Dr. Ruben.
No.
Let them
Hold on. I have a policy. Before I play a video, I have to watch it. This is the article. This is from the government of Minnesota, I believe.
I'll read that. I actually came back to read that because I could read perfectly. So I'll read it and I'll explain it. And it goes with what Maz is trying to say about social whatever. So, but I'll read it first. Here I go. This law was signed into the legislative bill marked with an asterisk denotes the file submitted to the governor, and it came into effect in April 28, 2023. New law establishes Minnesota as a trans refuge state. Minnesota is now a trans refuge state due to a new law that prevents out-of-state laws, that is, states that are not Minnesota, from interfering in the practice of gender affirmation healthcare here. That is, here means Minnesota. Sponsored by Rep. Lee Fink and Senator Erin May Quid. The law took effect April 28, 2023. Specifically, the law prohibits the enforcement of a court order for removal of a child or enforcement of another state's law being applied in a pending child protection action in Minnesota. That means if a child is being held in the state of Minnesota, under this law, no other state has the right to interfere in Minnesota. That's what that sentence means. When the law of another state allows the child to be removed from the parent or guardian for receiving medically necessary health care or mental health care that respects the gender identity of the patient, the child being the patient, the law gives Minnesota courts jurisdiction in most situations where a child is present in Minnesota for the purpose of obtaining gender-affirming care. That is clear enough. And going on, a Minnesota judge.
Hold on, what is clear enough about that? Does it say...
The law gives Minnesota courts jurisdiction in most situations where a child is present in Minnesota for the purpose of obtaining gender-affirming care. Okay. So we're talking about a child here, not an adult. All these things everybody's saying an adult. No, it clearly states a child. Now, a Minnesota judge is prohibited from issuing a warrant for the arrest of a person. In this case, probably a teacher or a law enforcement officer from arresting a person charged in another state for a crime arising from acts committed in Minnesota involving gender-affirming healthcare. So if your child is in Minnesota and is being held under this gender-affirming healthcare, you cannot go out of the state of Minnesota and go and get a judgment. They would not interfere. That child is in Minnesota and must get what that child wants. Gender-affirming healthcare encompasses a range of social and medical interventions to affirm someone's internal gender identity. So you are affirming what I think I am, including puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, permanent hair removal, voice therapy, and surgical intervention. That is the end of it. And then he gives a code, HF146*SF63/CH29. What is not clear in this? Why do we come here and say things that are not right?
So because I know I went to community secondary school.
Probably.
Hold on. How is this what KJ presented to us, that your child will go to school and your child will come home and say, I want to be a...
No.
Now, why are you...
I try to clear KJ's view. Let me say it. Don't present it like that, Dr. Rudolph. I told you in the afternoon I'm going to come after you. Don't present it like that. KJ did not, if that is what he said, but I tried to clear it. In this case, it goes with what Mazi Prince is trying to say. A child thinks he is a girl, even though he was biologically born a boy. Then he tells the teacher, who is the law enforcement agent here, that I want to be a girl. Practically, it is known. Probably the parents in the house wouldn't want him to have a sex change. So there's a conflict of interest there. The state takes over the child's rights for sexual affirmation, which could be puberty blockers. It is stated there. It is not me making things up.
So the states now. Okay, Madam Luke, people who know more than me, Madam Luke, go ahead.
Please, I have a question. Does it mean, are we talking about actual surgery or the designation of the sex? Because I know in many places.
Look, these are the surgeries you can have. I'll read it again to you, Mother.
Hold on,
Yeah,
please.
okay.
I'm not finished my question.
All right.
I don't know how a minor can consent to a major surgery. I don't know where it is done. I don't know.
Madam, you are going off the track. I never read surgery. I am telling. I want to read out again what it says. You're going off the track. I never said
But you
surgery.
read it. You read it. But what I heard was a
Let me read
designation.
it again. It doesn't say surgery. So I'm saying don't go off the track.
Okay.
I didn't say surgery,
So you are
and it
saying
doesn't say
you're
surgery.
saying if the child goes to the teacher and says, "I want to be recognized as a female,"
Once
that's
it's
what
a
you're
man.
going to call her.
Yes.
Okay, good. It's a designation, yeah, right?
Sorry?
It's a designation, right? It's the designation, right? Of the gender, right? In the school, right?
In the school.
Okay. When they come to the house, what do they answer?
What's your point, madam? Please.
Okay, the school has done their own. So when the child comes back to your house, what goes on? Does she use that? Does she use that? Does she bring up that subject in the house?
This is what you're not getting is this. What you're not getting is this, madam. You're still saying things as you want it to be, not as it is.
No. It's not as I want it to be. I'm trying to understand.
Okay, let me explain it. Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it again to you, please. If Dr. Rudolph will give us the chance. A boy goes to school. He now feels, I don't know where he got the idea from. He wants to be a girl, or he thinks he should be a girl. Now, he tells the teacher, this is in my inner identity. I feel, yes, I was born a boy, but I feel I'm a girl. Then the teacher takes it up. The teacher becomes the authority. Gives this.
How old will this child be? In which age group?
I don't know. It says a child. I don't know. I just read it. It says a child. And what does a child mean? A child means someone who is under 18. I don't know if somebody over 18 is a child. I don't know.
Okay, Ikola, can I help you out here?
No, let me ask him a question.
No,
Why
you
do you
cannot
think?
help me out.
Why do you think the teacher?
You're not following what is there. You're trying to make things out of the blue.
Do you know the teacher has every right to address it because of sexuality issues, psychological issues, and relationship with other children in the school? Do you know?
And this is what this is. You see, this is what I'm saying. You want to see things as you want it to be, not as it is. This is what and Dr. Rudolph gave you an instance of where Elon Musk is saying this has happened to him.
Because his child is an adult.
No, it is not. A child is not an adult. What is it? How can a child be an adult, madam?
Because he said he did not have any control over it.
So the child, another 18 child, becomes an adult because you don't have a control. Is that what
No,
they're
the
saying?
child that did what they did was over 18.
Madam, please listen to yourself. A child cannot be an adult. Please.
No. You see, it's still somebody's
Dr.
child.
Rudolph, please, can I come in?
Leave
Can I
the
come in,
terminology
please?
out of it. He's still somebody's child.
I think that law is quite straightforward. And,
I don't know what they're saying.
Totally written out. And for
Literally
those of
written
us
out.
who have any
And they're saying a child is an adult. How can a child be an adult?
Why are you jumping in?
Hold on, KJ. Let me hear from Amazi Prince.
Okay. You see, Ikolola, coming here to shout and all that stuff does not solve any problem. We are here. We are hearing
No,
each
don't
other.
be insultive. Just go straight to your
Okay.
point.
Now, okay. What I'm saying is, I'm not insulting anybody. When
Tell me I'm shouting because it's how I feel.
Okay.
It
Okay.
pains me
I'm
when
sorry
I
if
hear
you feel.
something that's not correct.
I feel okay. For me, if I disrespected you, I'm sorry. But what I'm hearing, you are raising your voice and all that. That's all I'm asking.
Okay,
Please.
okay, I'll be calm now.
So the thing is this, okay? That's my job. I do that job. Okay? What it is that it takes a process. A child does not just go to school and say, oh, I'm a boy, I want to be a girl. And then the teacher says, oh, call the government. Oh, yeah, come, grab the kid. No, it does not happen that way. The teachers are what we call mandatory reporters. What happens is, if your child says, okay, they're a boy and they want to be a girl, and they tell you, can I finish, please?
Okay.
Now, they tell you, definitely you're going to have issues with them. But what government encourages you to do at that point, engage them in therapy. In therapy. And then you guys talk. Where government comes in is that if the child goes to school, or if the child is prevented to go to school, or if there is any mark on the child, then the government comes in. So please, people, can we be civil for once? Please, I'm begging you. It's my job. I'm in it. If you want, I will show you.
Have you finished? Let me speak. Have you finished? Let me speak. Right. You see, you have moved from it doesn't happen anywhere to when you have seen evidence now, it has now become your job. It has now become there's a process. Who is saying there's no process? There is a process. But the fact is,
I was pleased you are accusing me falsely. I wasn't here when you guys were talking about it in the first place.
Okay, let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. But the point is, what we are trying to say is this. A party has made this their policy. That is what we started with. It is not the Republic. The Tim Walz we are talking about is a Democrat, and he's going to be your vice president. And this is what he came up with in a state he was in.
Please,
so
for those of us that are slow, could you restate that policy again, please? Thank you.
Sorry?
I said, for those of us that didn't get it first time, could you restate that policy?
He wouldn't even play.
No, I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you.
So at the risk of sounding as if I don't understand English, I thought what you read was talking about when a state law, this is what I imagine is going on in this case. I don't know the details, okay? When another state is trying to, when a parent or a child is in Minnesota, and let's say, I think from what I'm reading, it's about conflict between two states and the law and jurisdiction. Or it's not about all that I read again. I read it again now as you are speaking. And I'm thinking, what am I hearing? What is confusing here? Is it that when a child is in Minnesota, okay, and somebody wants to enforce another state law to remove that child from Minnesota and stop that child from receiving what has been considered a medical necessity or something that they feel that the child needed, that the law of Minnesota will stop that outside law from being used to remove that child. That's what I'm reading here. I'm not reading that Minnesota is saying, the government of Minnesota is saying from this exactly what you just read now. That's why, hold on. That's why they called it refuge state, which means like New York is considered a refuge state where if you run here, if you're an immigrant, illegal immigrant, and you come to New York City has the obligation to give you accommodation. So I think what they establish here is that if you are from Texas and maybe the child or the parent of the child, they want to go through this process, and Texas is saying you cannot do that, and you run to Minnesota, that this law is saying that nobody, no court in Texas can come to Minnesota and force, read it again.
Okay, wait. You finish. Let me explain it to you. Let me explain what it is to you. But you have refused to play the video for some reason, which you personally know. But let me explain it. Let me explain. You've just asked me a question. Let me explain it then. Now, this is it. Minnesota is a trans refuge state. So Minnesota allows for child gender affirmation for a child, period. Now, say you now decide as a parent, you don't want that to happen. And unfortunately for you, you are living in the state of Minnesota. And because it is Minnesota's law, you now decide to go and get an order, a court order from, say, a state like California to come to and enforce it in Minnesota. Minnesota is telling you that that would be irrelevant. No other state's law would have effect in Minnesota. I don't know why that is difficult to understand. And I've told you, if it is difficult to understand, there's a video that explains it, but you have refused to play it for reasons you only know.
Okay, Dr. Damages, what about the last paragraph on that? Which is
exactly
last paragraph. What did he say?
What did he say? Then
I want to ask. Sorry, my brothers. I'm so sorry. I actually want to ask Luke and Dr. Damages. Have you not come across any school in America where a mayor came into the school to stop teachers from teaching transgenderism? Have you not? Because I have seen that here in London on numerous occasions. So how we're disputing this, it looks as though some people are completely unaware and they're bamboozled by what they're seeing. I'm not quite sure. I'm asking Rudolph and Luke.
They're just trying to play what the media does to us these days, present us with an altered fact. That is what they are doing. And I told Dr. Damages today, this afternoon, I said, what I have noticed in this forum is we try to present altered facts, and I don't like it. If I didn't even have a document here that people were saying at the nation state that it doesn't happen.
No. Can you answer my question, Rudolph, please? I just really want to know.
Ikola, hold on. Let me answer Jagun. Jagun, please, can you frame it again, because I'm trying to do two things.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Me here in the UK, I have seen not only in America but across Europe that this transgenderism has touched many schools and institutions, to the point that here in the UK there are a lot of Black people and Muslims going to schools that were teaching their children these things. So it was a long process. As I said, this has been going on for a long time. So I'm asking you and Luke, are you totally unaware that this goes on in America? Because I've seen a lot of information from the States where, one, I saw a father standing up in a school meeting, and he was talking to all the teachers, and he read what book that they were introducing to the classroom. And as he was reading it, the school panel was telling them to stop. And the Black gentleman said, the Black parent said, "What do you mean stop? This is what you're allowing my children to read." There was another one where a mayor came in. I don't know what you're looking at. There was another one where a mayor came into the school and shut it down because of what they were teaching. He said that this stops now. That's what he said. So I'm asking you, have you seen any of that kind of thing?
Oh, yeah. I've seen that.
So why is it so difficult to take this on board?
Oh, wait. There are two different things. And I've mentioned it. I use example. The example I used was about religion. Okay. Because I have not seen, I'm sure it's the same thing with sexuality, that they are going to say that there are people who are this way, there are people who do this, there are people who do this. And what is happening, and I've seen that particular video you're talking about, one Black guy who is a pastor, I think, said that this is unacceptable. Okay. So the point is, just like I said from the beginning, there is no way. This is the problem we have in a Western society, is that when you have a society that you have to respect the rights of people, part of that is that you have to teach people to respect that right, especially for kids. You have to teach them there are people who are this, there are people who are Black. This is, one of the things going on in America is that they don't even want to teach Black studies, because they don't want to tell them this is why these people are Black. This is what they have gone through in this country. This is for you to understand Black people, for you to be able to, you have to teach them. So the same thing with all the issues you're talking about, whether it's sexuality, whether it's about transgender, you have to teach them. So what is freaking out some parents is that They don't know. They did not know that they are teaching their kids. Teaching is different from indoctrinating. It's different from what these guys.
Wait. Let me say this. Can I come back, sir?
Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay, I'm listening very well.
Yeah. So I think the confusion is this, that people confuse the idea that you are telling people there are people who are black, there are people who are transgender, there are people who are gay, that it means that you are teaching them to be. It's two different things. They are two different things. People just confuse them. And I think I understand that.
Okay, sir. I'm with you. And I don't want to take over the conversation in any way. I just want to debate this subject for real, for real. I remember sex education at school and how they taught it. It was very weak. You understand that this is a male anatomy. This is a female anatomy. It was very basic, and we took it on board. We laughed and giggled, and we continued. Those in the school who were camp, if you know the word camp, those who were like that, we just took it as part of, we will tease them, but we didn't understand the concept of gay back in my time, or of transgenderism. We didn't necessarily understand that concept. When leaving school, I found out that one or two of those guys who were camp became gay, and I was bemused. I thought, wow, look at this. So there's this gay thing is actually a reality, because I've seen it at primary school, that this person is actually of this ilk. Now, what I put into it, that I don't know if you're aware that the government and society in itself has turned the fire up, and they've turned the fire up because of the time that we are in. I know a lot of people don't want to believe this, and I know many of us are extremely liberal in the way we see life, which is fair enough. But I feel that we have to understand whether or not that there is an agenda to all of this thing that's going on, and whether we believe that I completely believe that there's an agenda. How liberal people may see it, I don't know. However, we're on the road to nowhere. Nobody knows. I don't know if that's what you understand. We're on the road to nowhere.
All right. Thank you. A lot of people want to speak, but let me just say that we're getting results.
Yes.
From the New York Times, for President Harris has gotten 3 electoral college votes, Trump 19. In the Senate, Democrats 29, Republicans 39. In the House, 1 Democrat, 2 Republicans have been certified to have won the election. So we'll continue this conversation, but we have to end it and go to other things. So let me just get the final words from those who invested.
Can I just ask you another question? And it's just a question, please. Thank you, sir. No matter our feelings about sexuality, do we still, on this panel, understand that in terms of population growth, that it's only a man and a woman that can do this outside of science, outside of any science that they want to bring to the table? I mean, how do you see that?
Oh, you want my viewpoint?
Yes, sir.
That it's only a man and a woman that will do what?
That can propagate life.
Oh, no, it's not now. Things have changed now.
I said outside of science.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
But we are not. I can't live outside of science. I don't live.
No, bros, come on.
I'm saying seriously. I mean, we are.
No, okay, let's say this happens. A nuclear bomb blasts, everything is gone, and there's about 15 people left. There's 8 women and 7 men. Yeah. How do we continue?
I hope we have enough eggs.
When all of them are gay.
I hope we have enough eggs stored and enough sperm so that we can continue. Because that's the only thing that will save us, actually, humanity. So I'll go to Luke, I'll go to Revolution, Ikolola, and then I'll let Alaba weigh in before we move. Okay, so Madam Luke, you want to say something?
I'm wondering, why are we drinking Panadol for something that we cannot fix? In about 50 years, we will all be gone. Who cares if humanity is propagating and who is not? And going back to that article, I still trying to wrap my head about it.
I couldn't.
He said Minnesota is a trans protected state, meaning the people have already transgendered. That means it's already done, and they're only giving protection to those people who feel their rights are not protected in another state. And I will say this on the final note. I will exonerate the school with any of the mess going on in any family. Because most of those things that those children go through come from the home. Molestation from uncles, aunties, brothers, sisters. And when they bring that mess to school, the school has to deal with it to protect everybody's rights. So no school indoctrinates, agendas anybody's child. That child has already been messed up in the house. They'll bring their mess to the school, and the school has to deal with it. Thank you.
All right. Revolution.
Well, at least you agree it's a mess.
Yeah, my own is very fast.
It's a mess because it's messing everybody else up. Because we have to figure out who is who.
I understand you. Don't worry, I understand you.
Rudolph, please, can you put me backstage to bring in Adekoya? He wants to come in. He's a first timer, please.
Okay. Revolution, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, there's this thing that we, the black people, especially the British black people, American black people, the Jamaicans, sometimes they always have this this attitude by saying that it's an agenda to destroy the black race, to destroy our culture.
No, I didn't say black, but I agree with you.
No, sorry, Jago. It's not from you. It's not because you said it.
Sure.
I have a lot of Jamaican friends who always try to use this, especially when they come to Gambia. Gambia is a place where it's like coming home. So when they come home, they challenge us, we who are real Africans, by trying to tell us because they come from UK, they know better than us or things like that. And they say everything we see is like indoctrination to change our principles, our traditions. And when they come, they bring up this case of like what my brother here, Ikolola, is trying to expatiate, to allow us to agree somehow. But this is not that. Madam Luke said it. Most of these things come from home, or most of these things are original. I've told you that I've seen many black people who are more gay than the white people. I'm telling you, naturally, black men like this, who even in the villages, you'll be shocked. People who have not traveled anywhere. So when you see all this thing and know all these things,
even in the Islamic northern Nigeria.
Yes, you see these people who have not, you think they are dumbs. They shouldn't have even known. So I've seen clerics. Okay, let me just land and end with this point. This church, is it one of these big churches in Nigeria? One of the pastors is being accused recently. I don't know if any of you have seen it. They are still accusing one of the main pastors, but still to be proven anyway. So this is natural sometimes, and I pray it's not natural to me, and it will never be natural to me. That's all I can say. And I will never accuse anybody. What you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Who did I mention next? Ikolola. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, for a while, everybody has spoken for about 4 times.
I didn't see your hand. I'm not calling everybody, but I'll come to you, Ton. I'm just going
to spend a minute anyway. I want to add this. I think we are missing something. One fundamental thing here. Politics is a game of interest. It is what matters to me that I put forward. So if not teaching LGBTQ in school matters to me, that is what I fight for. If abortion is what matters to me, that is what I fight for. If teaching the Bible is in school is what matters to me, that is what I fight for. I don't sit around and say whatever comes, comes. People here are telling me, oh, you should just, it is going to be like that in the next 50 years, or it is that way, or no. You fight for your interests. And in this case, my interest is the direction those who are leading are taking us is not right. So if you want to sit around and let them drive you to the ditch, fine and well with you, because you want to feel modern, because you feel you've seen it all. No, I am not going to sit for that.
All right, thank you.
As simple as ABC.
Thank you. Tone.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Madam Luke, where are you? I want to say this things whilst I'm looking at you on the camera. Where are you? Come to the camera. See, like we say, Madam Luke, the chop agege bread. Okay, I don't catch you today. Okay, now you said in about 50 years time, maybe 40 years time, some of us 60 years time or 70 years time will not be here. That's true. But whilst we are here, shouldn't we tell the truth? Shouldn't we say the correct thing? Does it mean because we're not going to be here in 50 years and all that we say whatever goes may go? Yeah, no, children, we teach them the way they should go, but when they attain a certain age, they choose their own path. But I still believe that there's some common sense. We should still this now. My brother Revolution said that there are people in the villages and all that that are naturally gay, or the people in the north or some other place and all that. That is even another discussion for another day. Because when I say, they will say, this guy don't come again with his religious thing. It's got its roots to it's not just a desire, it's stronger than that, it runs deeper than that. So what I'm saying, like Ikola rightly said, which I will reinforce, politics is about interest. If I see somebody, because what if a lot of people that are after that are against Trump now, if you ask them what did Trump say, they will say Trump don't like black people, he talks anyhow and all that. Yeah, I know the guy, sometimes he talks stupid. I mean, sometimes even things he says and all that surprises me. But there's just one thing about that guy. That guy will do the right thing. I do not trust Kamala. Why? Not because of her person. Like I said in my opening remark, most of us weren't here. It's the people behind Kamala that I'm worried about. People that want to destroy the very fabric of humanity, that wants to destroy the very fabric of a family, you know, and push the narrative of modified crops and all that. I don't want that sort of people to be my ruler. I don't want to. That's where I'm coming from, you know. So that's just it for me. So I pray Trump wins. But if Trump doesn't win, life continues. But then go mark it on this day, America is going to live with that consequence of voting in Kamala and the people behind her. Thank you.
All right. So before we go to the next person, I like something you said, and I wanted to highlight it. You talked about the truth. And the problem we have in the world today is that nobody can define the truth. Your truth is not my truth. You assume that your truth is the truth, the ultimate truth. It's not my own. So what are we going to do?
My brother Rudolph.
Hold on. Jagan, hold on now.
No, the only reason why I want to come in is there's no such thing in the planet like my truth and your truth. Nothing. There's only truth. It is not from us. Truth does not come from us. Truth is a standard that is objective.
One truth is.
Well, if you carry on with all that liberal, because that's how you learn people in a liberalized way. That's liberal.
That's the truth.
No such thing.
Because I must leave you.
It is only something from a man that can fertilize something in a woman. That is the only truth. You don't have to.
For those who care, some of us don't have to. Some of us don't care who fertilizes what.
So there is something they call absolute truth.
When you don't care, how can you tell the truth if you don't care? How can you even tell your own truth? You see, my brother, I'm telling you that this Western world, I don't know how you want to take it. I understand it seems a lot better than where we come from. I understand that. But this Western world plays with your mind. Imagine what you just said. My truth, his truth, that one. How many people have truth? So there will be 60 million, there'll be 8 billion truths. Is it practical? Wait, my dear. Is it practical, Rudolph, to have 8 billion truths?
Okay, Jagan,
that's what you're speaking of.
Jagan, hold on. Oh. You guys are wonderful. So, have you seen somebody from the West, from the East, and how they think and what they believe in? Totally different from all of us.
And the east of where?
Wait,
come on.
If I wake up tomorrow,
Wait, let him speak. No, don't do it yet, Kenny. I'm sorry. The east of where? Can you make yourself clear, sir?
Someone from China, someone from India.
Yes.
They are not Christians, they are not Muslims. They have different viewpoints about life, about everything. Have you sat down with them?
My brother, can I tell you this? Can I just answer you like this? I'm going to answer you now.
Let me finish
Okay.
answering the first one before you. So when you listen to people outside of your own people, it's not that I don't know what you guys are talking about. It's what you were brought up through, the system. You were brought up that way.
Mm-hmm.
When you encounter people who see life differently.
I appreciate what you're saying, sir. But I'm telling you, I appreciate what you're saying. But let me tell you, let me just come back. It's 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Jago, hold on. I don't want it to be between two of us. There are a lot of people.
No, it's okay if we have people are learning because people are falling on one side or the other.
No, you've been talking. I'm not learning anything from you. You'll be talking.
No, you may not be learning anything from me, but you'll learn from him, which is okay.
Right. Everybody, hold on. Let me hear from him.
All I want to say is that I've traveled.
No.
And I see when I go to the east, we can still make
oh God.
What's wrong with him? What's wrong with that freak?
Jago, no. That's enough. What happened? Okay. Let me hear from Alaba. Go ahead. We are supposed to be monitoring the election.
Yeah, I'm so disappointed at you, Rudolph, that you're here with panelists talking about truth, but the truth on your own panel, you're not even addressing it. The truth on your own panel is the fact that you've been moderating for the past 1 hour, and right under your very belt, censorship was going on. Censorship was going on. For an hour, I was prevented from getting on board. Jagun had to send me a link to get on my phone. And not only were my words trying to be censored, they were also trying to prevent me from coming on board to say my truth. And here you are arguing about truth when we can't even think.
I had the same problem too. I had the same problem.
People like KJ, electricity think they are afraid of words. So if a man speak a word to them, they fight back with censorship, the Nigerian mentality. The truth, they can't fight like men, words against words, where opinion of higher hierarchy of opinion wins.
They can't. I'm shadow
banned. For the first time, I had the same issue today.
And it's only when it touched you that you complain.
Because I started seeing the truth and I started exposing somebody on this platform.
Censoring people. If your platform is a censorship medium, then let it be. But they can't
Electricity should stop this. That's why everybody has
electricity is the worst individual in the whole place. I wanted to speak to you about electricity, and we haven't spoken.
It's electricity that's the problem.
Okay.
Electricity is the problem.
His accusation, let me finish. His accusation was that they insulted him, calling your statement misleading, false, untrue. How is that an insult?
It's an insult to an idiot.
How is that an insult?
To an idiot, it's an
insult. Propaganda. How is that an insult? If you're not man enough to stand,
you have weak people, you have unbalanced people as moderators, and I don't include KJ. I don't include him. But that your electricity is a born criminal. Born criminal. He can't help himself.
I don't know about KJ. My own is electricity. Controlling.
Listen.
It's about controlling.
Listen, even on the female medium, they call themselves moderators.
He needs to be removed completely as a panelist, as a moderator, completely.
All right. I've had you guys. My policy is that as much as possible, I want to hear every opinion. That has always been my policy. Now we have some things we put in place also, which we said that they shouldn't be written. I don't know the details of what happened, but we're going to look into that. That's what I will assure you. We're going to look into that, and we constantly review these things as time. But this is what the new thing I will add into this. So someone like everybody in this panel, I think I have your contacts, apart from Madam Luke, and you all have my contact. Let me say this, maybe for those typical usual panelists, if you run into any situation where some moderators probably banned you, reach out to me. We have also the complaint channel, but for panelists who are people that we used to have here, reach out to me. We will look into that. But I can't make the decision based on what you're saying. I don't know what happened. I'm not monitoring the comment section. I will look, like Madam Luke said that she was banned. I need to look into that and find out what happened. So yeah.
I don't want to overspeak, but I called you.
Jagun, hold on.
I called you 2 weeks ago. You haven't called me back. You say you're going to look into it, and you don't.
Yeah.
That in itself is extremely frustrating. Yeah. You see, we are passionate on this here, and this is how we are. We are.
We are all in for this. We must have this corrected.
We have to. My brother. I'm sorry. I'm angry. I was so angry with this guy.
We are all in for it.
It brought up something in me, and I was trying to communicate with you because I wanted you, me, and electricity to be in one place where he cannot gag me, and then we have the conversation. And I will trounce him. I'll trounce him. He's a blasted fool. Okay. Bro, if I bump into it,
Jagu, calm down. Jagu, calm down, please.
Calm down. We are all angry. We are not happy with electricity. Personally, I'm not happy with electricity.
Yeah, let me explain this. Jagu, based on our rules, this thing you said now, take it out. You understand how it works? Hold on. You understand how? Hold on. When I finish, you talk.
Okay.
You understand how it works? You can't call someone a fool on the
bro. This we are human. Do you know that we're human beings?
Jagun, can you hold on? Let me finish.
Yes, I can. I know my spirit is not like yours.
I'm not finished. So this is what I'm saying. This is the rule. If you type fool, stupid on the comment section, you can't see it because we blocked it. Okay? So sometimes people write me and say, my comments are not coming out. It's because you're using words that we decided shouldn't be used. So we also said in a meeting we had that if you call someone a fool, stupid on air, we remove you.
Okay.
That's fair. Let me finish now. I'm not done.
No, I'm understanding the rules, bro. Yeah. You have to understand that everybody on this.
I didn't call
please, wait! Don't bump me! Don't bump me, Alaba! Don't bump me, please! Alaba, I'm speaking, please. Oh dear me, okay. Alaba, please don't do that. You see, my brother, I understand the rules. Everybody on this platform is a man, and we are worth our own salt. We take ourselves to work, we earn our money. Here on this platform, we are extremely passionate about the country called Nigeria. If somebody is gagging me or somebody is playing like he's my lord and master, my brother, I can't accept none of that. So as you are giving us rules, you better give those guys rules. Otherwise, it's going to be flaming. We can't have somebody coming to play Idi Amin on our head. Come on. Because they can't challenge you physically, and they can't challenge you verbally. They can't.
I was on the side of Trump. They were all on the side of Kamala Harris. And electricity asked me questions. They asked me 2 questions, and I responded to those 2 questions. Immediately, I responded to the second question. He took me out. Who does he think he is? Look at electricity. Do I send his papa?
All right. Hold on. No. Okay, so we have to get through the night, and
yes, I want to say something because my name I mentioned.
I know. We have to
check the private chat. KJ, check.
No. I want to read. No, it's you can't embarrass me in front of the public.
I will hear from KJ. But what KJ, I'll come to you. But what I want moving forward so that we can manage this really. Don't speak unless I call you to speak, no matter how important it is. That would make it manageable. I've done 5 hours, so I won't be able to. My doctors didn't even allow me to do all this, but this is making it more stressful. But please don't speak unless I call you to speak. Let's start from that. Maybe that will help us. KJ, go ahead.
Okay, I want to read out one of Ferrari's chat. Ferrari, this medium has become a sport for goofy and spread lies, and it's so sad. That's one. I just want to pick some of them out and read to you. And of his tweet, or rather text. And this KJ guy is supposed to be a tripod journalist carrying whatever he calls it. I don't know whatever Mino whatever lies around opinions and propaganda.
Spreading innuendos.
Okay, whatever you call it, man, I can't say it. And facts. Now, wow. This is just 2 I chose to put out of what I said Not only.
So how is that
about,
an insult?
Come on, let me talk, man. Not only about me, but also about the platform. I can scroll down. You can see it. You can later go back and look at it. If you think this place is a place where truths are not put forward, why do you come to it? Nobody is forcing you to be on this panel.
To counter the truth, to counter the falsehood.
Hold on.
Counter the falsehood.
Can I talk? Now, if you feel you don't get value for what the time you're putting in here, it's not by force, because KJ is going to be here. I'm going to be monitoring I'm going to be moderating some of it. And if you feel that I'm spreading lies, because this is not the first time, you have asked about my educational qualification, you have asked whether I'm even a trained journalist. There are many things you have said about me in the past which I've ignored. Today, I just decided to pick out one, and I talked about it. And I won't take it from you, because I don't come here to present who I am, who I'm not. You may be whoever you want to be. It's okay. Okay?
KJ, like Rudolph always says, correct me if I'm wrong.
Alabano. I said I will call you when you speak. Next time I will remove you. I think maybe I will start doing that. Maybe people will now know that we are serious.
Even if I didn't go to school, those are my views. I have the right to hold it. You didn't teach me, but if you were my teacher, you will have known that I'm also a very brilliant student. But even if I didn't go to school, my views are my views. I own them. So please, if you want to make your comment, make comment on the issue being discussed. You don't have to insult the platform. You don't have to insult the person who is moderating or who is speaking. There's no need for it. It doesn't make you bigger. It doesn't make you better. It doesn't make you feel even more important than any other person. Please, so let's keep if you keep our insult to ourselves and just deal with the matter. Thank you.
All right, Madam, look.
Just two quick things, please. How do I get your contact so that way I will be
okay? I'll put it on the private chat.
Okay, good. And number two, I know we are very passionate people, but sometimes we fly off handle. And I wish there was going to be like a striking system that would notify us when we are going out of line, because sometimes I don't realize it. So I don't know what I have said or what I did, so that I can take note of what's going on. But you don't even have any idea. You just feel like you just have this boogeyman ghost around you that is just like flinging you. And I'll come to Mr. Kene. Mr. Kene, you are very passionate, and I really love listening to you. But there was something you did that was very heartbreaking. You even insulted his father. So that was, yes.
I will insult each piece mother. If you insult me, I will insult her father.
Okay.
If she insult me for doing her nothing.
Thank you. Mr. Rudolph, that's what I just said. I wish to know so that way I don't repeat the offense. So that way people need to be, if there's a message or anything, they need to know.
If you insult me for nothing, I will send it to our father.
Can I please don't speak again until I call you, please.
So that's what I want to do. Let's have a warning system or whatever. But Mr. KJ, sometimes I think our moderators are very sensitive. They take everything personal. And sometimes, yeah, we cannot insult the platform or bring it down. But sometimes when we make personal statements to like, oh, I don't like what you're doing, or we don't like what you're doing, it's not against a personal insult to you. It's just to vent our frustration. But I agree with you, moderators. You're doing a fine job. We need to draw the line and be more civil. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam. Look, this is what I would say. I will look into. Can I? Oh, okay. Are you raising your hand?
My hand. I don't know. It's not important, but I just, I mean, for your own health, when I was growing up in Nigeria, there was a man. He used to handle the other, mad people, and all of a sudden the man became a madman. So I'm just warning you, I'm just warning you, that's all.
All right. John Abba. Okay, I don't mind. Maybe that will help me. John Abba, go ahead.
I think what I was laughing is that you always Okija. I was thinking that Okija is a shrine, so that people can go and get some healings. But now I find out that it's the name of a town, and he doesn't mean so much to it that Okija and Okija. Having said all of that, on the issue of whatever we are dragging on is unnecessary. We have more problem in our country. We not even have a basic human right, whether you are talking about gay right, no gay right. And some of those things we push here is shameful because we are using our upbringing to tell people differently, different things that has nothing to do with their own culture. And we come and see this thing and exposed to it. Not that it's not in our culture, but it's not that popular. And people do not, it's like a taboo. So we don't have a rule. We don't have election. You vote or you don't vote. Your vote doesn't count. Basic human thing. And then when we come here, we started talking about somebody say is abomination or no abomination. What is more abomination than when you cannot access to a basic human life in our country? And then what we want to discuss so far on this platform is that somebody is trying to change your child. The Bible says, train a child the way he should go. And when he grows up, he will not depart from it. So anything that your child becomes is the value you raise them with. Most of these molestations does not, I mean, once in a while it happen outside, but then your child will come back and tell you, and you can fight back. But in most cases, we have seen those cases. It's not our case. And what you choose to do in your life, what does that have to do with me? And then we say, oh, Democrat is trying to tell children what to do, change children. That is a pure lie. It's a propaganda that we spread. And I'm even ashamed as a black man with all the problem we have in Nigeria. Then we talk about where we are not even get to get a decent hospital. Our president cannot go to the hospital in Nigeria, even in Ashura. Corruption, everything, everywhere. And then we talk about this thing. I think that is not what going to be the end of it. We should just calm down. Whatever the value we want to propagate within our own inner cycle, you don't have to go and dictate to people what they want to do with their life, even while we cannot fight for our basic human rights back in our own land.
Thank you. So we are going to leave this topic about complaints, and we are going to meet behind.
No, Dr. Damages, I was called here, so please, can I just respond a little, please, because it's very, very necessary. My name was mentioned here. See, I'm one person that I don't insult people, I don't disrespect people, regardless of their age. But if we are having a conversation on this platform, and we can discuss about Nigerian politicians, we can call them criminals, we can call them rogues, we can use any sort of derogatory name to address our Nigerian politicians. Isn't it also acceptable that if we see American politicians, that we could also address them with any name we think it's okay for us to use on them? Trump was called all manner of names. Actually, somebody on this platform said that Trump was sleeping with his daughter. And during my own speech, I was being centered to be interrogated by wolves of liberals that night. And I stood my ground defending Donald Trump. They were calling Donald Trump all manner of nasty names or accusations. And I asked a question during the end of my speech. And then it was followed by another question trying to interrogate me. And I said, did you want me, or do you want me to say that Kamala Harris was an Olosho? That was it. Ify, from nowhere, I have never disrespected Ify. Ify was like that she thought I have sense before, that she's disappointed that realizing that I don't have sense. It's her father that does not have sense. See, if you are not civil enough to respect yourself in the public and you decide to insult Kenneth, just know that I will extend it to your parents because it is their fault for not training you well.
You should remove Ekene. That was a long issue.
Remove Ekene for what?
He repeated that again. Remove him.
Yes, she was called here. She was called upon the next day to apologize for insulting me. She stood her ground that she was not going to apologize. And you want me to take it from her? You want me to take it easy from her?
You extended it to her parents?
Yes.
Hold on.
I will do that.
Repeating it again today.
Hold on again.
Anytime.
Okay, hold on. Can I?
Anytime.
Why do you have is Ify here?
Pardon me?
Is Ife here?
Luke, Miss Luke was one that brought up that
Yeah,
issue.
I know, but is if he wasn't, it's not
I
here.
don't know.
Why are you bringing that up again?
Because,
All right,
but Luke was the one that brought it up.
This is the thing. Let me tell you guys, I'm the one who is.
And I have to defend myself.
Kene, that's enough. Thank you. I'm the
So
one.
remove him.
Kene, that's enough. I'm the one who has been moderate amongst all the people managing this platform. I'm the one who has been pushing that people should have the right to speak, but not what I'm seeing here. Not this kind of thing. I can't stand it. I won't. I mean, I've said this in public before, or maybe I should say it in private. Maybe I should say it in public. If this is going to continue, I will just close shop and go back and do my satire. I can't deal with this.
Mr.
Wait, no, who is talking, please?
Not me.
No, I don't care. Nobody, please. I can't deal with this.
Yes.
I'm not healthy. I don't talk about my personal life, but I can't deal with this because even when I'm not here, I keep getting these messages from everybody. Please, I'm at the end of. I can't take it anymore. If you can't help me, we will be shutting down. Maybe I'll just invite a guest and like Maze is okay, who is here quiet, and we chat. You listen, and that's it. That there are 15 people who are making noise and screaming, it doesn't do anything for me. Who is playing radio? I don't understand. Is that person not aware that we are going to hear it? Do we have to talk about these things? I told you guys in a private meeting with everybody where we are going to. We're not going to get there with this kind of action. In the last 2 hours, we were supposed to be talking about elections. People went on tangents. I close the show here, leave, and I get 20 calls, 50 calls. Is that what I'm living for? Is that what I'm doing with my life? To deal with things like this. Somebody said this today, yesterday, 2 weeks ago. I can't. All right, Mazes, okay, welcome to the show. I'm not taking anything. I'm going to talk to Mazes, okay. After that, we look at the results. Any other thing, complaints, any other thing, write to the complaint email. There's an email. Somebody should post it. There's an email. Write to that email, we can discuss. All right, Mazes, okay, welcome to the show.
Rudolph,
yeah.
Part of the ways you can resolve this conflict is to say that anybody who wants to complain must bring a white fowl, 4 coconuts, and 5 cola nuts, with 1 carton of beer and 1 carton of malt, non-refundable. So that by the time you complain twice, at least the house will have some things to. Maybe if after 2 months it continues, then we'll increase it to one keg of up wine with maybe with 1 pot of pepper soup, depending on who prepared, so that people there. Anyway, on a serious note, I think, gentlemen, I can see the frustration in Rudolph's voice, and the only reason why, to be honest with you guys, the only reason why I came on here is because Rudolph is here. Normally, I wouldn't, because I sit back sometimes, and what I have observed happening here is I see a people who are angry with themselves, angry with opinion of others. And I am not surprised why some of us who are angry with ourselves take their frustrations, go to their homeland, burn it down, because they're angry. You come here, I've said that to Rudolph privately before, and I said it here, people do not understand that they are, anytime you come here, you don't actually see yourself that you're on a TV. I don't know, sometimes that maybe some of you kind of get carried away that maybe you think, I don't know, you're hiding in some kind of Russian bunker or whatever, that nobody's seeing you. But freaking hundreds of thousands of people are watching you. Sometimes some people just lie down and be talking. Sometimes some people are just eating, opening mouth. Wow, wow, wow. I'm like, come on, guys, come on. And the camera is there. Courtesy will demand that if you want to eat, you can either off your camera or you go backstage. This technology gives you the opportunity to go backstage. You want to stand up? Sometimes some people wear boxers. You want to stand up in camera, you stand up. Come on, nah, haba. Huh? And we see all the ngwongwo na ngwongwo. I mean, Rudolph Avec, election, I'm wearing red. So that's why I'm supporting USA. So that's why I wear my red to come and support the USA. Guys, I think we can do better. And, we have to. I would say, if sometimes anybody gets offended, please, please, please do not bug the...
On Ginger Media,
Yeah.
we stream on Ginger Media also.
I know, yeah, I saw it.
And
Yeah.
sometimes I wonder what he's thinking, that one day he will call and say, stop doing this. This is embarrassing. But people don't know how far some of these things we do go.
Honestly, it goes, because sometimes, listen, I've actually received calls. There was a day, I think I was at Ifan Yuba's memorial in London or something. So somebody called me 3 times. When I picked, I said, what are you guys doing on your platform? And I'm like, what is it? So I said, go on. So I checked. I said, ignore. But, you guys don't understand that, where serious conversations do happen, suddenly there are things you see. I mean, you can't go to Arise or channels and you see people just quarreling. And that sometimes I think I've told you, Rudolph, your hosts are so lenient. I think nonsense I won't take. I don't care. But you can't just come on air and say certain things. You go backstage. If there's one man, him, I won't say name, but you know that whenever I do a one-on-one interview with him and you bring another guest, he will be quarreling. In Zoom, you mute the individual, and he's there now. I say, it's only your computer you can break, not Zoom. So, so if you get angry so much, okay, calm down. So, finally, I think let's not revisit. For me, the way I operate, this is not this is life. Pay attention. So it's not question and answer or talk I talk back. Let's go to real issues. So, Rudolph, so what do we want us to discuss?
Yeah, the election and what's going on. Where are you? Are you in Europe or in Nigeria? I don't know. You don't need to be specific.
I am in the land of Tunubu, the T-Pain.
Oh, okay. So how is it playing over there? How is this? What's going on in America? Are people watching? Do people discuss it? Is it?
You can't believe that people released song for Donald Trump.
Oh, I saw one.
Yeah.
Wearing
in northern Nigeria.
Yes.
They release American Heat for a man who calls them S-hole. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, And you see, the thing is, when America sneezes, a lot of countries pay attention. But for me, I've actually looked at the thing, I'm a crypto investor. I'm looking at being selfish. Which one will benefit me? I have a lot of interest in the stock market. So which one benefits me? That's the way I actually look at it.
Now, talking about results, in Georgia, I'm getting this report that...
Are you able to share some of it, the thing on the screen, so that we...
Yeah, no, I got this privately, but I will share it once we can see. Independents in Georgia, they are supporting Trump by 11 points. And they are about 31% of the electorate. So, which means that it's likely that Harris will lose Georgia. So
Wow.
we know that there are, depending on the permutation, we will show that later on, where they can make up to the 270. So if she should lose Georgia, then she may not have room. If she loses Pennsylvania too, it may become very difficult for her to get to 270. All right. The other results from New York Times, we're seeing that in the House, no, in the Senate, Democrats, they have 29, Republicans 40. In the House, Democrats 7, Republicans 18.
Wow. That's a
Of
flux.
course, yeah, the Electoral College is still the same, 3 for Democrats, Harris, 23 for Trump. Again, it depends on where the polling closed. I don't think they are closed anywhere. Oh, maybe they are. And where it also depends on what state. So, for instance, if they are southern states, we know that Trump will win them. All right, we'll get into that. Let me hear briefly from Forefathers. He just joined us. He hasn't said anything. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Greetings, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for having me, and greetings to all the panelists. I guess including a special appearance from Injenge Media TV. I guess I don't know where to start. Should I go on the main topic?
Yeah, the topic is the election now. What is going on?
Okay.
Yeah.
In the last couple of days, 3 or 4 days, there seems to be a slight shift towards that's Harris. But the momentum before that was towards Trump. And I don't know, there are some Democratic analysts that think that there is an undercurrent of support for Harris out there. But from looking at the polls, at least even if they like to say that it's Republican polls or from Republican websites, the direction of travel seems to be heading towards Trump. If he doesn't hold Nevada, places like Wisconsin, and the fact that Wisconsin is even in play is crazy. It shouldn't be. Then Michigan too is in play. If that happens, if she loses any one of them after losing Nevada, the race is over. I don't see she's not going to take Georgia, not in this cycle, this election cycle. So, I just think that it may be too late, but I don't know. I might be wrong. Maybe the Democrats, might actually come true based on, one of the analysts actually said he was going to eat the paper that he was using to present it if he is wrong. So they feel strongly about it. But in terms of my own opinion, who I prefer, anybody that has watched me before, for different reasons that most may not like, I prefer Trump. I think with Trump being in office, he's going to make us sit up a little bit more. Because he doesn't care about us. He's going to say all kinds of crazy things about us. The black people in America are going to have a rougher time. That is a given. But globally, the black people will be more self-conscious because of what he's done. Because it happened the last time. It did happen the last time. African Americans have never traveled as much as they traveled during the time when Trump was in office. So if that happens again, and Africa starts waking up their own eyes that, okay, this slow walking dream that the Democrats put them in, that makes them think that there's this illusion of inclusion. If they break that spell, I think it's good for us. I think our people need to wake up to the fact that we have to fight for ourselves. Trump makes that clear to us, makes it a lot clearer. Democrats don't. That's why I don't like them. And they interfere in our affairs, in our country's affairs a lot. So from that point of view, in my own opinion, I prefer Trump. If you ask me in terms of how the night is going to turn out, I think it's going to head towards Trump. But a lot of Democrats feel strongly that they will win it. So I really don't know. That's the truth.
All right. Thank you, Forefathers. This is from New York Post. Trump is projected to win Georgia. What? No. To win West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, while Harris is going to win Vermont. So nothing surprising yet. So these are states that have been expected. They are moving in the direction they're expected to move. So we continue to watch and see. Let me see if there's anybody who is new, who is yet to weigh in. Before okay, Tone. Okay, go ahead, Tone.
Dr. Damages, I don't want to take us back to what you said before. We're really very sorry. I'm part of the problem. But what Diago has been saying had just happened now. I'm sorry, some of your moderators are irresponsible. Electricity has blocked me again. My chats are not showing. I thought it was, well, I didn't see anything terrible. I sent something. And why is it? It was when Adama came in, Tope came in, all my chats are not showing. I said hi even to Boom Boom Ray. Why are they doing this? Now, if people now react, it will seem as if the panelists are savages, that we are reacting. These people are not matured enough to hold the spanner. I'm telling you now, Dr. Rudolph, you need to review people that hold your spanner. Somebody has blocked me. Did I say anything terrible to anybody? I even said hello to Boom Boom. It's not showing. Why is this so? This is a problem. Why is it that when forefathers moderate, it is different? There's no problem. We don't have this sort of problem late into the night. Although even though we don't even agree with forefathers, nobody tells forefathers to go to hell. Nobody's rude to him. Why is it? It's only when electricity is hiding behind with his attack teams and all that, this sort of tricks will start happening. I'm not happy. I'm just letting you know. This is one of the classic examples.
Leave it. We have to. Problem. I hear you, Tom. Sorry, Rudolph. I'm not trying to do anything, but I would say to both Rudolph and our man Jenje that you see, we who are the panelists, we are actually the people that make this show, and the moderator is most important in leveling the show. If the moderator is behaving in an insular fashion, everything goes stay with. The moderator is most important. When we have a good moderator, the show goes well. When we have bad moderation, the show goes badly. It's as simple as that. The moderator is the captain of the show. Understand that. He is most responsible. Just because you have the power to throw somebody out, that doesn't make you a good moderator. That's all I've got to say.
Dr. Damages, there's something I really want us to understand over this issue. On this platform as panelists, right? We've experienced this multiple times, that when a panelist is being insulting, is being derogatory to another panelist, that panelist will be called to order to withdraw his or her words or to apologize. It has happened on this platform multiple times. Even today, Mazi Prince was saying something. I think Ikolala misunderstood him. Mazi Prince apologized immediately. Now, for anyone that may have a contra perception about me, understand this very well. I've never opened my mouth and insult any panelist on this platform. But whenever you do, I don't keep back. I'll give it back to you. Now, for a panelist to insult me before everybody here, even those that are bearing false witness today, and this panelist was called to order the next day and asked to apologize. And she refused and held her ground. And you want me to respect this person any further? You want me, to respect this person any further? I don't do that. I'm not P2B that accepts every insult and still apologize. Do you understand? On the comment section, it is okay if you don't agree with my opinion. It's okay for us to have differing opinion, but do not bring yourself that low to begin to insult your fellow adults. Some adults will take it. Me personally, I don't take it. If you think you were not given proper home training, that you can insult your fellow adults for not agreeing with you, then something is definitely wrong with you. If you choose to go that dirty, know it that some people are ready to make you appear very dirty. So you don't control how I respond to insult. I can use whatever I have to defend myself, so that it will get to your nerves. The next day, you would think twice before you insult your fellow adult. This is my position.
Alaba.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to talk about that other issue you were all talking about indoctrinating children and then the U.S. election. I still believe the Democrats will win today's election. You see, the mistake everybody made in that argument was simple, was that they're forgetting that even children are individuals under the United States. They have their own rights. And if they choose to go transgender or whatever they want to do, the state has a responsibility to protect them. Now, the state does not, in the process of trying to protect them, enforce an homosexual ideology on another person. The state cannot do that. That's why they separate state and sex and religion and all these things. But the state has a responsibility to protect diversity, because it's majority rule, but minority rights. You might not agree with their cultural agenda, but the state has a firm responsibility to protect the weakest among its citizens. Now, that being said, back to the issue of this panel. Rudolph, we had that meeting, and you try to sweep this issue reoccurring under the carpet with Dr. Nke Ndibe. You see, the issue of moderators, truth, quality of production, and panelists are important. These things cannot be swept under the carpet. Now, when the medium is being used as just a machine to propagate any form of information without being checked facts, without factual evidence. Now, you're right, everybody's truth is different, and we don't know who owns the absolute truth, but facts cannot be different. And a medium like this should be based on facts. We have moderators who are here to push religious agenda that could be offensive to your Muslim viewers. We have moderators here who are here to promote nationalist agenda that could be offensive to some viewers. And then you have some panelists who come in, throw out misinformation, and then say, I have no time, I have no time. If you throw out information, you should have enough time to stay to back it up with facts. And this is where people like me comes in or get upset when this is happening on the medium, and you're trying out of love to call the people doing this to order. Now, wait a minute, that is not true, but because they have the Nigerian power thing, they shut you down, they censor you, they block you, not giving room for that open debate. These are issues that need to be addressed.
All right. Thank you, Alaba. Our last person is Ife, then I will make my comment. Ife, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. How you all doing? What's up? What's up? I was just coming back from work. Somebody called me. I was like, if you was going on Dr. Damage's show, your name is everywhere. So point of correction. Njanja Media, good evening, sir. Papudoka, good evening. Papudoka, I would like you to go back and listen to that conversation. Go back, take your time and listen to that conversation. And then come back and analyze it. I'm not going to sit down here and argue with anybody. You're talking about disrespecting parents. Ferrere, you went into argument with Ferrere. You opened your mouth. What did you call his mother? Do you want to hear what he called Ferrere's mother? Ibunegi. That's exactly what you called this woman.
Can you also tell us what Ferrere said to me in Yoruba? In Anu Ibabi, in Anu Yoruba. Can you also tell me what Ferrere used on me with Yoruba?
Let me finish my conversation. Nobody interrupted you.
Okay?
This is not right.
Nobody interrupted you.
Can you also interpret Yoruba?
Can I just talk, sir? Please, respect yourself. I'm not your brother. I'm not your sister. You're not my brother. Okay?
Thank you. I'm not either.
We're not going there now. Since that's what you want to talk, I'm up for it. Okay? All I said to you when you were talking about Kamala Harris, you said, Kamala, is she not Olosho? And I said, Ekene, come on now. Did she sleep with your father? That was all I said. Ekene went off. That's all I said. I said, there is no evidence. Can you prove this? Ekene said that the evidence is all over the place, that it's all over in California. I said, but where is the evidence? That is all I said. Since that time, Ekene, but you called Ferreira's mother. You opened your mouth. That's somebody's mother, apparently, because he doesn't understand Igbo. Did I make it up? I've even forgotten about this thing and I let it go. I wasn't even talking about it. I was just coming back from work and somebody called me and said, what is going on? Your name is all over the place. Adama, you were there. Tope, you were there. All of you were there. Now you're trying to lie about it. Papudoka, please go and look at that conversation. If I wronged Ekene, I will apologize to Ekene. But if Ekene opened his mouth and called this woman and said she's Olocho, that she slept with so many people in California, that was how she became the district attorney, I was shocked. I said, no, I'm not going to sit down here and for you to disrespect this woman. It's not possible. And I asked him a question. Can you prove that? Ekene, did this woman sleep with your father? That is all I said. And it wasn't anything malicious.
If he went name, you shouldn't have called his daddy now.
No.
You should have said he didn't sleep with you. But
let me tell you,
there now.
No, before you say something like this, have a proof. It doesn't even matter. But he was okay to call this man's mother, whatever. I was shocked.
All right.
All this nonsense, whatever I can actually, now we live here in Georgia. We live here in Georgia.
Also, Rudolph, you should know that. Rudolph, you should know that the quality of question the moderator asked on that day gave room to denigrate women, and I was opposed to that.
God bless you, Ferrari.
A moderator should not ask questions that would denigrate our women.
Why is the electricity blocking me?
Ask such a crazy question to denigrate women that every powerful woman has opened their legs. That was insulting to women.
Yeah. Terrible, coming from a pastor.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for letting this out. We have a show called The Diasporan Perspective. We're doing it with a TV show, a TV station in Nigeria. And it's every Saturday at 2 p.m. Nigerian time, 9 a.m. here in New York. Where they are going to go, we're also going to get another show that will be every week. So we're gradually moving into real TV, and maybe there won't be any need for this thing we do here, because I feel like maybe we have exhausted the limits. Maybe freedom, too much freedom. I believe in freedom. Maybe it's really not. There's a reason why channels, they don't do this. Arise, they don't do this. But I appreciate all of you. Just in case you don't see me again, I thank you all. I really enjoy this. But we are going to take a break. When we come back, maybe we will get back to conversation about the election. I really want to cover this election. I have Shore joining us. I have some journalists who I don't know if they will even join anymore, because I already scheduled them down the road that they will join at different times, and they give us their view of what is going on. But I'm already drained by the direction how this things went. I would take a break and I will try to call them and see who is available. I would like to talk to Njinji Media privately, one-on-one. Maybe everybody will take a break. I will talk to Njinji Media after the break. And then I will also use the break to reach out to these other people that are already scheduled to join us on the show. So let's take a break. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zugo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zugo, akwa nwa nwe ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya.
Onye ọma zoro biko, abụ mmanwụ zoro ndosari, ịbịa wunye n'ịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo, mmanwụ ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo, aba mmanwụ ilochilo biko rapụ zoro ọ na-abazi ya. Mazi welcome up. Odogu no kwere zinenka. Onyo mani gadele mo. Mazi ni mazi ngame. Ibu go with melody. Odogu na chala noka, ezi wane mliga delemo, olagado ni pezigo, ma olagado ni pezigo, amama wilo chilo, bigora muzoro, anabaze, te, onyama zoro de. Mama was a sorry. If I were to go on Mulaga, don't Piazugo, Nazaboy. Mulaga, don't Piazugo. Amama will chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Anabazi. I don't never be kitchen. I'm a Pamnika Gogia. Well, you work well. He catch your mother. Hey, you want? So chukwa mekalumo ike chukwu negaji esi nwanne mekere ịlapụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị zoro 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 Deduru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara Onye nwụrụ zuru ike
All right. Welcome back, everybody. And nice to have you. I just reached out to Shore. He's going to join us in about 25 minutes. There are there are people who support Harris, and they are already in panic mode because Trump is at 133, according to some projections.
Electoral delegates or what?
Yeah, electoral college.
Okay.
And
college.
Harris is still at 3. So
Number 3 as in 3.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3.
yeah.
Dayabu Uku.
Yes. So that's
no,
it's not a surprise yet. Let me see if I can pull up what's going on. It's not totally a surprise because the polls are closed, are still within the Republican territories. There is no contested place that is closed now that we can say that is something unexpected. So there is still not anything that has happened that is not expected, but it's just that the margin is so wide that they could project those states as soon as it closed. So New York will close in another. I think New York is at 9. I think New Jersey just closed. So I hope that if Harris doesn't win New Jersey, then it's over. We can just go home.
Really?
No. But yeah, I mean, I don't think so. It's okay. Okay, Trump is projected to win Florida. So Harris will take Massachusetts, Maryland. We are waiting for more states to close, and then I think some states are closing at 8:30. So and then 9 majority of the states in the East Coast will close. So by then we will begin to know what's going on in the 7 states that really matter in this election. So go ahead.
Don't you think either way that Harris would still become president?
Oh, it's still possible. Yeah. Until the 7 states that will determine that, until we start getting results from there, it's not going to be far from what we already know. Nothing has happened. It's only the exit polling that we are seeing where the independents breaking for Trump in the states that have been called, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be the same in the contested states. So we see. But it's quite interesting how the night is looking. And then this will be also interesting because when they start counting the early votes and the mail-in ballots, things might change too in those states. So interesting.
And there are Nigerians who actually went there to observe the elections. I mean, I don't know what.
I heard that you're a man at the level. Somebody mentioned. I'm not sure if it's true, but that he was here. What is his name?
My man. I
We
don't
had him.
know when I did.
You know them very well. I don't know them. We had him on the show here.
Yeah, it was a good. I believe it was a good conversation you had with him.
So I think they should come. I actually think it's a good thing that if they're here, they should come and see and maybe learn something. What I still don't know is why they didn't set up their situation room the way they do it here and be able to get these figures.
What do you mean? What do you mean situation room? How?
You know, like the parties. I mean the parties.
In Nigeria or in America?
In Nigeria.
Of course, there is.
I know they did, but it wasn't efficient because they didn't get all the figures and they were depending on.
No, again, when you talk about the situation room, irrespective of how your situation room is equipped, it's only based on the data that you have.
That's what I'm saying.
Basically, it's garbage in, garbage out. Because now, bear in mind, you can see that people in America I think you guys are not trying electronic voting, right?
Hmm.
I think in some areas, where I saw some videos where someone is trying to vote Trump and it jumps into Harris. Tries Trump again, and it jumps into Harris. So I don't know whether that was AI or if it's real. So these days, you never know what you can trust. But if you just oppose that to Nigeria, where everything is manual, take the last election, Edo, for instance, that it has been there has been a scientific proof where INEC staff collaborated to use fake result sheets to actually write a result. Do you understand? Criminal. And couple of weeks after the revelation, no one has been no one has been arrested. No one has been charged. So what?
Are you talking about the Edo election? Because I saw
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So when you look at that, now it makes a mess because if you take, for instance, the situation room of the PDP that had some scientific, both of them, but because one is looking at how you can manipulate the results and eventually did. So whatever situation room you have is basically a command and control center. Okay. Our this thing, okay, how many you get? Or add 50-50 on top of whatever we have, to prop up the numbers. So it's not actual, it makes no sense. But what we wanted to do or what we did in the last election, it was shock. Would have shocked some people. If Nigeria had like that, we would like there's something I kept saying in my programs that helped us develop an app during, I noticed that during the time of Soludo. What INEC does is they have they use phone, they snap from ECHA, right? And they upload it. And I'm thinking that's actually a very weird system. It makes no sense. That's only evidence. However, there is no reason, and Beavers, I believe, by configuration can do that. There is no reason why we cannot redesign the interface, and I believe that's what Americans are doing. Because when you snap as evidence, you can also input figures, right? APC 130, PDP 150, Labour 2, or whatever. The input figure, the same figure that is what you have snapped. That is where situation room comes in. Because that's where then you now have the big board or the big screen, because in IT UI design you call it roll up summary. You're rolling up from the PU, that's the polling unit. You're rolling up to the ward level. You're rolling up to the LGL level, and rolling up to the state. So you have that 4 layers. Actually, you don't longer need whatever tabulation, because whatever everybody is doing, the tabulation is being done automatically. If you are at the level of ward, you're looking at the total ward from every come to Nobi. You see all the polling units at Nobi Ward 5, all merging together to Nobi Ward 5. Then from Nobi Ward 5, it goes on to the next level, which is the LGA level. And that's where the election is being rigged, actually. So if that happens, for instance, then we should be able to have a clear result and timely so. You understand? That obviously I'm looking at it, the figures are coming. Exactly what this, I think that's what the South Africans did. Because South Africa done an election, you're looking at the result.
Even Kenya.
So, and the only reason why we are not doing it is not that we don't have the capacity to do it. The only reason why we are not doing it is because we have a set of people who will lose, or who do not have the interest to see that these things are done. Because if they do, they will lose out. And I tell you this: every politician in Nigeria, irrespective of any party, believes that they can rig an election. Every politician in Nigeria believes that they can rig an election. That's why when you talk to them about technology, they only listen to you with one ear. Because at the back of their mind, they kind of have a backup. Okay, maybe we can take off the hook and it benefits me. If not, if all of us, insist on technology, and someone says, "Oh, you can hack it, you can do." Come on, if you take Estonia as a case study, they've been able to conduct election on blockchain. If you understand blockchain technology, when notes are created, you can actually transfer money. I mean, you can, I want to, if I'm on the same chain, I can transfer Ethereum to Ethereum or BTC or BNB or ETC or whatever or so. You can actually do this, and these notes are created. You can't duplicate them, right? So it's not like a normal PHP web, whatever. This is real security where trillions are moved. Trillions of dollars are traded on a single basis on a daily basis with thousands of transactions, and we can do it. We can do it. But hey, what we want is to say we're coming to America to monitor election. We should have also issued a statement, warn America that they don't want violence.
That's I said that at the beginning of this show that any serious African country should have made that statement, especially in what was going on 2 days, 3 days ago about the complaints, the rigging that people were complaining about. Warn them that they won't get visa to come to Africa.
Yeah, if you rig the election.
Well,
who would do it? Is it this one?
South Africa could do it.
Well, not under Ramaphosa. Under what's his name?
Malema.
Malema, yes, he would. He won't blink twice. Under Sowore, maybe he won't blink twice. But with these people here, not under people that is begging America, please do not review my identity and my result because it's going to hurt me. And they're already holding you by your brocos. So, they are the ones you're going to issue statement against or what?
Yeah, no. Now, last Sunday we had the commissioner, Anambra State's commissioner for information, Dr. Law Mefo. He talked about Okpoko. What is the state of things? I wish you were around. I didn't check on Okpoko before he came. He said that Enonicha is perfect.
I wouldn't have spoken to him on that because Love Mefo is my good friend. He was my my deputy when I was the president of the Ibekune Initiative. So he's a very good friend. Okay. We sit down in Abuja and we while we discuss, we destroy some home wave. So and I wouldn't have joined the program because there are disagreements that will allow us to have off camera. But Okpoko, I have a video yet to release on Okpoko. I don't know why. These days I've been lazy to even get the people editing to just basically work on it. But that hasn't, that's it's a little bit dated now. I think it's about 4 months. I intend to be in Okpoko by next week. So hopefully before the month, well, around end of November, I should have an up-to-date thing of Okpoko. And there is a place where pigs meet human, and both live happily ever after on the street. and in the gutters.
Wow.
4 months ago, while I, walked, went through there, it hasn't changed, and it's still. Let me quickly see if we can pull it out. It hasn't changed, and so anybody telling you sanctimoniously that Boko has received some this, and I say, well, okay, I don't know, but things are not the way they might appear or they might sound. Boko is still not. And in fairness, there are areas that have been done though. But I'll put it this way: you have a house that ought to be knocked down, and we are painting it with test coat. Do you understand? We're painting it with test coat. I was in Oboko when a day before I came, 4 months ago, rain fell. Oh, wow. I was only shocking that, was only shocking to me that people didn't die. So let me show you this. I hope my camera can capture this for the benefit of your viewers. This was recorded 4 months ago. So if anybody tells you that this has been done, this is what I mean, where the pigs, you can see
Wow.
pigs. So that's me walking. That's me walking. I'm on a keke.
Yeah.
That's the only way I go to keke. So you can see that there.
Yeah.
So that's the street. And you can see on your left, you can see the pig dragging road with people. So that's it. Right?
That wasn't the impression I got.
Well, for the benefit of being balanced, so that somebody, I am not accused of anything. You will now see also here a
Yeah.
place. This place is also done. You understand? So you can see, but look at the houses. What I'm now saying, this is the analogy of, instead of knocking something down, we are painting it. So I would have thought about urban regeneration. I know it will cost a humongous amount of money, but heavy lifting, human being has to do it. At some point, we have to tell the people, if you really want to build up here. But I don't see that happening again, because there has been the denial of the Taiwan and the African Taiwan, China, whatever, has been somewhat denied. So I do not see that happening.
So, have they buried Ifanyuba?
No, Ifanyuba will be buried on the 22nd of November.
Okay. I know that you've been following the Wanyanwu process, or the funeral, or going home from.
No, it's done and dusted.
It's finished.
Yeah, it was on the 1st, I believe, 1st of November. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
He was buried, so life moved on. Yeah.
So is there a new leader for Hanese?
No. Well, it's not a question of having a new leader. Or Hanese has a constitution that when they have a president, they have three. I think, is it 3 or 4? They have multiple deputy or vice, as they call. So if anything happens to one, automatically the next person that will take over comes from the next state in alphabetical order. Alphabetical order in this case is Abia State. So it's clearly, if we go by Ohanese Constitution, the new PG until the next election on 10th of January, unless anything happens, has to come from Abia State. I know some of them, if they are watching now, they'll disagree, but I don't care. This is the Constitution. So anyway.
Wow. Now, how is the Anambra State election shaping up?
Well, INEC just announced the timetable, though, and that means by between now and January, things will begin to take shape. But nonetheless, because now we don't know whether a Labour Party have been, everything is.
Which one is Zenith Labour Party? What is going on?
On a Labour. There is Labour inside.
I get confused. But how is it that they could pull this off? All of a sudden they tell people in the villages, this is where we are going, or everybody will just go there. How do you do it in
you are a teacher, you are not a mobilizer. When they mobilize people, they will go and tell people where to vote. So
I didn't know how people are those so smart who turn up at night. Look at River State, a new party just came and
no, it's not a new party. That's what you think. It's not a new party. It's been
no, I know what I mean by new, in the sense that
let me tell you, in one of my analysis, actually, something struck me while I was looking at APP. I found out that October last year, APP's I think May this year, APP's office was bombed. Can you make the connection? Mm-hmm. An obscure party nobody knew about. Their office was bombed.
Where?
In Rivers.
Okay.
A couple of months later, they sprang up and won an election. Connect the dots. It means there are some people who knew at the initial what was going to happen. So they were trying to target the office. You understand? So it's not a surprise. It might be a surprise to you, a novice. And until it comes in the news, that's how you know. So that's why some people were shocked. So what's, the Labour Party has not been, anyway.
So how do you separate what happened in Abia State? Because I didn't understand that. Is it that the original Labour Party that Oti used to get into office, he's no longer part of it? Or
no. That's not. Okay. The issue is there is a leadership tussle within Labour Party. Now, I believe Alex Oti doesn't want to take that risk of if I allow these members to contest under this party, right? And tomorrow, Supreme Court, Wike is building houses for them now. So you don't know what will happen, and suddenly A can become B. So he doesn't want to take chances. Because actually, the case between Njoko and Professor Chukuma, or APCA case, there is a court judgment that says that the faction that conducted APCA's primary is not the authentic one. The wider implication is that Soludo is maybe standing on one leg. Because if enforcement is actually done, the rug on which he is standing might be pulled, and while you're standing on one leg.
Wow.
So it becomes, a very, very serious issue. Understand? So, politics in Nigeria is not, I tell you, my brother, it's not for the faint-hearted. It's not what Nigerians are so smart that they would always find ways to circumvent the law. Now, however you write that loophole, man, can you imagine? And when people started talking about APP, I said, well, APP is not something new. Recall when Orji Zokalo was fighting Olusegun Obasanjo in 2002, 2003. He had to win election with PPP. Recall that even in 2007, Theodore Orji, who was his successor, won that election from the prison using PPP.
So PPP is packed for the purpose of winning.
Well, special purpose vehicle.
Now,
it's a bullion van parked in the garage to be oiled and started whenever needed.
all right. So the new results are in.
Okay.
Harris 71, Trump 101. That is from New York Times. So
Jesus.
Harris took states like New Jersey, Rhode Island, which nothing is yet a surprise. In the House, Democrats 33, Republicans 58. In the Senate, Democrats 34, Republicans 43. So
If you go by the House numbers, it's if the trajectory and trend continues, then you know that everywhere is going to be red tonight.
no, you can't say that because I think there
They
are
can
more.
paint the town red. What are you saying? What can you not say? Because if the electoral college are already going reddish, and the Senate and House are going reddish, it will end up with a red eye.
No, what will happen now is when New York closed, they've not called New York.
Okay,
But
New York is New York among the KKK states. So
yeah, New York is
is
Democratic.
the Nigerian Kaduna? Are they trying to?
It's solidly Democratic. So if they call that, it's going to add to the numbers in the House and maybe one Senate seat. Yeah, the point is that there's no surprises yet in this state so far called. So the other thing to look out for is whether there will be contested votes. So, for instance, they are reporting
Going to court.
Yeah, going to court. Yeah. And they are reporting that in Nevada they've rejected more ballots than usual, so which may set up a recount. It might end up having a recount in Nevada.
And not riot.
No, there are people who were threatening that if their man does not win, that there will be a civil war. But of course, America is able to deal with those people.
Well, a land of crazy people with so many ammunitions. You never know.
Yeah. One of them was actually saying that they have more arms in their hands than the military. So, and most of them were former military officers, which is interesting. But
So they will just come out anyway. That one is the people who are. How can anyway ragtag people come and
no. Even if they had military training, I don't think they can take on the U.S. military. If you look at what happened to the guy, Hamas leader, when the drone came, he's using a stick to chase
because he was already partially immobilized.
Oh, was it?
No, because you can see the way he sat now. So he was already partially immobilized.
Yeah, but it was, the point is that the military, they have more technology that they can deal with anybody, even if they are American.
But even the thought alone. See, let me tell you, if for instance, I mean, I can't imagine you having an election in Germany or UK now. You're saying if this party doesn't win, it sounds stupid. Sorry, you understand? It sounds totally stupid, even to conceive the idea. Huh? Because you see, some of the thing, and that's why some people have issues with what J. Trump says sometimes. The way you address things is that as a leader, there are certain utterances that probably should not come out of your mouth, right? There are certain things that there is this level of prestige and decorum that certain positions should carry, right? Not everything you think there must be a kind of sieve or some way of processing things that comes out. I mean, the kidney is in the body for a reason. But sometimes I said, what's the case scenario? My own, I know they're American. If una give me visa, I come. If una no give me visa, make una dey on our side. And I will not give you visa too. Then I'll be drinking my pan wine alone. I will not give any American.
Now, at 9 p.m., polls will close in Wisconsin, Arizona, I think Michigan. So that's when we're going to the battleground states, and any of them that is called will have implications, real implications on the. So that's in 15 minutes. On the electoral college, because once we start removing two of these candidates, then their options, their path to the presidency will be shrinking. So, but
now there is a high chances that Trump will win. The market in the last, the market, especially the cryptocurrency market in the last couple of hours. Hold on, in the last 1 hour 47 minutes.
Yeah.
Has spiked.
Oh, and that's an indication that Trump will win.
Yeah, I mean, people are betting.
But
people are betting.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is. Let me tell you
earlier today, BTC was below. Earlier today, BTC was below 69. Now, within 24 hours since today, BTC has gained 4.78. So basically, what it lost almost in a week is gained in a day, and it's come back to 71 now, and it was on 68 before. So when you look at it, I mean, there's something there.
Is there any policy of Trump that will help?
Yes, because Trump says that when he wins, he will fire Gary Gensler, that he would make sure that, again, for me personally, I take it to be one of those talk that he's going to fire Gary Gensler, the SEC head, that he's going to ensure that America leads within the blockchain cryptocurrency industry, blah, 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 And there is a coin called Dogecoin, for instance. Dogecoin, Elon Musk at some point wanted people to buy Tesla with that coin. So which pumped that coin to some. Now, there is this insinuation that if he wins, Elon Musk might get a job in his government. I don't know how that will play out. But because of that narrative, that coin is pumping. So that if Elon Musk wins, this is sell the news. People will understand. We sell the news.
There is this option, election day, a presidential election option, and Harris is going for 32 cents for $1, while Trump is now at 72 cents.
That's a meme coin. That's the Trump meme coin, right?
No, it's something on. I think this is, according to them, is Robinhood. They have this option that it was, as of yesterday, before the results started coming, Trump was at 51.
Okay.
Harris was 40 something. So now Harris has dropped to 22, while Trump is up at 72 cents.
Yeah, that's what I just told you. Because, I mean, I honestly, I look at the leverage. I look at the leverage. I look at the, people shorting or longing on Bitcoins, on BTC. So that gives you an indication where people, because if people start liquidating their long, their depending who they are supporting, if it is people supporting Kamala, then they will start liquidating their shorts and to go long and whatever. So it means they don't have faith that it's going to pan out the way they think.
So there are people making money on what's going on today.
Oh, stay there now. I think they're not just today there they talk. Hey, people are cashing out real. Real. I mean, the computer is there to make money, right? if Dodge gets literally I beg, life and journey of Henry. I beg, I need you. I beg, wire me your answer. I've been holding for 3 years. I almost bought at 50 cents. So, and you bought, man, we have a millionaire in the midst, though.
Who?
Life and journey. We have
Oh.
a millionaire in the midst, though. Make you know play with this one now. I don't spotted.
So the New York Times has this what is called the needle. The needle is back. So depending on what's going on the electoral college, the needle is if you look at it now, it's on red. So so in favor of Trump at this point. Trump is leading in Virginia. He's leading in Georgia by 5%. He's leading in North Carolina by 9 points. Oh my. In Pennsylvania, only 13% reporting Harris is leading. So in North Carolina, only 25% reporting Trump is leading. Georgia is 65%. Trump up by 5%. So so there's no. If Trump gets Georgia, then he's in good shape. Michigan, Harris is leading. So the real challenge will be what will happen in another 7 minutes, because that's when we know Wisconsin.
7 minutes.
Yeah. In 7 minutes, Wisconsin will close, Nevada will close, Arizona will close. So that will tell us, and maybe by then we'll see how far they've gone with counting in Michigan. In Michigan, it's still Harris leading, but it's only 8% of the votes that are counted. So the map is looking like this. Nothing yet that is a surprise. What I was wondering is, with Florida going red so early, that means that the Senate seat there probably went. Not that it to be a surprise anyway. So we see. So far, the report is that there's no surprise. Nobody has seen something that will make them panic or be able to predict how the rest of the battleground states will look like, which is what people are waiting for. Georgia is the only one that is looking as if it's going to be Trump. But you can write up Georgia, and
why would you do that?
No, what I mean that Harris can write off Georgia and still have a path to 270. But if she loses Georgia and Pennsylvania, then
so at what point do you think it's all over?
Oh, once we see Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan, if they are called for any of the candidates, the other one may not have any other way to get to, unless they switch what is left, which may be difficult, and that's the challenge at that point.
Man, the margin on in the House is so wide, but in the Senate, well,
yeah, remember Senate is only 100.
9.
It's only 100. It's only 100.
Okay.
So it's only 100 seats that are in the Senate. In the House, you have the House is still very early, 400 and something, 453, I believe. So it's still early to say. But it's all
that is what we are missing in Nigeria. If not, people should be able to sit down, looking at something like this. You can see them things moving.
Yeah.
But this one, INEC will just go stay somewhere, adult professor will be rigging for a tout. Man, it's so annoying, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Hmm?
It shouldn't be. Yeah. When I saw the Kenyan election, not just I'm talking about when I was there in 2017, but the last one they held, everybody could go to the website and see every unit, polling units, their results as they come in. And you can do your own addition. You don't even have to wait for the electoral body to do it. And I don't know why we don't want to.
And I also read a report where people are saying that even by the results so far, the results uploaded in IREV, that the ruling party or the incoming party did not even win.
Oh, you mean in Edo State?
In Edo, yeah.
Yeah. I've
It's
heard that.
crazy. When you think things are getting out of hand, that some people should be in prison, and everybody keeps quiet.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's a sad thing that what smaller countries are doing, that we are still fighting and battling to do it, which is unacceptable in this time and age. You know? Yeah. So the point is that the night is shaping up to be different from what some people expected, but I don't know why they are panicking. There are people that I already I reached out to since yesterday, and they were going to come and do this analysis with us, but they are afraid of coming online because
Why? Because they don't want to be deported or what?
no, not that. No, it's really about how the night is going. They thought it would be an easy. Probably they were supporting one candidate or the other. They thought it would be an easy call. It's just like watching Manchester and Liverpool. Or don't think I know anything about football, but I think sometimes if it's a tight game, most people are afraid to look at the TV. I think they are afraid wherever they are. I send a text. Everybody's panicking in terms of what's going on, but the needle is still constant. If you look at the chance of winning is still not clear leader.
Is there any projection there?
Yeah, the projection here is saying Trump 279, Harris 259.
Well, if that plays out, the margin of win, it wouldn't be that much though.
No, it's not going to be much anyway. Yeah, but if that happens, then it will be Trump that will win at 279, which will be a shocker for most people in the East Coast, especially in New York area. You can see the blue spots.
Yeah, it's getting more red.
Yeah, and the fact that the New York Times needle is giving Trump 279. That's a concern because they are seeing something they are not showing to us. They are seeing the exit polling. So exit polling is telling them how people voted. And based on that, they can actually estimate, even if the percentage of the votes counted is not it's not a lot, they can make their own estimation based on that.
But Rudolph, you can actually go and snatch the ballot box now, so that
and give them action because it looks so dull.
Everywhere is quiet now. So
Yeah.
Maybe you a Nigerian. If you people had given me a visa, I could come and snatch the ballot box to check America.
If you have a camera that will follow me, then I will do that,
I will bring drone so to capture you very well. Because how can they be doing? There is no Yaya Bello and Talks to be doing ta.
Okay.
There is no Wiki and Talk to be snatching ballot boxes everywhere.
So there are changes now.
Soja Adamo Stop spamming the comment section or you'll be blocked. Come on, guys.
Look at this. I'm looking at Virginia. Initially, it was leaning Democrats. Right now, 50% of the votes counted. Trump is leading by 1 point. So Virginia should not be on the Republican column. If Virginia goes, then it will be difficult for Harris. Much more difficult now. North Carolina, Trump is leading with 37% of the votes counted. Pennsylvania, only 16%. Harris is leading, but it's just 16%. Georgia, Trump is still leading, so that's really wow, quite interesting.
So, guys, can we bet? The people at the comment section, can we bet? The people at the backstage, can we bet?
Oh Lord! All right,
100 naira.
What are you betting against who?
There are people in the comment section. They can bet in dollar. Me, I will bet in naira.
That's interesting.
Who wants to bet?
Okay, you can bet with them. I'm not part of it. I am not. I think.
Some people, Jefferson Kelechi is saying, Ofonagolu is saying Trump will win this election.
It looks from what I'm seeing here. Let
me tell you, Rudolph, a couple of months back, recall that I was on your show. I said that I actually want Trump to win this election. You know why? Let the stupidity go around.
Oh yeah, that's my personal.
Because honestly, we saw what happened in Nigeria, and they supported it. They let it go around.
That's my personal feeling that people who support Trump winning should remember that what they are saying essentially is so there's a change now. Harris Electoral College 99, Trump 120.
No. Harris, Trump, okay, 120, yeah. Is it 99? Okay, yeah, that's it.
Right. So what is happening here?
She's closing in.
Who is closing in?
Harris is closing in.
No, it's just that they gave him, they gave Trump Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska. Oh, Trump won all of Nebraska. That's a problem. Because there's a small one vote in Nebraska that could determine who wins all this. So Trump won all of Nebraska. So now what is going on is that Harris got Illinois, got New York, and Connecticut. So that's how she got to 99. Nothing is yet a surprise, because we expect she's expected to win New York, Illinois, New Jersey, Connecticut.
Another prediction that I have is on the event that she loses this election.
Yes.
She will be president of America for a couple of weeks.
What do you mean by that?
She'll be president of America for a couple of weeks.
How is that going to happen?
If they will finally push the old man to old people's home.
They will not. Even if it's not able to function, they will not do that.
Why?
Why would they do that? I mean, the country, it can run without a president.
No, but it's not. But if a president says au revoir, automatically the vice president becomes the president.
Yeah. Of course. But as long as he can.
And because there is a narrative, in my view, now, if I put on my cap of conspiracy theory, I will tell you there is a narrative that is being couched.
Yeah.
And in couching that narrative, even if it means that it is for 1 week, let there be that America has had a woman president.
Okay, I got what you're saying. But who is interested in seeing that happen? I don't think.
Have you watched the Have you watched The House of Cards?
No, I know about it, but no.
Okay. Because sometimes when I look at some of these things happening, I say there appears to be some deep state activities involved in it, but I don't know.
Mm. Well, it's possible. There, I mean, we will live, we will survive. Whoever wins.
America I mean, America. Even if any of them that wins, it cannot be worse than our own that is like on autopilot, no head, no tail. Hmm?
Yeah, quite interesting. Considering the number of states that they've called for the presidential election, when
Mm.
you look at the Senate, it's still 35 Democrats and 46
Mm.
Republicans. Okay,
Wow.
someone said I should go and watch House of Cards. That is epic. Oh, top. Okay, based on that recommendation, I'll
No, I
find.
will tell you. If you ask me, there are two actually: House of Cards and where's this one? Olivia Pope. Though they are old now, but I mean, a couple of years old.
Mm,
But it's worth every minute of it. I tell you,
okay,
House of Cards is a good recommendation.
I'll check it out. You know what was
Mm.
interesting? This man from Equatorial Guinea um, covered up a
The
story. Yeah,
the 400 wise man.
yeah,
Scandal. Thank you. Niger too. Scandal. So
yeah.
sorry, Rudolph. Before you travel to Equatorial Guinea, via Zaza room, two recommendations that I are giving you. I am giving you on your live show is House of Card
Okay.
and Scandal.
Oh, scandal. Okay, okay. I heard about that too. I'm not a big.
Jesus. When I started watching Scandal, and what's the other one, Brody? Homeland.
Yeah.
I was watching like 3 episodes concurrently. Jesus. Sometimes I don't even sleep. So
Wow.
captivating.
So look at what I told you. I told you Nebraska one point that was supposed to be Democratic went to Trump. So now Trump, the New York Times Nido now gave Trump 280 electoral college votes
Mm.
and remove one from Harris. So Harris is now 258. Yeah. So I wanted to talk about Quincy Jones. So I watched a documentary on his life twice now on Netflix, and
Quincy Jones, okay.
yeah, when he died, I felt as if I knew him. I felt like this is somebody who was
Mm.
close to me, and I recommend that highly. I've been watching more of documentaries than TV shows, and it's unbelievable what he went through and his contribution to music that most people may
Mm.
not know, and then looking at his life and comparing it to younger people like PDD, younger producers and music producers, and how they live their lives. So it's quite interesting. So as we see now, North Carolina is leaning towards Republican, Virginia Democratic, but it's still 1 point. Georgia, Trump is leading by wider 6 points. So I think at this point we should just maybe close shop. Pennsylvania, Harris is still leading.
I mean, looking at it, Trump has done 137,
Mm.
Harris 99. Wow. And I think is the principle of who first crossed the line or whatever it's called, right?
Yeah, yeah. Once you get to 270, you won.
You won.
So yeah, you see, they took out two electoral college votes from Harris again and gave it to Trump. So Trump is at
Why?
probably, let me see the state that they called. It's a state they projected will go to Trump. that gave him the two votes. I'm not sure what state that is that has only 2 votes. Yeah, but so some people are saying they shouldn't worry that that Harris will come back, but the part
Come back from where?
no, there are still battleground states that if she should win the what they call the blue belt here, if she should win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, she's still in good shape. But if she loses any of them, if she loses Virginia, that will be a problem. Because now
there are some comments here from Mazi Prince says West Coast and other states is not closed yet.
Yeah,
Well,
we factored the West Coast in the figure here. If you look at go back to that New York Times this figure here, where they gave they deleted. Okay, yeah, here they gave Harris 256. Part of that 256 is California, the West Coast. So the assumption is that she's going to win California, she's going to win Oregon, she's going to win Washington State, that she's going to win. Now, Arizona is a toss-up. New Mexico, that she's going to win there. So they already factored those in. So yeah, they've given her one other point. So she's back to 257, while Trump is now 281.
You know, in the minds of the trumpeters, if anything changes drastically by those states that were aforementioned, if they come in now, you will hear they rig the election, go to
Because but look at Georgia now, for example. Georgia is 71%, and Trump is leading still by 6 points. So if he gets to something like 90% and he's leading by 6 points, it will be difficult for Harris to catch up. In that case, they would call Georgia for Trump. But that won't be a problem. The problem is that Trump is leading in Virginia with 54% of the votes counted. Trump is leading by 1.4%. But again, it depends on where they are counting. If it's in the black, in the main city area, and they've counted the city area, and Harris is not leading in Virginia, then that will be a problem. In Pennsylvania, they are at 19%. Harris is leading by 20 points. Again, it depends.
Guys, this is electoral analysis. You guys are at work. You're supporting this channel now. You guys are demotivating Dr. Rudolph. No, it's honestly. Make we buy drink now. They make una they hit the like button, hit the share button, and just use the dollar sign. Rudolph, what is happening is why is it echoing from your side? Is it your?
Oh, I didn't.
No, you are now muted.
Okay, but when I muted myself, were you still hearing it?
No. Are you using microphone or
no? I'm not using mic. Maybe I don't have my mic around. I don't even know.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Don't get distracted. It's just that there's a sort of feedback coming. Guys.
Abortion right measures in Florida.
Why so many red now? Come enter there now.
No, these are Trump areas. There's nothing surprising so far. Trump won Texas, so what that means is that Cruz might win. He's leading by 5%.
Harris might need some Mumbai help.
Yeah, all the pastors in there.
Send some people, some Guru Maharaji from Mumbai.
No. Jesus of what is now the one that is at Nobi? Jesus of
Onyeze.
Onyeze Jesus. I was surprised last November when I passed through the Obiaja River. I saw that was where he was doing those videos.
In that your community, that place that got cut off. If you're heading to Onitsha and you're left, honestly, if I'm in this government, I'll be arresting all those idiots from there because the way they pollute the river, they go there throwing their nonsense Fanta and Coke, just polluting the waterfront. Some of them on the baskets, with all their nonsense they put in there. It kind of it's very disgusting, bro. And if you ever come down there, it smells because of stuff that they do there. Anyway.
Yeah, it's there's so many things I didn't understand just going around the state. I'm hoping that the governor will join us very soon.
Which governor?
You are governor.
I would say good luck. I mean, you had Lawmefo, so let Lawmefo convince him to.
Yeah, he's that's the hope.
Ideally, most times they won't until when they do analysis on election and they think they will be losing, then they will be running helter skelter. Maybe then he will come. But in that case, maybe you try to give them price tag like I rise. You see, my magic worked. Thank you very much. So this is our money will go splitter. Brukutu, Komaze, and Dr. Damages. Thank you.
Oh wow, I didn't see it from my end. My system is slow, so I don't even know what's going on.
Don't worry. Thank you very much. I like it.
Oh.
You guys are awesome.
Thank you, Tope. Okay, yeah, I've seen it.
Tope, thank you.
Somehow my computers are slow and
what type of computer? Are you still using Pentium?
I have two of them, but you were talking and I didn't see. But so there are some interesting things going on. It looks like Trump is
losing.
No. He's gaining ground. I'm looking at the percentage of the lead in the states that are not yet called. Now, the debate is, can Trump win without Pennsylvania? So they are about to concede that he may not win Pennsylvania. So, and from exit polling, they are saying that majority of Hispanic men voted for Trump, which is a major change from 2024.
So, just for clarification here, some people are asking that if Trump wins, is he allowed to do 2 more terms? No. You're only allowed to do 2 terms, irrespective of whether you do 1 term, wait for 12 years, 8 years, 4 years. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, yes.
You're only allowed to be president twice.
But maybe it wasn't. It hasn't been tested since they passed the amendment.
Someone like Trump might even go to court that he wants to do 3
terms. Exactly. That's what we have to with Trump. Anything.
Sorry, make we salute somebody. Some na so live stream supposed the day you go the sweet. Oga T Magic. Thank you very much. But why you say make we go buy your tap here? You're not sniper now. But anyway, I go pray cover him. I go pray cover him.
Why don't you Njenje, why don't you come to America Christmas? Let's do a show in America.
If you buy me ticket, I'll come back. You know my own. I'm a citizen of the world.
I know.
Buy me ticket. You just tell me date. And the good thing is that tickets for America they cheap. The Christmas. Now low season.
Coming to America will be cheap. Yeah.
So just make we arrange.
Okay.
Or maybe there might be some people watching us now in the distance that may want to donate tickets for Njenje to go meet Rudolph.
Yeah, to come to America.
We'll have a very big banner. Njenje meet Rudolph.
These are stories out of this election. Trump team revokes election party access for some journalists. So already,
I mean, this is typical Trump people.
yeah, they are feeling that this is turning their way. So the decision is to revoke um, access to some journalists they don't like. Um,
Oh, breaking news. Harris wins Rhode Island.
Nonsense. That's nothing new. If she doesn't win that one, then we are over. We can go call it the night. But right now, New York Times is predicting that Trump will get 284 electoral college votes, while Harris will get 254. So that's an additional 2 votes for Trump. In the one we are watching, Georgia, 73% of the votes are counted. Trump is leading by 6 points. I think by the time it's 8% of the votes, they will just call it for Trump.
8 or 80?
80, sorry, not 8. It's at 73. Virginia.
Of the total vote cast, or?
Yeah, total vote cast, yeah. So Virginia, 56% of the total votes. Trump is leading by 0.95. So if you look at the Virginia one, they said it's still leaning Democrat. The reason why they do that is that probably the parts of Virginia they've counted are the rural parts where they expect Trump to be leading. So when they count places like Norfolk, Virginia, Richmond, the places where you have the cities, and if Trump is still leading there, that's when they will change it. In North Carolina, 51% of the votes counted, Trump leading by 2 points. So that's still within reach, but they said it's leaning Republican, which tells you that they know the places that they have counted. In Pennsylvania, with 22% of the votes counted, Harris is leading by 16 or 15 points. So Wisconsin, okay, nothing too scary. But Wisconsin, with
America they don't know how to count these votes.
What do you mean?
They don't know how to count these votes in America. Would you send them INEC? INEC will do a better job to count.
In Wisconsin, with 5% of the votes counted, Trump is leading by 17 points. Yeah, 17 points.
Oh, Massachusetts. Trump 2-6. No, Harris 2. Okay, Harris has won. Okay, oh wow.
Where? What are you saying?
Missouri. Oh, Missouri. Trump won. No, Harris is winning Missouri as well.
No, I don't think. Where did he say that?
Yes, I'm looking at it here. Tennessee. So far,
No.
Trump is winning.
No, those ones are not. They're not in contention. Trump will win Tennessee. Michigan, 12% of the votes counted. Harris, 8 points.
Maryland. I have to say, if Harris loses Maryland, then we can all go home.
No, that won't happen.
They will deport all of you.
That will not happen. But let's see where the issue is Michigan. Harris is leading, but it's only 12% by 8 points.
Why don't you bring Rudolph? Why don't you bring a video on the screen?
Okay, let me get video. Okay.
No, I mean one of them, either CNN or whatever, because as long as your face is showing, you're not getting any strike.
Okay. That was how I was avoiding joining in.
No, it's not football. It's only football people that are that crazy.
And music too. There was a music show that I joined. I was thinking that I joined the music show and it was immediate flag.
So the America, someone is asking, do you count electronically or by hand like it is done in the United Kingdom?
No, not by hand. How can you? No, when you vote, you put it in the machine. The machine will take it and immediately.
And count for either for Trump or for. So America should be able to announce the result today. Then, if you're counting by machine.
No, but there are some mail-in ballots. That's the problem. So the reason why we may not know who won is mail-in ballots.
Yeah, but the mail-in ballot now, they should have been counting it before now.
There are laws that stop them, so they have to start today. So, and some of them, like in Georgia, 8 million people voted before the election. So
you can try MSNBC.
No, that's not. I think CNN is more.
Well, it means you're sold. Try Russian TV, better.
Who is saying that?
Or Fox.
Fox, yeah, I don't mind Fox, because if Fox is telling you something, you'll be thinking the opposite. That if they're telling you something, you know that something else is happening. Depending. So let me still try to get to see if Shore is available. There are some people who are leaning towards the Democratic Party. They are hiding. They're really scared of what is going on.
Say they are hiding.
They're hiding.
Sometimes it's good when you don't have a horse. It's good
Yeah,
when you don't have
exactly.
a horse in this game.
Exactly. That's how I feel.
Just like me. When I play football from today to tomorrow, as long as it's not Enyimba United or Kwara United, I don't care. Make it full screen, Rudolph. That one, yeah. Yo, wow.
They made sure that people can watch what is happening.
Yeah, if not my brother now, I'll go call him Philadelphia.
So that people don't
So
say
it's
that.
good. Yeah, it's good. The way you've done it is good, so that we don't need the audio. But we can see from Philadelphia, from
Arizona,
Maricopa.
Arizona. These are important states.
So are those factories or what?
No, they are places that were put in place for the purpose of this night.
So they are like factory floors or warehouses or what?
Yeah, warehouses.
You see, this is how, man. Let me tell you, we have a long way. Looking at this thing, it reminds me of last year while I was at the what's it called at the ICC, and we were told to go home as journalists that we should come back the next day. Now, so we take go before we come announce the result.
Yep, that's exactly what happens. So look at this now. The Electoral College is saying Harris 99, 178. So Trump has 100 more to get through. Less than 100.
Rudolph, see if you get another channel that has more more graphics, because there is this. I can share one with you. I think it's called CNBC.
Okay.
TV 18.
CNBC.
Don't worry, I'm dropping it in the inbox.
No, you can actually
I've just check your this now.
Okay.
No,
We're
I don't think
streaming.
because I don't think I'm signed in that.
Oh, okay. You
Eh?
didn't sign us. I wanted to say that we're streaming on your channel, so you can. But I can join. I can connect this.
No, but
I got it.
yeah. Okay. Guys, which people are still writing this thing by this time?
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So finally, this may end up being not as dramatic as we thought. Someone actually predicted that it will not be as close as people were saying. But it depends on what happens in these two. Georgia is right now is 77%, and Trump is leading by 5. Virginia is 61%. Trump is leading by 1.8. North Carolina is 55%. Trump is leading by 3. Pennsylvania is
Yeah, but if we look overall, Trump is 52, Kamala 47.
52. Where are you looking at?
I'm looking at the TV.
Oh, the one on the. I'm using for electoral college. I'm looking at. I'm using the one from. I'm using the one from New York Times. So this channel is saying it's still at 154 for Trump and 53 for Harris. Yeah, I know this is the ones that are called. So there are two things going on here. The fact that Trump got the 1 point in Nebraska, that is a problem, because this might end up being the deciding vote. One electoral college.
Somebody is calling you one Nigerian, one Nigerian.
That's
Don't
not
worry. When Trump wins, they will come and give them their country.
That's not a problem. So
Semaz, make sure you're not reading stats from the states. Which states? Oh dear.
Quite interesting.
Honestly, I know the two candidates. I don't know. It doesn't make any difference whoever wins.
Oh, it does for people in America. One of the challenges for people in America is that since, like I told someone, since Biden came in, I don't have any cable service.
Right.
I can do without the news, but with Trump, this is going to be stressful every day.
You better dismantle the cable. There is no need.
Yeah, you may wake up and they tell you that we're driving on the left side of the road now.
It's already terrible with what they do with Twitter. So don't.
You know, the way he governs is the way the Nigerian presidency is. They will have a meeting. After the meeting, they will announce that if you are importing cars, well, sorry, we've changed the rules now. You can import. So that's how Trump is. He could wake up and in one tweet, he will change the policy of the country, and everybody will have to move in that direction. So,
you see what is happening on that screen, right? The screen is buffering. Let me see. Is it because of stream or?
So there are people who are waiting at the campaign headquarters, and they are looking at these figures.
Because look at it. You can see on the left Harris campaign.
Yeah,
On the
yeah,
right, Trump
yeah.
campaign.
They are looking at these figures, and so far, because we've not seen any surprise, let's listen in.
Is Sagar Magani. Sagar, hello.
We've reached the point where the news is coming fast and furious.
It is. So these presidential race calls that we've made, are these surprises? What's the top line from Ohio and Texas?
Yeah, I feel like we've said this a lot, but not surprises. These are races that are going the way everyone expected them to go. 57 electoral votes between Texas and Ohio for Donald Trump. So that's notable, but again, not surprising.
Okay. What about some other measures that we're seeing on the ballot? There are a number of states this election night that are considering different proposals related to the issue of abortion. I understand there are some updates in those as well. What do you have?
There is. In the 2 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, abortion opponents had been 7 for 7 in statewide votes about constitutional amendments. Florida has broken that string. It has rejected.
You were saying something.
Now, just referring to someone who was writing something on the comment section.
Oh, okay. So this is important. Florida rejected
Trump.
Abortion. No, they voted for Trump, but they rejected.
Oh, were they voting for presidency and voting for?
Yeah, they are voting for. Yeah, there are so many things. There are different states are voting for.
Oh, wow.
So in the case of Florida, they become the first state that they now approve, because there were people pushing to lift ban on abortion in Florida, but it failed. So that measure failed in Florida, which is interesting. I think there was.
So meaning, if you get pregnant, you can't.
Yeah. Most people in Florida now, they go to another state if they have to get any kind of abortion services. So.
Kentucky. Oh, wow.
No, yeah, Trump should win that, and he won. That's not.
Vermont, 3 electoral votes.
Yeah, Vermont is Harris.
Virginia, 13 electoral votes. Wow.
Yeah, Virginia
is a tie.
Virginia is very important. If
Harris, there is a tie, sort of.
No, it's still
11.
Virginia is 62% of the votes. Votes counted, and Trump is leading by 1 point.
Texas, Trump won.
Yeah, of course.
He said, of course, as if.
Yeah, we already counted that he will win Texas. Wisconsin, Harris is leading. If Harris should get Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, Trump can still win. But it's not over until we get these battleground states. Then we won't be able to say this is what is happening. But the prediction now is that Harris will get 252 electoral college votes, while Trump will get 286 electoral college votes. The whole thing is leaning Trump, 67% that he might win this.
I beg, on our way to America, on our door, we waited this part of the world, make we go sleep.
Oh, you have
by
to
the
go.
time we go wake up, we will now be having a new president.
Can you imagine that if Trump has to go to the White House tomorrow to see Biden? That would be quite interesting.
Honestly.
Because
after fighting each other.
Yeah, and saying all the bad things. You know, it will be quite interesting to see. All right, if you have to go, all my guests, I don't know why they are not responding to me, but we will. Somebody said, Dr. Damages, your voice is catching cold.
Because they don't want to recharge your voice now.
It's catching cold.
Recharge Dr. Damage's voice.
Yeah. So Maz is okay. Thank you so much. It's been
Thank you, my brother.
Very nice to
My pleasure.
To have you here. We will take a break. When we come back, we'll bring back the gang, and KJ will take over, and I will be back. I will go and eat breakfast, or is it lunch? I don't know when last I ate something. But yeah, so it's been a wonderful night, I think, and it's going to be more interesting because apart from who becomes the president, we are going to determine who will control the House and the Senate, and some states electing their governors today. So we are also going to know what states will produce, what party will produce the governors in these states. Once again, Mazezuke, thank you so much. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll bring back everybody who is in the studio. Thank you, Maz.
Thank you very much. You're welcome, my brother.
See you. Welcome back, KJ Forefathers. Who is up? Tune. Who else? Let me share the link again. I speak
message. I sent you a message in the private chat. You ignored it. KJ, I sent you a message as well in the private chat. You too, you ignored it. See, don't treat people. Don't. It's not nice treating people like shit. Somebody blocked me. It's between Tokwe, Adama, and electricity. Why? I've not spoken to anybody. I've not
Tone,
sent any.
Tone,
I've not.
could you have used
Excuse me. Can
a
I talk?
language
Can I
in
talk?
there?
Don't talk on me, please.
Maybe they didn't block you.
I can't. I cannot. All my chats are just highs and all that. I can't see it. Is it by accident? I'm not stupid. Please don't talk to me like a child.
I'm just saying that you should, because they put other things in place that may be restricting it. It may not be them.
I did not say anything out of the order. I understand these things. I did not curse out anybody. The whole evening, my conversation has been cordial with everybody. So why is it suddenly what was showing before is it just started showing? And it was when Tokwe and Adama came in and electricity started when I criticized him and called him out.
Okay, so let me say this.
It's not nice.
Let me say this. Moving forward, this is what I played with everybody, and I don't have to go and meet the team. So this is what we're going to try to do. Whatever is going on, okay, whatever is going on or during any stream, if something happens, I don't want to have it discussed on the platform live. Let's talk about it out off camera. No matter what is going on, even if you are banned, even if I'm banned, let's not talk about it on air. Just think about this as CNN. Just think about it as you are on CNN. We can have. Hold on, everybody. Somebody's talking again. We can have a show talking about something. We're covering the election. All of a sudden, I know it's infuriating, but it's not the end of the world. We have a meeting, we will discuss these things, but not on air anymore. So at least we are not going to be distracted from what we're having, conversation we're having. You can call me privately, you can remove yourself, call me. I know it's a problem saying call me because a lot of people will call and that would be that I don't have a life. But please, let's not have this conversation on air. It's terrible. You don't understand how bad it is. I have important people we are trying to have relationship with. Click on this to watch what we do, and they hear us complain about things, and it makes no sense to them because they are not used to this. There's no other place. I'm telling them we are trying to have TV shows, and there's no other place in the world, TV world, where people stop the discussion and start talking about something happening outside of the conversation. So please, moving forward, let's just, no matter what's going on, we talk about it. Don't think that CNN, they don't have issues there. They do, but they don't sit down there to talk about this person gave me only 1 minute, or that the camera is not focused on my good part, whatever. All right. So
can I share the map of the previous election results? Because when you kept repeating that Democrats are losing Georgia, it seems like it's a bad thing. They never won Georgia in the last 3 elections. And
what are you talking about?
What you kept highlighting that Democrats are losing Georgia.
Biden won Georgia. What are you talking about?
Biden, did he win Georgia? I don't see that. When did he win Georgia?
You have to check it.
Oh yeah, he won Georgia. Yeah, it was one of those ones that was very, very close, wasn't he? Where that lady was at. So it was razor thin, and not a year where Trump dodged the bullet. You can't win that kind of election. Obama didn't win it twice. Obama never won it. Hillary never won it. The key states that they need is the Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, this thing with Michigan. Which other one again?
California, Nevada.
Oh, Nevada. Yeah, Nevada is important, but I think Nevada. Yeah, that one is quite critical. There's one other one.
Pennsylvania.
I mentioned Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan.
You mentioned Michigan.
Okay, those are the critical states. If she doesn't win it, it's over. They don't bother. And because it's looking like a traditional map, really, Trump is winning everywhere he's expected to win.
Yeah,
and it seems to be struggling to hold on to some of the ones he's supposed to win confident with, and that is the problem. And the margin that Trump is using to win the ones that he's winning is signaling what may come elsewhere. And she will struggle to hold on to all her blue wall. That's my suspicion, and it's been like that in the polls, to be fair. But we'll see. The night is maybe they concentrate all their efforts on those strategic states. If she takes them, she's going to win the election narrowly. Even in the one, she's going to win it narrowly.
Okay, can I make a contribution?
Yeah, go ahead.
You see, for me, Kamala Harris has done, what Napoleon could not do. If you remember, she just got drafted into this race 3 months ago, and so it's even a lot of strength for me to see that she can be able to go with some states. And it may not be necessarily because she is a good campaigner, but she has put in a good struggle. So I will give it to her, a thumbs up for being able to even put a very experienced businessman cum politician, to tax. For me, I was coming into this election thinking that it was just going to be a walkover, going to be a bloodbath. But so far, she had resisted that result. So I really glad for her. At the end of the day, she is not going to go away being disgraced if she doesn't carry the day, that is. But that's what it is. And if you notice, if eventually Donald Trump wins, it will not be different from what is happening around the world right now that seems to be shifting towards the right, especially in Europe and around. So it's the same thing. It's just that we didn't shift to the right in Nigeria, but most of these other countries are moving towards this direction of moving towards the right, trying to take over and establish certain status quo that has been, that have been destroyed in the society. So I think I celebrate her for how thus far she has come. That's my contribution.
All right. New York Times is reporting that Trump is now a narrow but clear favorite to win Georgia and North Carolina. Dan. Unmute yourself, Dan.
Yeah, thank you for bringing us back. I was listening all along with you and our special guest. But the question I want to ask you guys in America, the way it's going now, Trump is going up, leading so a lot of margin. So, Doctor, now, are we seeing another Trump comeback, or is there going to be another change, like he changed when he was leading also very big before Biden took over, and in fact, I fell asleep. I'm a Trump fan anyway. Let me don't lie. I like very strong, disciplined people. He has his own weaknesses, like every human being, but I like him. He's disciplined. You understand? So my question is, what is happening now? Are we expecting any change? Because from my view here, I think he has 191 against Harris 80 something. Is it going to change, or is it going to be a fair win?
So again, I don't know what the site you are seeing. I'm looking at what New York Times is reporting. They said 99 for Harris and 178 for Trump. Now, the way it works, it depends on what states they've called. So the states that really matter are the states that are considered battleground states. So states like North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada. So those are the states that will determine who will really win this thing. And so far, Wisconsin, only 35% counted. Trump is leading by 0.54. Michigan, Harris is winning. Arizona is not yet to close. That's the only one that is yet to close amongst the battleground states. Nevada will close 10 p.m. So, Pennsylvania is with 42% of the votes counted. Harris is leading by 0.39. So the only thing to determine that will determine this is if Harris, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, then it's over. You need to.
Is she going to win the 3 to stay in the?
Yeah, she has to win. She has to win. First of all, the biggest one is Pennsylvania. If she doesn't get Pennsylvania at this point and Wisconsin, then it's over. And the prediction now is 73% chance that Trump will win. That's
the total vote.
Win the whole thing, yeah.
Okay.
Harris is down to 249, and Trump is up by 289. So I don't know if it's possible for Harris to surmount this.
So let's put our fingers.
Can I prove you wrong, Dr. Benedict?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, when you people make your analysis at times, I laugh. How many percentage of the states have been counted so far? Let me shock you. I live in Wisconsin, Milwaukee. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes. By the figures released so far, Trump is on 191.
Yeah,
Harris,
that's what I thought.
Wait, Trump is on 191. Harris is on 81.
Yeah.
And majority of the states results so far released are coming from key GOP states. Have it in mind that states belonging to Democrats like California, which has 56 electoral college, is still on the way coming. We have New York still on the way coming. We have Massachusetts still on the way coming. We have Maryland still on the way coming. We have Washington still on the way coming, and so many other Democratic states that has 15 and 16 and 20 electoral colleges still coming.
One New York now.
Maryland is called now.
Bob, New York, New Jersey, all of them have been factored in. So
yeah.
Okay, they have been factored in.
Yeah, Maryland has been called too.
Okay. But I'm betting you, I'm assuring you that Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania is going for Democrats. Who want to stake his dollars?
What about
Come
Georgia?
on, let's bet it, Bob. $100.
What about Georgia and Virginia?
If are you a Republican?
I'm a Democrat. What am I doing with Republicans?
I'm asking if, bro.
I'm a Democrat. I have been a Democrat for over 12 years.
Not you. I'm asking if anyone. Are you a Republican?
I'm an independent voter. How about that?
All right. So, who is next? I speak the truth. Go ahead.
No, that's fine.
No. I skipped Tone. Tone, go ahead.
Nah, don't worry about Tone. I'll take his turn. No, I'm playing.
Right. Let the best man win. But I hope Trump wins. Seriously, he's gonna do the whole. It's gonna do the global world, the world as a whole. See, I've got nothing against Kamala. She appears to be a nice person, but people are looking at swag. Just the way we followed Obama when he won, and everybody was saying, yeah, it's payback time for white people and all that, all the swag. But what did he achieve? The only thing he achieved was to kill bin Laden. That was the only thing that I see they achieved. But every other thing, but listen, this woman, it is what is driving her that I'm against. That's just my problem. But I just pray that America will not unwittingly vote for Harris, and the Trump should come in. We're not looking for a perfect. If we're looking for angel, we'll not have humans running for this election. We'll get candidates from heaven or from some other dimension to come and stand for the election. So let's just do we not see how the world is? It would be a beautiful place if there is peace. Half of the people are starving, and we're dropping bombs that is worth billions and billions of dollars and pounds. It's crazy. It doesn't make sense. You see, Tinubu is protected by the powers that be know that this guy wrote the election and he's corrupt. He's being protected. That's part of the thing. So let's look at the wider picture. It's going to it's not about Africa. Africa, we need to, let's deal our destiny is in our own hands. If we do the rightful thing, the West will follow through. So let's do the needful. You know, look at Ukraine. There, most of the men are gone. They are dead. There's no. Do you see cameras? What was the last time you saw the Ukraine war being covered live? Because there's nothing happening. All the men are gone. They are all dead. You know. So that's my take. So we'll just keep watching. Thank you.
All right.
Is my turn?
I'm trying to see where the noise is coming from.
Someone probably got their TV on.
Okay, yeah, I speak the truth. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So for tone, sometimes I wish we could have private conversations or one-on-ones. And of course, we all have different ways how we view the world. And we all have divergent interests. But I just don't understand. And maybe it's because you probably do not live in the United States. And maybe even if you did, maybe you would still follow you'd still have the same principles and you still want them to win. As much of a centrist as I am, I just don't understand how a man that is so disrespectful of women, so uncouth when he talks, how he insults people, how divisive he is. People like that just don't resonate to me. And this is why Donald Trump does not resonate with me. In as much as I don't think Kamala is the ideal candidate that the Democrats should have presented, but you look at the difficulties they were facing with Biden not being able to stand in her place. But when you compare, for example, their antecedents, I don't think there's even there's no comparison. There's no comparison. This is he's a felon, for Christ's sake. This man is a felon, not one, not two, not three, not four, not 34 times. So why in this country do we now have caveats, for example, for having people in certain sensitive positions? If a felon can you hear me?
We stopped hearing you, but go ahead. I think we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. So if a felon can run for king of the world, because that's essentially what the president of the United States is emperor of the world. So if someone that's so belligerent, someone that boasts about how he will grab a woman's private anatomy, someone that talks about how he can actually unalive a person in the middle of Fifth Ave and get away with it and still have people vote for him, why would we want someone like that? I don't think people are taking into account Donald Trump. If you lived in New York, we knew Donald Trump as a reality TV host, as a boxing promoter, as the owner of the various Trump towers and Trump casinos. And we also knew him as a slumlord. He's not doing to the rest of the world, he might be doing things that are shocking. To the rest of us, it is normal. And the rest of New York dines with him, at least the political class, with a long stick, like they deliver with the devil. This man has no tone. Just think about this. Your friends, if I see your friends, I can tell the kind of person you are. If you run around with military guys right now, I know, well, more than likely, Tone is either in the military or Tone is a gun runner. Or maybe he might be a coup plotter, but he's with military guys. So if the Proud Boys, for example, are endorsing Donald Trump. If open racists are endorsing Donald Trump, what do you think the country is going to be like, and how vocal do you think these people are going to be when this guy is in power? I think America is in for a rough ride if we make the mistake of putting this guy in power tonight. And I sincerely, in as much as I do not think, I think the Democrats could have done better, maybe not in this situation, but having a Donald Trump in power, I think will not only be bad for the United States, I think it'll be disastrous for the world. Forget Ukraine. Think about the Middle East. What is going to happen in the Middle East when you have Donald Trump in power?
All right. Thank you. I speak the truth. Let's go to Ife. Before Ife, let me just announce that.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm going to speak.
You will, KJ. Okay. I just want to announce that they moved Electoral College, the needle moved further towards Trump. The prediction now is that Trump will get 295 electoral votes, while Harris will get 243. So
I think they are correct. Because even Pennsylvania now is 60-something% in Harris is behind by 1%. So, and if she's not winning her blue wall state at this stage, problems.
yeah, in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, in Virginia, in North Carolina, in Georgia, Trump is leading. All right, Ife.
What of Texas, please?
No, that is called Trump won Texas.
Okay.
Ife.
So I speak, I agree with a lot of things that you said. Yes, I voted for Kamala Harris. Being an immigrant, I know where this is gonna go. It's gonna affect us one way or the other. A lot of us that are trying to, for most people that are applying for visiting visa, they know that that's gonna be more difficult because that was exactly what happened during Trump's era, and the same thing is gonna happen. You have every right to support whoever that you want to support. Well, let me make it clear and let me make you people understand that whether Trump or Harris, they have the same foreign policy. Even if Trump becomes the president today, he's not automatically going to stop this war in Iraq or in Ukraine or the one going on in Gaza. He's not automatically going to stop it. So I don't understand this notion that tell me what he's going to do different. I don't think he's going to do anything differently.
I think he's going to stop the Ukrainian war.
It's not, look, it's not that easy. You can't just come out and all of a sudden and stop it. Watch, we will all be here talking about it. It's a question of time, okay? I don't have anything, anybody's entitled to their own opinion, but just like he said, this is exactly the true country that we live in. Trump made it so open that this country, we have a lot of racism going on in this country. Before, people are hiding, but now it's more obvious, okay? A lot of people, especially Nigerians, even though I don't count them, back home supporting Trump. Oh, because Kamala Harris is supporting gay, Kamala Harris is also supporting abortion. Well, what does that got to do with you? In fact, when I hear Nigerians supporting, I'm like, your vote doesn't even matter. You're not going to vote in this election, so go and sit down. Okay? Even though we have more gay people in Nigeria now. So I don't even understand why people like Nigerians are the so-called pro-Christians that are more evil and more devilish than even the Muslims, but they are hiding under the so-called Bible. I don't know who told them that Trump is the Christian one and then Kamala Harris is the devil one. We're all gonna be here. We're all gonna be watching. I cannot even let Trump even win himself. All of us, we're going to hear, just like what is going on in Nigeria. Nothing is going to change. The tariff you already said is going to increase it. Who is going to pay for it? Me and you that goes to buy stuff from the grocery store. So we're going to pay more. What's going to happen? It's going to drive inflation very, very high. So when you people are saying that he's going to do this, American economy is not even doing that. It's picking up compared to initially when this war started. So for those of you saying that he will handle more in economy, Let's even think about it. During Trump's economy, the first term, what did he do differently? That was the reason why a lot of people died during COVID, because he doesn't believe that there is something COVID, right? And that was partly why he lost the election. It's all good. I want him to win so that we can come here every Saturday and have something to talk about. I don't have anything, against Kamala Harris or any of them. But I am speaking based on being an immigrant. I know where this is going to go because it's going to affect us a lot more than anything. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dan, I thought you spoke, no?
I just wanted to answer if he asked a very important question. She was asking us, why are we supporting Trump? Trump is a steadfast man. These are people that take people like Putin into a sitting and they talk man to man and they will call a spade a spade. Harris, they are just deceiving people. You will not know where they stand. That is where Trump is very important. He will tell you what is in his mind. And he can be able to talk to people like Putin. He can be able to talk to people like Netanyahu. I know he supports them, but when people like Trump come, Trump is what we call the Oba of the Igbos. They call you, my brother, this is enough. Okay, what do you want? They said to you, things stop. That is why we support Trump.
It's okay. We will all be here sooner or later. All these times will change. Don't worry. We're here. We're not going nowhere.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right. KJ.
Yes. I just want to put this forward, and because many times when we speak, we forget that the choice that you are canvassing for is your choice. That's what I keep saying. I have also the right to choose my own choice. Just like you got up, decided by yourself that this is who you want to support. I don't have a problem with it. Don't also have a problem with my own candidate. You see, now, what I keep telling both sides is this. I speak the truth, just stood up now, talked about Donald Trump, talked about what he has said in the past. You forgot that your own candidate has a past that is ringing. Okay? And if we bring it up now, it will be a discussion of we are denigrating women. But she has a past. She didn't fall from the coconut tree like she said. Okay? We know the role she played, even with the PDD. The videos are there, the pictures are there. So, look, let's deal with the issue. If you choose, hold on, sir. If you want to go that way, I will go. I'll give you more example. I'll put them online right now.
No, just tell us.
Now, hold on. No, I didn't interrupt you. You made your point.
I know, but you can't
make my own point. No, listen, man. Just relax. I have the floor. Now, this is my position always. I may not like Donald Trump, and I may not like Kamala Harris, but I shouldn't fight the person who have made them their candidate. That is your choice. It's your choice. See, the moment we come to this earth where we begin to fight the other man's idea because it's an idea you don't like, then we are going towards anarchy. And every other person is going to suffer the consequence of it. Look, when did we start deciding for somebody that this is what you must believe and this is what you must not believe?
But when it comes to Nigerian politics, you don't have no problem with that.
No, ma. It has not come to that. It has not come to that. What I'm simply saying, if you can listen to me, is that you should not allow the fact that just like the law, they say your freedom stops where the other person's own begins. You cannot be free and then you come to my house and destroy everything because you are exercising your freedom. The same way it has to do with choice. If somebody respects your choice, also respect the person's choice. If you talk down the person's choice, also be ready when they're talking down on your own. You shouldn't be annoyed. And that's what I'm simply saying.
No, but nobody
are going to change my tomorrow. If Kamala Harris wins, not going to change my tomorrow. If Donald Trump wins, not going to change my tomorrow. I'm not depending on any of them for my daily bread. So let's be more civil when we're talking about this and realize that just like Donald Trump had plenty of faults, your own candidate has even much more faults.
Yeah, but nobody has. No, I don't think anybody has been.
So don't insult anybody by saying, "Imagine this person."
Let me
finish. What that person has been doing all her life.
I did not insult anybody. What I did was categorically state facts. Just like you made a statement, and hold on, KJ. And just like you made a statement and I asked you to prove it, you said I would be glad if you show us what Kamala has done or what affiliation she has with Diddy. I would
Really?
love to. Yeah,
Really?
I would. I
I
promise you.
wouldn't even start from Diddy. I'll go back
No,
further.
let's start from
I'll
Diddy.
go all
I
the
don't.
way to when she became DA in California.
Okay. Wait. So let me continue. Let me continue. So
Guys.
I will be happy if you give us what you have with her and Diddy, what relationship they have. But having said that, I don't think I or Ify were not civil in any way on any statement we made. All we said was, this is how we feel. If you said we denigrated Trump, well, I'll speak for myself. How did I denigrate him by saying he proclaimed on a tapes recording that how to grab a woman's female anatomy? He also said he will unalive someone on Fifth Ave and there will be no problem. People will vote for him. That is not denigration. That is just a statement of fact. And if you do believe in that premise that you just espoused, that it is okay for people to state their position and nobody should take umbrage at it, then you should leave it right now, because at no point did I denigrate your guy. All I just said was, this is what he said, and this is why I don't think he's fit to be president of the United States. That's all I said.
Okay, you see, I'm not sure that Rudolph wants us to continue this, but if you allow me time, I'll push back a little bit on what you have said. Let us start from the very top. In the first place, how did she come into the race? Was she elected by the delegates? No. The Nazi policy and the Chuck Schumer showed up, and Obama showed up and told this guy, hey, time for you to get out. Okay, let's even say that is a journalist trying to say what happened behind the scene. Let us also say she was found on the ticket. Fine. When she was found on the ticket, did she ever entertain anybody to even, what do you know about her, apart from what she tells you? What is the policy position she's bringing to the table? Let us talk about that. Apart from abortion, what else is the policy position on the economy, on the welfare of the people of America? What's the policy position that she's bringing to you?
Was that a question for me?
No.
Okay.
Because at this point, if we are still debating,
I know the election's already going on.
we're still debating all these things. All right. So I think the next person is Bob Chisco.
I think has he not spoken?
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, he's the one that was very bullish about
okay.
Harris.
Then Jagan, then go ahead. Jagan, go ahead.
Thank you, guys. I just I'm muting. Yeah. It seems to me that Trump's going to win, as you said. We're on the day. We're on the day between today and tomorrow. Votes are going to be electronically counted. We'll have the answer in no time at all, and the winning person would be in ready for February, I think it is. I've learned quite a bit in listening to people about their viewpoints on each candidate and about the way American politics work. For me, it's extremely confusing the way American politics works. Just as confusing as Nigerian politics. I really don't know what they're doing, to be frank. You know, even though I read politics, it wasn't my biggest interest. I've become interested in politics over the last 4 or 5 years. Well, even though you follow it, I'm not always engaged. Like, I don't vote. I've never voted. Whoever wins, I will wrangle my way as to what I'm doing with my life. But in these times, the world to me is extremely dangerous everywhere. There's nowhere to run. Next year, I'm looking to go home for a recce, really. But I'm looking to go home in order to settle, in order to be there. The fight that we have as Black people, I've really understood. I can't fight that fight from here in England, and I don't believe any of us can fight the fight that we want it from inside the West. I think they're too powerful, And for us to have a point of view that kind of makes sense to us as individuals and to our people, I think we really need to be fighting our fight from back home. That's my feeling. When I look at Kemi Badenoch, I think she's far stronger an individual than Kamala Harris. I don't think Kamala Harris has. I don't like Kemi Badenoch for half a second, but she's tough. The woman is tough. You know, I'm not joking. This is Kamala Harris. You know, whatever we feel about Trump, Kamala Harris is a weakling. And what I mean by that, I don't think she can communicate anything to Putin. I think Putin would listen to her politely enough and kick her out of his office, which I don't believe that same conduct would be given to Trump. Same thing in the Middle East, which are areas right now in the world that I'm looking at. I'm thinking, just like Tone said, the amount of dead Ukrainians, they don't report it. They just want Ukraine to die to the last man. That's what it's looking like to me, and I find that horrible because I think whoever comes in, they will not be able to sustain Ukraine. It's not that they will stop the war, but they'll withdraw their what do you call it, partnership, if you like, or them actually supplying the Ukrainian ambit with ammunition and any kind of thing that would allow them to further fight this war. In the Middle East, I can't see Netanyahu listening to anyone but Trump. Now, how Trump plays in the United States, this is why I've been listening, because people have a visceral dislike for Trump's conduct, and I understand that. As has been spoken, the Trump is known to us for an awfully long time. But I've known of Trump since the late 70s. The late 70s coming into the 80s, I've known about Trump, and I never kind of liked him. Never. The time I began liking him a little bit was when he went on this TV show, You're Fired, or whatever it's called. And, you know, we see how he plays his game, you know, as a businessman. And we see, I saw a lot of intelligence in him, even though it's not necessarily the kind of academic intelligence that we all like. I did see a lot of business intelligence in him and personality intel. I think he had that. I don't like the brother. But I don't like the brother for certain reasons that people have laid. You know, there's a way that men talk that is quite crass. And once done in private, to bring those things that I said in private, you know, you can think, you know, it was shocking to me what I heard. I would do this, I would do that, oh, this woman, it's terrible to hear. But truly, that is how men talk. None of us can pretend about that. When I look at things he's done, I'm thinking, man, this brother's crazy. He's out of his head. But again, I would just say that on an international basis, because I can't really speak for the guys who would be living under him, you know. But on an international basis, I can't see who else can play the game internationally. As has been said, I do agree and accept that it doesn't matter who's there. There's a different machinery that is in control, and I accept that. However, these personalities that are heading the country, they still have some level of authority, I believe. So, you know, it's so near. We're talking about tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Jagan. Before Mohammed, let me just say that New York Times is reporting that there is 82% chance that Trump will win. Right now, Trump has 295 estimated electoral college votes, while Harris has 243. Mohammed, welcome to the show.
Hello, doctor. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Great. Long time.
I know. Are
Yeah,
you?
yeah. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I just woke up. I just said, let me enter Dr. Damages and see what they're saying there.
We're here. We've been here for 8 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For the US elections?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just wanted to also say like what I think will happen, but I think right now the direction is all going into Trump. So I will just tell you what conversation I had with one of my friends last week. He texted me, he thinks, who do I think will win? I said, Trump. It was right after the debate. I said, Trump will win almost certainly. And then he said he thinks the same. Because, like, what I just feel like is the Democrats, they created some kind of bubble and they think that they just think inside that bubble. So, for example, the things that Trump says appeals like to viscerally to people. Is a simple, for example, crime. The Democrats will say, according to these statistics, crime went down. According to that statistics, crime went down. According to this study, according to that study. But Trump will come and say, people are entering our country. We don't know who they are. They are taking over our cities. His language, although I don't agree with him on many things, like it appeals people. I understand why common people will support him more. You get the idea? And then secondly, also like the even like after the debate, a lot of people said that I don't know if I'm the one analyzing things like this. I watched their debate also with Harris. Like almost everyone like was saying she won hands down, she won hands down. But I watched the debate. I watched it, then I just slept, and then after that, I was looking at the analysis. I said, "Is it the same debate that I saw, or is another one that they did?" The way that they were analyzing it is like it's the worst debate performance in history and things like that. But for me, I just listen to substance when people talk. I agree she won tactically, like she laid traps for him and he fell for them. She prepared, like she said, "Oh, you are poor, or what is it? Your father gave you money, or you didn't go to best schools, or something like that." And he said, "Oh no, I went to Wharton," and he got angry. Yeah, this was a tactical win, but on policy, I think she was deflecting all the questions that they were asking her. So I'm not surprised at all that Trump is leading, and I think he's going to win by a huge margin because like the Democrats, they are in a bubble of their own. They think that everyone thinks like them. And some of the things, of course, some of the more extreme things that they are doing, like, transgenderism for boys, like for 5 years old, 6 years old, you go and, do surgery for them without their parents'
Who told you
consent
people
and
that?
things like that. What are you saying? What are you saying?
Please go
You
ahead.
don't believe that that's happening? Yeah, this is
Do you
well
live
known
in
something that
America,
I'm just
sir?
saying.
If I may ask, do you live in America?
No,
Okay, thank you.
yeah. So I just think that these are some of the reasons. Like common people, like Trump has extreme views, but the Democrats also the things with the schools and the children and things like that. This is one of the things that tons of people from them, and I think that contributes to like the results that we're seeing. But let's just see what will happen. But I also think that Trump is going to clinch this. Yeah, that's what I would say.
All right. Thank
Yeah.
you, Mohammed. The update is that Trump is the time needle is leaning 83% chance of winning. Harris has lost another electoral vote, so she's at 241. Trump is at 297.
Hmm.
All right, let's go to Justin.
So I wanted to say something. I wanted to say something about what I think it was Tone and some other guy that said it yesterday. At different times, which shows that I'm not the only one that feels that way, right? Oh, wait, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Um, about Donald Trump, because I feel like this election, it's. I feel like from the start it was quite obvious who will win. That's one thing on its own. That's one. Then secondly, there was a lady early who came on earlier and said she just wants it to have um the record, or no, she said to break history or record or something like that of having a female president. That's the reason why she would vote for Hillary. So what am I saying, for Kamala Harris? The thing is, I feel like that on its own is part, like, let me not overestimate it. 2/3 of the reason why people would rather vote for Kamala Harris. Like, see, there's certain agendas that the world tries to promote. It's just like when a government subsidizes something. Agendas like, oh, I am black because I'm in a minority, vote for me, is pushed so much. Like, even in universities, like, I think, was it Cambridge or no? Universities do that in a lot, where, like, because somebody is a minority, they just promote you to become head of the university, even though you don't know book or something like that. And they also do the exact same thing in politics. You might not even be minority, it could also be, oh, because I'm a woman and there's no woman, vote for me. They do it even in Miss Universe. They do that thing too. That's like literal 2/3 of the. You hear what the lady said? She came on this. I can't remember who it was, but she said it doesn't even matter who becomes president, because these people have people who call the shots for them, which I think is kind of true, and that is more about her just be having a lady in charge, right? And about that, well, I don't know enough about Kamala Harris, but I just wanted to say about Trump, and this brings me back to what I said. Tone said yesterday. Trump as a personality, he's basically, he falls under this long list of individuals that can list similar individuals who, should I tell you why, if you are somebody here now on this live and you don't like Trump, should I tell you why you don't like Trump? Trump is a classic example of people who other people don't like because they just say things that are truthfully blunt. These are the type of people in public that will meet you and you're weighing 300 pounds. I'll be like, bro, why are you weighing 300 pounds? Go to the gym. And you start vexing. Like, it's one of those things where somebody will look at you, and if they can say something about you that is not ideal, but it's true, it's more about you being the problem, not what the person said. That's just the truth. Trump is that type of guy, and people like that don't stomach well. Like, they'll make your stomach rumble. People don't like. I think society, with the way society is delusional nowadays, personality wise, when you look at individual personalities, people do not like those type of people. I think, no, I think, like, in society in general, um even whether it's politics, even things like sales and marketing in any company, people just generally tend to prefer others who lie more. So, like, if you're very good at beating around the bush and lying and flattering people, even if it's deceit, people like to pretend like they like sheep, but most people like foxes. That's just the truth. And Donald Trump is pretty much a sheep. Is the guy is as blunt and straightforward. Look at that lady. I don't think you guys might know this, but look at that lady that came the other day, and I think she won a was it a Nobel Prize, a Nobel Peace Prize or something like that, for because her family was killed in, I was it Iraq or Afghanistan, and she won a prize because of that. Donald Trump bluntly said it in her face when she came to the White House, that they gave you an. The way he said it sounded so rude, but he has a point in what he's saying. He said you won an award because they killed your family. Basically, what happened to the lady was that I think they killed one of her siblings, they killed her children, and they killed her father or something like that, and she still kept going. I think she then went to school. She was like the first person in her family to go to school. She got a degree. So they awarded her and took her to the White House. Donald Trump now said something. He was like, think he said, I won't quote it the way he said it, but I think he said, they awarded you just because of that or something like that. It sounded rude, but at the same time, when you really think about what he said the truth. People like Donald Trump is like, he's unfiltered. That's it.
All right.
And I think we need more like leadership like that, to be honest.
All right. Thank you so much. Trump is at 86% chance of winning this, 297 to 241. That's not the official, is the estimate. The official one is still at 112 for Harris, 198 for Trump. So
can you tell me what figure you need to get to?
But they have to get to 270.
270.
Yeah. Now, what is key is the battleground states. North Carolina is very likely going to be Trump. Virginia, very likely going to be Harris. Pennsylvania at 59% of the votes counted. Trump is +3. Arizona, 53% votes counted. Trump is 0.06. Wisconsin, Trump is up 1.5 with 55% of the votes counted. In Michigan, with 25% of the votes counted, Trump is 0.74. So that's where we are.
Thank you.
All right. On this note, I'm handing it over to KJ and fathers. You guys can take it up from here. I will take a break. I will come back probably in another 2-3 hours. Let me get breakfast. I thank all of you.
Can I ask?
KJ is in charge. I need to have my say.
Can I ask Rudolph?
Yeah.
How are you feeling after the debacle of the last session? Did it offend you, or are you shaken? Are you sickened?
No. I don't process. I compartmentalize things immediately and move on. I will think about that later. I will go.
No, sorry. I just wanted to know how you were.
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. All right. Take it, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of Democratic supporters will be crying into their pillow. It's all right. It's going to be painful. You see, I take no joy in saying this, that a lot of Americans that are black, make no mistake, if you're America and you think because Trump is going to make your life better, it's not. It's going to be more difficult. All those racists, if they used to walk around like this, they will be walking around like this now. They will be Bugatti. I'll show you people, Pepe. However, Trump is going to give us space in Africa. He doesn't care about Africa. He's going to cause a lot of problems that he's going to wake black people up. I think that is better for us. That's my only take on it. And one of the things I said before the election was that how can this Harris expect to win when she's doing things that our voters don't like? But Trump is promising things that his voters like, and that's why his voters are more likely to vote for him. Not to mention, I think people a little bit are underestimating the reason why Trump wins. It's not about personalities. It's about the bigger issues that people care about. Until Democrats wake up to that truth and start talking to Trump voters about those things, for some reason they are scared of talking to Trump voters about those things because they are afraid that they are losing their country. You are going to go and check after the election result, go and check the people that voted for Trump. You will see it's a rump of white men, and even women too will vote for him, white women, because they fear that they are losing their country, and people are taking it as a joke, and the Democrats are not talking to them about it. Those are bigger issues. They don't care about his traits then, because Democrats
even black men too.
Yeah, they will vote for those ones. They are voting for him because they feel like he's common sense, and Democrats are not giving them anything. If you look at if you flip the script and say, okay, Trump is terrible and all the rest, then why is it that people still prefer him over a Democratic candidate that is so well buttoned up?
Race.
That should tell you how terrible they must be.
Race.
If they cannot make a case to get those people away from Trump, that is saying all these crazy things, that should tell you that there's something they are not saying. They're not telling you.
Race.
There's a big elephant there that Trump is telling the other people that the Democrats are not saying. And that is the core of this problem. And this is what most people don't understand. And they refuse to see it. That the white people in America are worried that they are losing their country. Democrats are not doing a lot about immigration. They are not talking to them about those fears. Why would you pretend as if it doesn't exist? I've asked this question over and over again. Has any country changed from where you have a population that it was majority become a minority peacefully? I've never seen it in history. And Democrats expect the white people to put up with that. These people that are capable of killing continents, and you expect them to sit there and watch their country handed over to immigrants? That's not going to happen. And if Democrats won this election, you are more likely to see a civil war than the other way around. Because the Democrats, they might actually fall in line, because in the end, Democrats are pretend equality people. they are actually rednecks too. If you look at their policy, they're actually rednecks too. They make sure Africa doesn't do well. They are rednecks. No, make no mistake, Democrats are rednecks. And black people are voting for these people that are killing our people and causing so much problem for our. Look at what is happening in Haiti. Look at what is happening in Haiti. The hell that they're going through. Who is overseeing all those things? It's not Democrats. Man, we have to really ask ourselves serious questions. If Trump is getting all those votes after saying all these horrible things about women, about Africans, about everything, black men still want to vote for him. That should tell you that Democrats have done something terribly wrong to them, and Democrats are not pandering or talking to them about those things. And if you don't do that,
What did he say about Africans, forefathers?
He calls Africa an asshole and all kinds of. He says all kinds of nonsense about Africans all
Are
the
you
time.
sure he was referring to Africans? Did you watch that video?
He was referring to Africa. See, he says that. See, the thing is that Trump is white first. It doesn't mean he's against blacks, so white first. That's his priority. He has the same fear that Elon Musk has. He has the same fear that a lot of white men have, that they are being replaced. Their population is not growing. They are bringing foreigners in all over the place. That's what he's doing. It doesn't mean that he's racist, that he hates black people, but he's going to put white people first, and that is his priority. When he comes in now, he's going to put white people first in Europe again and
I'm asking that question to you because I think I watched that video about him saying shithole countries. And from what I remember, I think he was actually referring to Haiti.
You don't start to interrupt
not any African country.
Hold on, Justin.
Interrupting people, Justin. So I'm going to end it with, if Democrats don't like Trump, and especially the case I speak the truth made against Trump, all those things, even if all those things were true that Trump did, that should tell you something, that Democrats are not doing something that they are supposed to have done to get Trump supporters to come to them. Because if this man is so despicable that you cannot even bring him to your family home to show to your family members, and yet this massive population of white people are voting for him, that should tell you that those Democrats are not telling you the truth.
If a man slept with his daughter and the girl got pregnant.
Sorry.
No, let me ask him a quick question. You're the moderator.
I speak the truth.
Father, are you moderating?
Do you produce that? Do you produce?
Yeah, that's right. That's a good question, KG.
Hold on. Let's get it straight. Are you moderating?
I speak the truth.
Yes, sir.
Do you produce?
KJ, you are moderating. You are moderating.
Okay.
Why?
So Revolution, go ahead.
Because I see your
monitor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Revolution.
You do that.
Yeah, I used to work D and walk. I'll tell you backstage. Yeah.
Okay, later.
Artists to Nigeria, all that.
Later, I get in touch with you, man.
All right. Tone, go ahead. No, can't hear you.
KG has spoken already.
Okay, I speak the truth. Go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to ask for fathers a quick question. Like, I just wanted to say, if a father sleeps with his daughter and she gets pregnant, is it okay for her to keep the baby, or do you think it's okay for her to have an abortion?
It depends. If she wants to have an abortion, she can have an abortion.
You think
in that situation?
You think it's wait. I hope you heard my question, for fathers. Did you hear my question?
If she doesn't want to have an abortion, are you going to force her?
For her father.
If she doesn't want to, it's up to what the lady wants, because that's a crime that has been committed there. You have to do something to correct that crime. You can't force it on the lady then.
So you think incest is okay?
I said it's a crime. It's not okay.
Sure? Do you need a minute to think about this question again?
No,
I am thinking about it clearly. You're telling me if somebody incest occurs.
Let's try again. So let's try again.
Forefathers, what sort of crime is it?
What about a
incest?
Woman? So what about a woman that was caught in a back?
Sorry, I speak the truth. KJ, please be keeping an eye on the figures, please, to be updating. KJ.
Okay.
So let's say, what about
I
a
want you
woman?
to answer the questions you are asking, because I don't want it to be rowdy, so everyone can speak. what
I
what are you
appreciate
for?
it, but KJ, what you're doing now is you don't want me talking against Trump. It's okay. Like
No. Please feel free. What
thank you.
concern Trump?
So let
Please
me
go
just ask
ahead.
a question. The election is almost over. It's probably over, but let me just ask a question. So let's say a woman got caught in a back alley on a dark night, and then 3 or 4 men take advantage of her, and she gets pregnant, and she wants to have an abortion. Do you think it's wrong, or do you think it's okay for her to get rid of a pregnancy that was gotten in that situation?
I think it's okay.
Is that for me?
Okay, no. Oh no, no, definitely not for UK. So what the Republicans are actually pushing is, in those 2 instances that I brought up, the woman should have no right to be able to get rid of that baby. That is that is a big part of the Republican stand of their agenda.
But what
I
you are
don't think
doing is a
that's what.
minute amount of people that are involved in abortion. The vast majority of abortions are occurring because people had unprotected this relationship or whatever you want to put it.
That
Then that's the area you should be worrying about, not
that
this
might be
minutia
true,
area.
but it's not. But it's not like these situations are impossible. If anything, these situations are actually underreported. So these are not things. Let's just say out of every 1,000, like you said, it is very minute. It happens. Let's say out of every 1,000, it happens once. Should we now say that once that it happens, we should go with the Republican position of no abortions, period? Women cannot talk about, women cannot have any possession over their own control over what happens to their own body with regards to conception. I think we
You
just need
can
to.
have control over what happens in your body, but when another entity is inside your body that you allow to come in there, you don't have control anymore.
Even though it's your body.
Even if it's your body, you allow that entity to come in there.
But
Don't you get it?
the same you less than 3 minutes ago told us that incest, if it's up to the woman, she could take it away. The same you
Because the
just said it.
incest is a crime, is a form of rape because the child is under the influence of the dad. Just like when a boss sleeps with a junior this is staff or something, to an extent it can be considered rape in some because that senior official has power over a junior official, just like a dad has more power over their child. So
What
it's a
about
form
a
of rape.
child, for example, a child that's going to be born with deformities, or a child that the parents know, the woman knows she's in no position to take care of this child except bring it into a world of suffering. So
Okay,
she.
breaking news. Iowa have been called for Trump.
I'm sure KJ must be enjoying this. It's all right.
No. What did I say?
We are all in the same party now. We are all in the same party.
Let me say this. I'll just add it as somebody who have been in the media for a long time. This is one of the biggest mistakes that the Harris team made. If I was in her team, the first thing I would have done with her the first week that she got this nomination is to keep her in the media room, set up cameras, set up lights, and just keep bombarding her with question after question. Because you see, as a successful, whether you are a legislator or a president, you must be able to handle journalists, because that is where they either sell you or they destroy you. Okay, and in her case, the journalists or the media even went more than 120% trying to build her. Now, if not for journalists and the people who have backed her up, she wouldn't have been able to make this mindset. But the mistake they made was to hide her away. Okay, hiding her away means more curiosity and not training her to be able to come out in a bang. That's my own take. That's my own professional take on this. The media, her media presence was not enough to really sway her voters or to even give her those things they needed. They hid her so long. They made her to depend on scripts. They made her depend on powerful people who come in. Those are not the people who are going to run your government when you get elected. You're going to be the one to run it yourself. And the more you bring those former people, the more you tell people that you're not capable of taking decisions by yourself. Consequently, if you don't used to like Obama before and you bring him Just like when Obama came and became a problem to the black men, especially the way he spoke down on them, that became a big issue for the campaign. Okay, and all that to add up to, at the end of the result that will come to Kamala Harris. Yeah, she may be charismatic and all that, but they didn't help her. I keep saying that her media team didn't help her. They didn't help her at all. Keeping her away from Joe Rogan, even if she was going to be able to do 1 hour or 2 hours, they should have taken her there.
Exactly.
That's a big crowd. That's a big crowd. She would have gone there and put in her best and leave. I mean, you don't have to do 3 hours, but you can say, in the middle of it, say, I need to go east, I need to go. People have done that many times. Okay, so that's
and she never really tackled any serious issue. If you notice, when Obama came into office, before Obama came, he had to go through baptism of fire with the, Reverend Wright and all those things. He made a lot of gaps, and he had to talk to Americans but she never did. She was just wrapped in cocoon from one end. And then she was busy killing people in Gaza and Ukraine war and everything. Democrats, their hands are dripping in blood. If you check the data, you're going to be scared of that party. But it's okay. I will leave it at that.
Yes, Ify, what do you have to say?
No comment.
Okay. All right, Jabun, you are enjoying yourself. Can we hear your... Right now, the votes are kind of coming in. They just declared Iowa for Trump.
Sincerely, I believe that he's won, without wanting to preempt any issue necessarily. I thought that Trump would win, just like he's gone now. Justin, just like Justin said, when he was it was him and Biden. I thought there's no way that Biden can beat him. He doesn't have what it might take to beat him this time around. And then when Kamala Harris came in, I thought she's useless. However, the way the first what do you call it?
Guys, I want to say good night, man. Thank you, and I wish Donald Trump the best of good luck. Thank you.
Good night. I believe that she was nothing until the debate, and whilst she was skillful at dodging questions, the way she handled Trump was that Trump lost that debate. So I was thinking, okay, there may be a little bit of gravitas that will take her along. But as you say, as time has gone on, she hasn't become necessarily stronger. But what it is the hate, if you like, against Trump that pulls her a bit forward. Having said that, we're at the point now when you've spoken the numbers, and it seems clear that he's going to win. Now, him winning, as I said, without kind of going around and round, it seems to me maybe not so good for Americans in America, but on the world stage, I don't think any strong leader who's out there, of which there are very few, I don't believe that Kamala Harris has a chance against them in real issues, real steely issues, debates, and real problems that the world is facing right now. The world's facing a lot of problems. I mean, I'm a man who can accept a lot, but at this stage of our lives, it's a dangerous world, man. It's an extremely dangerous world. I mean, Third World War could
sorry, I'm not interrupting you. The race has gone up. Kamala Harris has 119, and Trump has 212 electoral votes.
You see, the world is dangerous, and I'm not sure which of them Trump or Harris, them coming in, how they will, if they're in mind to, how they will steer the world away from calamity. I think we're heading toward.
Breaking news. Ted Cruz has won his race. A senator from Texas, Senator Ted Cruz has just won his race against the Democratic challenger.
Is that Florida?
Ted Cruz. Is this Florida, Texas? Anyway, Ted Cruz is the one. I can't get the state right now, but Texas.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm. The other day, after the other weekend, I was awake for 48 hours. At 5 o'clock in the morning, I was speaking to friends for an hour, 2 hours, half an hour. I spoke to about 5 individual people about what they feel about living in the West at this time. Do they feel that the pressure is really on? The way we are working in this London, and I know America works twice as hard as London in terms of those who, some of you guys you're overworked in America, I believe, well overworked. And given that we're well in Europe, apart from Germany, England works the most. We work. If we're living in Spain, or they live their life, they go to work, but they really live their life. There's so many holidays, so many kind of tax positive policies that come out for workers, which is not the same in America. And whilst we get 4 to 5 holidays a year, depending on the jobs you get, and they're very needed. Whereas it seems America can sometimes get 2 weeks of holiday, and that's it for the whole year. I'm thinking, my God, that's too much. That's too much. Given this, the pressure that we all have, sweating, working. I heard that there was a couple of Nigerians who have died holding down 3 and 4 jobs. I'm thinking, my goodness, that's just like slavery days.
Okay.
Overworked.
Can we come back to you, Mohammed?
My brother, I haven't finished now.
Okay, you're taking all the time. Okay.
Are you hearing what I'm saying, though?
Just random.
But I'm asking if you're hearing what I'm saying.
Yes, we're hearing you.
Because I think it's quite important. We're speaking about this thing that is momentarily going to happen, one way or the other. But what does it mean to us? What does it mean to us as Black people? What does it mean to us as Africans? Particularly, what does it mean to us as Nigerians? I think that's why we're here.
That's the question I wanted Mohammed.
Yes, this is it. This is it. So I'm saying that really and truly, we have got to be considering the danger of what's in this world right now and how we as individuals are supporting the campaigns of the West. Meanwhile, we're forgetting what we've left behind in Africa. What we've left behind. And we've left behind an awful mess. And it's only us that's going to fix it. And whilst we're here paying taxes in the Western system, our country is falling apart. And the more our country falls apart, the less opportunity we have to rise. I'll end it there.
Thank you. Mohammed, Jabu asked a very important question. Donald Trump victory, what does it mean to the Blacks and the Africans and indeed the Black Americans in America? Does it mean a better paying job? Does it mean a more suitable environment in their communities? Does it mean that there have been improvement of life and then the less harassment of police brutality in the communities of Black people? And is he also going to bring another ban on Nigerians coming to America? What's your own take? What do you see coming for Africa and the people that live in America?
Honestly, I think in general, Trump victory, I mean, in terms of the things that you mentioned, like harassment and things, I think most likely it will go up. because let's be honest, most of the die-hard Trump supporters are more on the racist side, like the extreme ones, not all of them. But in terms of like for us Nigerians and other Africans, I actually don't think that it's going to be any different from Harris's tenure, like relation between Nigeria and America. Maybe like, you know, visas might be harder or something like that. But these are policies. Remember when Trump put some policies about immigration, Biden undid some, but he kept some, like, you know, he kept some, like, you know, he kept some intact. So in terms of that, how it will affect our lives, I think it's not going to affect much, but those Black people living in America, probably like the more extreme racist, you know, MAGA types will be more emboldened. But for me, like, this is not what I really like. That's not why I joined, like, to comment on, because I'm not American. I never will be. I'm just more interested in like why I think, for example, like Trump is having an edge when like the media people all have it 50-50 or have Harris as at an edge. I just think because like she's Trump has many faults, like, you know, felonies and, you know, racism and many faults, but he's a more robust candidate than she is. What I mean is the scandals that Trump went, you know, the kind of scandals that he went through. One
Okay,
of them is
breaking
enough to
news.
kill Harris.
Sorry, breaking
You know,
news. Harris has gone to 193, while Trump is at 216.
yeah,
And
yeah.
that's
So
because California has been called, I think. Yeah.
you know, it's not surprising she will win California, of course. So, and also like the danger of extremes. This is also important for us in Nigeria. Like, for example, like I mentioned that KKK and these racist types are on the Trump side. So to counter that, the leftists on the other side, they adopted a kind of reasoning that is as extreme, but just on the other side. For example, like crime, like in California, you will see they become very lax on crime. Like, you know, if you steal something that is worth less than $900 or something, they count that as misdemeanor or something, you know, things like that. In their quest to counter the extreme MAGA people, they also become extreme on the other side. They become very lax on crime. Like also their policy of, you know, the quasi-socialism, like to give free handouts to people, so it encourages people like these homeless people. They just, instead of them to go and work, they would rather just go and sit on the street and get benefits from the government and things like that. And then, of course, immigration. This is something that, you know, I don't agree with the Trump people on, but I understand why that issue is appealing to the Americans, because like Kamala and all, they will say, okay, there's a study by Harvard that says like undocumented immigrants overall, they have positive effect on economy and things like that. That message is not as appealing as what Trump is saying. He will tell them, look, these people are just coming in from other countries. They come and take over our cities. And you know, this scaremongering is more effective to people than saying like, you know, a study from Harvard or things like that. So all these things like coalesce to give Trump victory. And I think if you think about it, we have the Americans, they just have two choices, right? They either have this or that. So they might agree with many of what maybe Harris will say, but those issues like immigration and like this crime and this LGBT and issues like that can overshadow any shortcomings that they feel Trump has, and they will just go for Trump. So it
All
doesn't
right.
surprise me at all that he's winning. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Henry, what do you say? And what you have heard all that has been discussed so far. What's your take? Is there anything that America will be missing if Harris does not win? Or is there anything America will be missing if Trump does not win?
Well, I am just let me say I'm just here to learn about the polity in America. But as an observer from the outside, I think I lean towards Donald Trump, and not because of any other reason, but the fact that I think we need more of blunt leaders right now in the world, because it's better we should have people that call anybody's crap. Let it just be sincere out there. You know, there's a saying that a known enemy is better than an unknown angel, because you can plan towards or against this person. This person has a consistent character that you can use to make plans with. You get, rather than you have people that once they say good morning, you need to just go and check out again and say. I'm not saying the other candidates is like that though, but from the look of things in the last 3 years, with the way there's been a lot of social media gagging, a kind of a media defending and this and that. These things are obvious to see kind of for any reasonable person. You might just choose not to really acknowledge it that way. But if you are reasonable enough, you feel like, come, what is happening here? Can't these people really talk for themselves? You know, we need leaders that can talk for themselves, fight for themselves, even if they are wrong, you know. Call it out, yes, I'm wrong here, but this is the reason why I make this decision. And let people know this is who we are. Rather than having personalities that are not true, you know. So all these kind of things. So for me as an observer, I this is the reason why I feel like maybe Donald Trump is better for the general, because it's like an out of the equation person, you know. It wasn't part of the plan, and it doesn't look like it. So, and this is a person that, you know, it's just like saying Dangote came in and became a president in Nigeria. I think we want in the real scheme of things, we don't really want saints, to be candid, but we want people who have been in there, who have been dirty, but who understand what it now means to really push the nation forward, because they've seen it all around. They've seen it true and true. So, is he a felon? Well, I'm trying to read what he was really convicted of, really, to understand to what extent. So, if indeed he's a felon, fine. Maybe the people have valid points there. But I don't think if he's truly a felon, he will be there contesting this time around.
Okay.
So all these things put together, yes. Yeah. So as an observer, please, this is so wherever it goes to, either Trump or Harris,
thank you so much.
I wish America the best.
You know, that was it. And I'm just trying to play the devil's advocate here. That was the reason why they went through that process, to make sure that when you talk, you say a convicted felon. But the cases that they quote, which is the 34 cases, has actually been thrown out by the Supreme Court. And if you remember, Jack what's his name? Jack what now? He refiled some other ones just last week, which is still in the process. What I'm trying to say in essence was that most of those cases, most of them were thrown out. And, you know, that's where the Supreme Court said in one of the rulings that you cannot bring a case against the former president determining what is official and what is not official. And from the judgment that I read, and I read the judgment, I'm not saying that I'm quoting, I read the judgment. The Supreme Court said, we are not ruling because it is Donald Trump. Policies are not made based on an individual. Because if we rule on what you have brought, every other former president will have a case to answer, and even future presidents will be implicated. Consequently, you'll be tying the hand of the presidency not to be able to act, even when it is in the good interest of America, because somebody can take you to court after that. And they went ahead to cite example. Okay, Justice Clarence went ahead to cite example. Say, for instance, that means that Obama should also go to court and be in prison because he went to, you know, the action he took in what he did in Iraq and Iran and all that. So this is how that case was thrown out and said, you cannot. And in fact, they asked Jack, what's his name now? Why am I forgetting the prosecutor's name? To give them now define what is official or unofficial.
Thank you very much, KJ. And the Democrats, so they will never say this, all these things. They know this, so
no, this is
they know all this.
ruling. In fact,
exactly.
If you go back to those law people, I tell you, the American Center for Law and Justice, they were even the ones who filed these cases in the Supreme Court and got judgment. So I'm not talking about what people are saying. I'm talking about what is on ground. However, now Jefferson is here. Jefferson, you have seen so far what is going on. And the question we're asking ourselves, what does America stand to lose if any of these individuals don't get to the White House.
Oh, yeah. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. Good night. In fact, I greet all the greetings. You know, this election is a very, very dicey one. If you remember some days back, I think you were here now, when I said we should not kill ourselves for the outcome of this election. There was no need for that. You know, it's only, sorry, okay, let me not use abusive word. It's only someone who is deluded. Let me stop. Let me speak cryptic that way. It's only someone who is deluded that will be killing themselves for any of these candidates. Now, let me just shock you. Are you guys aware that Muslims came out and supported this man? There are a lot of videos. The issue with Kamala was that she was lying too much and she was changing accent to the point that even artists noticed all these things. They saw all these things. Today she'll be Indian, tomorrow she'll be Black American, tomorrow she'll be Irish, tomorrow she'll be this. She is not consistent. She is not. She's a chronic liar. In fact, it's because of all and then that's number one. And number two, most Black people, they now look and say, look, what is the point of voting for this person? If at the end of the day, even her that is Black will not see my interest. And then Obama, that was so even Black too, it's not as if everything was so perfect under his time. It wasn't entirely perfect. In fact, he even messed up for the Black people. He messed the opportunity up and did things that we're not supposed to do. You understand? So he did all these things. And of course, and most Black people, they now knew better and saw the handwriting on the wall. They were more or less like, oh, it's only when they know that something is on ground. When they need votes, that's when they remember us. But when the chips are down, everybody to their tent of Israel. That is just what the whole thing played out. And the Trump they were demonizing in time past before he joined into politics. This is someone that was helping the Black community. He helped. He did so many projects. You know, the hate of Trump was so bad that even when he acted in movie in Home Alone 2 in Canada, they want to remove the scene when he acted. That's to tell you how people, the extent to what people can do. But I don't even want to talk about that. You know. It's just unfortunate the way things are going. Now, the Trump presidency will help us Africans to sit up and think for ourselves. So even if they want to block the whatever, I'm not saying that it is entirely the best, but I know definitely it's not going to entirely do that. No, even if it was to block the border for everybody, it will make us to think and do things for ourselves. And that's the way I see it. That's the way I see it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So,
okay, go ahead. AY.
Hey, okay.
Welcome. Thank you, sir.
So quickly, so in my own case, first of all, I want to actually disagree strongly with what you said, KJ. I heard Tom was supporting you. Donald Trump is on record. He's a convicted criminal. He will be sentenced, I think November 26th. Let's not deceive the public. Let's make this thing. Let's put the record straight. Let's stop bending it. This is America. You see.
Okay, stop.
Hold on.
Hold on. On what
He
has many cases. On which case are you talking about? Because I can deal with.
If he was sentenced, do you think they will allow this election to continue? Americans are not foolish. Americans are not foolish.
Hold on. Jefferson, please. Which of the cases are you referring to? Is the case of
the hush money payment?
The hush money payment. Okay, let me enlighten you on hush money payments, and I can look at it down.
Was he convicted or no?
Hold on. A senator some days ago was talking about hush money. He said in the House alone, over 100 and something million have been paid out as hush money in the House. So if that case was to be taken,
we're talking about Donald Trump case.
If the case of hush money is supposed to be taken, then almost all the senators sitting in the
Why are you talking about senator? We're talking of Donald Trump.
Listen,
Can you just say he was not convicted? Is that what you are arguing? What's your argument?
I'm coming. I'm getting there. Just relax. Now, that case, he said every one of them sitting in the Capitol will be in prison because they used even government money to do that. That's one. Two, the case you are referring to, which is the case that Alvin Bragg took to this thing. Have you checked recently of what that case, how that case ended? That judge who was judging it is even in fact the recommendation is that both of them
so
are right now.
Are you aware he's going to be sentenced this month?
Just only when you hear the other time. Follow the news to the
end. No. Are you aware Donald Trump will be sentenced after election?
He ain't going to sentence not the judge and the guy who brought it in trouble right now.
Where you can believe that's your own. This is a record that is out there. I don't know why we hear the dying.
My brother,
don't worry, no problem, no issue. No.
There's problem. Go to American Center for Law and Justice. Go and look at the cases there. I beg. I'm calling names. I'm not just talking. I'm calling
KJ,
names.
you think
American Center for Law and Justice.
You think the case is just going to disappear?
Yeah, that's what it is.
No,
the Nigeria.
The judge said the Supreme, the lawyers of Trump appealed. I'm talking about the appeal courts. I'm not talking about the case.
Okay, let me deal with the election. I can't argue with you. Let me deal with the election matters.
Okay.
Later. So on the issue of the election proper, Donald Trump is a convicted criminal, no doubt. That one is let's leave that. For me personally, as a person, of course, I would benefit more with Donald Trump winning the election. In fact, I'm benefiting already. I just checked my stock now; they are all up. But here is it, right? The way some of you defend this man, even with his known bad character, how he treated people that don't look like him, even Nigeria, case of Nigeria, denied Nigeria of immigrant visa, even visitor visa, Nigeria, we are in trouble. Other countries that don't look like him, how he treated different set of people in America, the fear in America during his 4 years, the issue of the January 6th, when he wanted to plan a coup to overthrow an elected government. We keep denying this stuff. This is where me I have problem. And this, some of you will still come here. I actually sent a comment today and call Tinubu a criminal that was not convicted in a court of law. I think some of you need to apologize to President Tinubu because it's so scary. And my question is, what do you guys start for? Do you guys start for the truth? Do you guys start for what is the right thing, or you guys are studying for select or pick and choose? This is what I would think a lot of you stand for. You guys are not studying for on the ground of morals. You guys are studying on pick and choose. This is my own assessment of the whole situation. Kamala Harris, yes, I heard Jagu, I love Jagu position on Donald Trump. Jagu is not denying the issues, but he's making a very strong argument when it comes to Donald Trump, what he believes he can do, which I actually agree with him, but completely deny that Donald Trump is a said, Donald Trump is this, that is all rubbish. We need to stop. This is not Nigeria where you guys would come. All you guys talk about is tribe because it's from here, We need to stop. This is America. When when somebody is convicted in a court of law in America, Donald Trump is not a minority in America. He doesn't belong to the black minority or whatever. He has always been a privileged child. He belongs to the
Why?
the people
You're
who
saying
call the
he's
bourgeoisie.
convicted. How can
Hold
someone
on,
that convicted
Trump.
be
Hey,
president?
hold on.
What are you
Don't
talking
interrupt.
about?
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. You don't know the law in America. America, even when you are convicted, you can contest for an election. Go and look at the law. That's the law. The law is the law. It's not Nigeria. It's only in
What you should
Nigeria you
have
get
asked him,
convicted.
AY.
There's
What you
still
should have asked
criminality in
A
America.
lot
You
of
don't know.
a lot
Let's
a
not
lot of
deceive
them they don't
ourselves.
even know what's going on in America. You
under the
sit
law, what is
in
a
your where
conviction?
you
That's
are.
what you
You
should
are
ask
just
him.
arguing here. It's in Nigeria is different. America is not Nigeria. In Nigeria, where you are convicted, you cannot contest for an election. But in America, it's different. We need to understand this. Now you are interrupting me. So actually, that's why I was surprised. But again, in terms of Trump winning, Kamala Harris winning, to be honest, Trump winning, I would benefit more. Only I don't want to be greedy because I can tell you I can save no less than $20,000 from tax. That is for sure. I'm telling you, plain like clean. I'll save my $20,000. But everything is not all about money. It's not all about personal achievement, personal winning. No, I want the world to win. But there is no leader in the world that want to really work with Donald Trump apart from his criminal gang. People that he can, apart from the criminal gang, people like, of course,
Okay,
people
they
can buy with
I need to
money.
stop you. Sorry, I need to stop you because I think you are going a bit, far away from.
You will stop me because
I need to
it's
stop
you
you.
are also
Stop
part
you.
of
I've been holding
the
myself from
the
stopping.
gang.
But
Yes,
I know you will stop
hold
me.
on, Ife, hold on. What you just did now is called fallacy in philosophy and
It's
logic.
not fallacy. I can
It's
prove it.
fallacy. It's fallacy
I
because you
can
have
prove
no
it.
data where all the leaders of the world came together and told you we don't want to work with Donald Trump.
Of course, you know a lot of places.
No, don't
I
assume.
can prove it.
Assumption is the lowest
I
form of
can prove
intelligence.
it.
Don't assume anything. Don't assume.
I'm not assuming. I'm not
And don't
assuming.
infer. You are inferring to things that are not
No,
real.
no. Of course,
Is
even
there
during
any
hold on,
document we can lay hand now while the world
leave
leaders sat
document.
down
Tell me to
and said,
explain it. I will
sometimes
explain it. Stop
you can
deceiving people.
you can
Oh,
actually
AJ,
all right,
you
let's
are
move
part
on.
of the
Wait,
problem.
can I say
Thank you.
something?
Thank you.
Can I say something right quick?
Yes.
It's even interesting. AY made a point like the same people that are here praising Trump are the same people that are criticizing Tinubu. What is
Yeah.
the difference? I don't get it.
There's a lot of
Huh?
difference.
What is the difference? You people are talking about
Could I
moral.
give you differences?
Oh, hold on. You people are talking about moral. I've seen the morals that Trump have. So why are you guys criticizing Tinubu?
Why are you criticizing Tinubu? They let Tinubu be.
There is no
Don't
difference.
criticize him.
Okay.
They are the same thing.
Hold on.
Come on, people. Yes,
Yeah,
it's okay
you
for you
guys
to
should
say
let
that you
Tinubu
are
run the
supporting
show in
Trump, but
Nigeria.
don't bring
Don't
morals.
criticize him.
What's her name made a point about
Much as I
It's
want
the
to
truth. I'm
hold
actually
on.
surprised.
Hold on.
I was having that discussion with a
Hold on.
friend. I'm actually surprised.
Hold on. You asked the question. Let me answer your question. You see,
Okay.
when it comes to Donald Trump, you all forget the history that you have walked through. Let us go back a bit. In the days of Hillary Clinton, there was a Monica Lewinsky's case, and that was not the first one. There were 3 ladies out of that. This one was happening in the Oval Office, out of which he paid $198,000 as hush money. Hush money. Go check your
so
papers.
you people shouldn't criticize Tinubu.
No. Hold on, sweetheart. Hold on.
On this panel.
On. You see,
nobody should ever criticize
Ify, come on, that is don't just make it. Everything is not black and white.
You people shouldn't do that.
No. There is wait. If for each situation you have
There is no
circumstance.
for each situation. Forget about
There
it.
is no situation here.
Put the whole world there.
We should not be
Tinubu is a drug dealer.
This is not a criminal. Is a criminal. Period.
All of us stay here. It will hit all of us. If he does well, we will benefit. If he doesn't do well, it will hit all of us.
Do you think America is wrong for allowing people, convicted criminals, to seek election? Maybe we should start from there.
But why doesn't KJ land? Because he was trying to make a point with the Monica Lewinsky.
But is he KJ said he's not a convicted criminal. Is he a convicted criminal? Tell us, please.
No, I'm asking you the system itself.
You are making
It's the system.
You seem to think
it's the system now.
Justice system. You don't. there is what is called civil case. What was brought against Donald Trump is a civil case. It's a civil case. And a civil case does not carry any of those things you're thinking about. It's not a criminal case. It's a liable.
See,
Excuse me.
KJ, you can deflect from now till tomorrow.
But he's a convicted felon, right? Or he's not?
Donald Trump is a convicted fellow. There is, don't stop begging it. You need to stand there.
Wait, no problem. Yes, he's a convicted felon. He's a convicted felon, agreed. But is it wrong for a convicted felon to seek election?
No, there's nothing wrong.
So what's not the problem?
No. That's their law. If that's American law,
that is the law. That's American law.
Using it against him.
No. Okay, so
but what I'm trying to say is that the way they come here.
Why are you using it against him?
Let me see all of you
that is if you are studying on moral ground
against him like moral ground.
It is wrong. It is wrong.
You see you.
No.
That is exactly my point.
No.
Why are you guys?
Why? Listen, we are not listening.
If we all talk
was not convicted of the criminal case, you are here supporting evil.
Finish your case. Don't ask any question. Just finish and let other people talk. Finish your.
No, I think you stopped me already. You guys will not let me talk. You need to defend your master.
Okay. Let's move somebody else.
let me just say one thing.
Yes, go ahead.
Emmy, it is wrong, and I'll tell you why it's wrong.
Okay.
It is wrong if we look at it. It is not against the law. It is nowhere in the Constitution where it says a felon is barred from becoming president. But at the same time, we have to look at the standards we uphold for someone to be leader of not only America, but of what we call the free world. And if we have to uphold those standards, then we have to abhor certain things. And criminal convictions should be one of those things. So if you want to get a job, for example, at Walmart, or you want to get a job at McDonald's, one of the criteria that they do not want, except in states now, where they say, well, they give second chances and things like that. One of the criteria is they ask you if you're a felon. Have you ever been incarcerated? And those things automatically bar you. You cannot be a felon, for example, and work in a financial institution. You cannot be a felon, for example, and attempt to be a lawyer. Not saying it is impossible, but your journey to get certification for certain sensitive posts is going to be tedious, if not almost impossible. So there's a certain criteria which we hold for people that have to hold, that aspire to attain certain positions, at least in America. And if we have to uphold that threshold, and if we have to abide by that, those requirements, then you would agree that if someone is not allowed to work in McDonald's because of a criminal conviction, why then should we allow someone that has not one, not two, not three, but 34 criminal convictions, he's presently awaiting sentencing, by the way, to become president of the United States? And therein lies the quandary of everything we're saying.
KJ will tell us, no, it's not. There is nothing like that. KJ, I hear your government.
Is it, my brother? I don't have to pander to what you like. I'm telling you what is available.
It's not what I like.
You
it's
like
the law. It's what happened.
You don't like, you leave it. This same thing happened some minutes ago on this same panel. I laid about a particular policy that is being implemented in one of the states, and somebody here was insulting me on the platform until the policy was brought and kept on the screen. I don't have the time to make you agree to what I'm saying. I don't need to do that. It's left to you. But for me, I have my facts and I put it in my pocket.
But even when you go online, the criminal.
I have not come to debate you. Let's move on.
Okay, right now, the whole world are watching. At least people are watching this program. You are denying that Trump was not convicted. Like, why are you saying that? That's just surprising. This is information that is everywhere, all over the world.
The justice system in America have more than one steps. If you take me to the first one, I don't feel satisfied. I'll go to the next.
System all over the world has more than one step.
So if you know that,
not in America,
why are you
all over the world.
Why are you concluding that by the first step for which
but the status quo remains. Until there is an alternative
we listen
judgment.
to you people when you speak. Why is that one want to speak? You won't listen. Why? If you know all, then
Go
speak
ahead.
now.
Go ahead.
We don't even need to talk about it. You so say your mind. Okay,
Go ahead.
that's it. What you said is correct. Let's move on. If he says something else, or whoever is ready to take.
No, I mean that's fine. Go ahead. I mean, we are not fighting. Like I said, all these things we are arguing here is not going to make any difference at all.
Yeah.
Whether we're white, we can sucker punch each other. It's not going to make any difference. Just like I say, Tinubu does well, it's for all of us. If he fails, it's for all of us. Likewise, Trump or whoever that is going to win, Trump, Harris. So, I mean, whoever that wins is going to affect all of us, one way or the other. We are not going to gain anything special about. So, we're fighting over here. We're making it look as if Trump is going to compensate those who supported him
the truth.
and those who did not support him. So, we are here. We live in this country. We move. And next week, Saturday.
I agree. And I want to say something before I let that case go. Okay, sometimes we'll talk about this Trump. Trump has how many children? How many of them didn't make it's not a success today? If we are going to judge him by the children he brings up.
What is success to you? What is the definition of success to you?
I don't understand you again.
No, what is definition of success to you?
That was what I was going to ask him. What's the definition of success?
Yeah, what is success? Tell us.
Mind you, they inherited this.
No, let me
mind you, they inherited this. It's not that they have any business. Trump inherited his wealth from his father or his grandfather.
If he listen to me. When I was growing up,
plus all the criminal activities he did
make other people talk now. Now you argue and I'm passing, and you don't want to hear. It's not frustrating enough. There are children who have inherited billions and billions, and they never even were able to handle it. That's one. Two, why people bring up that issue? Because Kamala Harris says, I am a child of... No, her mother was a professor. Her father was a professor. She never grew up. She was never in the poor class. She always grew
middle class. You can't compare her to Trump.
He's a professor. Sorry,
professor is a middle class. It's not considered rich in this country. Come on, KJ now.
KJ is a professor, a rich person.
I mean, come on now, professor. How much do they make?
He's just a teacher.
Don't take this thing personal.
A professor in America.
Trump has never suffered for one day. He inherited his wealth from his family.
Now, so now
and his children will not suffer. Why are you making me look there all successful?
If he hold on. This is Trump that opened a university, defrauded the masses.
Big scammer.
This is Trump. When you are hearing, the person will come and criticize Tinubu.
Is it the one that inflated his wealth?
And Emme was asking me, are you comparing Tinubu and... If Tinubu and Trump contest, I will vote for Tinubu. Trump is worse than Tinubu. At least Trump will not grab women by their this thing. I think Tinubu will not do that.
How are you so sure? How are you so sure Tinubu will do that? Even you, Seth, I don't trust you not to do that.
How dare?
Now what's a man? Let us be sincere with ourselves. Come on.
That's the issue. That's the issue. They always want
on a more serious note, for me, I would benefit more from Tinubu, from Trump government, to be honest. But the truth is, we gotta call it what it is. I'm looking out for people.
But if I may, AY, let me ask you a question. AY, just AY, because we're becoming a bit repetitive. All I want to say is, given the fact that
can you hear you did remove him? He's just talking to me like that. You did remove him?
No. Given the fact
from this place.
Wait now, Joe, with the jokes. Given the fact that this is allowed within your system, there is no argument. There isn't. If felons are allowed to run for the office of president, bro, there's no your argument is therefore flawed. What you're saying is that we should think about this more in terms of morality than the fact that the law states that this is allowed.
No, there is.
Wait, bros, please hear me, because we're going round and round. We're at the point when the judgment of who is the winner is about to take place. and you are arguing about the system. I mean, it's a joke, to be frank.
Not about the system, really. I'm just disagree with a lot of stuff you guys are putting out here.
I mean, I never
Trump.
put anything
I
out
don't
in
have
terms
issue
of what
with
you're
Trump
saying.
winning the election. To be honest, I mean, Kamala said she's not really like my person, but
this is it. Can
whatever
I put this?
happened, hold on.
You know, I never speak for a while.
I still believe when you have, in fact, even in Nigeria election, when you have two people that you think they are bad, you got to choose the lesser evil. That's the rule.
Fair enough.
So
that's your point
that's
of
the
view.
rule. So
No,
for me, between
you
Trump
vote,
and
you vote your
Kamala
conscience.
Harris,
You
Kamala
vote your,
Harris,
why are you saying, bros? You vote your conscience, and we all only have one vote. Full stop. You can't pander what you're saying. You cannot. Wait, let me finish.
Hold on, Javi.
Can you hold on for a while, please? In the world today, I'm not sure if we are aware that the leadership in every country for the last 40 years, it has diminished. We are given choices of cretinous individuals. Everyone in the world is vying for. So once we understand that's where we are, we have to not necessarily accept the people that are there, but that is what it is. It is in this England, bruh. There's nobody of nous or of vigor that we can call a leader, to the point when somebody can come from Nigeria at 16 years old, and within no time she's at the top of the class. That would not happen during my time, if you understand me. It would just not happen. But it's happening because there's just vacuous leaders out there. Vacuous. That's the position that we are in. We're not really understanding this. We are following leadership. Wait, AY, please. We are following leaders that are not leaders. That is the issue. And for me, that is a frightening position. And I think we have to think for ourselves, as opposed to be thinking about these people who are running gamut up there. They're running a gamut. It's all just uselessness. What's Kamala Harris? What's she going to do for any of us? Be frank.
I agree with
the same speed?
Yep.
Who the hell is Donald Trump? Donald Trump's not a politician. He's not.
And that is even more reason why I even tend towards him, sincerely speaking, because he's just
which is fair. This is what I'm saying. We vote our conscience, bringing up issues that we can do nothing about in terms of the grand scheme of things, and putting it out there like now what you said is going to change anybody's mind. Doesn't matter what you're saying.
Okay, now hold on. You see, this is where I have problem, because you guys, the double standard.
Don't say you guys.
Kind of have problem with it. How come it's so easy for us to criticize Tinubu? Because there are people, you have one vote in Nigeria, right? There are people that supported him, that voted him into office, but we slaughter him every day. How come we have that? Where do we have that?
Maybe it's because we care more. Maybe people care more about the situation in Nigeria than we do.
That's why I'm actually very surprised.
Wait, how do you even compare Tinubu with Donald Trump? Sincerely speaking, Donald Trump is like Dangote in my own to me. He's a
Dangote? Which industry? Which industry? He's a criminal.
Donald Trump.
Wait. Before he became a criminal, he was what?
Criminal.
Before he became a criminal,
Donald Trump has always been a crook.
You don't know history of Donald Trump.
See this guy, he kicked himself out.
What do we call a businessman?
KJ kicked himself off.
What do we call a businessman? If I gave you $400 million right now.
No, let him land, please.
Hold on. Breaking news. This is the reason why we're here. Breaking news. 198 for Kamala Harris and 232 for Donald Trump. So CNN is almost
moving slowly.
going to win.
The gap is close enough, no?
Yeah, but they just
AJ, do you know
projected.
the
CNN is
projections now?
Of course, by
projecting.
now we
The
know
states
that
haven't
Trump is
called it.
likely to win the election.
I think
There
Trump
is
will win
no
the election, to be honest.
mathematical this thing that was gonna make
No,
it.
no, that's not true. They still have.
That,
if she
no,
wins, if
no.
she, no,
Looking
if
at
she,
looking
no,
at
if she
bro,
holds,
for
if she holds the blue, what they term the blue wall.
it's not looking good. Let's
it's
be
not
realistic. The way it's going
By
now.
the way, anyway,
it's not
KJ, as I
looking
was
bad.
saying,
So
please.
if she holds the blue wall, there's a possibility.
It's not.
she
There
could
is no
win.
possibility. I don't see anything
So
happening.
in any
KJ,
event, so this is what I was saying. I was saying,
KJ, please,
what
let me just
would
land
you
my point
call-
here.
What
Can
would
we
you
take
call?
one after the other? Can we speak one after the other?
What would you
Yeah.
call a businessman? Okay, if I gave you $400 million right now, and you turned in a $1.8 billion loss, how could you reasonably call yourself a businessman? Now, second, y'all keep saying he's not a politician. He's not a politician. Newsflash: his first job, he's a politician. If you said this prior to 2015, well, your statement might hold true. After he became president in 16, he's a politician. He's a bona fide politician. This is
Prior
his
to
second.
2015,
This is
who
his
was it?
second.
You didn't give
So
him
I
any
said, so
wait.
prior.
You didn't give him any chance to even become the president as at that time.
And how many times has Donald Trump
listen,
filed for bankruptcy?
You say
Please,
he's not.
please wait.
More than 5 times.
Thank
More
you.
than 5
He's
times.
a businessman. Thank you.
Wait.
Okay,
Can
hold
you-
on.
can
Repeat
you-
the
please,
country.
Let me
Hold
land.
on.
Please, let me
It's
land. Let me
bankruptcy.
land,
Let's
please.
pretend.
Hold on.
Please, let me land. Sorry.
Why? Bankruptcy, filing for bankruptcy is here.
6 times.
KJ, please, let me just land. Please, let me
KJ,
land,
you're
please.
gonna have your. Let me just make this final statement.
You
So
guys are too funny.
let's say.
All of see,
Emmy,
Jagu, all these people
KJ,
talking this thing. When they want to file their taxes, they look for the person who can reduce it for them.
Exactly.
The same thing they're doing. That's what they're
Trump.
doing. And they will not.
KJ, you don't go make careful like this.
Emmy. So
They
let's
all
say
look for tax who can exempt, make sure they took everything.
Bankruptcy is
You buy
different
tax,
now.
put it
KJ,
on.
bankruptcy
What
is
are people
different.
saying?
So
It's
you're
the same
saying
thing.
prior.
Is it wrong to go bankrupt?
Huh?
Is it wrong to go bankrupt?
Because
If you're a
somebody that
businessman,
said
yes.
he's rich, how can
If
It is
you're-
not.
yeah,
No. How wrong is it? What do you mean it is wrong? What do you mean it is criminal to go
if you're a
bankrupt?
businessman, yes. If in a business sense, yes, it looks bad on you to go bankrupt. Very.
wow.
But
What do you
yes,
mean
he
is
continues
wrong?
to have businesses with business people. My brother, deal with the system that is enabling Donald Trump and people like him. And funny thing is that he even came out. Wait, hold on. He came out and he said the people you even idolize that they utilize the same system to enrich themselves. You guys have nothing to that. You said what?
What makes people fight for bankruptcy?
Trump 232.
Yeah, but
Oh,
those
it's
are
getting
CNN,
close.
those are projections. They don't know yet. They haven't called them.
Hold on, please. Emme, what are the conditions that make people to fight for bankruptcy? Please tell us, educate us.
Sincerely, I'm not a business person. I
bet you are just being disingenuous, job. Come on.
No, listen to me.
What are you talking about?
Wait,
So you don't
bringing
know
point.
what makes a
This
business
guy-
file for bankruptcy, and you're asking us if a bankrupt.
But the question is it
businessman
wrong
is-
to go bankrupt? The answer is no. You can.
Yes, it is. In a business, it is wrong. There's no right or wrong.
But there's nothing you can do about that.
It's
What will
ripping
you guys-
up the system.
Does that mean that you're a failure in life?
Well, what I can tell you about the business world is that
Jago is a business
wait, this guy, man, when you go bankrupt as a business person,
Yes.
if you are a novice business person, you'll take it upon yourself that it's bad. However, business people that I know, bruh, they've been bankrupt. They've been bankrupt so many times, and they do it purposely in order to solve other issues.
That is what I want to hear.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you, Jago.
that's different. Filing what we call a chapter 12.
And that is what they
chapter
want you to label as
7.
criminal. You can imagine. Does that even make sense to me? It doesn't in any way. If he fights for bankruptcy 100
Wow,
times,
the
that's
way-
the same. Wait. AY, please. Listen to me. This is logic here. I am being
Dude, you just said
rational
you
in this.
didn't know what bankruptcy is.
This is the
It
same man
does
that
that
implemented this
does that
law.
make sense to you now? Because I said I don't know. Does that really still mean that I
No,
can't
but
give you
of
words
course
just
you
like you
know
know me?
you
I'm
are
not a
just
lecturer.
being
No, hold on,
You
please.
know.
No, wait.
You know you were
wait.
just being deceitful.
But the thing is
help
that
us out, KJ, man.
please, Please let me just land. The thing is
I'm
it
tired of
wrong
shouting,
to
my
go?
brother Jagu.
Please,
And
please let me just. Can I
why
just
I will
land
not
now?
allow you to talk. So I don't know what else to
KJ
say.
They
is
want
not
you wait.
people.
They want you to make it. They want you to think Donald Trump is a failure because he filed for bankruptcy more than 5 times.
You
I
see?
don't care if he had done. Wait, listen to me. If he had done that 1,000 times, because I know with what I've learned enough, but I can't use that as an authority to come and say, yeah, that's why I say I don't know. In a system like the US, people who are business people, they know how to capitalize on loopholes within the system to enrich themselves.
It's not loophole, it's criminal.
Listen, it is not criminal. It is because
It's not a
the
crime to go
system.
bankrupt.
It's
When you
not
go
crime.
bankrupt, when you go,
They
this is
rip
what
off
happens. Wait. When you go bankrupt in the UK, I'm not sure about the States, but when you go
same, it's the
bankrupt
same.
here, you are stricken to be a director of any business for 2 years, and then you can come back. You understand? That's what happens. So it's not a crime. It is a position where you need to be retrusted, if you like, to hold.
Exactly. So would you trust someone that had numerous bankruptcies under their belt? That each time he
It's
ran
not. I
into
hear you.
a problem, he had to look for a way to reassess and
Oga
restructure his
is
business.
asking you how you guys are
You got what I'm saying? So
defending
this is the
bankruptcy.
problem
You
we
guys
have
will
with
defend anything.
Let's listen one person at a time, please. We were listening to somebody, and then AY decided to become a comedian again.
So, in my own opinion, if
Jago,
the
if I had
system
the key, I will
allows for
remove you.
that, and yet Donald Trump is
KJ,
still
you see
standing,
how Jago bullied
and you
you?
want
You
to
are
tell me,
looking at him,
in
eh?
fact,
KJ.
how many business people are supporting Donald Trump right now? I think we have a lot of business people supporting him right now.
more rich people.
Listen,
what does that
listen,
mean?
because of the tax,
and the region exactly.
they're
So
gonna give them a lot of tax cuts.
breaks.
So are you telling me that during
KJ,
the 3 years,
two things, KJ.
Are you
Chim
telling
wants to
me
come
that-
in, and then the people are asking for the link.
Are you telling me that during the last 3 years that Democrats has been there, they've not been able to block, or they shouldn't find it fit or deem it responsible enough to block these loopholes, so that it doesn't enable people like this to come
It's
up
not
again?
about loophole. Let me
It's
just
not.
It is about loophole. This is a loophole. It is not.
It's
You're making it
it's
look
not
like
a
it is
loophole.
criminal what Donald Trump has done. Yes, hold on, please let me land.
Hold on.
Donald Trump categorically, he openly,
It's
he said
not a
yes, he took
loophole.
advantage of the
Do
system.
you
Listen
live
to
in
me, please.
America? Or
Please.
do you live in
Listen
America?
to me. Let me make
It's
my.
not
I'm
loophole. Let me tell
I'm
you
an
the
observer.
difference.
Please hold on. AY, please. Because
AJ,
we live in
take your
America,
time.
it doesn't. You see, the
It's
fact
not
that
a
he
loophole.
openly
Let me tell you the
wait,
difference.
let me land, please. He openly, I saw a debate where he openly, because he was Christian then, and he said yes, that he did some things.
No. Let me cut you off
Wait,
there.
hold
No.
on, please. Hold
For
on,
over
please.
3
Please.
decades.
Hold on.
No.
Can I land? You are interrupting my thoughts.
No.
No,
You
no,
don't
no,
even
no, no,
understand
no,
what
no, no,
bankruptcy
no,
is.
no, no, no,
Hello,
no.
hello.
Please let me land.
For over
Let
3
me land.
decades,
Please
this
be
man
patient enough
lied
to
about
listen
his
to me.
finances, okay?
I'm
For
going
over
to start
3
I am not
removing you
decades.
if
listening
you
to
won't
you,
listen to
please.
me.
Because you don't even
KJ, what
understand
are you
what
saying?
you're talking about. So for over 3 decades, this man lied about his finances. For over 3 decades, he tried to stifle the IRS and the New York State tax. What they call our thing again?
No, I know what you're trying to say. I know
Yeah,
he
so he
inflated,
tried to stifle.
his
tried to
wealth
stifle
in
it
order to
from
all
to
this.
pay the.
You mean all this way? Then when you say known, and nobody could convict him of such
because he
until
was
he became the
And New York
president.
people now, the
And you
state
can't
of
just
New York
release it.
convicted him. He's gonna pay
And
them a
he
lot of
kept
money
blocking
back.
it,
Come
and he
on.
kept blocking it.
And
I'm
then
actually
he's giving them
surprised.
a lot of
This
money.
man,
No,
surprising
no,
me. I'm not
I'm
gonna
being
lie.
reasonable
Hold
here.
on,
I'm not.
everybody.
I
No,
have
you
no
are
news for
not.
everybody.
If it was Tinubu now, you would not be reasonable like this. You are
Me,
not.
Listen,
Tinubu.
hold on.
Waiting
You
concern
are
me with
not.
Tinubu. He's my president.
Hold
No,
on,
no.
guys.
What would I do with Tinubu?
Hold on.
Because I don't know how somebody will criticize Tinubu and be praising Trump.
I don't
It's
know.
just baffles me, man.
Tinubu is an wait. Tinubu became a governor. He put his hands in your cookie jar. He took your money. You are comparing to somebody that took advantage of the system. Not that he was a politician to do that.
Really?
He was a
Please,
businessman to do that.
Really? Did you hear all the
you.
things that happened when
If you are comparing Tinubu
when
to Donald Trump, then you should question yourself properly, bro. It doesn't make any sense to me.
wala. Okay,
if you hold on, everybody hold on, everybody. Thank you for joining us, Obe and Chim. You've the discussion so far. From the last check, the last view I had of it, Donald Trump's about 250 something now, 252 or thereabouts. And what do you say so far? What's your own? You have heard the AY comparing Trump to Tinubu. That Trump is better than Tinubu. Sorry, somebody's phone is open. Somebody's having another order. So, Obe, yeah, go ahead and make your input before Chim talks.
All right. It's obvious that I don't know our set of values. Anyways, before I came to America, there's so much stories we heard. It was like a closer journey to heaven. The ideology I had then, even while I was in the bank, was like, it's a place that you want to come and you will never see exactly what is obtainable in Nigeria. After I came, the expectations was just so high up there, But at the end of the day, I observed that, man, it's just a difference of a location. That was what it was, Difference of location. That was what it was. It is easier to actually survive here. That's the difference. You could. There are so many things to do for you to survive. Life, it's just like a system that have been set up that is working. So it's easier to survive, But at the end of the day, as things begin to unfold, the Donald Trump came up. I think Donald Trump election was the reason why I had to come back to stay. I'm telling you, I dropped the family. I went back to Nigeria. I was still in the bank. I was working. Everything was good. Footing the bills back home. But then when it was coming in, everybody had an idea that you need to enter before this guy enter, in case. So there was a quick turnaround of the plan. You got to come in on time, try to settle it and all that. Exactly what happened, played out, was true. My friend that returned after he came in, today he's unable to come back after 7 years. His family have been here. He couldn't come back to unite with the family. He was denied. They asked him, where is your family? He couldn't because he went with a family visa and he was going back to renew by himself. When they opened the file was showing that the family did not return. Till today, he can't enter America again. Those are the issues because of immigration status changed, everything changed, and we suffered a lot along that line, But be that as it may, people like us were lucky. My friend went to Nigeria to bury the mother. When she was coming back, they were asking her, how did she get her 10 years immigration status? They were asking her, how did you get your 10 years? That became like an immigration interview. At the point of entering with the 10 years green card. Those were some of the issues our people passed through because of his tenure in his first term. My fear is this. He's a good guy. During his time, I made more money. I was good. Post-COVID, everything was like, in the hospital now, when you walk, there were too many checks coming in from everywhere because of COVID, We were just good. We were able to make a lot. I bought my first house after Donald Trump's failure in election and the payment of COVID, which was good for us. But at the end of the day, as it were today, as me and you are talking now, it's coming back again without an expectation of another term. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a time to pay back. We're going to suffer a lot based on the fact that
he already said it, Mr.
He
already
voiced
said
it out. He already voiced it out.
He's coming back to
he said that there won't be a need for election somehow. He was making some statement. People were not picking it. To me, it was like much of a risk for a system like this. That was what I saw in his re-election. Number one, why was he coming back? What was the idea behind? You are a billionaire. You're good. Everything is okay. Why don't you just sponsor somebody? What was the idea behind you want to come back at 80 or whatever his age is? That was my idea. You should be a grandfather now, probably a kingmaker, at that point. So why are you interested? That was the reason why as soon as Biden stepped down, it was like, okay, let's see whether Madam can survive this with what is going on. But at the end of the day, people that are in here know what we're facing. People that are outside, people will be talking. You don't understand exactly what works in the system. You don't understand what people here are passing through. You just assume that you don't need to be in the system to narrate or to give a narrative. No, people that are in here understand what goes on here. You only suffer in America if you don't want to go to work or you don't want to put in the effort. There's no amount of gas, amount of grocery that you can't buy if you go to work and come back. It's only lazy people that will tell me that the economy is bad. What is bad? You could buy a second house if you can just put in a little hours and work. The system is so liberal to that level, no matter where you come from or who you are. The bank are pursuing me every day. They want to give me money. They are pursuing me here and there. I'm even running away from funds. So people, let's call the facts fact. America is an ongoing system. You don't even need the president for the system to run. Anyways, the system is autopilot. As far as I'm concerned, anyways, it's autopilot. I don't need the president to get a loan. I don't need these policies to do anything I want to do. The system is there. It's private. It's a privately run system, and it's good to go. So my point is this: God, Donald Trump. To me, I don't have. If he's win, I'm a citizen anyway. Whether he wins or not, I'm good. I don't have the problem. But it's only people who are probably still in the process that will be trying to fidget and all that. It's good for me. But I want an American that I'll be proud to announce my president. That's what I want.
All right. Thank you so much for your contribution. Chim, yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Very loud and clear. Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, okay. Quite interesting. I've just been listening to you guys on the sidelines. I think for me, I want to make it quick so that I can go and sleep. I'm going to work tomorrow. I cannot cry more than the bereaved. That's number one. Number two is we Nigerians, we do a lot of things with emotions. We don't sit down to look at. I've listened to a lot of things we've said that a lot of them don't even add up. You know, whether you were born as a rich child and inherited something from your father, or you worked hard for it, whichever one we want to argue is the case, since we don't want to give credit to the man, because America is not going to make you in any way. It's not like in Nigeria where somebody just wakes up and then there's one government just favors you, you know, like it's not. Even Donald Trump is not even a Dangote in any case. Let's just be honest. I'm not disputing the fact that he may have had some head start. It happens. All fingers are not equal. But Donald Trump did not steal any American money, because if he has stole the treasury funds, he will be in jail. It's not, you cannot run away from it. If you embezzle their funds, you are heading to jail. You can't accuse him about that. The other thing is this. Many of us who are complaining and saying, oh, he took advantage of the system or didn't take advantage of the system, I'm sure many of these people here have read Rich Dad, Poor Dad. They carry it in their back pocket, run out. You know that the person who wrote that book also games the system. You know the man who wrote that book that you carry, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, go and read it. Rich Dad, Poor Dad, go and read it. I'm sure if I ask, a lot of us have read that book, even apply the principles. That man, that thing he was doing is gaming the system. I live in Canada, I don't live in the US. But when it comes to their basic accounting and tax system, it's the same thing. There are things here I frown out, and I'm like, is this not fraud? People go register companies and declare losses, and then they pay them, and the system pays off their losses. But people who haven't declared losses or set up a business in any way, you are the one who will be hammered with a high tax. And the system will tell you didn't pay enough tax. You didn't do any business. You just declared your income, your normal income from what you were doing, which may be either a paid job, government or private, and then you're hammered with tax every year. But people who go and lie, I know people who are telling me they have registered business name, business that is not doing jack, but they are using it to make money. The system pays them. They declare losses every year, and the system pays it off and clears it off. It's taxpayers' fund. So the question is this: those Democrats who are self-righteous, what have they been waiting for to plug those loopholes that give advantage to people like Donald Trump? They are not doing anything. Many of the people who are fighting him today, at least I say it all the time, Donald Trump is not perfect. In fact, for me, his biggest problem is not even all this one that we're talking about. He has money, he didn't have money, his father gave him or he didn't have money. Or that. I think his biggest problem is his loquacity. The fact that he doesn't know how to just keep quiet, do his business as the president, and always fighting people. If the pressman will say this, he will respond to them. That was where he got it wrong. But when it comes to understanding that fact that, listen, that system is a capitalist system where, like the last speaker spoke about, that if you work hard, you make something from it, which is not what the Democrats now suddenly stand for. The Democrats don't stand for those things anymore. Most liberal politicians or liberal parties, whether you call them Democrats in the US or Liberal Party in the UK or Canada or whatever, they are just out there to create a lot of lazy people who won't go to work and are waiting for handouts. So, but anyways, rather than us fighting, and then sorry, the other thing I wanted to say is anybody who is comparing Donald Trump to Tinubu, sorry, I totally disagree with you. Tinubu, as we have it, unless it's wrong, was doing drugs in the US. You can't accuse Donald Trump of that. Tinubu came back from exile, had no money, and how did he become a wealthy guy? He laid a pipe from Alausa to his private entity and is milking the system every day. Donald Trump is a private businessman funding his campaign. In fact, in 2016, Hillary Clinton got more corporate support than Donald Trump. Even in this election, more corporate organizations are supporting Kamala Harris than Donald Trump.
Donald Trump got one person, just one Jewish lady, to give him $100 million.
Well, but the point remains, most of Wall Street are supporting the Democrats.
Yeah, but you try to say he's like doing it like he's funding it as a private individual.
So, but my point is simple. You cannot rule out the fact that there is more corporate Wall Street support for Kamala Harris than for Donald Trump. Is a fact.
I don't know how true that is, but
it is a fact. It
is why? Tell me why.
Tell us why it's a fact.
That tell you why that what?
How is it a fact?
You have more millionaires supporting Kamala Harris.
I didn't say millionaires. Listen to my word. I'm very clear about what I'm saying. I said more Wall Street support for Kamala Harris. I use the word corporate. I've been using the word corporate.
You said corporate. So, but how did you come about
an individual
that?
Is not a corporate.
I never said
guy,
that.
please. I don't want to engage anybody in an argument.
No. It's not a question. We're asking you why.
Asking a question, then you let the person answer. I stood here for hours. I listened to everybody. I didn't interject.
Tell us how.
So I said corporate support. Corporate support, Wall Street. We all know what corporate is. Organizations, companies.
Based on what?
How do you mean based on what? When they say to you, when they keep telling us that Wall Street is believing that Kamala Harris has better.
So they believe, they're assuming. So there's no hard evidence that what you're saying is fact.
Bro, sorry, if you're asking me for hard fact, I will take my time and I'll present it. I didn't come with hard facts here. Nobody comes to this meeting and they carry hard facts to come here. So please don't play that game with me. The point
you could easily
direct here. Don't play. Listen, guy. Listen. I'm not going
to get aggressive. You can just.
I'm not here to argue with you. It's when I leave, you can continue with your argument.
No, if you.
I didn't come. I came to make my views.
Exactly.
You can disagree with me. I have no problem with you disagreeing with me. But the point is I don't want to argue with you. We can keep doing this until my mic is over.
Make a statement, but you have to.
I am not here to argue with you. Take that and keep it in your heart. I'm not here to argue with you.
Nobody's arguing with you, but when you.
But you're making an argument, and I'm not interested in that argument. I'm not. I'm just being straightforward. I'm not interested in that argument.
Let's move forward, please.
But lastly, before I leave, I think we need to put away this our Nigerian emotional approach. In the environment where we live, it doesn't work like that. Nobody's interested in your emotiveness. What is interested in is following the system. He follows the system. The person who says, the guy who spoke before me, despite not liking Donald Trump, admitted that Donald Trump's government favored him.
It
that is
favors
what
me. It
Nigerians
favors
like.
anybody that owns a business. It favors anybody that has any investment.
So, but that's not where I'm not here to
favors
argue, like I
most of
said.
us
So,
on here.
we must keep our emotions aside. They have a system. It works in a
But
particular way.
you said something.
Everybody,
Somebody
let me
asking
say
you.
one second.
KJ,
What
thanks,
I'm trying
Jerry,
to
for
say.
the listen. I'm
So,
done.
He made a
You don't just
statement
come and
saying,
put
hold
fake
on, please.
news information there.
He
You
said,
don't want people to
he
ask you
said
questions.
most of the people that go on welfare are because the Democrats, insinuating that the Democrats are lazy. This is what you insinuated. And that was going to be my next question. Do you realize that most of the recipients of government assistance are actually registered Republicans?
100%. It's not fact in America.
Give us the
I speak the
website.
truth.
Why you got this,
Chim live in Canada, so you gotta pardon him.
No. You,
He's
give
a
us
Canadian.
the website. So I'll go and look at it. Give us the website. Where that
Which website?
go
Which
to.
website
easily
is fine?
Which
website?
AY,
do you live in AY? Do you live in the US?
Give
go
us the
US
give us the
Department of Labor.
website
Yeah.
where you got the
Go
information.
to
AY,
US
do you
Department of
live
Labor.
in the US?
Hold on,
yeah.
guys. Hold on, Chim.
I live in US, Chim.
AY. Which is the website where
Go it, KJ.
No, I don't want
know
to.
you are.
You tell me.
Go on Department of
Google it,
Labor.
I show
You
you.
can
I
easily
can
go on
Google it and
Department
share
of
with
Labor.
you now. It's not a
No.
problem.
You
Yeah.
Google and give me that information.
Okay, I'll give it to you now.
All right, thank you.
I'll give it to you.
Adama, you're welcome. You're welcome. Jefferson, you're welcome. We'll do Jefferson, then we'll come to Adama. Yeah, Jefferson, please, your take. Jefferson, are you with us? Okay, Adama, you can go ahead.
Sorry, I'm here. Sorry about that. I got carried away. Sorry, did you ask a question or?
Now you are sleepy.
No, sorry, I got carried with the arguments and everything. Oh well, it is what it is, I heard Obe saying what he was saying, but at the end of the day, the country has made their decision, upon how Trump was demonized. It's the same Americans that still voted for him. It's obvious. If it was so bad, let me just tell you the truth. He won't have gotten up to this vote like got today. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not saying he's a saint. Everybody has their own issues and all of that. And, people will not agree, but to be honest with you, that guy, he has his own issues, but he's straightforward. He says what he wants to do and he do it. That's just his own MO. And he has a bad mouth. Facts. You can't just take out from him. Only if you take your time to watch the commentaries of some even prominent actors online about the candidates between Donald and Harris, it will shock you. You know that this result, when I saw those commentaries, I knew there was a problem. I knew there was a very, very big problem. Down to, okay, who knows, they don't even know Eddie Griffin, right? Do you know Eddie Griffin, one of those actors, right? Go and watch he's a comedian. Go and watch his commentaries about this election. Go and watch the commentaries of, what's his name? There's one other actor again, Rob Snyder. Just go and watch some of all these things. It will shock you, the kind of analysis. And these are people that are on ground here. Assuming Harris was another Obama, it would have been a different ballgame. The election could have been tight. She didn't have what it takes, and she was not confident. I could remember very, very well when Harris was being interviewed in, I think, one Oprah Winfrey show. She wasn't sure what she was saying.
Melano.
She was not sure of what she was saying. It's not me making it up. The interviews are there. Assuming she had what it takes, had that charisma, could have been different. It's just all those. It's just what it is. It's unfortunate, but I mean, we can only observe. But my own take is, we as Africans, specifically Nigeria, we should take this as an advantage to improve ourselves. It's a lesson that make we improve ourselves so that nobody will use us doing ye. That's all I can say. don't know how many times say, but unfortunately, me and you know say our leadership in Nigeria.
Thank you so much.
Is a give and take.
Let us welcome Adama from her holidays. You can see she's come up with a much fresher, ready to go. Well done.
Sorry, KJ, I've shared the link, so you need to share it to people so they know. Because I need to actually prove you wrong. I've shared the link. Thank you.
Okay, we're not in a talk court. I'm not trying to prove you. I know actually the link. So keep your proving wrong to yourself. All right, Dama, go ahead. Maybe you guys are going to tell me because me, let me tell you my
speak the truth. If in there,
that means I can yab well. My mouth, you know how theater artists they do, right?
KJ, you don't sleep this night, though.
I can yab well. Just maintaining, you know.
Oh, Chief, I thought you'd be in bed by now, given how busy your schedule is. Chief, you're still up by this time.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Jefferson. Nice to meet you.
My dear, I want to watch the soap opera.
KJ, I'm here. It's just that I do some side thing here. That's why I cover myself. I mean, you want to see me the tout cafe?
No.
Make you know they kick me out anyhow like that now.
The rule is that if you are off, we'll put you behind. If you come back, we'll put you in. That's the
Bros. Now, very difficult levels. No,
I'm
not brushing you that to come on board. I'm brushing you that. Anyway, don't worry. Continue.
All right.
Good evening, Mr. Obe. Good evening, Mr. Jago. Good to see you all. I just wanted to comment on what is going on. Yes.
It's been a long while, It's been a long while.
So I've been on vacation. I didn't want to come back, but I still came back. Some people have gotten worse and still where they are. So I'm like, what's going on?
Nice to see
KJ, nice to see you. I just wanted to comment, and this is my comment for every one of us that are watching the election. Hope when we come back Saturday, where it's called Have Your Say, please, all I'm pleading for everybody in this panelist to do is leave anybody that supports Tulumbu and his administration alone. Let people support who they want. Whether Tulumbu is doing the job or not, even me, sir, there is a position I'm eyeing there. I think I am overqualified for that position.
There you go.
So as an Igbo woman, I'll go and present the Igbo.
Yeah.
So I mean, given my position, I can hold it. So please just allow me. So if I say I'm a Tulumbu supporter, you say, Adama, I'm supporting you. Don't come and start telling me is Igbo, is distant, please. So use that same energy that you're using to support Trump and I'm using to support Kamala and leave people alone. Do not try to be biased because this is a country where things work. And if you know someone's record, if any one of us were to go to work, there's something called a background check. And it depends on the job you're looking for. There are some jobs, just having a mail ticket for your, like driving, you can't get those positions. So now we have certified ourselves to 35 felons is qualified to be a president. And someone is saying that Tulumbu did what? Tulumbu is a god in front of Trump. Why we should not be praising Tulumbu. Matter of fact, I've changed my name now. Agbado. That's my full name is Agbado now.
Ada, what's your favorite? Ferrari or Lamborghini? You get one. What's your favorite?
You know my favorite would definitely be Lamborghini.
Hey, what?
You are getting it.
Please, we need to now, because the way Nigerians are not being realistic, regardless of who is in this position, is not going to favor you guys. It's not. And I don't know why we are fighting over someone else's property. That's what we don't understand. We come here, we fight over...
Adama, hold on.
Yes.
You are supporting Kamala Harris. Is he your property?
Yes.
Is your property?
No. I'm supporting her because of what I stand for.
The way you're holding.
No, but Uncle KJ, this is what I'm trying to say, Uncle KJ.
You disturb her unnecessarily, please.
Yeah, this is what you're not understanding. When you guys see people who support, who is not an obese supporter, I've seen what is done to that person on this platform.
Adama,
you guys want to... each
Adama,
of that
being,
person
Adama,
so
you're
wrong.
being hypocritical now.
Nna Chim hapụkwa m aka ka m kwuo okwu
she's
jidekwa
right.
onwe
I
gị
think what she's
jidekwa
trying
onwe
to
gị
say
jee
is
nye
that
ụra ọ
everybody
na ụra
should be
abịa ọkwana
entitled
gị
to what they
jee
want to
nyekwa
stand
ụra
for.
Chim I just came back on vacation ike dịkwa m mụ na gị ga-enwekwa ya n'abalị
aṅụrụ m energy drink.
energy drink ọ ya nwekwa energy drink listen hapụkwa m aka
Anyway, you're a madman.
You know, Pastor said they are Lagos people, they don't speak Igbo.
So it's the truth. We need to, and for those of us that they've labeled because we go to one man show, allow me to do whatever I want to do. Don't blame me. Let's enjoy it. Let's encourage one another. Do not bash anybody for not looking into. If I say I don't believe in IPOB, please have a maka. If with IPOB, Chineke na your generation, because Adama, I did not send anybody. So please, let us respect ourselves. This 2024, Trump is our president. I've embraced him. And I just checked something about my benefits. My benefits nothing has changed. So let's all welcome our incoming president, which is Donald Trump. Please, we all should support him. And if you see anybody coming to this platform and say, I don't believe in P2B, let that person speak peacefully. Shikina, thank you.
Okay, it's just like what happened in those states now. Like Oga AY. Say you see, they never even swear in, they want to kill themselves. Obey. That's exactly what it is.
Thank you very much.
They never swear in. They never swear at all.
Thank you very much. This is what you talk. I like how well. I like what you talk well.
You understand? I said they want to kill themselves. They never swear in.
You kill
to show how some of us could take this the other way around.
How myopic our thinking is. How myopic our thinking is. And the thing is, put every one of them on this position now, in political position, they will be worse than those people back home.
Adama, God bless you. God bless you for that. God bless you well. You know, because at the end of the day, the elite, the so-called professors and the doctors, just look at how simple they are now. They're complaining, they want to strike, as we want to strike. Is it not your professor that announced the result? Foolish people. You want to strike. You want to pay salary on top of an idiot to put there as the president? You must be crazy. Anyways.
Okay,
Adam, can I quickly say something?
Hold on. You still have enough chance. The race is still open. Donald Trump is at 230 and Kamala Harris at 232. So, yeah. So
what's the score? 232
to 216 to 232.
216 to 2. Okay.
Yeah. So it's still very open.
Wow, man.
Who is 216?
It's close, man. It's very, very close.
Open, but the woman's pathways have been narrowed. She's even the places that they are hoping Donald Trump is leading her in those places. So
yes, Donald Trump is going to win the election, whether we like it or not.
No.
If I just called it, if Donald Trump is going to win,
he's going to win the election.
And I'm praying that you see 2025 projects. Let him begin it with immediate effect.
Ada, the truth of the matter, like I said earlier, whether Trump, whether Kamala Harris, all of us are gonna be here, and we're still gonna talk about it.
And we'll be suffering it.
Okay,
all of us today here now.
We go swim the group. We're gonna do one together.
Because I want that project 2025. I want to witness it.
Correct.
And as it's happening, let's be witnessing it.
Project 25 is not.
KJ. The kind of security will go back that guy.
I don't know how many times I have to this thing.
The kind of security will go back.
What did you say? Project 2025 is what?
It's not Donald Trump this thing that's handing it.
Oh, Uncle KJ, why? Why did you become like this? Because of Trump. Because of Trump.
KJ, come on. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me.
KJ that denied Trump was not convicted. What do you want to say?
I don't pander to your media, whatever they are vomiting. I don't follow those people.
Well, can they no come this night?
I go to.
Can they supposed to come?
They don't blast out.
I go extra mile to go for my.
With
confidence.
Kenny is looking to grab ballot box or.
I'll tell you.
Jaco, you don't make heaven for what you just said.
All right. So,
but then look, is that you? Is that you when I'm looking.
Oh, who are the wonder guy?
Okay, at this point, I'm going to stop moderating so that people can have a free flow.
Wonder guy.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys blocked me. I was shadow banned.
Sorry, KJ. Can I?
Everybody
Can I
do dance. Everybody do dance like this very
left.
soon.
You want to go backstage?
You need this dance.
Yes.
Okay, so I think when we make comments, let's make comments that are factual.
Stella,
A man came
who
out.
got the wonder guy?
Who be that now?
Let me a Quran for him.
A man came out and they asked him about this project 25, and he used his mouth. Is clever. If you haven't seen it, please Google, like they say, and said, "I have no business with that document." He said it clearly. People still don't believe him.
Who said he has no business with it?
The man you are accusing said he has no business with that thing. He said so.
And the people that come up with that project are people that work in his cabinet, people that are in his circle. And if you are the one, Chim, is like if I catch you now with fraudulent money, you will say it's your money, Chim.
It's okay. We there here now.
Why do you guys like argument rather than conversations?
We there here.
You came out here now to make a very valid point, which I have been saying. Listen, anybody who voted APC, I have nothing against you. We cannot all vote the same person. The problem I have with us is that once we lose, we don't. It's like soccer. If your team, it's good to be emotional and supportive of your team, but when they lose, congratulate the other team and move on.
Shima, I'm not coming on. Shima, I'm not coming on to say I vote.
But that is not what you're doing. That's why I said you're being hypocritical.
No, Chim, what I'm coming here to say is, if you see Adama saying, I don't believe in IPOB, please just leave me alone.
I don't believe in IPOB either.
We know them. You know there are a lot of them in this platform.
So, but I'm not interested in
that. That's all I'm saying.
This is where I'm going. Why is every Democrat an angel, and anybody who is supporting Republican or is a sinner or a demon? Why?
Said by who?
Said by who? Who made that assumption? Who made you the one making those comments? Nobody has said that.
That is what you guys are suggesting underneath.
That's not true.
No, this is what we are saying. This is what you're saying. Chim, this is what we are saying. Chim, if you have the record Trump had, you can now work as an Uber driver in United States of America.
Thank you.
Even in Canada where you reside, let's say the way it is. You know what it means to be a felony in your record. 30, how many?
34.
Chim, let's be realistic. 34? Are you kidding
34.
me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? And people think it's okay for a man to come out and say, I grab her ass, they like to grab. No, Chim is wrong.
Making my point for me. You see what you just said now? You said he had 40-something or whatever number, and then people feel it's okay. So which means you are angry with the people who said it's okay.
No. I'm angry with the Nigerians who claim. This is where my anger is, Chim. Let me define my anger. I'm angry with the Nigerians who have been through a country that was run based on corruption. And they have come to the diaspora where they stayed in 24 hours lights, where they use lights in everything they do, but they still act like they're in darkness.
No.
And they can support
America is not a saint of a country.
No, hold on, Jefferson. I don't know what country you are, but where I am, I have 24 hours electricity.
That's it.
And where Chim is and where KJ, if he is, we all enjoy that. Listen, Jefferson, this is one thing you guys get wrong. No, Jefferson. In order for Africa to function today, in order for any country to function, Jefferson, listen to what I'm saying. You need the basic. You need electricity, good road, and water. You guys don't have three of those things.
But what is wrong?
Jefferson calling from Nigeria.
He's saying the truth as it is.
Hey guys,
that's where me I get.
Hey guys, you are making a baseless comparison. Sorry, I've listened to this comparison.
Very baseless.
Very baseless.
Hey guys, I think Donald Trump re-election or whatever he's doing now is as a result of his capturing the Republican. That's what I look at it, because if it's an ordinary man,
it's not entirely
if it's
that.
if it's an ordinary man, if it's an ordinary man,
Kamala Harris was a chronic liar.
wait. If it's
That's
an
one of the
ordinary
major
man that
reasons.
had done a 1/4 of what this guy had done, they would have kicked him a long time ago, because this guy has all their secrets under his armpit.
Yeah,
he captured all of them, that nobody can talk back at him. I'm telling you.
I think what the problem is that other people are afraid to speak. That is number one.
Whose secret did he
Okay,
capture?
can I ask you guys a question? Let me ask you guys a question that we're all sitting here for Nigerians that are saying, oh, Democrats who are Nigerians are bitter. This is what makes me angry. If you have been ever discriminated in this country, you know what it feels like to be Black. And to not just be Black, educated and be questioned. But this is the problem I have with you people, Nigerians. You guys do not put your mouth where your money is. And the point I'm trying to make is this. You'll sit down here every weekend, you run your mouth and say everything. All due respect to everybody. I'm not talking down on anyone. Listen, let me make my point. All due respect to everyone, including me that come here during the women's segment. The point I'm trying to make is this. In order for us to be the change we want, we have to start with us. We cannot condone things that is like black and white and normalize it and expect our leaders to be any better. If the basic Nigerians could condone a man who has 34 felony, 34, Jefferson, you have 34 felony, you will do your time and your citizenship will be revoked. So why are we all pretending like Trump is so normal, like he didn't do anything? I have no issue with Trump. Trump can win. Yes, maybe he's good in terms of handling the economy, whatever. But this is what I have a problem with. His criminal record. Say it the way it is. What he did is wrong. If it was Barack Obama doing that, none of you,
Please, no call
none
that
of
man
us will be here saying, leave him alone.
That guy is a disgrace to African Americans. No call that name here.
Jefferson, thank you. Jefferson, thank you.
And because of him, Nigeria did what he did today.
Hold on, sir.
God Obama.
Hold on, sir. You see, the challenge we have.
What did Obama do you when Nigeria did where he did? Now you tell you now that made a steal
please
now.
AY, please. I listen to all of you. I want to make a point.
Because of Obama, that's why Nigeria is messed up today.
Jefferson, you see, I don't know how you wake up and you talk. How can Obama have so much influence in Nigeria when you guys that's that black man mentality, entitlement? You guys feel everybody owe you guys.
He influenced the Nigerian politics.
No.
2015 election.
Hold on, guys. Thank you, Adam. I have made a very good submission, and I appreciate your submissions and every other person's position. But however, in a situation where you come to a discussion or a conversation, you state your position. I state my own. My position, no matter how much you feel inferior, it is inferior to your position. It does not override my own. Except me, I decide to submit to you. No, but when you come into your own submission, I begin to look at me that because I hold the position I hold, I am not equivalent. I'm not supposed to hold that kind of position, or I cannot even hold it because I am maybe mentally deranged or something. It doesn't give me any room to accept what you are saying. Look, in America, over 80 million people are voting for Donald Trump. Those 80 million people cannot all be wrong. In America, you have Elon Musk supporting this same person. In America, you have two prominent Democrats, Robert Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard, supporting the same individual. Tulsi Gabbard is a lieutenant colonel in the American Army. Robert Kennedy is the grandson of John Kennedy. And all these people are in his team, including other people I don't want to mention. Does it mean that all these people are not intelligent? They didn't see all the evil.
No, Uncle KJ, what you're failing to Uncle KJ, what you're failing to do, Uncle KJ, name how many former Republican presidents are backing your candidates up.
Let me talk, please.
Thank you.
The same way you have said they are not backing him. The same way these two people are.
Okay, why was he assassinated almost 3 times?
So anybody,
oh my God,
that was a setup. Nobody
absolutely.
The simple question: why did he try to assassinate him?
Nobody tried to assassinate him.
That one has script now, na stage now. Come on now.
Is a criminal that did this. Who I beg you.
No, but Uncle KJ, I asked you a question. I just want you to answer my question. President Bush, the former vice. No. We are holding a conversation, Uncle KJ. It's a conversation. We are all okay with whoever you guys support. I just want to know how come no former Republican president has come out to campaign for Trump? Could you please tell us why?
Because
he's anti-establishment. Simple. He's anti-establishment.
I beg, let me laugh. Let me laugh.
That's the truth.
Wala.
KJ, I just tell you a story. There is one of my sister's daughter. She's in the medical school, a doctor. So she was in her, this housemanship program. She was attached to a doctor. He went with his the border, they went in to see a patient because of his color or because of his race. You know that the patient, who is a white man, had to tell the doctor that is it not the same people that are voting Democrat in this that the lady should excuse the medical examination room. And this girl was born and bred in America. She almost fainted. That is how much the narrative has gone. That's what we're talking about.
It's the same thing with the Yoruba versus
listen, Obe, what? No, but you need to. But listen, Obe, can I say something?
That's a one-off.
No, but can I ask something?
Who is this Jefferson guy? Now, America,
medical expert here.
It's not about who is me.
Listen, Jefferson, let me tell you something. Jefferson,
medical professionals here.
Listen, Jefferson.
Let them talk. So you
listen, the one thing you guys don't know, I see you guys talk about, abortion this, abortion that, abortion this. I was working when you guys was making all those ascensions. And do you know the funny thing that makes it so crazy is, will you like to be told what to do with your body?
No.
No, Uncle KJ, this question is to you and Jefferson.
I want to answer you.
Yes.
You see, me as a person, I don't have a problem. But if you take a position, hold that position. You are saying now your body, your choice, right? But some few days ago, you were forced to pump something into your system. You didn't say, no, it's my body. I will not take it. Now, after we have done that...
Please define what you mean pump something into my system. Define it.
COVID vaccine. COVID vaccine.
Don't you know what we all took? Is it not part of your body or system, your choice? Why did you not shout your body or choice at that time? Why do you not?
It's not even just that. Even your sexual change. Now them the pioneer. Now them the
You're talking about sexual change. Let me bust your bubble. Elon Musk, one of Elon Musk's children, is a trans.
You said this.
You know
no, stop. They've gone about it all day today. They've gone about it even to the point. No, please, Uncle KJ, that website Rudolph asked you to share with us. I would like to know that school where they hijacked the child and they gave him sexual transition.
Excuse me, Adama, it never happened. That was just.
Don't mind them.
It never happened.
They were boy. Your child come back as a girl.
It's just that the session was so rowdy. The session was so rowdy. I didn't even want to go there.
We have two choices. It's either we discuss and people want to learn or listen to each other, or we just turn it to a market square and then nobody will hear anything. Okay?
No, but Uncle KJ, you made a point now. And Rudolph asked you to show us the link where they took that child from their parents' home, gave them that transition. And the parents saw a brand new set. Other than the regular one, though.
Me, I don't have how to shout. I don't go fit to join the shout. It's not my
just tell us, share the link.
Now I want to speak. I only laid out that so that you can understand what I'm talking about. Let me give you an example. Your child goes to school. Your child is taught with what? Drag queens and all that. They teach them.
You know what?
It doesn't happen. Come on now.
This is the curriculum of a primary school here. Look at it.
Okay. Where are you, please? Where is here? Where is there?
I'm in Maryland.
Okay.
Maryland.
So what's going on in Maryland? Tell us.
No.
Which school is it? Which school is that?
There's what you call, I won't give you that name. There's what you call the community circle. Okay? The community circle is where some men dress like women.
I mean, we need more women in this platform.
I don't know what
we need more women in this platform. Maybe they give us books. I enjoy this. I enjoy this show today.
Men dressing like women to come and perform.
Nobody taught them how to do that. It was their own.
Anywhere where we go, they will give us the bambos.
Uncle KJ, do you know what I don't like is when there's a sentence or a page written about kids to talk about their sexuality, it makes you all as African parents uncomfortable. And that's why, please, let me finish, Uncle KJ. That is why we are in the mess we are today. And part of our Saturday segment, we are going to be talking about sexuality, because you know what? You guys frown on those things so much. And as much as you guys sneak around to be having sex, anyhow, when it comes to your sexuality, you guys will start frowning on it. Leave people alone. If people say they want to be with a man, it's none of your business. None of you here that are sent. All of you are sinners. Sinners.
I beg. That's extreme.
No, it's not extreme. It's a topic we are going to address. So no, it's not extreme, because we have real issues that we need to address.
I'll ask you to restrict the discussion until you go to that platform to discuss that.
But Uncle KJ, before we do that, please tell us what school they hijacked that child and transition them now.
Hold on.
That KJ is a pastor. Don't corrupt
a question of
KJ. A pastor.
we shouting or we not shouting. You have your values that you want to bring up your children by. I have my own. You cannot tell me how to bring up my child and how I want to bring him up or her up. So when you begin to step beyond that boundary, I think you are going beyond the level I want. I will give my child the sex education I want. If it gets to the point where you have to come to the class and read and force them to read pornography as in terms of teaching them, I will not accept that. And I'm not talking about things that are not there. When I'm talking, I'm quoting things that are in the court, in courts and in states. I'm not. Listen, please. I don't know. I'm not going to argue with you now.
Okay, we're not going to argue, but I want to say this, please. We're not going to argue, but I want to say this.
No, I'm not going to keep on our truth. I keep my own.
Okay, we will keep our truth, but please, we should be careful and mindful of how we spread, you know what. And I said it in the last segment, most of these instances that we hear of, these children have already done all those things in their homes. Most of the conversion and all these things that are happening come from their relatives and from their immediate family. The school just has to come in here and see what they have. These children bring their stuff to school already because they have already been exposed. In that same home there, look at Mr. Igonga. Until we see what is going on in these people's homes, then we know exactly what people are really doing. But they will come out here.
You know, that man is the MVP of that country. He's the MVP.
So you can imagine what have been going. These are people who come out and preach values. Look at what they do behind closed doors. So my thing is, most of these children have already been tranced in their homes. When they come to school and they come and tell the teacher, look, I feel like a girl, or I feel like nobody indoctrinated your child. The schools had no power to indoctrinate any child.
Well,
but Madam, look, I think you're going far.
I mean, not be this world we live again.
Okay, but can I say something? Can I say something, Uncle KJ? Yeah, that's true. That's true. I want to agree with
you. How to live in this world, Madam Luke?
No, we can't teach you, Uncle KJ. I believe. Yeah, I believe in your Christian views and everything.
Nobody's teaching your children anything. They're only trying to tell you that
you are trying to teach me that you are trying to tell me that I'm not in this world.
You are in this world, but your world is what you see with your perception. It's what you see and your interpretation.
Bro. That perception that I've been seeing has brought me to where I am. I'm over.
Good. And you are entitled to your perception.
Madam Luke, all I want to say to every one of us is, This is what I say. I
like
came
the
in
American
specifically.
value, keep it. Me, I want to keep my own.
Yes,
value,
Uncle KJ, keep it very well. And I want you to
What are you
hold on
saying?
tight to those Christian values.
If I
And
don't agree with what
please,
you are saying, that means
yes,
that
it's
don't
good,
know
Uncle
what you're saying.
KJ. And as you're coming Saturday, please come with the knowledge of why is it that African men like having sex through the anus with a woman? Because Uno was Christian.
How do you know that?
Oh, yes, you
I
do,
know
because I'm a medical
follow. I know follow. Me, I
practitioner.
like.
Are you
Me, I
kidding me? Do
like
you know what
women.
that's my profession? Are
Me,
you
I like
kidding
women. I
me?
know they do that
No,
one.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Yes,
Me,
yes,
I like
yes,
women. I know
yes,
they do that
yes,
one.
they do.
Sorry.
Adama, please. Let me say this.
The people who do them, they know
They
themselves.
don't
Me, I
become
like
kiss. When you have their father, what they want to do is smash. Can I put you now?
Adasco.
No, Tell will shake on Saturday. We are going to talk realistic conversation.
Making a plenty.
The reason
You
we are
women
here
making a
is
plenty
because-
that Saturday.
It's because of the election. So the election is going forward. Donald Trump has 246 electoral votes right now. I mean, electoral votes. Yes.
We dash him now. May carry.
Why 182 belongs to
Uncle Kenzie, look at even the way you are announcing it. When it comes to announcing Trump, when it comes to Kamala, and it's coming to why are you like this? You're being biased, even calling that name. I don't like the way you're announcing this thing, Uncle Kenzie. Please let me be announcing it myself.
You catch up there.
Let me tell you something, Adama. Let me tell you something.
I beg, leave KJ. He's not Oru baby. He's not Oru baby.
I was in Nigeria when they first lined up for that Kamala Harris debate, and the first
I will send people correct
where she
this thing.
dropped out. And now that was where I took interest first and foremost.
Check my link, you will see the proper update by BBC.
But when Tosi Gabel handled her and put her records on the line, she was the first that dropped out. That's how I got to know Kamala Harris. She was the first
Listen, I think we're kind of spilled milk here.
What records?
Listen, don't go there.
Now, wow.
What record?
Let me be a stranger for Israel.
Vivi.
What record? Okapoya, what record?
Listen, if you have a Kwanya code, which record? Because why you record though?
She was grabbing men by the
my God. All these
was
are my
grabbing men
Igbo
by the
sisters.
Uncle KJ, please, I'm not finished. You can't go to make power. You can't go to make power. Is that sexuality this thing? Where you guys say Democrats are turning our children to trans.
Lies.
So I want you to come Saturday and explain to us how they transition our children. As a medical practitioner, I'm open to learning, and you have to define to me.
My Igbo sisters, you must come on Saturday.
I'm going to listen to now.
Please, Uncle KJ, no. Rudolph asked you, he said, tell us the place where you said they came and took the child. What happened?
You don't want to listen because I can't engage when people.
Okay, explain. I won't say.
I can't engage.
Okay, can make sure Nukuzie.
Hey, Chineke.
Yeah, that one.
Started from was that there's no state where it is allowed.
So KJ can explain to us.
Brought up the state.
Jago, you quiet today. What happened?
There's no place.
Bros, what thing I go do with this subject now? What thing I go do with that? Make I just listen.
This will pass you, Abi. As you see the women they talk, he pass you, just quiet. If not, they go tear you too. You know they
Jefferson, don't interrupt my uncle. He wants to tell us the state where a child was taken out from the parents' house and they took him to the hospital to transition that child. Please, let's listen. We are here to learn.
When you can't even get a child to have a common circumcision here without them shooting you to death.
My dear,
Adam, look, leave now. They don't forget, say practitioners, they're here. We are listening.
Listen to me. It's not as if it's what you just capture the child from class. Go, no, it's a process, just like this other guy explained. It's a process. I just broke it down. I didn't want to waste time. It's a process. And the process simply means that I'm coming. Listen to me. The process simply means that your child goes to school, okay? Maybe it's a girl, and they start talking about all the stuff they're talking, and then they begin to put in the person's head that is no longer a girl, it's a boy.
Example, one example, KJ. Don't assume, just tell us one.
No, but it's a fact now. In California, they are indirectly doing it.
So why are you guys saying this? I hate when you guys speak and you're not speaking of facts.
Directly doing what?
Directly doing what? Jefferson, please don't interrupt Uncle KJ. Let him tell us where this thing happened. We are making history in this channel today. Because Uncle KJ, thank you.
I don't think it's necessary.
Can I just say something?
I don't think it's necessary because
I don't give up.
But you're not interested in it. So what's the need?
Yeah. Can I just say something to the ladies?
Guys, we are listening.
Thank you. You see, sometimes we are having discussions based on a lot of material, a lot of things we can hold and touch. And there are times when we're speaking of there are times when we are speaking on serious situations that really need a lot more depth to understand where it is that we are in the world today. Things are changing, and they have changed from my childhood to today. Homosexuality is a reality. We understand that it takes place, both for men and for women. However, again, you see, when we speak and we are not coming from a spiritual basis, I think we miss out a lot. Now, when I speak on a spiritual basis, I'm not talking about Christianity necessarily. I'm speaking about the depth of what it is to be a human being. A human being is made up, whether we like it or not, is made up of the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. But you see, in the West, we don't like to talk too much about the spiritual realm because it confuses and it's very hard to hold on to. However, in missing it out, we are not speaking the reality of the scenarios that we are facing today, the challenges that we are facing today. I'll put it like this. We are constantly at war in this world as human beings. And we're at war on many different levels. So when we speak about things that the West has given some kind of kudos to, and the kudos they give approaches as though it is fair, and it is protective on all human beings. All human beings have value. All human beings have rights. Now, given this, we do have to ask ourselves fundamental questions. I don't want to appear as though I'm ignorant, but we know that between a man and a woman is how we propagate new life. That's how we do it. Because of science and technology, we can do these things in various ways, whereby two men can basically be the mother and father of the child. Now, in my mind, that is a lie and it's obtuse, in my mind. However, to protect these people who behave like that, whilst somebody like me would gulp, be kind of not shocked, but frown on certain levels of the sexuality that we are now engaging in. If I was to put to you that there are things in the water that we drink, especially if you're drinking tap water, that have molecules that change that feminize men. Men in the world today, I don't know if you recognize, but we are being highly feminized, most especially in the West. Then we have to ask ourselves questions. Why is it that the West would come to Africa and almost position certain African governments to carry the ideology of LGBTQ, when definitely we have many more problems than LGBTQ. LGBTQ, like certain things, is a rich man's illness, if you understand. We have many more things to worry about than LGBTQ.
Yes.
And I'll
Yes,
put it to you, whether you agree or disagree, that there are things that we do not read within the society. I will just carry on like this to say this.
It's a depopulation agenda.
Please, guys, listen to me, please. Easter, the word Easter, it has an origin. That origin, Easter, is by a deity of old by the name of Ishtar. Ishtar was the deity of sexuality. That was her position. So this is antiquity I'm talking about. And when we look back in antiquity, there's nothing new under the sun. As much as we may be coming in foraging in this new realm, as it's concerned, everything has happened. When you look at the Roman culture, the Greek culture, and further back, you would see that every time sexuality has been practiced. In that, we have to wonder, why have they set our cosmic understanding of the calendar in such a way? They've set it up in such a way. The year has 12 months, but we have 52 weeks. 52 weeks actually gives us 13 months if we are doing it evenly. Where is that month gone? It's disappeared. The Sabbath is Saturday, Sabado, which is how it is in the Latin, Sabado. But Christianity in itself changed the day of worship to Sunday. You know, there are things that have happened that we do not, we engage in the material. We don't engage very well in the spiritual. The spiritual, I will put to you, we do not exercise it. If we are looking to perform in sports or athletics, or we want to get fit, we go to the gym in order to exercise. If we are looking to improve our brain, we educate ourselves. That is an exercise. In terms of spirituality, we as human beings leave that alone in a large level. So I'm saying to all of us here that whilst we may be jumping on the bandwagon of the Oyinbo authority in the world, we are missing so much as to their dabblings in how human beings think. So I will put it to you that, you know, you're pushing one way or you're pushing another based on the sexuality. There's none of us that have had sex that can tell me that they are not having a spiritual experience, even though it's played on the physical realm. We are having a spiritual experience. But many of us, we do not care about the spirit. We've thrown it away. And in throwing it away, we miss out on a lot of our understandings. I'll leave it there.
Mr. Jago.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Jago, it's not that we do not care about the spiritual. We do care, but it's a very personal thing. Your compass of spirituality is not my compass of spirituality. So my problem, this is where we have a problem, because we don't always think alike.
Fair.
Everybody has their own compass of how they would lead. So that's why you have groups. People who think, you see, what you're talking about here best belongs to a Two Niger platform. Because
no, don't say that. Don't say that. We can discuss these things now. Anytime.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we cannot discuss it, but I'm saying that is more like where those people with same abstract, you know.
You see, all those words that you're using, abstract.
Madam, look, why are you like?
Wait, let's calm down. Let's be a bit calm. No, guys, this is quite important. Let's be a little calm.
No. See,
guys, let the lady finish, please.
No, I'm not. It's not the dingo. But you see, when you come to
population agenda,
wait for her to finish.
No. Hold on. Okay, let her finish. Go ahead.
You see, there's some kinds of discussion that that there's some waka pass discussions that happen on this forum. You know, that you know you are not an authority in it, or you know that you're not feeling that vibe. So when those people, that's why I call it the Two Niger platform, because those people they go to some kind of level that
different revs.
exactly that I don't even want to be dragged into that place.
But that's the word I used. I used that we don't. I said we as human beings generally, especially we in the West, generally we don't really care to put our mind there.
It's not that we don't care.
Wait. I want you to understand what I said. We don't care to exercise that part of us. It is a part of us.
No, because it's not that we don't care. We do not want to align. It's not that we don't care.
No, my sister, believe me, as you are a human being and I see your energy, I can see that you are a person carrying a spirit. There is something living inside you that is not. Wait, there is something living inside
Madam,
you.
look, that's what
Wait, madam, my darling, please, Ejo. There's something living inside you and in all of us that is our. I think it's unfair. You know,
No, Jabu. I was telling Madam, look, you said you see the spiritual side of, and I'm telling her that she's the goddess of the river. You know, she talks. No, seriously,
okay.
Jabu, what you're saying is a very big point. People don't. I align with you in that position. Sex is spiritual. It is. Those are the things. When I say the women's segment coming up this Saturday is going to be powerful, because these are things we frown to talk about. We need to talk about it.
Well, that's why I'm bringing. You know, in the mid. You know, I've been quiet. Jefferson said, "Why are you being so quiet?" I'm being quiet because I'm listening to what everybody is saying, and I'm waiting for somebody to come with a premise that we can really try to come together and understand. There is trickery, deep trickery in this planet. It doesn't matter whether we align with one or the other. It doesn't matter. Wait, madam, please. Look, madam, please. It doesn't matter where we align. There is nothing that, as I was saying earlier, there is nothing called my truth and your truth and this and that. There is only truth. And I do not have all truth. I don't have it. You understand? Whether we are atheists, or we are people who engaged in religion, or we are people engaged in deep spirituality of all levels, at the end of the day, we all know we're going to die. And at the point of death, I don't know whether or not we think that's it, or whether we actually meet our maker and will be judged. If that be the truth, then I will suggest to all of us here that there is a portion of our being that we do not use well. In my life, I've been testing everything. I've tested. I've had, this is not talking about my own sexuality necessarily, but I've had many women. And in me having women, I've gone through all kinds of different understandings what it is when you connect with another human being sexually. And when you do that, you are exchanging more than just fluid. You are exchanging. Excuse me, please.
Like 200.
Oh, why is this happening? We are exchanging spirit and relationship. Relationship is one of the deepest things that human beings go through. The amount of people that we touch in terms of when we commune with another human being, whether or not we are giving advice, whether or not we are giving the best of ourselves, whether or not we are doing bad upon these people, all of that is spirit. It's all spirit. But do we engage in the understanding of the intricacies of this spirit? You see, all of us are good with our mouth. We can talk, which is our mentality coming out. Some of us are strong in our physicality. We exercise it, but few of us, is what I'm saying, try to understand the realm of the spirit that is contained within. And unless we are engaging in that, we're only telling half truths. We are
Yeah.
only telling how
Mr.
to.
Jagum,
I
do
support
you
what you say.
realize?
Go ahead.
Hold on. I want to ask him a question. Do you realize what you're saying is your truth? And I will
No,
put it to you.
no,
I
no.
will put it to
What
you.
I'm
Let
saying,
me tell you why.
okay,
You
okay.
forget that we are all on a different developmental plane.
What does that mean?
You don't understand what that means?
What he's
No.
trying to say, we're in a different
Understanding.
spiritual journey.
Yeah, we're all on a different spiritual realm. We all can be on the same
plane.
Different level.
Everybody's a different, you know.
Yeah, because
And just like you now that said your former retired Ashawo. So your realm is probably
So you
I
see,
think Adama,
it's just like when you are in an
Adama,
no, he said that also ya no wine agaka na agaka na also so ya be able no.
I will put it in a very simple language. When you board a plane or you take a bus, there's some people in first class. There's some people in
business class. But I like the way you measure it.
Yes, that's fantastic. I tell you how fantastic.
The general class, the general.
No, that is a beautiful, beautiful analogy. My darling, look, you have made a fantastic analogy. And I'll put it to you like this. The person who is the pilot, the person in first class, the person in business class, and the person in economy. When that plane comes down, everybody's dead. And that is the truth. That is the truth that brings us all together.
Even if everybody is dead, everybody dies at a different rate.
No. My sister. The only thing is when I'm in economy, wait, let me put it to you like this, my sweet. When I am in economy class.
My sweet, let them put it to you, my sweet.
Yes, I understand what
let them put it.
Yes, you will all die, but the fire we catch from what the fire.
Well, is that death? It is that death that is the truth that encompasses all of us.
That is what I'm telling you. But you will die at a different rate. You will still die.
I don't understand that, my sweet.
No,
my sweet. But my sweet, please, before you change to bitter cola, just leave it like that. You.
So you see, what in the final analysis, we cannot all understand on the same level. We're not dead yet. We're still alive.
I think I have to go and take my bath.
We're still alive, so we cannot.
KJ, don't worry, I will moderate for you.
Well, some people try to deal with this spirituality thing on a different
Ada
level.
is here. Ada will do. Ada can moderate.
So we may not connect, but we all have our own interpretations of how that spirituality aspect of our lives will be, and that is what we call the truth.
Why are you guys too stubborn like this?
That is what we call the truth, because we don't have the same understanding, and you can never have everybody on the same understanding. Like this.
Can I just say this to everybody? You know, when we speak about these things, we have to understand there is objectivity and subjectivity. And whatever is subjective to any individual, it is subject, but it doesn't come into the realm of sharing. It doesn't come into the realm of mutual understanding. In this planet, there is law, and law dictates to all of us how to behave. You can't go to a court of law, and start telling them my truth against his truth, against the truth of the law, against the truth of my backside. You can't. That's not how it works. It only works like that in crazy Western countries. That's the only place it works like that. I'm telling you, there is nothing called my truth. There is nothing called my truth. The truth is not in. Wait, my darling, calm down. The truth is not in my pocket. It's not. I don't own the truth. You understand? The truth is owned by the Father. However you see him, or if you don't want to say the Father, the Creator. If you don't want to say the Creator, the designer. Somebody designed this planet. Somebody did it. And in that,
Jagun, that is where it all falls into pieces again.
Yes.
You see, the assumption you are making is that everybody should have that assumption. Everybody should believe there is a designer.
No, that's not the assumption, my brother. All I'm saying, what I'm saying, you see, I tell you something like this. You know the word, wait, guys. You know the word empathy. Do you know why and how we feel empathy? We feel empathy because we can understand what somebody else is going through. Why? Because
Sorry.
we're all.
Hold
Why?
on.
Wait. Let me land. Why?
No, hold on 1 minute.
No,
The
I'm
guy
gonna.
is
It's two.
backstage.
It's two words.
Hold on. The
No,
guy
it's two words.
backstage.
No, but
Your
tell
camera
us
is not on. I can't bring
tell
you
us
up.
the score when I finish these two words. The reason why we have empathy is because as human beings, we can put our feet into somebody else's shoes. Why? Because we're human beings. And unless we can accept this truth, I think we're lost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The guy backstage, your camera is not on. We can't bring you
But
in.
not everybody's capable of feeling empathy, though.
That's
So
fair. I would agree with that. But it's part of us. It's in us. It's whether again we are exercising our spirit.
Some people, it is not in them to feel empathy.
To
So,
feel
for
anything,
example, a
yes.
psychopath.
Exactly. That's what the name they give them.
So even to a lesser extent, a
Okay, so
sociopath
back to the
is
politics
void
that
of the
brought
feeling
us.
of empathy.
On a better day, we'll
They
discuss
can't feel it.
politics. But for now,
No, don't, Uncle KJ, don't be saying on a bitter day. Saturday, the women's segments, we're going to be diving into the subjects. So we expect our men to come in. Uncle KJ, even to you too, that is born again. You know, we want to hear the born again side of it. So everybody is welcome. So please, let's talk about it.
I will send Madam Luke to represent me on that.
Ada, are you going to discuss Equatorial Guinea or what?
Of course, he's on our list.
You see,
Okay,
Mr.
so
Dama,
now,
you're
but
looking
what
for
is
trouble. This is why I'm telling you that sometimes there are some people that do not fit on the same forum. It's just like whenever they're discussing Christianity, you can never catch me there because that's not my level. See, that plane, I just can't. I can't.
You don't want to make careful. You don't want to make careful, Madam.
Look, you not make heaven at all. With the way you're going, I've been trying to make sure that you make heaven. You
No, it's not even about Christianity. It's not even about Christianity. The only reason I'm calling Christianity is that mostly Christians here. If for Islam, I don't even touch that area at all. I don't even because
So
let me
what
tell
do
you,
you worship?
I have come to notice that.
What do you worship? What is your
She
religion?
worship her spirituality. She practices her own.
Before I go to that level, I have come to notice that the religion you practice is proportional to your level, intelligence level. So, not any insult taken, when you now give your reasoning to another person to help you, or either through a pastor or through a third party, I feel your intelligence is diminished because you don't see clearly. So anything religion, I don't even, when you gather there, I just zoom out because that is not me. So when you start talking about bringing people together, you're only going to bring a very, very chaotic segment.
Okay.
Because some people are going this way, other people are going that way. You are not aligning.
Madam Luke, what we are talking about has nothing to do with religion.
It will, because people will bring religion in there.
No, they won't, though. Madam Luke, you know I'm the one. Madam Luke, look at me. It's not about religion.
Madam Luke.
See, Madam Luke, let me tell you
the
topic that Jagun discussed earlier.
No, you know, this one are women. You got to give the special respect.
I don't like this rowdiness.
Who is speaking now?
Not in that listing. The topic that Jagun mentioned earlier, talking about Ishtar, is what if you really be a Christian who want to know God for yourself.
I am not. So that's where we are lost.
So when you say that,
that's what I don't like. That's exactly what she thought. You guys want to turn it now to the segment of Easter, Ishka.
Look,
you people.
now, the level you just made an assertion that the level of our understanding is based on what religion we follow. No, man, you are totally wrong. Because the levels of understanding has.
But I know what he's trying to say.
No, it's different. So, in other words, what he talked about to certain people, if you talk about it in another level, some people think he's speaking something that doesn't have to do with God. But if you really go into understanding and studying the God that you serve, you'll find out that these things he talked about have been mentioned, and they are not.
You see, you're making a mistake there. The God that you serve. Which God do I serve?
Oh, my
You
dear,
see, you're
you
trying to
just
speak
talk
for
now,
me.
say you don't be Christian now.
The bottom say,
I
see,
don't know what
listen,
you're
the
saying.
bottom line
You
about all
never
these
ever
things is
asked me
that
my religion. You never ever asked me my religion.
No, but I didn't.
So when you say God, the God I serve, you are already assigning a religion to it.
No, now you're making a mistake. Me, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about myself.
No, you're telling me that if we really talk the God that we serve, who is we?
Me. I'm talking about
if you
Christian.
get AK-47, but
let
don't shoot
me
person.
let me ask Madam Luke. Do you believe in a creator at all?
Of course I do.
Okay. How do you exercise your spirit in order to communicate with this deity, whoever or whatever it might be?
As in, she is explaining to you as I don't understand.
Repeat that again.
I'm asking, as you do believe that there's a creator, and you believe that you have a spirit, as you said earlier, I'm asking now, madam, take your time. Take your time.
I'm telling you. Do you believe there are different faiths?
You've already said this. Wait. You're not allowing me to ask you a question that you can actually answer.
I can ask
Please
you. I can answer.
don't just take your time, madam.
No. I know what.
Of course, yes. I'm asking you how you, within the fact that you within the fact that you have a spirit and you know this, and you believe that there's a creator. I'm asking you, how do you communicate or how do you exercise your spirit for that communication?
Agnostically, happily agnostically.
What does that mean? Can you explain, please?
Whatever I damn well choose.
I still don't understand, my dear.
Today, I will say I want to go by.
Madam Luke, are you a free thinker?
Meaning is
Are you
self-determined.
a free thinker?
Let her answer.
Very much so. Very much so. Today, I will tell you I want to go by the banana. Tomorrow, I will tell you that I feel connection with a fan. It is my damn choice.
Yeah, you have a choice now.
I choose to find peace at that time. Just like you are talking of Iska or Eshka or whatever those things you're saying. I also have my own way. And I haven't taken off my clothes off the street yet to run mad.
No. So here's the thing. If I understood Jagun very, very clearly, I know where he was going, but the bottom line is that
he wants me to say pastor,
summarize in the whole thing.
No, I want you to say what you're saying. I want to understand you, my dear. I don't want to give you lines.
What people need to understand is that. What people need to understand is this: whether people like it or not, there is a globalist agenda, and they come to different.
Which globalist agenda again?
No, it is part of.
Jefferson, why are you always your points are always off points? It never makes sense. You just come with points that you just come and just shake the whole table with your view. Jefferson, why are you like this?
You know, I must say this, ladies. I must say this. You know that you are behaving worse than us men. At this time.
Yeah, because we need to be in bed by this time. This is the women's section. We like saying up to gossip.
Hold on.
Wait, you guys deserve it.
No, I want to answer it. First of all, we're talking about what the orientation of what you want to stand for, what you want to do with your body is one of my business. And Jagun was talking about the spiritual significance, and he was talking about how it's good to be in connection with your spiritual connection with your creator. And you also mentioned that however you want to connect to the spiritual your creator is an individual choice, which is agreed. So, but what I'm trying to say is this: if you are able to connect the dots, the so-called LGBTQ they were talking about is actually, but no, hold on, it's actually a globalist agenda.
It is not a globalist agenda.
Let me tell you, of the population.
It is not.
It is not.
Jefferson, thank you.
There are better ways that could have taken place. If you are trying to bring out the point of population control, there are better ways it could have happened. There are so many ways, in fact.
This is the
it
age
does
of
not have to
selective
do with LGBT necessarily.
This is the age of selective reproduction. A woman can tell you today, you know what? I don't want a man. I can go buy his. I know have many people here in college. Many women who have got to 30 years, they don't need men. They will just go to the bank, buy the sperm, do their thing, and go and have babies. So please, Use your globalist agenda. Who is it? Who is it? The individuals that are projecting the globalist agenda, or the globe is forcing the agenda on the individuals?
I know what you're saying. I'm also aware that
Madam, look, I don't know the women you're speaking for.
I know you can access that.
Madam, look, I don't know. Not this and that, my here, please. Please, I don't know the women. No. There's something a man does to your psychic that even a dildo cannot hit that
spot. We have seen it with a gun.
So hop on that side. Don't go that side. Please don't encourage me.
Please.
A gun of Equatorial Guinea and so does what it does. We all know.
Please, there's something a man does. So those people that say they stay with women, a man without 30 years, they need deliverance.
Excuse me,
they need special deliverance.
No.
It sounds mad, but it happens. I see him. I see it every now and then. It's mad, but it happens.
Back to the topic. Now, what Madam Luke and Jefferson have raised is very important. And I'm a bit surprised at Madam Luke's response, because there are many literature out there and many other things that you can use to be able to gauge the spiritual thermometer, environment of what is going on on Earth right now. It mustn't be necessary.
Okay, please rewind. You say gauge it again.
Gauge the thermometer of the Earth, of what is going on, the activity of the Earth, the activity of individuals.
Oh, okay.
Certain things that are happening that ordinarily are not normal.
Hey, thank you very much.
It's not something we can discuss on this forum, because even
so who is to determine what is normal?
Now, wow, sister. Okay, let me just give it.
You are going to come to my house and tell me what is normal. No, wait a minute.
Sorry, excuse me. I want to ask a question. The planet we are all staying in, was it run by anyhow principle?
You are going to tell me, you're going to come to my house and tell me what is normal, and then brainwash me to tell me it's a global agenda for what I have done. I have made a conscious decision to do.
Sweetheart, I don't have to come to you. When that issue happened,
you see,
you will
look, whether you like it or not,
knowing that you are falling in.
All of us are here today. We are staying in the planet Earth. The planet Earth is worked on principles. If the planet doesn't have good principles, man, you will not survive here. What it means is that there must be law, there must be order. Even the universe has what they call order. And from that order, that's how we were created. Each and every one of us. Whether you believe it or not, you cannot escape that fact.
You know that this is how wars are fought. This is what brings wars. That is why you have Ukraine and Russia today. And this is why you have Israel and Palestine today, trying to force order. We want order. When you are trying to say all these things, all you bring is wars, because people never learn to respect boundaries, and they never learn to respect other people, because everybody has to conform. And you will keep getting wars. So what you are trying to do will come back and still backfire on you. You will annihilate yourselves.
But Madam Luke, thank you for that statement you made. I will like you to go to Davos, the next meeting, and tell them not to gather to make those agendas and lay out what they are trying to do, so that the 15-minute cities they are trying to build will stop, so that the ideas they are trying to put forward will stop. So
Ify, my lovely, she's gone.
They are trying to put forward the global citizenship they are trying to give you now and give you passport to stop. Why are you speaking like this?
What do you mean global citizenship?
Oh, you don't know? You don't know?
Because let's not try to tell you that I'm oblivious to what you're talking about, because I live in my own world with my own principles, and nobody's going to force me to that your global stuff that you're saying.
No. Calm down. Nobody's forcing. Calm down.
You guys have no idea. You guys have no idea what's coming. That's why you're talking like this.
No, I don't have any idea, because whatever you are doing, you cannot even stop it.
That's true.
Whatever you are saying, you cannot even stop it. So I don't know why everybody's tearing.
No. But what you just said there is very true. We can't stop the world. We cannot. Calm down. We can't stop. Wait, calm down. I'm going to add to what you're saying. I'm just going to add to what you're saying to see if it helps. You are completely correct that we have no power as human beings to stop the world. We don't. Now, that is a universal truth. It is something that we can all, as human beings, buy into. There's nothing else. There's not my truth and your truth about that. You understand? We all can agree upon that fact.
Exactly.
Once we can agree upon that fact, it means that we should be able to argue, if you like, or argue intellectually.
To waste my toast, to waste my
Wait,
saliva.
my dear, you're getting too bra. Please,
I like this
calm.
one. She said, "What?"
You know,
One man down.
what I'm
We
saying is
need
because
these women,
you have
let them not run the wheel.
wait, Joe, please. Because Madame Luke has now established something we can all agree upon, that there is nothing we can do to stop the world. I agree, and everybody on this planet, on this platform, I think would attribute to that. When we arrive at that scenario, we have to now start taking steps backwards, if you like. Wait, in order to understand that thing that we cannot stop, who is controlling it? Is it man or is it something else? Once we arrive at that, then we can get deeper into the discussion as to what is it within us, because we know our flesh dies. We know this. But what happens to that personality, that gra personality that you have? What happens to that? Does that die with the flesh, or does it continue? If it continues, therefore it continues for every human being. Another thing that may be a universal truth. I say maybe a universal truth. So it's not my truth or your truth. These are where we can begin to align and begin to negotiate our understanding of life. You know, when if you throw a ball up, we all agree it's going to come down. It's not my truth or your truth. It's going to happen like that. You understand? So all this my truth and your truth, it's all that's the bollocks. That's confusing your own vision when you speak like that. Because there is objectivity in this planet. There is. It's not just subjective, is what I'm saying to you, madam.
Okay.
If you throw a ball up and it's filled up with helium, it's not gonna come down.
Okay.
Okay.
That is science. That is what you just said there is science. And we can discuss that.
Have you ever boiled water and it turned cold?
If
you have boiled water and it turned cold, let me know.
Donald Trump is still electoral colleges away from the target, 270.
He's what? He's how much away, sorry?
Three.
What?
Wow.
He's 3 electoral colleges away from 270.
Oh no, we have already concluded now. It's a gun deal. It's done. So why we?
What is
that's why we
Harris one?
Yeah,
it is a done deal now. Move on to the next topic. Why are we beating over? You see, this is
Madam, look, you're strong, oh, you're very strong, madam.
Very strong. Very strong. That is why I don't fit into the normal box. Like when my dear sister Dama will tell me there's a man, a man. See, you get to study. You see, you get to what will I call it? There's a lot of diminishing returns.
Mm-hmm.
When you have peaked,
true.
When you have peaked in what you are doing, some things don't phase you. You understand what I'm saying? Because you have already plateaued, and you are in a space where some people are still hanging there. So they're always in a state of euphoria after what that thing can do for them. But when you have maximized your potentials,
wow.
Some of us only, and as a woman, very few women can aspire to that level. They're still in that Egonga stage where you feel somebody can do something for you. I have passed that stage and I've drifted down and I've plateaued.
Excuse me, madam. Let me guess. You are a nurse, right?
A very big one. A very big one.
Why did you ask though?
Exactly.
She's sounding like a nurse. She's giving off older lady nurse vibes.
No,
I know them when I hear them.
That's the ones that can't stay with husband. I understand. That's right. That's fine. That's good.
This is one fun statistic. Nurses get divorced more than any other occupation.
And rightly so. And rightly so. Because at the
that?
time you have plateaued. Like I said, it has nothing to do with being a bad person or a good person. A time comes, like I said, you have plateaued, you have maximized, and you have dropped. So you shed off your excess baggage. You get what I'm saying? Anything excess baggage that is on your shoulder weighing you off, you need to drop it. So that way you can be free. especially if you're not equally yoked. So this is what I'm saying. You don't stay in a relationship because you feel you need to validate to the world that you have to be accepted or you have to fit into a norm. Like I said, there are certain things I have plateaued. My ear is shut. My eyes are blind. I don't even see what they're talking about. Does every nurse fit in that category? Not. No. But like I said, when you have lived your life, if you've married for over 20 years, my God, please tell me, where are you going after that? Where are you going? You're not going nowhere.
It's not where we're going.
It's not like you are roommates.
Madam, look, it's not where we're going.
No. Listen, you sound like you are roommates, or you are investing in your life into the winner takes a call. You're looking for who to die first. So
But if you've been married for how long?
Over 20 years now. Come on.
But that's
in fact that is the third one self that lasted 20 years.
Let's say 20 years. Let's say like
what? Total of 30 years, quoi.
Okay, 30 years. But if you look at it in the whole scheme of things, having a 20-year marriage, if all things considered, it's actually short time. Because let's say it's short time. Let's say if you was 20 years old when you got married, or you're 19.
You say it's short term?
It's short. Pretty short.
No. You know that is in dog years.
No. Well, let me say why.
Each year counts for 5 years experience for what you go through.
Nah, let me tell you why.
It's not just the years. The experience is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but if say you find someone that you guys mesh together and it's a good relationship, and say you came out of high school and both of y'all got married. Let's say you got married at 19 or you got married at 20. You haven't even started living your life 20 years later. You still
what do you mean?
If you got married at 19,
which I did not.
20 years later, you're only 39.
Which I did not.
He said if. Okay, allow him to speak.
If what you say can't work?
He said if you do that for 20 years, you have not started living your life.
You haven't started living your life. You haven't.
Oh, he's saying that if you married very young, you have not started living your life.
We didn't marry very young. We didn't marry young. Sorry.
No. Listen to hear me out. If you get married, because you're saying 20 years, and I'm saying in the scheme of things, 20 years, depending on your age, is really not a long time.
No. It depends on when you started with that 20-year marriage.
Exactly. That's what I just said. That's a
so if you have lived to 60, you've not lived your life.
No.
Checking borrow now.
Listen to what I just said again. Okay. So if you are 19, that's why I say it depends. That's why I use 19 as a threshold. If you're married young and you're 39 and you've been married for 20 years, you really haven't even started living your life, especially as a man. Because most men don't even start. You have to be really lucky as a man to start making money real early. You have to be like real genius. You got to be real lucky. Because most men don't even start making money until they're in their 40s.
So what are you doing getting married at 19 is my question.
People do get married at 19.
You know what? See, I don't subscribe to that school of thought.
Why not?
Because you don't even know yourself. You don't even know yourself.
Hold on, Madam Luke. So,
and this is why you're telling me about not making money.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. When do you think, as a woman, it is best for a woman to
reasonable age
as a woman to start having kids or get married?
See? You put him in a box here.
All right.
No, he's asking a question.
I will tell you, it's not a run rule fits all. Let me just make that disclaimer right now.
And you explain that.
I said you. What do
I think? Like my daughters now?
Not you personally, like your daughters. No, I just said what's
personally?
Just personally.
In thought process.
When I feel I should, or I don't understand.
No, when you think like it'll be like, say you're giving a woman an advice right now. You were giving a young girl an advice.
Let's say you're giving your daughter advice.
I don't want to bring her daughter in. No, I'm not
for women.
I don't.
25.
25. Okay, cool.
Yes. 25. I don't want to hear anything teen. I don't want to hear 15. I don't want to hear 16. I don't want to hear 19. I don't want to hear 20. When we start 21, we can talk.
That means they can't do anything till 25.
No. Let's find that. Let's understand, madam. Let's
There's
understand.
a reason.
Madam Luke,
saying this thing.
wait a minute,
There's a
please.
reason why she's saying it.
No,
Because
wait a
those
minute.
women are
Please,
married-
just wait. Jefferson, please wait a minute. This is a question and answer scenario to understand Madam Luke more.
25 years old for women.
Very good, very good. Okay.
For men, 30.
Okay. Now,
those people that are
wait now. McMahon says, this woman. Do you believe in family?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
In your belief in family, once you begin to create a family, do you think it's important for the parents to stay the term for that family that you have brought into the world to grow into adulthood?
Do I believe what?
That family, the man and woman, should stay together in order to bring that family to adulthood.
Hell no. I'm a living example.
In terms of what?
My parents didn't stay together and they raised us. They don't have to be together. They don't have to be together. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's not. It's not bad. You're attacking. You don't have to attack. We're having a discussion.
You're telling me.
Let's have a discussion. Let's have a discussion, please.
I'm not attacking. You asked me a question. You said, "Do you believe?"
Yes. No, I didn't say, "Do you believe?" I said, "How long would that family necessarily stay together?" I understand that there are different forms of family. I do understand that. We are Nigerians.
Families should stay together.
Oh wait, but this woman. Why don't you have a discussion with us? Don't argue. Let's not argue. Okay. Let's discuss.
Okay.
Good. Now, I'm asking. Let me give you a small scenario. My parents, they stayed together until my father's death. Now, my grandparents, on both sides of my mother and father, my grandfather, he had 9 wives, and he looked after, I think it's, I believe it is 18 children from the wives. On my other side, my father, he had 20 women, of which all of them had children. Now, he looked after them. It is Christianity that came in one generation. That's why a man like me, I go chop 3 wives in the house easily, nicely, and comfortably. You understand? Depending on the women, obviously. Now, I'm just putting to you, I realize...
2 is good. 2 is good.
I realize that there are different forms of family, is what I'm saying. It's our parents' generation, largely, that had 1 wife, one husband, largely. Yeah, that's one generation that the family structure had changed within the Nigerian format. So I'm putting to you, I understand that a man and a woman don't have to stay together necessarily for life, but they do stay together in order to raise their children. Okay. So, given that, in this,
let me say something for you. I have ADD, okay? Let me just say you right now. If you start taking me around the bush, I got a problem.
Which one is ADD?
What is your question? Attention.
So just get straight to the point.
Yeah, it is. Sorry. I beg your pardon. I beg the panel's pardon. It's difficult for me to round this question in order for you to answer.
You're telling me a story. Just tell me.
Yeah, just round it up. Just summon it up and just give it to her.
As I said, I beg everybody's pardon.
Tell me about your wives and your children. Don't go there. What exactly is your question?
Okay. I agree. I agree with everybody. Allow me, please, to try and come to the point. Allow me to try and come to the point.
Now, confirm lioness is video, so lioness.
No, really, you have to know yourself. After a certain age, you know yourself, and you just don't lie to yourself anymore. You know your issues, and you just put it out there so that people work with you. So when you start telling me stories, you're already making me itchy on my chair.
She's gonna lose.
I understand.
That's why she's looking around.
I understand.
Even at my job, I have a work plan. They know
I
how
understand.
to address me.
Hi, my goodness me.
Okay.
It's hard to form this question. all it is hard to. It's hard for me at least.
No, okay, but Jago, can you verbalize it?
What are you trying to tell me?
Like, can you tell it in a short sentence? Like, what are you trying to say? Is it like a question of what is the point?
I'm trying to establish that we have one life,
Okay.
and it is short in real terms.
Okay.
So, given that, the use of our life in terms of relating with a partner and bringing up children, organization needs to be part of it.
Okay.
Which is to say, people get married, they have children, they buy a home, they're living in this complex society, they're bringing up children. I think the concentration of bringing up those children is very important. And me and you have seen wayward children all about the place.
Okay.
How do we bring these children up in a decent fashion?
Good. And I will tell you in a simple sentence, you cannot bring children up in a dysfunctional environment. I'm sorry.
True.
So how important, Madam Luke, you're saying that,
right.
how important, or should I say, don't you now see the importance of a two-family home as opposed to one where it's a single-parent home?
Good. And I will tell you, I'm a living example. My father and my mother divorced when I was 8 years old. Okay? It did not stop them from bringing me up. They did not bring me up under the same roof.
Okay.
My mother had a street. She was so smart when she says, you know what? I cannot live with this man and raise my children the way I want to raise them. So she was smart enough to build her house next to my father's house.
Stalking them before iPhone.
Thank you. Because she wants to keep an eye on what's going on with her children. So the fact that you do not have a relationship with the woman does not mean you cannot raise your children, because that is the reason most men are deadbeats. Because you feel you're not living in the same house with the woman, you cut the woman off and you cut the children off. I don't have to be in the same house with you because I want to become a what do you call it, a poster child, a poster family for the world, to please the world. No, your children are being raised, but you don't have to live together to raise your kids.
Okay,
Madam, raise your kids. And my mom was there. She was there. My father was there. They just don't want to see eye to eye, which was fine with me because I got the best of both worlds.
Madam Luke.
So don't force people together who are not supposed to be together. The children are not excuses for you to sit down and torture yourselves in under the same roof, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, Madam Luke, you see, the reason why this may not, I'm trying to balance the argument, but I'm seeing it that if I have to speak, I don't want to seem to be offending you or saying something that you probably will not understand me in the long run. But you see, even though we may not have gone through the experience that we want to, extend to our children, does not necessarily mean that those experiences are wrong. I'll give you an example. I'm going to speak from a Christian point of view. Now, for the scripture says, for every child.
Lord.
Okay,
I knew that was what KG was going.
Let me speak from plainly.
This moment is funny.
Listen to me. I'm an apostle in the marketplace, so I can bring it to the level that you want to. I won't even talk about the Bible. For every child that you see out there, boy or girl, the girls most of the time learn to be good living together with their mother and their father. Now, especially for the boy child, you take your approval from your father. You always seek the approval from your father. The same thing with the girl child. And that's why sometimes girls who are raised single-handedly as a single mom sometimes suck up to more men than they would have necessarily have done because they are seeking for approval.
I got news for you, Mr. KJ. Hold that thought there. Let me put this in there. I was raised by a single dad. What is your problem?
No, now.
Okay, now, as raised by a single dad, what is my deficiency?
No, sister, there's something that is called. It's not everything that conforms. There are certain people.
I'm happy you know.
Yeah, it's not everything that conforms. There are people who from early in life, they are able to identify what the deficiency will look like, and they deal with it. Does not necessarily mean that when other people or you get your own children, they will be able to deal with the same situation. But here is what I'm going to go to. Now, the problems we don't solve in our generation, we become a monster in our children's generation because it runs in our DNA. I'm not going to talk about any other things.
You know your problem. You know our problem.
No,
you know our problem. Let me tell you what your problem is right now.
Okay.
You're bringing in the scriptures.
No,
but that's your scripture there. I don't see any man and woman living under the same roof in that scripture. Anywhere in the Bible, tell me where a man and a woman live there in the same under that roof.
Where a man and a woman?
Yes, where are the mothers of those children that were being born? Where were the presence felt? In that your Bible, in that your scripture. Did you have a mother, father, nuclear? What kind of family system in that scripture? Question.
That's what I don't think you want to talk about the scripture with me because
no. I'm asking you a question. I want to give me an instance where there is a father, mother having dinner on the table in that scripture.
Almost all the families that we use as an example have a very good family structure.
Like where in the scripture?
I don't know which one. Who you want to talk about? Right from the beginning. With
you are giving you scripture. I want to see what the family value is in that scripture. Is what you're saying.
Madam,
what I'm saying.
I want to talk about scripture. You say you know one year scripture. I remove
No. She says she wants to hear now.
Okay, now that you're going there, I say okay. Let me indulge you.
No,
that is why I don't go there.
Listen.
These are the reasons why I don't go there because I don't see any role models in that scripture. There are a bunch of fornicators and a bunch of adulterers. I don't see any scripture. I don't see anything in that scripture there.
The scripture is not written for sex.
The one is it the one that killed somebody's wife in the war? Is it the one that killed somebody's wife in the battlefield and brought the wife home?
No, Madam Luke, you're gonna go off.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to go off, but I'm trying to say that when people start talking about this
table,
listen.
Okay, when we're talking about this family structure, what are you basing it on? Is what I'm trying to say.
Madam Luke, listen to me. Like I said, I don't bring when people want to argue. I don't sit to argue with them because it doesn't bring anything new.
Okay.
Just a question of argument. But I want to tell you something, and this is a mistake most of us make when we see a church, people going to church. When we see a Christian, when we see a Bible, or we're talking about Bible, they say, "What's the best example here?" The Bible, the church is not meant for perfect people. They're going to the hospital while you walk. The hospital, people who are not sick don't go to the hospital. It's for those who are sick. They are the ones who go to the hospital. The Bible is for people who are not perfect. They are coming to look for how to be perfect. Okay, the people who go to church are going there to. Is my mic not working?
It's working, but I'm like, there's no perfection anywhere. You can't go anywhere and look for perfection. There's no way you can go and get perfection from anywhere.
Listen, I said the Bible is written with characters that are not perfect.
In order for them to be perfect.
For you now to learn from their example. That's what the Bible is written for, examples.
Okay, good.
It's written for our example. So when you take a scripture, it's for you to see the mistake those people made and then correct it. You are evil.
So you're telling me to go and get perfection learn from imperfect people to get perfection.
I'm coming. You are evil, and you're not a male, but
okay. I think you may be going slightly down the wrong channel.
No, I'm not. Hold on. No. Now.
I think.
Just leave me now. Let me talk. For an evil man, your father tells you the mistake he made before he passes on. He tells you this and this and this and this didn't work for me. He will not stop you from not doing it, but he will tell this didn't work for me. I did this and this. So what is he trying to do? He's not telling you try to direct your life, but telling you that some of this road you may be passing may not work for you because he tried it, but you are free. Okay, that's the same way the Bible is. It's written for you. If you want to, you can apply it. You see, the rain falls for both the just and unjust. If you're a sinner, the rain will fall for you. If you plant, you harvest. If you work, you make money. So it's not about that. It's not about that. So sometimes we mistake these things. You're being present in a house with your mother and your father is different from when you're coming to visit. Whether we like it or not, it doesn't stop you from being successful. It does not stop the person from not being successful. But there's something that he lives with you. And that is what I'm saying here. It's okay. Many people didn't make it through that way, and they are successful today. They are living large. It's okay. But it's not the perfect way. It's as simple as that. Because if you break down the family structure, the whole earth is finished. I'm telling you this.
I want to ask Madam Luke this. We know in the West, we live in a individualistic way. And in third world countries, largely, they live very communally. Now, both are societies. I want to ask you, I don't want to say perfect society, but in a society that you would approve of, do you think that would be more individualistic or more communal? That's the question.
Well, more individualistic.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. I grew up in a communal environment back home in Nigeria, where you have this mother, father, baby, baby daddy, baby mama. Yeah, we grew up all there. One man, 30 wives, jumping from one woman to the other. Yeah.
Bad guy.
You know what? And it was exceedingly boring.
Men
And
are
I'm going to
gangsters
tell you
now.
why. Everything was done in the dark. I don't see any activities that were done in the daytime. The man got in his wrapper and started diving from hot to hot. That was about it.
Like AY.
Thank you.
Kasongo Nyaye.
So, Madam, let me ask you a question.
Wait now, there are too many children to play with. Some were playing with themselves.
Wait for her. Wait for her.
Wait. Yeah,
Jago,
you
can you
join
leave
us
me
now.
alone?
I see you chatting away.
Madam, look, if men refuse to marry more than one wife, who do you think will marry all these plenty women?
Must we marry? Please just give me my baby and let me go on my merry way. I don't want to marry you with your concubines. I'm not interested.
Madam Luke said I'm a freak.
Marry with your concubine. Okay, I got you, baby. Then
We
you
want
go.
to sit down there with your 5 wives funny you. I don't want to be there. Just give me mine and let me be gone.
Look why she's talking to you.
Madam is a gangster. That what they call gangster mood, man.
I'll come to you. See,
maybe that would take differently.
I won't sit down here and tell you the kind of experiences I've had because a conga on will be a child's play. Because the things when my eye don't see, my mouth no go fit talk.
Wow.
So I have learned to stay in my lane. You people are thinking that the 20 years you lived is what you are dealing with now.
Look at KJ. KJ said
I pity, listen to read my lips. I pity the coming generation. I pity anybody who has children now. Because when you are dating, you don't know whether you're dating a female or a male. Number one. You have no idea what you are getting into. Even me now, when I try to shalaye once in a while. Oh boy.
What is shalaye?
The kind of thing where
I show myself.
You know, the kind of thing where I have seen people will come in. I don't ask them or I don't send them message, but they already have a box of a big jar of baby oil or something in their bag.
Grow now.
So you see, let me
bunch of ditties.
There are a bunch of freaks out there. You hear me?
Johnson and Johnson.
Excuse me,
madam.
Is
that some Johnson and Johnson over there?
The thing when my eye don't see, I'm not gonna be talking for this place. You hear me?
You don't go. Have you been late to a PDD party? I mean, which one did they talk right now?
Even before PDD, I don't see that one.
Madam, look.
But Johnson and Johnson don't stop.
So when I tell you that
what do they do with the baby oil? I want to know.
Listen, that one no use baby oil.
Okay, are you seriously asking that question?
I will not tell you how many men, Nigerian men, have propositioned me for backdoor affair. I'm not going to tell you how many.
That's disgusting.
But madam, look, let me ask you. Let's say Joseph right now. Would you, in an ideal situation?
Yes.
Nah, I'm lost.
If you can hear me, join us.
You know what backdoor? Oh Lord!
I speak the truth. What did you say?
I said in an ideal situation, right? But in all these jokes and all this laughter, let's get to seriousness now. In an ideal situation, which one forgetting how you was raised or whatever your situation was as an adult, how you raised your own offsprings, what would you reasonably think is the ideal model to raise kids in a two-family home or in a one-family home?
Yeah, ideal way. First of all, you will ask the kids if they want to be raised. Is it not this America we are in? First of all, you will ask the children if they want to be raised. You know how many times I don't go police station? You know how many times I don't sleep for jail? Listen to me. Let me just. That is why I day my day. Because, like I said, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
When you see Pepe, you will stay in your lane. When the children tell you they don't want to be raised, I will see how far you want to go. There's some that will, is it not this America? Some will look in your eye and tell you, so what you going to do about it?
Yeah, true.
And they have their telephone ready to call 911. Okay? So you're telling me of ideal situation. It's an ideal situation whereby I have remote control, that I can control everybody in this house and they will not call the police on me. That's an ideal situation. Because even when you tell them brush your teeth, they will tell you, I'm not going to do it.
But I am of the belief that kids thrive better in a two-parents home.
I believe so too.
That is just, I strongly
Let me
believe
tell you,
that.
you're just that's the problem people will make. You make blanket statements. Two parents.
No.
How involved are those parents?
Listen, Madam, look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
I rather have, and I'm very happy I had one involved parent than two uninvolved parents.
Yes.
But I think the mistake you're making is this.
You're living as roommates in a house and your children are playing video games all over the place. Without, you don't even see them for 3 days. Doesn't mean you're in an 18 situation.
Yes, I understand that. I understand that,
your children
Madam.
are raised by babysitters. It doesn't mean you're in an ideal situation.
Yes, I understand that. But what I am trying to say is I'm of the belief, and I will stand for that any day, that children thrive better in a two-parent home than a single-parent home. Loving single-parent home. And the problem I think we have, and we encounter, to buttress what you're saying, Madam Luke, is a lot of us as parents, both the male and female, we are overworked. That we do not make the children a priority in terms of, we make everything around us a priority.
Yes.
And when it comes to the children, we tend to do other things to channel their attention off of us. And that's why I'm of the belief system that do not have more than 2 kids. Because guess what? Raising kids needs you to be physically present, emotionally present, and everything. So it's not about, it's not a child game.
Wait, Adama,
so somebody like me that want.
All right, breaking news.
Madam Adama said.
Yeah, we've learned one now. What? You break it.
No, make it a break them now.
Wait, Madam Adama said something, and I was going to.
Let's dance the Maga dance.
Wait, Madam Adama said something about 2 weeks ago before you went on vacation. You said one thing, that if you work at night, you have to be home, that you don't do night shift.
I speak the truth. Let's dance the Maga dance.
Oh, please, we dash you. We said what we can't see. In this America, the best shift for a woman to work is the night shift, and I'll tell you why. But you are going to make sacrifices because you cannot be with your man.
No, I don't believe that. I'm sorry, Madam Luke. I don't. I don't.
Let me land now. Let me land. You will look at your situation. If you have young kids, they're in the daycare, right? You are working. There's nobody to take care of those kids. Your man is working a 9-to-5 job, so he can take care of the kids. So when are you going to work? So that my money cannot go to daycare. So somebody has to hold the fort. So
go ahead.
Everybody can be married to wealthy people who can afford daycare. So for me, I have to work at night because I will only go to work when the kids are sleeping. Because when their eyes are up, I have to be here watching because they're up to no good. Do you hear me?
Yeah, but at the same time, Madam Luke, there's one thing I believe. We create this environment that we live in that we as parents have to take accountability for. If as a parent, you're never home at night and you're,
I don't work 7 nights a week. I'm never.
No. I know how the nursing shift work. I know that. Trust me. I work with a lot of nurses. I know. Yeah, madam, look, listen, I understand, but this is my belief. And this is my stand when it comes to marriage. Couples are not made. The human body is not designed for you to sleep, to stay up at night. Let's start with that.
We should all work in the daytime. So who will cover the night shift?
That's what. Let me tell you, madam. Look, I'm just telling you. As a health, you understand what I'm saying. And let me tell you another thing. If you're married, and be it whatever situationship you are, you guys live together, I don't believe in either one of you sleeping. This is my belief, not just you. I don't believe in either one of you sleeping outside the home at night.
I'm sorry.
Because guess what? That's just me. That's just me. I'm not saying that you should believe in, but I do.
Excuse me, what I can do at night, I can do in the daytime. So it doesn't bother
Yes,
you.
but that's no. Daytimes are meant for you to do other things. But you have, madam, look, this is the thing you need to understand. Madam, look, I've watched you. You're a woman set in your ways. And in order for you to break those circles about the way you live your life, is something that you've been practicing for a long time. And even the way you look at things, that's how you look at things based on you are set in your ways. But the point I'm trying to make...
You're not understanding me. First of all, I cannot deal with all those management people in the daytime. You see,
right?
People.
Are they not human beings?
I can't deal with them in the daytime.
Are they not human beings?
I said the politics. Do you hear what I'm saying? I don't like office politics. So when the managers have carried their bags, have gone home, that is when I do my work.
You see, but it boils down to what I'm saying. It just boils down. You're just validating what I'm saying.
And number one, I'm a classic insomniac. I don't sleep at night.
You see, that's what I'm saying. That's part of your problem too. Because you're so used to working at night. No, listen, I'm being honest with you.
I'm sorry, I can't do anything else.
That's what I'm saying. Because you've trained your body that way, and it's okay. It's okay if you've trained it that way. But the only thing you're going to realize is the older you get, and everything is going to start affecting you.
Let it affect me. I've chosen my death path. Yes, I agree. I've chosen how I need to die. So everybody should choose theirs.
No, but madam, look, what we are saying is, I speak the truth. I speak the truth. Ask the question.
I mean, you know I'm in the hot flashing stage, right?
Yes, I know that.
Anybody that stays in my bed, I will push you down because that whole place is hot. So just do your business in 10 minutes and go. Because
you see, and that it boils down to what I'm saying, madam. Look,
you not go walk.
No. I'm just answering. I speak the truth question.
Once you bring that your hand, your hand, I now feel like a big gorilla is holding me.
Oh, because you know why? Jesus Christ. Madam, look, I feel sorry for the man that will date you, that is married to you.
No, you see, I've always been a one night stand chick. Now, what are you saying? Please, everybody, stay your level. Stay your level.
So, but madam, look, that's what I'm saying. I don't criticize how you live your life, but it works for you.
You need to understand an individual before you start making statements. Who told you I want long-term relationship? Who told you about that? See, I say everybody gets their own level.
No, but I speak the truth. Hope I answered your question in terms of Yeah, so that's my belief. I don't believe. I am very good. I just don't believe.
Some people like to hold on. I'm not in that category. I'm not there for that.
Why I'm the opposite? I am your opposite. I like being cuddled. I like holding. I want to be all over it. That's me.
The first thing you will ask me, you are a product of your environment. Did I see it when I was growing up?
See, that's another thing.
So you see, you are conditioned by your environment, and I have lovely parents. I cannot say because they did not stay together, because they still gave me the best.
But at the same time, madam, look, I've seen people who were raised in that environment, but they choose to change how they live their life.
My brothers are not like that. My sisters are all married their husbands. So,
but you know, in the end, is whatever works for you. There's no, in the end, that's it. Whatever works for you.
who will continue
Yeah, so you
the
do that.
discussion. Because I think you want me out. I'm now leaving the platform. So that
Who
you
said
can
you
be
should
here.
leave now, Mr. KJ? Who said you should leave?
Now
Who say you should
now.
leave Uncle KJ? Where are you going?
Maybe because you see, that is what happens when I'm on the Two Niger platform. I want to leave. Because if the gist is not sweeting my ear, I don't want to stay there.
Oh no, it's because I'm going to work tomorrow. So
okay,
No,
me, I work
we
night.
want more
That's
of you
why
to
I'm
come.
awake.
You,
See,
you,
this is the
in
benefit
fact,
of working
we want
night.
more of you to come. So
Tomorrow I will
you'll
sleep
be
all
back.
day.
Well, Trump is having a speech. He has won. So, only about that's wake.
I beg, I'm not they look that direction again. Maybe they do what they want to do.
Yeah, we have won, and so
congratulations.
I'll be
Build
going to the
your
White
wall.
House to resume.
Build your wall. Build your wall. Export or deport 500,000 immigrants. Kill all the Palestinians.
You know the funny thing, Nigerians better straighten themselves out. All of them that voted.
Yes, now.
Leave them. Everybody will be collecting one by one. Is it not the Trump?
There's nothing to collect, though. There's nothing to collect. But like I said,
No, I said they will be collecting because if they misbehave anyhow.
No.
I like Trump. You straighten them out quick.
Of course, because the first thing you will do when you go to jail, they will ask you, are you
And people don't realize that this is his final 4 years. So he's going to come with a bang.
So they're going to ask you, are you a real American or naturalized American? If you check naturalized, you're going to your fatherland.
Well, that's for those who came to America to commit crime.
But it's true. But
You see,
Uncle KJ, what do you want to do? You want to shut it down or?
Let's shut it down.
No, I'm handing over to you.
No,
handing over to me.
Yes.
So you see,
because
we're looking at the clock.
what a man can do, a woman can do better now.
Wait, Mr. KJ, wait, Mr. KJ, wait.
These people are just
Mr.
playing.
KJ, look at the clock. What does it say?
Look,
11 hours.
It says 2:04.
A woman can do better now.
Yeah, so a woman can do it better, but I don't like staying up at night.
I love it.
Okay,
but you can test it now. It is what you can do.
Madam, look, which city are you in?
No, Mr. KJ.
I say you can carry it now. Now, wait, come on.
Don't start with me.
Mr. KJ, we have 19 minutes. We have 19 minutes to make it 12 hours. So stay on, please.
Which city are you in? That's what I'm asking.
It's in Texas.
No, I'm in Kenton.
That's what
I'm in Kenton, Georgia.
They're always aggressive in Texas.
No.
People that say the way they are driving like mad.
But I once lived there. I once lived there.
Lived where?
Texas. I know where Katie.
Those are very bad drivers.
You guys are bad drivers. I lived in Austin.
I was thinking I was in a mad. I don't know what is this.
Terrible.
From left, right, center. I said
they will.
But you guys think they're bad drivers? Go to New York and see how New Yorkers drive. Man, you respect you think you can drive, go to New York. Forget it.
They don't have roads that are like London now. There's like London. So what are you going to drive?
Everything is parallel parking, and that's it.
That's New England now. But I'm a Boston Tea Party. That's them.
Yeah,
now.
Boston. That's the thing. Uncle KJ, congratulations! Your president is taking over. So
some people will commit suicide today. Oh Jesus! I bet please don't bring a Kenneth back here for another 1 week. Oh,
no, Kenneth should come in.
For me, the fear was if the Democrats.
No.
Kenneth go lash us.
But on a serious level, and Madam Luke will not like this, but I know that look,
Madam Luke, you're something else.
there is a hole between. That's what I call it. A hole between these 4 years.
Between who?
Between time. Okay. And that time, like I want to talk about, but I don't know if I want to go there. But a lot of things are in the spine. I mean, the spiral, whatever they call it now, that are the pipeline. That the coming in of this man is going to stop for a while. Not because it's going to go away really, but it's going to just hold for a time. And so it's going to give us time and all of us to put our hearts together and the rest.
Like what? Like what?
Because the agenda that is supposed to come in with all the introductions of all the digital everything will still come. But it may just be stopped for a while.
Well, that's the good news of being close to retirement, you know? I just pity the Gen Zs and people who have to walk through the next 30 years. Me, I'm close to retirement.
That guy,
So,
well, you're close to retirement, but when he starts dipping into Social Security, I think a lot of people did.
well, you got to take what you want. There's nothing you can do about it.
He's going deep into Social Security.
Nothing you can do about it. They voted, that's what you voted for, so you got it.
I ain't vote for that, but
Who is going
you
deep
know,
into Social Security?
well, most of Trump's economic plans. Let me answer. Most of Trump's economic plans are now
Trump that said they will not charge you.
Most of Trump's economic plans.
Madam, look,
most of Trump's economic plans are not feasible, are not realistic without him getting funded from going into places like the Social Security.
You know what? But Mr. KJ, what did you say, please?
But you see,
those who are into health management and the rest are going to make a lot of money because of overtimes and the rest. There will be no tax on overtimes. So
no tax on who? No tax on what?
On overtime.
About time too, because that's where I make my money.
That's what I'm saying. There's no tax on it. It's going to not take any tax.
Good.
So you see, even though you don't like the man, he's still going to put money in your pocket.
You see, like I told you, I didn't really care. The only thing I wanted to vote Kamala for was because she was female. I wanted to see what the female president. I didn't really care about anybody that was going to vote good here. Just to see what the female
president Kamala won.
Just to see. No, I didn't say Kamala won.
Kenny is just joking now.
I just want to see. Okay, what does a female president look like? You know. So just to use it to shakara in my lifetime, but now I'm going to be dead, and then we're not going to have a woman as a president, which is fine.
No, not going to be dead. God forbid.
No, I mean for the next.
Can I ask, Madam? Can I ask? Are you a feminist? Do you think?
A very strong one.
Wait, Jaguar, as you can see it.
He's a feminist.
No, I just needed to ask. That's
my religion, right? That's my religion right there. That's my religion.
Called feminist.
That's my religion.
All the feminists are always.
Does it mean I don't like men? That's not it. That doesn't mean I don't like.
That was what I want to find out. But you love men in your life, right?
I cannot do anything else without men now. I know that, but I.
So if I'm a good man in your life,
we have to have a code that we operate by, so that way we don't cross each other's lane. That's me.
Mm-hmm. So
don't put me in a box, and I will not put you in a box. That's my own. I don't want rules. I don't want rules. I don't want any rules.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not a role person.
Madam Luke, do you also like women equally or strictly men?
Say that again.
He's asking if you're a lesbian on the side.
Or is it strictly men?
What a question.
Sorry, I might be intruding your privacy.
No. I have never ventured to the other side.
Okay.
So, and my experiences have been solely men, and I don't have any business with.
How can you?
It didn't mean I didn't play around when I was in high school.
How can you reasonably say you are averse to roles?
Because roles change. You know why?
Because you made a statement, and you've made that statement more than once about men being providers or a man being a deadbeat.
No, I will never say that.
Yeah, you have. You said it even today, and you said it before. You mentioned deadbeats. You mentioned men being deadbeats when we was talking
because
about
they don't stay with their children, not because.
So because they're not staying with the children. So
yes, because they don't stay with their children, not because they don't provide for their children, not because they don't provide for the women.
All right. So my question will be: say you had a man, you had kids with this man, and you had to take the financial responsibility of taking care of those kids. Would you be upset?
No. You know what? I wouldn't even ask for child support.
All right. Okay.
Because I'm equally and powerfully capable. And I will give the man an option. It's your right. It's your choice. If you like it, you do it. If you don't like it, that's the problem. I can take... See, and I always tell women, you see that your stomach, you carry those children for 9 months. It's your responsibility. The man did not carry it for 9 months. He only gave you a gift. So if you think a man is going to be around to take care of you and your kids, then you are joking. So
look, you be gangster.
I always prepare my mind. I always prepare my mind to be alone. I tell the children, if your father is over there, if you like, you take care of him. If you like, this is what I can give you.
Madam, look.
When you are ready, go and fight him. Me, I don't have business in court to be driving change. Come. I don't have time for that.
Madam, look, you be gangster.
Original.
Confirmed
You know why?
gangster.
You know why? Now man raised me.
Gangster.
You
were saying something. You were saying something about. Hold on. You were saying something about marrying, the age marrying and all that. Maybe that age, this thing.
Yes.
To some extent, I agree with you because I'm not like you. Women that are married too young, is not entirely the best.
So when they marry too young, you see,
because at the end of the day, they end up with
there's nothing wrong with marrying too young, but who are you marrying?
Because
are you marrying to struggle? Are you marrying both of you to struggle so that your parents will take care of you? What
exactly? Because I was going to ask him, like, what do you call too young in marriage?
Too young, you cannot take care of yourself. It's too young.
No. I was saying him. What do you call too young?
Yeah, like that age she talked about for women getting married around that.
What do you, Jefferson? Just concentrate. What do you call too young?
You're asking me.
Yeah,
of course. Around that 20-something too is okay.
No, what do you call too young? You're telling us the age she's saying is
okay too young.
To get married.
Of course, all the teenage age now is too young.
I'm telling you.
Give us an age.
It's too young. Give us the age. You must know. Okay, let me not go
20.
too far.
20.
Yeah, 20.
It's very simple. Just give it age. Like you
because you know why? Because I believe in developmental stages. Looking at myself at 20, I don't even think I knew if I was going or coming home. I just left my parents' house. I wasn't even aware of the world. I lacked the discipline. I couldn't even wake up in the morning early enough to perform. Listen, it was a lot of work. Then you want to go and raise a child in that kind of environment? That is why most of people who get into those things now, people who are on drugs.
It's not even just marrying early. It's marrying early, marrying at the reasonable age and being equipped, having the right education, and having and being ready to take care of the family.
You can't have all of that at 20. You cannot be married early and have the right education. You cannot accomplish all that. Because what it does is that it pushes the responsibility on the parents. You will bring your offsprings and start living in my house. No.
Because
you live in your house.
Times are different. But if we were to look like based on this 21st century, yes, it's good to at least wait a little bit. But women, that was why I kept hopping and trying to figure out what you call a reasonable age. And I think 25 makes a lot of sense.
For women,
if a woman is lucky, like I was about to say, to have her life in place, and you still work. Life is a work in progress.
Yes.
Because
by the time you're 4, you've had 15 years to raise your kids.
Because if you're not careful, there's something you just said. A lot of women fall into the trap of the workforce, trying to establish their lives, and their most reproductive and fertile ages just go by them, which a lot of women find themselves by the time they know it, 25 is gone, 28 is gone, 30 is gone, 40, 50, now they're childless, but they got all the degrees in the world.
But then again, Mr. I speak, you cannot find the right partner.
Well, there's actually something called the right partner.
See, it's limited. It's
It
very
is.
Limited.
It's a chance, but there are right partners.
For every one woman, I think you are dealing with, for every 10 women, you're dealing with 2 men. Because we're overpopulated, number one. So where are you going to find the partners? So what you should do is mostly recycle.
It's even worse than that.
Yes.
Because women go for a type. They go for particular kind of men.
No,
so what happens? No, hear me out. What happens is that like 80 women will be going after 10 men. You understand? So those 10 men are just rinsing out the women. Meanwhile, there are so many men out there who unfortunately go without sex or relationship. You'll be astonished.
Well, it all goes down back to it just goes back to biology. Women will always go for the top 1%.
There you go.
What does a woman go for? A woman goes for who is this protection, who can provide, who is desirable. So if you're desirable to every other person, at least you fit a certain standards, whatever the societal standards are.
I speak, it is tough. The reason why women go for that desirable because they feel that there's something they can work with and people who they can